The strange old man. Do not pay attention to that bulletin board. An opportunity to cut a few million jade will not fall upon you. Within the gambling stone market of Jiangsheng, a stall owner seemed to perceive that the young man before him was a novice, and thus taunted him with his words. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng snapped back to reality, his expression now tinged with a sense of desolation and helplessness. 3 months prior, he had been unceremoniously cast aside by his former girlfriend, who had taken up with a wealthy heir from Jiangsheng. Consequently, he was dismissed from his job, as that very heir had intervened on behalf of the company. During this period, each time Yang Feng sought employment, he was either told to await further news or faced immediate dismissal after a single day of work. By today, he had exhausted his savings entirely. Furthermore, he needed to send 1,000 yuan for living expenses to his sister, who was still in university. "Boss, could you help me assess how much this is worth?" Yang Feng produced a bracelet, which had been left with him by Lu Qinglan, who owed him 20,000 yuan. Lu Qinglan was his closest friend, a person of integrity, who, upon learning of his plight, offered the bracelet as collateral to help him in times of need. "This is clearly a counterfeit at most. It could fetch a few hundred yuan. Are you looking to sell it?" The owner's eyes briefly sparkled with interest before he feigned indifference and shook his head. Unaware of any underlying motives, Yang Feng, pressed for cash, hesitated momentarily before replying. "Yes, make me an offer. 500 yuan. 500 it is." Yang Feng had already surmised that the price would not be substantial. Otherwise, Lu Qinglan would have sold it long ago, instead of borrowing money from herself. Yet, even a few hundred yuan could at least be sent to my sister first. Upon receiving the money, Yang Feng stepped out of the jade market's entrance. Unbeknownst to him, just as he departed, the deceitful shopkeeper could no longer contain his exhilaration. "What a foolish lad," he exclaimed, hurriedly gathering his belongings and slipping away. Yang Feng remained oblivious to the fact that the jade bracelet gifted to him by Lu Qinglan was a genuine glass-grade jade, worth a fortune. At that moment, he merely clutched 500 yuan, walking towards the market's exit. The weight of financial pressure left him feeling somewhat disoriented. As Yang Feng strolled along the lakeside in the park, his peripheral vision caught sight of an elderly fisherman by the water. On this sweltering summer day, the old man donned a traditional long robe and carried a raincoat on his back. What a peculiar sight is he attempting to portray a recluse in this heat? Yang Feng mused to himself. Suddenly, the old man lifted his fishing rod and called out to Yang Feng, who was behind him. "Young man, could you bring me my fish basket?" "Pardon? You are mumbling about me. Surely, lending a hand is not too much to ask?" "What on earth?" Yang Feng was momentarily taken aback. Had he spoken aloud? Coincidence, it must be coincidence, he reassured himself. However, the old man pressed on. "Hurry, my fish are getting away." "What? All right, coming right up." Yang Feng, not pausing to ponder further, swiftly handed the fish basket to him. He observed the elderly man placing the fish into the water, and as the scorching summer sun beat down, he could not help but exclaim, "Old sir, do take care not to suffer from heat stroke in this sweltering summer. You possess a kind heart, yet instead of worrying about me, you ought to concern yourself with your own well-being," the old man replied. "What do you mean by that? Having sold something of immense value for a mere 500, what would you do if the owner were to return seeking it?" The elder teased. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng rolled his eyes and retorted, "That bracelet from Lu Qinglan was merely a temporary solution. If she truly possessed something so precious, would she resort to borrowing money from me? Furthermore, wait." As the thought lingered, Yang Feng suddenly realized. How could this old man be privy to his recent actions? Was he following him? "I did not follow you, I merely happened to see," the elder interjected once more. Yang Feng was taken aback. It seemed the old man genuinely had insight into his thoughts. "We share a certain affinity. Today, I bestow upon you a pair of eyes, which shall serve to avert misfortune and invite good fortune," the old man proclaimed before gathering his fishing gear and departing. Yang Feng remained rooted in place for a moment, dazed. When he regained his senses, he discovered the elderly figure had inexplicably vanished from his sight. He couldn't shake the feeling that this old man had escaped from some asylum. Yet, reflecting on the earlier encounter, Yang Feng found himself inexplicably drawn back toward the marketplace. Within the jade market, the atmosphere was as bustling as ever. Jiangsheng, with its thriving economy, boasted the largest jade trading market in the nation. In the market, There are not only those who come to purchase jade, but also a multitude seeking to gamble on stones and test their luck. As the saying goes, one cut can lead to poverty, while another may bring wealth. One slice reveals burlap, while another exchanges for a villa. Many who gather here are waiting for the opportunity to strike it rich. However, Yang Feng's heart was even more unsettled than theirs. Upon arriving at the stall where he had recently sold a bracelet, he discovered that the middle-aged vendor had vanished. Hastily, Yang Feng inquired with a neighboring stall owner, "Excuse me, do you know where that vendor went?" "Oh, him?" It seemed he had an urgent matter to attend to. He left just moments before he hurriedly packed up his stall, the vendor recalled, recognizing Yang Feng. Panic gripped Yang Feng's heart. This was bad. What that old man had said was indeed true. A chill ran down his spine. If that jade bracelet was truly invaluable and he had sold it. "Damn!" Yang Feng exclaimed, suddenly filled with anxiety. However, the stall owner, mistaking his distress for a desire to purchase raw stones, kindly suggested, "Young man, though he has left, I still have plenty of quality stones here. Feel free to select a few. We offer complimentary cutting services." The vendor's words jolted Yang Feng back to reality. Instinctively, he glanced at the stones scattered on the ground. It was at that moment he noticed something amiss. Cracks marred the surfaces of the stones, resembling shattered, transparent glass. "Sir, the quality of your goods is rather poor. How can you dare to cut these and sell them as high-grade materials?" Yang Feng remarked. The boss paused for a moment, gazing at the uncut gambling stones before him, and said, "Young man, are you quite certain? These stones remain uncut. They are all treasures. If you desire them, I can let them go for 500 yuan per kilogram." "What?" Yang Feng was momentarily taken aback. These stones remain uncut? Yet why do they appear to him as? He rubbed his eyes. He soon realized that the outlines of the stones were indeed becoming faint and elusive. After a brief moment, he comprehended that these stones were genuinely uncut. Just now he had glimpsed through them. Who says that striking a fortune with a single cut is beyond my grasp? Yang Feng suddenly became exhilarated. Partnering with a beautiful woman to engage in the gamble of stone betting. The vendor, noticing Yang Feng's exuberant demeanor, quickly chimed in, "Exactly. As long as you purchase from me, you are bound to carve out millions. Boss, I may not be well educated, so please do not deceive me." Yang Feng cast a discerning glance at the vendor's stones. He realized that his eyes perceived a faint glimmer emanating from these stones, the intensity of which signified their worth. However, the pile before him emitted a light so feeble it was nearly imperceptible, indicating that none of these stones held any value to recoup his investment. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that these stones either harbored cracks and impurities or displayed poor coloration. Although Yang Feng was not an aficionado of this pastime, he had gleaned some knowledge about stone betting through his childhood friend and neighbor, who owned a small stone betting shop. That fellow often engaged in pretentious displays and loved to boast. Through his exaggerated tales, Yang Feng had learned a few things about the world of stone betting. Yet, he soon found himself engulfed in melancholy. Regardless of his current capabilities, he found himself devoid of capital. At present, apart from the 500 yuan he had just acquired, he possessed only a smattering of loose change. As he surveyed the array of inexpensive stones, he realized that none could yield the jade required to recover his investment. Conversely, he noticed a few stones displayed outside another shop that appeared to be of decent quality. If they were indeed cut well, they might yield a profit of several thousand yuan. However, these stones were priced at a minimum of 1,500 yuan each. Moreover, he still needed to send 1,000 yuan to that girl later that evening. Yang Feng mused, recalling that his younger sister was currently in her freshman year at university. Once upon a time, he had enjoyed a relatively high-paying job in Jiangxing. However, he is now unemployed and has yet to share this predicament with Yang Xiaoshi. As Yang Feng pondered how to earn a living, a melodious voice from nearby interrupted his thoughts. "Xiaoyu, there seems to be an intriguing stone over here. Shall we take a closer look?" The voice belonged to an exceptionally beautiful girl clad in a flowing white dress, her lively and adorable face framed by large, curious eyes fixated on the stones. Beside her stood another girl, who, with an expression of resignation, remarked, "Wei Jia, your father has already stated that betting on stones is merely a waste of money. We should just enjoy the spectacle." Yet, since they were already there, why not purchase a few stones for fun? After all, they weren't too expensive. Zhao Zhuwei's face radiated curiosity towards the stones, while Chun Jiyue, feeling helpless, conceded, "Very well, Which ones do you think we should buy? Zhao Zhuwei pointed at two peculiar stones, exclaiming, "Those two resemble little kittens." The vendor's heart leaped with joy, for those stones had languished unsold. As even if something were to be revealed from them, their appearance would not lend itself well to subsequent carving. Just when he thought he had found a Na'vi customer, a calm voice interjected, "Those two won't do. They likely won't yield anything worthwhile." This voice drew the attention of several onlookers, who turned to Yang Feng, questioning the audacity of such a young man. What nonsense is he spouting? Zhao Zhuwei, having finally chosen a stone she fancied, felt disheartened by this sudden dampening of her enthusiasm. Yang Feng revealed a smile and said mischievously, "Don't doubt me, sister. When I woke up this morning, someone appeared in my dreams, proclaiming that today's stone gambling would surely yield profits. I believe this is the opportunity presented by the god of wealth. Is such a thing possible?" Zhao Zhuwei was momentarily taken aback by his words. Chen Jiyue, standing nearby, discerned the absurdity and disdainfully remarked, "Sister Wei, don't listen to him. He seems like a fraud to me." "Ah, my dear young lady, your judgment is mistaken. If you do not believe me, I can effortlessly point to two stones that will undoubtedly reveal something valuable. Do you believe that?" Yang Feng feigned mystery. Chen Jiyue scoffed. "If you possessed such abilities, would you even need to come to this market? You must be joking." "Hey, Xiaoye, what he says does seem rather intriguing. Why not let him give it a try?" Zhao Zhuwei, with a lively expression, suggested enthusiastically, "How about this? I will provide the funds, and you may select any two stones. If we incur a loss, it will be on my account. If we make a profit, we shall split it equally." Her proposition took Yang Feng by surprise. She was indeed a generous girl. However, the shopkeeper, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, interjected, "Young lady, the nature of stone gambling is such that one must personally partake to truly appreciate it. Do not be so easily swayed by others. It's merely 3,000 yuan. Zhao Zhuwei replied nonchalantly. The shopkeeper was quite vexed, for at last, someone showed interest in his unsellable stones, only to have this young man intrude unexpectedly. Nevertheless, their conversation attracted the attention of several onlookers, who turned to observe this self-proclaimed expert making bold claims. However, in the next moment, the crowd cast scornful glances in his direction. Yang Feng chose two stones without the aid of a strong flashlight, nor did he make any selections. He simply picked them up from the ground. His amateurish demeanor elicited laughter from the onlookers. The quality of these stones was abysmal, even inferior to the peculiar stone chosen earlier by Zhao Zhuwei. Upon witnessing this, the proprietor's spirits lifted once more. Whispers circulated among the crowd, remarking on how this fellow seemed to be merely amusing himself. He appeared to be an absolute novice, squandering that beautiful woman's 3,000 yuan. It was easy to be careless when the money wasn't one's own. The disdain in their voices was unmistakable, leaving Chen Jiyue feeling helpless as she sensed her friend had been deceived. Zhao Zhuwei, too, seemed to acknowledge Yang Feng's unreliability. Nevertheless, recalling her promise, she remained true to her word and said, "Let's proceed with his selections." Chapter 3, A Modest Trial. 30,000 in hand. Zhao Zhuwei's response made Yang Feng realize that this girl was indeed quite commendable. The proprietor, fearing that the two might reconsider, swiftly brought the two stones to the water-cutting machine to begin the process. In truth, Zhao Zhuwei had completely lost hope. Although she lacked expertise in stone gambling, the murmurs around her made it evident that the chosen stones were of poor quality. Yet, when she glanced at Yang Feng beside her, she noticed his expression remained calm, unaffected by the ridicule of the crowd. Zhao Zhuwei suddenly felt that Yang Feng was more intriguing than those two stones. "Sister Wei, shall we depart for now? It is evident that this stone will not yield anything of value. Let it serve as a gift to him." Chen Jiyue had lost all desire to await the stone's unveiling. The people surrounding her shook their heads in resignation. Yet, at that moment, a voice of astonishment emerged from the crowd, exclaiming, "Goodness, the cut surface appears to be far better than anticipated." This utterance redirected the attention of the onlookers back to the water-cutting machine. The proprietor was meticulously slicing through the stone. As the stone was cleaved open, the crowd leaned in to inspect the cross-section. The superficial crack did not penetrate into the interior, and the quality of the jade within was, for this market, among the finest revealed in recent days. It was a type of jade known as glutinous ice jade. An expert immediately recognized the preciousness of this jade. The grading of jade is categorized into various types: glass type, high ice type, glutinous ice type, lotus type, glutinous type, and bean type, among others. Due to regional market customs, there are also unique terminologies. For instance, jade resembling jelly is often referred to as jelly type. To uncover glutinous iced jade in such a market signifies an extraordinary stroke of luck. At that moment, everyone sensed that something was amiss. Even Zhao Zhuwei felt a surge of astonishment within her heart as the second stone was revealed. Although it did not match the previous glutinous iced jade, its value was still promising. Am I dreaming? The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, beginning to question the validity of their expertise. Could such a worthless stone truly yield jade for profit? At this moment, Yang Feng broke into a smile, turning to the boss and inquiring, "Could you provide an estimate for the price of these two pieces?" The boss examined the stones before responding. "These two stones possess considerable weight. For this cut alone, I can offer 30,000 yuan. With the price established, Yang Feng nodded and glanced at Zhao Zhuwei beside him, asking, "Is it possible to sell them directly?" "Haha, just collect the money first. We can divide the spoils later," Zhao Zhuwei replied playfully. Yang Feng, undeterred, took out his phone and, once the boss confirmed the weight, instructed him to transfer the 30,000 yuan. However, when he turned around, he discovered that Zhao Zhuwei and Chun Jiyue had already departed. Feeling a sense of urgency, he hurried to the market entrance, only to find the two ladies preparing to leave in a sleek black Mercedes. Upon noticing Yang Feng chasing after them, Zhao Zhuwei paused and smiled. "I'm sorry, but I have to head home for something important." "But what about the money?" he asked. "Don't worry about it. It's rightfully yours. I had a wonderful time today. Goodbye." With a wave, Zhao Zhuwei bid farewell to Yang Feng and left with a smile. Despite Yang Feng's intention to approach her for a share of the money, it seemed Zhao Zhuwei regarded the sum as inconsequential as she drove away. Watching the car vanish from sight, Yang Feng scratched his head in resignation. Just then, a familiar voice emerged from behind him. "Wow, Feng Ge." The voice belonged to his neighbor from the same community, Gao Ronghai. Yang Feng was taken aback and turned around, speechless, saying, "Could you please greet me properly? It's not as if I did not recognize you earlier." Gao Ronghai was considerably more cordial than usual. Having known this young man for over a decade and currently residing in the same community, Yang Feng found it peculiar that he, a stone gambling shop owner known for his boastful nature, was suddenly so warm towards him. Noticing Yang Feng's silence, Gao Ronghai hastily inquired, "Brother Feng, what is your relationship with the eldest daughter of the Zhao family?" "You mean Zhao Zhuwei? So you do know her?" Yang Feng replied, "I do not know her personally. Yet you are aware of her name?" Gao Ronghai asserted confidently before suddenly appearing to have an epiphany. "I see. You wish to maintain a low profile, right? From the way she bid you farewell, it was evident that your relationship is quite amicable." "Friends? Not at all. We merely crossed paths." "Oh, come on. I have coincidentally encountered numerous influential figures, yet they never smile and bid me farewell." Gao Ronghai expressed his disbelief. "We have been brothers and neighbors for over a decade, and you are keeping secrets from me? Will you ever stop? What brings you to this place?" Yang Feng asked irritably. Gao Ronghai pointed to the large characters on the market sign that read Trading Market and said, "Of course, I am here to run my shop. But what about you? How did you end up in such a place?" "I am just browsing," Yang Feng replied, though his thoughts lingered on the subpar offerings within the market. It is exceedingly challenging to unearth valuable items in this place, and one cannot rely solely on quantity. Should one unveil too many stones, it will inevitably attract attention. Thus, it is imperative to feign a stroke of extraordinary luck and discover something precious. "By the way, where do you usually procure your goods?" Yang Feng suddenly inquired. "The stones in this market have all been meticulously selected, and there is little of worth." Gao Ronghai, observing that Yang Feng genuinely seemed interested in the stone gambling business, could not help but exclaim, "No wonder you have befriended the young lady from the Zhao family. You are starting to care about such matters. Will you take me along? You seek high-quality jadeite, do you not? I typically do not have access to such fine merchandise, but if you are acquainted with Miss Zhao, there may be a very promising place," Gao Ronghai asserted with conviction. Yang Feng was unaware of the connections this fellow might possess. However, having misplaced Lu Qinglan's invaluable jade bracelet, he felt compelled to earn money in the coming days to return it to her. Gambling on stones was his only avenue. With this thought in mind, Yang Feng followed Gao Ronghai as they departed. Their destination was a significant wholesale market in Jiangxing. By the time they arrived, it was already evening, yet the atmosphere was far more vibrant than during the day. Yang Feng trailed behind Gao Ronghai into the market, where the air was filled with the clamor of bustling stalls and shops. Upon a casual glance, he discovered numerous exquisite items here. In comparison, the previous market resembled a mere refuse dump. Nevertheless, Yang Feng still felt that the value of these items fell short of his expectations. He must extract the most valuable emerald with the fewest attempts. Otherwise, excessive attempts would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Gao Ronghai was quite familiar with this place. He paid no mind to the small shops and vendors nearby, instead guiding Yang Feng to the entrance of a grand establishment. At the doorway stood two burly security guards clad in black. Upon seeing Gao Ronghai and Yang Feng's attire, they disdainfully shooed them away, saying, "Leave at once. This is not a place for the likes of you." Chapter 4. Testing Yang Feng. The storefront was exceedingly opulent. From the outside, one could glimpse a vast cutting machine and numerous raw stones in the spacious hall. Yang Feng cast a cursory glance and discerned that there were many treasures within. However, it appeared that this establishment was not meant for ordinary patrons. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from inside. Recognizing Gao Ronghai, he shook his head and remarked, "Gao Ronghai, why are you here again? I told you before, your shabby shop is too small. Just go outside and pick something up. There's no need for such high-end goods." This man was the store manager, Gu Yonggue, who had encountered Gao Ronghai previously. Gao Ronghai, wearing a proud expression, replied, "I'm not here for myself this time. It's my brother here who wishes to see the goods." "Your brother? Is he really that impressive?" Gu Yonggue scrutinized Yang Feng's attire but found nothing remarkable. Yang Feng stepped forward with a smile and introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Yang Feng." All right. Just tell me how much money you have. Spare me the pleasantries," Gu Yonggue interrupted dismissively. Gu Yonggue impatiently interrupted. Yang Feng's expression froze somewhat. Fortunately, at that moment, Gao Ronghai pulled Gu Yonggue aside and whispered, "Old Gu, he is a friend of Miss Zhao." "Which Miss Zhao?" Gu Yonggue's tone heightened, his eyes revealing astonishment. "Surely you do not mean the Zhao family?" His disbelief was palpable as he continued, "Are you trying to fool me? If he were truly a friend of Miss Zhao, would he need to come here for leisure?" "Hey, let me explain," Gao Ronghai began, but just then, a young man entered from outside, seemingly the manager of the establishment. He first noticed Yang Feng at the entrance, then hurried to Gu Yonggue's side, whispering, "Gu, why is this person standing at the door? Do you know him?" Gu Yonggue asked, puzzled by the young man's expression. The young man lowered his voice and replied, "I don't know him personally, but you know I have a cousin who sells goods at the park market. Today, as I passed by, I saw him playing with stones alongside Miss Zhao, and it seems she was the one financing his endeavors." "Are you certain?" Gu Yonggue inquired. "I am absolutely certain. I witnessed it with my own eyes," the young man affirmed earnestly. Upon hearing this, Gao Ronghai added, "See, I wasn't deceiving you, was I?" At this point, there's no time for tricks. Hurry and bring him inside. Upon realizing the connection to Miss Zhao, Gu Yonggue became anxious and quickly returned to the entrance. First, he reprimanded the two security guards, exclaiming, "You two fools! Mr. Yang has arrived, and you dare to obstruct him at the entrance? You possess no discernment whatsoever." Turning to Yang, he continued, "Please, Mr. Yang, do come in. Our store indeed boasts a plethora of exquisite items. Feel free to peruse at your leisure." Gu Yonggue suddenly transformed into a picture of fervent hospitality. Yang Feng was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what the group had been murmuring about, and tentatively inquired, "Am I allowed to enter?" Of course. Gu Yonggue responded enthusiastically, guiding Yang Feng inside. Even Gao Ronghai followed closely behind, visibly pleased. Gu Yonggue led Yang Feng to a wooden tea table and warmly suggested, "Mr. Yang, please take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea while we converse at our own pace. I shall forego the tea. I merely wish to inspect the merchandise in your store. We have plenty. Indeed, we possess an impressive array." Gu Yonggue exclaimed, quickly adding, "What size are you interested in? We have stones ranging from a mere dozen kilograms to several hundred. Several hundred kilograms. Indeed. Would you like to see one? Is that acceptable?" "Certainly." Gu Yonggue called for the manager, instructing, "Xiao Chun, please have someone bring the GD 1505 stone from the warehouse for Mr. Yang to examine." Upon hearing this, the manager's expression shifted to one of distress as he swiftly interjected, "But store manager, that stone is not. I said to fetch it." "Yes, of course," the manager replied, not daring to argue further. Meanwhile, Yang Feng and Gao Ronghai remained unaware that the stone being brought over was, in fact, a defective piece. Though substantial in weight, it is an open-window jadeite rough. The term open-windowed material refers to a small incision made in the jadeite stone, allowing for an observation of the internal quality. However, this particular opening has been enhanced by modern techniques, with top-grade jade affixed to the surface, a practice known in the industry as filling. Such manipulation is exceedingly deceptive, leading one to believe that the entire stone is of premium quality. The craftsmanship of this inferior product is quite remarkable. Even the seasoned veterans in the shop were fooled until representatives from above arrived and uncovered the ruse. Gu Yongwei intended to use this stone to test Yang Feng's expertise. If he truly possessed knowledge, he might discern the trickery. If not, it would at least reveal his financial capacity. At this moment, Yang Feng remained blissfully unaware, seated in the main hall. Gu Yongwei personally brewed tea for him, wearing a warm smile as he inquired, "Mr. Yang, have you dabbled in jadeite before, or is this a sudden whim?" "I haven't indulged much, but he is knowledgeable," Yang Feng replied, glancing at the nearby Gao Ronghai. With confidence, Gao Ronghai asserted, "Indeed, Mr. Gu may not be aware, but despite the modest scale of my shop, I have immersed myself in this field for many years, possessing a keen eye. I plan to procure a batch of goods shortly. Not a problem at all. As long as you express interest, you may take whatever you wish," Gu Yongwei responded readily. Gao Ronghai's heart swelled with joy. He seldom had the opportunity to source goods in such esteemed establishments, but now he had found his chance. Meanwhile, Yang Feng refrained from interjecting in their conversation. His gaze fixed upon the various rough stones displayed throughout the hall. Most of these stones remain uncut. Yet, even in their casual arrangement within the hall, Yang Feng can discern that many of them possess considerable value. Indeed, it is a grand establishment. Though he is aware of this, his primary concern lies with the capital. After all, acquiring raw stones here will undoubtedly come at a steep price, and he only has 30,000 yuan at his disposal. While Yang Feng contemplates his situation, Manager Chen has already instructed someone to bring out a large stone from the warehouse. Positioned on the ground, it appears to weigh over 200 kilograms and maintains a relatively regular shape. A small window has already been carved into the stone. Upon seeing it, Gao Ronghai becomes somewhat agitated, exclaiming that it is a sizable jelly-like imperial green, truly top tier. Gao Ronghai is an experienced hand and seldom encounters such a large piece of imperial green raw stone. Observing its patterns, he concludes that if it does not exhibit any variations, the stone's value could be immeasurable. At that moment, Gu Yongwei also turns to Yang Feng with a smile, inquiring, "Mr. Yang, what do you think of this?" Chapter 5. Is your master a recluse of extraordinary talent? Gu Yongwei's tone carries a sense of respect, deliberately encouraging Yang Feng to inspect the stone. Meanwhile, Manager Chun and the informed staff members keep their heads down, refraining from speaking. They are all aware that this item is a defective piece that has deceived even the seasoned experts in their shop. Yang Feng glances at it several times, noting that the surface of this stone indeed appears remarkably exquisite. After several beams of his powerful flashlight, Gao Ronghai sighed, exclaiming, "This stone is truly exceptional. Adorned with the finest bands of pine flower in various areas, and one can even discern hints of white python, approaching the most exquisite shades of grayish-white." Having immersed himself in this field for an extended period, he undoubtedly possessed the acumen to scrutinize the surface and assess the quality of a raw stone. Coupled with the stunningly beautiful imperial green, Gao Ronghai had long sensed the extraordinary nature of this stone. In fact, it was not only him. Even the seasoned old man from the shop, who had acquired this stone, had been deceived, and naturally, Gao Ronghai could not perceive the trickery either. Yang Feng, on the other hand, had no intention of purchasing this stone, as he knew he could not afford such a sizable piece. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that Gu Yongwei and his companions were wearing peculiar expressions. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Feng focused his gaze inward at the stone. As he gradually penetrated deeper, he realized that this stone did not emanate a significant brightness. His discerning eyes could foresee fortune and misfortune, and valuable jade would undoubtedly radiate golden light. Yet this stone remained still. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a gap between the imperial green and the internal stone. This was a piece of jade that had been filled, and its quality was far from satisfactory. Numerous areas were tainted, and the distribution of the jade was sparse, failing to connect cohesively. After his observations, Yang Feng understood what Gu Yongwei was contemplating. Truly, he was a wily old fox. Gu Yongwei smiled at Yang Feng and inquired, "Mr. Yang, what are your thoughts on this stone?" "Boss Gu, I have often heard that the jade industry is rather chaotic, but I never anticipated that your establishment, being so grand, would be equally intriguing. Yang Feng's countenance bore a hint of a smile, though he deliberately chose not to expose the underlying truth. He merely glanced at the side where Gao Ronghai stood and remarked, "Enough gazing. We must take our leave." "What? I still need to procure some goods here." Gao Ronghai was unwilling to depart. Moreover, he was captivated by the exquisite stones he had encountered for the first time. However, upon hearing Yang Feng's words, he shook his head and replied, "A large shop often takes advantage of its customers. You should seek a smaller store outside for your purchases, which may prove to be more reliable." At this pronouncement, the expressions of the numerous patrons within the shop shifted dramatically, including the 10 or so new arrivals. Gu Yonggui, in particular, began to perspire, realizing that Yang Feng's words were laden with implication. "Mr. Yang, you are implying." Gu Yonggui dared not elaborate further. With so many customers present, if they were to discover that he showcased such counterfeit goods, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Yet, Yang Feng graciously spared him the embarrassment, opting instead to rise and escort Gao Ronghai out. Witnessing such an esteemed individual, Gu Yonggui was loath to let Yang Feng depart and quickly interjected, "Mr. Yang, might we converse in the lounge upstairs?" "Oh, does Boss Gu have matters to discuss?" Yang Feng responded with a sardonic smile. Observing Yang Feng's demeanor, Gu Yonggui grew increasingly flustered, stammering, I simply wish to befriend Mr. Yang." Recognizing the ulterior motives behind such fervent hospitality, Yang Feng nodded in acquiescence. On the second floor of this establishment lies a VIP reception room adorned with a tea table. Surrounded by transparent glass, the decor exudes an air of sophistication. This space is typically reserved for hosting esteemed guests. After Gu Yonggui and Yang Feng settled down in the reception room, Gu Yonggui slowly wiped the sweat from his brow. Beside them, Gao Ronghai appeared utterly bewildered, unsure of the unfolding events. It was at this moment that Gu Yonggui spoke. "Mr. Yang, thank you. Surely, Boss Gu does not intend to sell that item to me?" Yang Feng jested. Gu Yonggui hastily replied, "Of course not. I simply did not expect Mr. Yang to possess such remarkable expertise in identifying jadeite, discerning that the stone was merely a filled inferior product. I misjudged your character." Upon hearing this, Gao Ronghai was left completely dumbfounded. The top-quality merchandise he had been so captivated by was, in fact, a mere imitation? "Yang Feng, you recognized it at a glance." Gao Ronghai suddenly understood. It was then he grasped why Yang Feng had mentioned earlier that this shop takes advantage of its customers. Yang Feng, however, seemed unfazed. Smiling as he said, "There is no need for such formality, Boss Gu. Your allowing us to come in and take a look is already commendable. Why would I seek to undermine your establishment? Indeed, Mr. Yang, your magnanimity is greatly appreciated." "I was truly in the wrong earlier," Gu Yonggui said, his face filled with remorse. Had Yang Feng exposed him publicly, with a dozen loyal customers present, his reputation would have been irreparably damaged. Yet, Yang Feng had spared him. At this moment, Gu Yonggui began to feel a sense of self-reproach. At the outset, he believed that Yang Feng could never discern the truth behind that stone. Yet he was taken aback to encounter such a formidable expert. Yang Feng, however, remained unfazed. His gaze wandered towards the display in the hall, where numerous jade raw stones were arranged. These stones were relatively light, weighing around a dozen kilograms, and their quality seemed commendable. Gu Yonggui appeared to have perceived Yang Feng's thoughts and remarked, "Mr. Yang, you seem to possess considerable knowledge and skill in the art of stone gambling. Do you have a mentor guiding you? In this profession, it is quite common for individuals to take on a master." Yang Feng, seizing the opportunity, nodded and replied, "Indeed. My master is quite low-key." He recalled the elderly fisherman from earlier and considered him as his mentor for the moment. Upon hearing this, Gu Yonggui felt a surge of elation within. It seemed that this individual was not merely a friend of the Zhao family's young lady. The ability to effortlessly discern the quality of jade raw stones indicated that his master must indeed be a reclusive sage. Contemplating this, Gu Yonggui promptly stood and said, "Mr. Yang, I sincerely apologize for today's events. I propose this. There are some stones in the hall outside. Although they are not particularly valuable, they are a token of my goodwill, and I hope you will accept my apology. You may choose 2 stones. If you unveil high-quality ones, I will handle the buyback." Gu Yonggui made his proposition resolutely. Yang Feng, narrowing his eyes, replied, "Even those stones, I presume, would not come cheap if sold as gambling stones." Chapter 6. Having earned 400,000, it was merely a trifling sum, insufficient to convey my profound sense of guilt towards Mr. Yang. At this moment, Gu Yonggui had become significantly more humble. Yang Feng, who was troubled by the lack of capital, feigned a contemplative nod upon hearing Gu Yonggui's words and remarked, "In that case, I shall select 2, although I will provide you with the funds for the stone." "Oh, Mr. Yang, you are being overly formal." Thus, the arrangement was settled. Yang Feng spoke lightly as he rose and made his way towards the hall outside. Inside the hall, a number of individuals were present. In truth, those who frequented this place were of no ordinary status. However, upon witnessing Gu Yonggui personally accompany Yang Feng in selecting stones, they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This fellow certainly held an extraordinary status. Unbeknownst to Yang Feng, he had inexplicably become a remarkable figure within this circle. At that moment, he merely selected 2 stones weighing over 10 kilograms each, subsequently requesting the proprietor to assist in cutting them open. Gu Yonggui, not one to dawdle, promptly arranged for the stones to be taken for cutting. Several individuals proceeded to the first-floor hall, where the crowd had gradually increased. Everyone was engaged in selecting their own stones, while only Gu Yonggui remained beside Yang Feng, sipping tea and recounting the tales of his entrepreneurial journey. At that instant, an employee involved in cutting the stones suddenly erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "It has yielded a jelly variety?" This proclamation drew the attention of many present. The jelly variety is considered second only to the glass and high ice types in quality. The crowd turned their gazes towards the commotion, with even Gu Yonggui rising to see for himself. This is not merely a piece of jadeite with exceptional quality, but its color is also remarkably superior. Coupled with its exquisite shape, Mr. Yang has indeed demonstrated extraordinary discernment, leaving me thoroughly impressed. Gu Yonggui erupted into laughter, as he had come to recognize that Yang Feng's insight was truly exceptional. Another stone, when cut open, revealed itself to be a commendable icy variety as well. To acquire merely 2 stones, both of such fine quality, is nothing short of miraculous for those who gamble on stones. However, upon witnessing Yang Feng's earlier evaluation of subpar goods, Gu Yonggui was not so much astonished as he was eager to declare, "Mr. Yang, these 2 jade stones are of remarkable quality. I am willing to pay a premium for them." "No, the market price will suffice," Yang Feng replied with a smile. "Very well, how does 500,000 sound?" Gu Yonggui inquired. Yang Feng pondered for a moment and replied, "Let's settle on 400,000, as I believe the value of those 2 jade roughs should be around 100,000. Haha, Mr. Yang is indeed meticulous about this matter," Gu Yonggui remarked. "Business." After all, Yang Feng smiled in return. Gu Yonggui, unreservedly, responded, "It is truly a delight to know Mr. Yang. Manager Chun, please go to finance immediately and instruct them to prepare 400,000 for Mr. Yang." "Understood," Manager Chen promptly complied. Yang Feng stretched lazily and turned to the bewildered Gao Ronghai, saying, "Weren't you looking to make a purchase? Would you like to buy something here?" Perhaps I should wait for another time?" Gao Ronghai was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the seemingly casually placed rough stones would command such exorbitant prices. He merely operates on a small scale. How could he afford such a thing? However, once Gu Yonggui recognizes a friend, he is exceedingly loyal. Knowing that Gao Ronghai was acquainted with Yang Feng, he immediately suggested, "How about this? I actually have a batch of relatively inexpensive materials here. Old Gao, feel free to select and take some." "Really? Of course, we've known each other for quite some time," Gu Yonggui replied with a smile. Yet, Gao Ronghai was fully aware that no matter how long he had known Gu Yonggui, it could not compare to the influence of Yang Feng's words. After Gao Ronghai selected some stones, Yang Feng received a transfer of 400,000 and proceeded to leave. Gu Yonggui personally escorted Yang Feng to the door and handed him a red invitation card. The card bore several gilded characters, "Gathering of Heroes in Jiangqing." This was an auction for networking within a certain circle. If Mr. Yang truly intended to enter the jade industry, he could attend the auction. Gu Yonggui wore a smile, but Gao Ronghai became somewhat agitated upon seeing it. This was one of the most prestigious auctions in Jiangqing, frequented only by the affluent and the elite. Those possessing an invitation were certainly not ordinary. Yang Feng was unaware of this significance. After bidding farewell to Gu Yonggui, he left with Gao Ronghai. However, after walking only a few steps, Gao Ronghai eagerly exclaimed, "Yang Feng, let me see that invitation." His excitement left Yang Feng somewhat exasperated, prompting him to jest. "If I didn't know any better, I'd think you spotted a stunning beauty. Is it really just an invitation that has you so worked up? What do you know? This invitation is anything but ordinary. The auction will feature only the finest jadeite and antiques, all of considerable value. You are indeed fortunate, my friend, Gao Ronghai remarked, and then realized, by the way, why have I never heard of your master? Well, matters like these are somewhat related to gambling, so I never mentioned it. Just like you didn't tell me about your previous film sales. Huh? Can my film sales possibly be compared to gambling? Yang Feng teased. When Gao Ronghai brought up the noble profession of film sales, his expression turned serious. Raising his voice, he declared, "Let me tell you, although I used to sell films, all the adult films I sold were domestically produced. Is there a distinction? I sell domestic films to promote our culture, to enhance national pride and confidence, and to shield ourselves from the brainwashing of foreign filth. Can I be compared to other film sellers?" Gao Ronghai's gaze was resolute, as if he had convinced himself. Listening to Gao Ronghai's righteous words, Yang Feng fell silent. He realized he had been too conservative. In terms of shamelessness, he felt a significant gap between himself and Gao Ronghai. Just as he was about to express his disdain for this fellow, Gao Ronghai glanced at the time and hurriedly said, "Oh no, it's past 8. I need to return to my shop. With all these good items today, business is bound to be excellent. Once I get home, I'll treat you to a drink." With that, Gao Ronghai dashed towards the exit, his excitement palpable, leaving Yang Feng feeling somewhat resigned. However, at this moment, he was engulfed by a wave of drowsiness. He had slept until past 11 in the morning, and now, despite it only being 8 in the evening, an unprecedented fatigue washed over him. Yang Feng decided to return home for a brief respite, but just then, a woman's piercing scream echoed from a distance. "What do you intend to do?" Her voice was sharp, yet laced with a chill. Chapter 7. Rescuing Lin Shui. Yang Feng felt a sense of intrigue and moved toward the source of the commotion. The area was dimly lit, and few people traversed the path. At the entrance of an alley, 3 burly men obstructed a woman attempting to pass. She was adorned in a flowing white gown, appearing extraordinarily beautiful beneath the streetlight. Yet, her expression bore a hint of frost, her gaze warily fixed on the leader, a man with a scarred face. "What? Did you offend our brother Li earlier, and now plan to walk away unscathed?" The scar-faced man's eyes glinted with a lewdness, his gaze unabashedly roaming over Lin Shui's graceful figure. With the 3 men blocking her path, Lin Shui's expression hardened further as she retorted, "He was the one who sold me fake jade first. And what of it?" The scar-faced man dismissed her words with a sneer. "You should have inquired about Brother Li's identity before allowing him to lose face in front of so many guests. I will call the police." Lin Shui, filled with anger, retrieved her phone, ready to report the incident. But at that moment, one of the henchmen swatted her phone from her hand. With a resounding crash, it fell heavily to the ground. At this juncture, Lin Shui felt a twinge of panic. As the CEO of her company, she was not accustomed to such predicaments. She merely intended to survey the nearby market, but she never anticipated encountering this group of individuals. At that moment, Lin Shui felt a pang of regret. Had she known, she would have brought someone along. "However, you are indeed strikingly beautiful. Perhaps our brother Dao would be lenient with you, as long as you keep him company tonight to help ease his temper." The scar-faced man spoke in a lewd tone. Lin Shui's heart raced with anxiety, and as she attempted to flee, she discovered that her path was already blocked from behind. Just as panic consumed her, a voice suddenly rang out from a distance. "Hey, darling, why are you here all alone?" Yang Feng's voice startled the 3 men, causing them to turn in unison. Even Lin Shui turned her gaze towards Yang Feng. At that moment, Yang Feng brushed past the scar-faced man and stood before Lin Shui, casually saying, "Didn't you say you were just going to take a look and leave? It's time for us to head home." As he spoke, Yang Feng gently took her delicate hand. Lin Shui instinctively wanted to resist, but upon seeing the fierce demeanor of the scar-faced man beside her, she stiffly grasped Yang Feng's hand, preparing to leave with him. Just then, the scar-faced man abruptly pulled out a knife from his pocket, brandishing it in front of Yang Feng, and scowled. "Hey, who do you think you are to just take her away?" He then inquired, "Are these people your friends?" Yang Feng feigned ignorance to their earlier conversation. Lin Shui pressed close to Yang Feng and replied, "I don't know them." "Did you hear that? My wife claims she doesn't know you. If you gentlemen have any matters to discuss, let us address them later," Yang Feng stated as he attempted to leave. However, the scar-faced man shoved him, causing Yang Feng to stumble back a step. Displeased, he remarked, "Kid, I don't care if you're her husband. My job today is to take her back, so don't push your luck." What is the matter? Do you owe them money? Yang Feng inquired, looking at Lin Shui with curiosity. Lin Shui, recalling the incident, replied with a hint of coldness, I went and purchased jade, but they sold me counterfeit goods. When I sought a refund, they were unwilling and cornered me here. Now I understand. So, my friend, the fault lies with you for selling fake merchandise. You enough with the nonsense. You should know where you are. I don't care what I sold you. You must obediently pay up and leave. The scar-faced man, growing impatient, ordered, Stone, show him what he's in for. This kid seems a bit too audacious. Understood. One of the lackeys cracked his neck, his eyes gleaming with malice, indicating his experience in brawls. Yang Feng had already called the police, yet he did not anticipate that this group would resort to violence so swiftly. Anxiety surged within him. Having rarely exercised, he knew he could not contend with these thugs. Offending Scar Brother would surely bring him severe consequences. The lackey's eyes glinted with excitement as he swung his fist toward Yang Feng's head. In that moment, Yang Feng sensed the imminent impact and instinctively braced himself for the blow. At that moment, he suddenly realized that in this critical situation, his perception of the younger man's movements had become extraordinarily slow, akin to watching a film at 1/10 its normal speed. The young man's fist descended toward him in a gradual manner. Yang Feng was oblivious to the reason behind this phenomenon, yet his body instinctively sidestepped. With a resounding whoosh, the punch struck nothing but air. Upon glancing back at the young man, Yang Feng noted his unstable center of gravity, immediately followed by a swift kick to his abdomen. The young man gasped, spewing froth from his mouth, before crumpling heavily to the ground, unconscious. This spectacle left the onlookers in stunned silence, including Lin Shui, who was equally bewildered. Is this guy really that formidable? After a brief pause, the scarred-faced man finally erupted in fury, exclaiming, Damn it, you're seeking death. With that, he and the remaining henchmen closed in on Yang Feng, brandishing daggers aimed at his arms. A terrifying scene unfolded, the danger escalating to its zenith. Yet, Yang Feng discovered that his eyes instinctively sensed the impending peril as the movements of the scarred man began to unfold in slow motion once more. Moreover, Yang Feng felt an unusual surge of strength coursing through him. As he deftly evaded, he seized the scarred man's arm, driving the dagger straight into the young man's own limb. Without hesitation, Yang Feng delivered a powerful punch to the scarred man's face. Lacking finesse, it was pure brute force. The scarred man felt the impact tear through his flesh, reopening his scar. Yang Feng's strength was overwhelming, distorting the man's perception of pain until he was engulfed in darkness. As if the world around him had been abruptly shut off, the two individuals collapsed one after the other, lying motionless on the ground. Lin Shui stood nearby, utterly astonished. She had never anticipated that Yang Feng possessed such remarkable strength. Throughout the entire ordeal, the trio had not even managed to lay a finger on him before being knocked down. As the danger subsided, Yang Feng finally regained his composure, gasping for breath. His complexion slightly pale. Observing his condition, Lin Shui inquired with concern, Are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit fatigued, Yang Feng replied, shaking his head. Yet Lin Shui could clearly see the beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Unbeknownst to Yang Feng, he had already exerted himself more than usual with his eyes today, and the recent danger had inadvertently triggered their use. At that moment, he was struggling to maintain his balance. Noticing his evident exhaustion, Lin Shui worriedly suggested, My home is nearby. Perhaps you could rest there for a while? Chapter 8. A refusal of 1 million. Yang Feng wished to decline. But this fatigue was unlike anything he had previously encountered. It felt akin to having gone 3 days and nights without sleep and then laboring on a construction site with a heavy hammer. Ultimately, he acquiesced, realizing that his own well-being was of paramount importance. Lin Shui drove him to a nearby villa, and at this point, Yang Feng lacked the energy to appreciate its opulence. Inside the villa, Lin Shui found a room for him. Once he entered, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Watching Yang Feng lie down, Lin Shui noticed that his complexion had indeed improved somewhat, which eased her worries considerably. She had not anticipated how this fellow could exhaust himself so thoroughly. Could it be that he had not rested for several days? Lin Shui hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to call a physician for a thorough examination. Yang Feng remained oblivious to all of this. He lay in bed, feeling as though he had plunged into an extraordinary abyss of darkness. There was no light to be found, and he floated aimlessly within this void. It seemed as though an invisible current was persistently propelling him forward. Yang Feng had never experienced such a vivid and terrifying dream. Time seemed to lose all meaning. When he finally reopened his eyes, it was already the afternoon of the following day. He sat up in bed, his expression somewhat dazed. Was it truly just a dream? Yang Feng murmured to himself. Ever since encountering that elderly man, it felt as though destiny had reached a crossroads. Creak. At that moment, the door swung open, and Lin Shui stepped inside. Upon seeing that Yang Feng had awakened, she let out a sigh of relief and said, "You are awake." "Yes, where's this place?" Yang Feng scanned his surroundings, his mind racing with fragmented memories. It was then that he recalled the events of the previous day. "It seems you are regaining your memory. Perhaps you should wash your face and have a meal," Lin Shui suggested before stepping back out. As Yang Feng exited the room, he was greeted by a lavish spread of culinary delights laid out on a table in the grand hall. This was a magnificent villa, surrounded by an expansive lawn, and within it was a housekeeper in her 30s responsible for cooking and maintaining cleanliness. Observing Lin Shui's attire further illuminated to Yang Feng that she was undoubtedly no ordinary person. After sleeping for over 10 hours, Yang Feng indeed felt a pang of hunger. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, dusk began to settle in. Lin Shui possessed a rather aloof disposition. However, in light of Yang Feng's act of saving her, she exhibited a commendable politeness. The two of them took a seat beside the tea table. After offering him a cup of tea, Lin Shui expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for yesterday." "Not at all. I merely happened to pass by," Yang Feng replied nonchalantly, taking a sip of tea. Lin Shui scrutinized him, recalling the events of the previous day, and noted that he seemed exceptionally formidable. "I had the doctor examine you a bit. Your health appears to be fine. But why did you seem so exhausted yesterday?" Lin Shui inquired, her curiosity piqued. Yang Feng, upon being asked, sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "Perhaps it's because I haven't rested in a while. I've been rather busy these past 2 days." In truth, he had a suspicion that it was due to the strain on his eyes. It seemed this gift of sight was not without its limitations, requiring careful utilization. Even at that moment, he still felt a hint of fatigue. Lin Shui was, of course, unaware of his internal struggles. Her beautiful yet distant cheeks revealed a sense of intrigue towards Yang Feng, who she found rather peculiar. "By the way, thank you for allowing me to rest here. I must return home now," Yang Feng mused, considering his need to devise a way to earn money. After all, he still needed to recover the funds from the jade he had sold. When Lu Qinglan came looking for him, he wanted to at least be able to repay her. Noticing him rise, Lin Shui called out, "Wait a moment. Is there something else?" Yang Feng asked, puzzled. Lin Shui retrieved a bank card from her bag and handed it to him, saying, "There is 1 million yuan in here. Thank you for saving me yesterday." "Dollar or pound?" "Renminbi," Lin Shui replied curtly. Yang Feng glanced at her and shook his head, saying, "Forget it. Helping you is instinctive, especially since you graciously offered me shelter for a night. Consider it even. Is it insufficient? I have an affinity for money, yet I am disinterested in this." With that, Yang Feng waved his hand and departed. He truly could not accept this money. For him, it was essential to uphold a sense of justice, even if many regarded this notion as somewhat foolish. Lin Shui observed Yang Feng's decisive exit, unable to even bid him farewell. This guy. She stared blankly at the bank card lying on the table. He certainly did not appear to be wealthy, yet he remained unmoved by such a substantial sum. A hint of curiosity and intrigue flickered in Lin Shui's beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, Yang Feng was entirely oblivious. Upon stepping through the villa's gate, he was about to hail a cab when his phone rang. It was Gao Ronghai. Yang Feng answered the call, slightly puzzled. "What's up?" "Hey, Yang Feng, where have you been today? You didn't come home, and I couldn't reach you earlier," Gao Ronghai inquired with evident concern. Yang Feng rolled his eyes and replied, "Just get to the point, skip the pleasantries. Well, there's the auction in Jiangxing tonight." Gao Ronghai's tone was somewhat awkward. It seemed that at that moment, Yang Feng finally grasped the situation, asking, "You want to go too? You always require a companion, do you not?" "I have inquired and discovered that guests are permitted within." Gao Ronghai is exceedingly intrigued by this auction. Yang Feng is also aware of what this fellow is contemplating. Nevertheless, he genuinely intends to attend the auction, as there may be an opportunity to acquire some exquisite treasures. With this thought in mind, Yang Feng conveyed his address to Gao Ronghai over the phone, requesting him to drive over and pick him up. During this time, Yang Feng also transferred several thousand yuan to his sister for her living expenses. As the vehicle came to a halt at his doorstep, Yang Feng entered, and the car proceeded towards his residence. The vehicle navigated through the streets as Gao Ronghai, Filled with excitement, exclaimed Yang Feng. How did you emerge from that place? Is your friend there? No. I saved someone yesterday and just went to her home to rest for a while. Are you trying to fool a child? If you are truly low-key, why have you never mentioned your acquaintance with the young lady of the Zhao family? Today, you actually emerged from the most upscale villa district in Jiangxing. Gao Ronghai's face was alight with enthusiasm as he continued. You usually keep things to yourself. Had I not stumbled upon this yesterday, how long did you plan to keep it from me? I have already told you. Never mind, just enlighten me about this Zhao family. Yang Feng, somewhat exasperated, decided to forego the explanation. Chapter 9. Encountering Zhao Zhuwei again. Upon hearing this, Gao Ronghai immediately reduced the speed of the vehicle, exclaiming with excitement. You don't even know about that? The Zhao family is a prominent conglomerate that originated in Jiangxing, primarily engaged in the jade business, and has since expanded into gold, silver, and jewelry, establishing itself as a titan in the industry. Such remarkable prowess. One might even encounter members of the Zhao family at the upcoming auction. Perhaps you could introduce me to them? Gao Ronghai expressed keen interest in this prospect. However, Yang Feng did not acquiesce to his request. Upon returning home, Yang Feng took a refreshing shower and donned a clean outfit before heading to the hotel with the invitation in hand. The Jiangxing Grand Hotel stands as the most opulent five-star establishment in the entire city. As night descended, the venue began to buzz with excitement around 6 o'clock. Yang Feng and Gao Ronghai arrived at the entrance, where specialized security personnel were stationed. Presenting their invitation, they were guided to the grand hall on the 3rd floor. The hall was exquisitely adorned, transformed into an auction venue. At the front stood an auction platform draped with a red carpet, upon which rested a table. Rows of long tables and chairs were arranged beneath it. This marked Yang Feng's inaugural visit to such an event, where the air was thick with conversations about substantial business dealings. Some faces were even familiar to him from local news broadcasts. The presence of these individuals underscored the auction's significance. Regrettably, Yang Feng recognized none of them. He and Gao Ronghai settled into seats at the back, awaiting the imminent commencement of the auction. At that moment, Gao Ronghai appeared somewhat anxious, as it was indeed his first experience in such a setting. Yet, Yang Feng appeared far more at ease. He had initially come merely to see if he could seize an opportunity. However, considering the caliber of this auction, with the mere 40,000 yuan he had earned yesterday, it was unlikely that he could afford anything. Moreover, Yang Feng sensed a lingering fatigue within himself. It seemed that he could not overexert his eyes, lest he risk succumbing to exhaustion. After all, having such remarkable capabilities, how could Yang Feng allow himself to falter before truly embarking on his entrepreneurial journey? As Yang Feng pondered, Gao Ronghai suddenly grasped his arm, exclaiming, Yang Feng, look over there. Miss Zhao has arrived in person. His voice disrupted Yang Feng's contemplation. Glancing in that direction, it was indeed Zhao Zhuwei from yesterday, accompanied once more by Chen Jiyue. It appeared that these two were merely here for the spectacle. They likely had their own matters to attend to. It would be prudent not to intrude. As they conversed, Zhao Zhuwei and Chen Jiyue had already taken seats directly in front of them. Coincidentally, due to Yang Feng deliberately keeping his head lowered, Zhao Zhuwei remained oblivious to his presence. Their conversation, however, was perfectly audible. Sister Wei. This time Zhao Bo said that if you buy some antiques, they are meant as gifts for someone. Chen Jiyue remarked, whispering. Who do you think he intends to gift them to? It seems quite significant. I don't know. Regardless, if the price is right, we shall bid for it. Zhao Zhuwei replied, seemingly indifferent to the matter at hand. She was simply interested in joining the lively atmosphere. Observing the lively glow of joy on her cheeks as she gazed around, the attendees of the auction gradually began to arrive. The lights in the hall dimmed slightly, while a spotlight illuminated the auctioneer's podium. The auctioneer, a young man, approached the stage with a measured stride, accompanied by a sizable projector. Each person present received a catalog from the attendants, detailing the items that would soon be auctioned. This catalog meticulously outlined every facet of the products, ensuring that everyone could fully appreciate the true nature of the auction pieces. Such a professionally conducted auction hinted at the exceptional quality of the items to be presented. However, when the first item was unveiled, Yang Feng's expression shifted dramatically. The inaugural auction piece was a glass-like bracelet, remarkable in quality and craftsmanship, a truly exquisite ornament. As the auctioneer began to extol the virtues of this jade bracelet, Yang Feng's countenance darkened further. This was, in fact, the very jade bracelet he had previously been deceived into selling. He could scarcely believe that the first item up for bid was this one. That scoundrel had the audacity to bring it here for sale. Yang Feng gritted his teeth in anger, shocked by how swiftly the stolen goods had resurfaced. Yet, he soon found some solace. The mere sight of this item indicated that he could potentially track down the swindler who had tricked him. After the auctioneer introduced the jade bracelet, he declared, "The starting bid for this jade bracelet is 500,000, with increments of no less than 10,000. As soon as the auctioneer completed his statement, several bidders eagerly raised their paddles to place their bids. However, as the value of the jade piece soared above 1 million, the number of bidders began to dwindle significantly. At that moment, Zhao Zhuwei unexpectedly spoke up, announcing, "I bid 1.2 million. Her bid took Yang Feng by surprise. Chen Jiyue, standing beside her, looked at her in astonishment and asked, "Sister Wei, why are you buying this bracelet? We already have plenty." "Oh, it's fine. It's good to buy it. And take a look," Zhao Zhuwei replied with a carefree smile. She then turned to look at Yang Feng. Caught off guard by her sudden recognition, Yang Feng felt a bit awkward, scratching his head and saying, "What a coincidence." "Indeed. Though I didn't expect to see you here," Zhao Zhuwei smiled in response. Having overheard Yang Feng's earlier exclamations, she had deduced that he must have been interested in bidding for the item. Upon realizing that the two were acquainted, Gao Ronghai quickly interjected, "Hello. I'm a friend of Yang Feng." He attempted to establish rapport with Zhao Zhuwei. However, Zhao Zhuwei seemed indifferent to him, leaving Gao Ronghai feeling rather embarrassed as he glanced awkwardly at Yang Feng. Yang Feng, equally helpless, remarked, "Just keep watching. There will be even more exciting items coming up." "You really are quite the enigma," Gao Ronghai mused, his face filled with wonder. Meanwhile, the auctioneer continued to present new items. At last, the appearance of a blue and white porcelain piece invigorated those present, marking a significant moment. Even Zhao Zhuwei, who had previously appeared indifferent, became notably attentive. For her intention in attending this event was to acquire valuable antiques. Chapter 10. The turmoil of the auction. This piece originated from a government kiln of the Yuan dynasty, brought back by a foreign seller. Its glaze exhibited a brilliant white tinged with hints of green, showcasing exceptional quality and integrity. Experts had determined its creation to be during the Yuanjin period. Once the auctioneer completed the introduction, a starting bid was announced, 5 million. For the average individual, such a sum would be unattainable in a lifetime. Yet, for those gathered, it seemed almost laughably low, and the bidding quickly escalated to over 10 million. Even Zhao Zhuwei joined in the bidding at this point. Yang Feng, having never encountered such costly artifacts, resolved to observe closely what made this blue and white porcelain so extraordinary. He concentrated, channeling his energy to his eyes, and slowly penetrated the surface of the porcelain. Typically, items of such high value would emit a brilliant glow. Yang Feng had steeled himself against the possibility of being dazzled. To his astonishment, however, upon scrutinizing the piece, he discerned no luminous quality at all. What could be the reason for this? Feeling puzzled, Yang Feng shifted his focus to the base of the porcelain. It was then that he suddenly noticed faint traces of a seam at the bottle's bottom and edges. Even though the mark was exceedingly subtle, how could it possibly escape Yang Feng's keen eye? Perhaps not even the attendees had anticipated that such an auction would feature counterfeit goods. As Yang Feng marveled at the unfolding events, Zhao Zhuwei began to bid 15 million, casting a pall over the atmosphere. After a brief pause, another wealthy individual raised the bid to 16 million. Enraged, Zhao Zhuwei was about to increase her offer when Yang Feng hastily grabbed her arm and whispered, "Do not bid on this." "Huh?" Zhao Zhuwei turned back, puzzled as to why Yang Feng had suddenly cautioned her. However, while she hesitated, the auctioneer had already brought down the gavel. Chen Jiyue, visibly annoyed, shot a reproachful glance at Yang Feng and exclaimed, "Hey, what do you mean by that? Why are you disrupting our auction?" Xiaoye refrained from speaking out of turn. Zhao Zhuwei admonished the girl beside her, yet she remained perplexed. "Is there something wrong with the blue and white porcelain I intended to purchase?" "This item is a counterfeit," Yang Feng replied, trying to keep his voice as low as possible. Yet, Zhao Zhuwei had already attracted the attention of those around them. Despite the softness of his tone, his words reached the ears of one or two individuals. "It's fake." The astonished gasps reverberated through the auction hall, momentarily halting the auctioneer's cadence. Yang Feng was taken aback that his quiet remark had stirred so many. At that moment, an elderly gentleman rose, his expression displeased, and admonished, "Young man, one should not speak so recklessly in such a setting." The elder's action drew the gaze of all present toward him. In Jiacheng, There exists a highly esteemed appraiser named Han Yunfu, who previously participated in the appraisal of items at this auction. It is only natural that he would exhibit such indignation upon facing skepticism. Observing the considerable crowd, Yang Feng recognized the importance of maintaining decorum and thus feigned ignorance. Scratching his head and saying, "Well, I was just talking nonsense earlier, my apologies." "Humph, if you dare to speak, you ought to have the courage to admit it." Han Yunfu retorted with a cold snort. "Let it be known that I personally authenticated this piece of blue and white porcelain. Do you mean to suggest that my judgment is flawed?" "Not at all. You are undoubtedly correct." "I must admit, I was momentarily confused," Yang Feng replied. "Enough. Are you attempting to feign foolishness to evade responsibility? Today, you must provide a reasonable explanation, or else do not blame me for being unkind." Han Yunfu had no intention of letting Yang Feng off easily. At that moment, Yang Feng's expression conveyed utter helplessness. He scanned the crowd and noticed Gu Yonggue, whom he had encountered previously. Seeing Yang Feng's silence, Han Yunfu seized the opportunity to mock him further. "What is the matter? You were bold enough to speak earlier, but now you choose to play deaf and mute?" With a resigned sigh, Yang Feng slowly approached the auction platform, where the spotlight now illuminated both him and the exquisite blue and white porcelain. He began to speak. "This piece of blue and white porcelain indeed appears flawless in craftsmanship. If we are to discuss the quality of the assembly, it is undoubtedly of the highest caliber." "Assembly quality? What do you mean by that?" Han Yunfu immediately realized something. This is a remarkably unique case of an old vessel in a new guise, distinguished by the fact that it is not assembled from the bottom, but rather from 2/3 of the body. Yang Feng pointed to a specific area and remarked, "The precise point of assembly is right here. Perhaps due to the material and the passage of time, this junction has developed exceedingly subtle traces." As he spoke, Han Yunfu promptly moved to his side, meticulously scrutinizing the exquisite blue and white porcelain before him. After a thorough examination, he coldly inquired, "How do you know it is here?" "Clearly, there are no visible marks." "This is not difficult," Yang Feng replied. "Simply turn off the lights and shine a powerful flashlight on that area with your discerning eye. You should be able to discern the clues." Without a moment's hesitation, Han Yunfu commanded, "Turn off the lights immediately." As soon as his words fell, the lights in the room extinguished. A bystander handed over a flashlight, and at that moment, Han Yunfu began to illuminate the blue and white porcelain as Yang Feng had instructed. As time passed, his expression grew increasingly somber. "Turn the lights back on." Han Yunfu's voice resonated once more. Everyone present turned to look at him, only to discover that his countenance had darkened to an almost palpable extent. Old Han looks quite displeased. Could it be that he feels he has been deceived by this young man? This was the first time many had witnessed him in such a state. Those familiar with Han Yunfu exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting their concern. After a brief interlude of silence, Han Yunfu finally lifted his gaze to meet Yang Feng's. He was ruined, having offended someone of considerable influence, as Chun Jiwa whispered apprehensively. Yet, in an instant, Han Yunfu inhaled deeply and offered a sincere, "Young friend, I am grateful to you." This pronouncement elicited a wave of astonishment among those present, who exchanged bewildered glances. Only Zhao Zhuwei wore a playful smile, suggesting that the young man had, in fact, been genuine. Compared to Zhao Zhuwei's composure, the onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. What was transpiring? Master Han was apologizing to this fellow? Could it be that the young man's words were not mere fabrications? It seemed this individual possessed an extraordinary background. A sense of incredulity washed over the crowd, particularly, who secretly rejoiced at having established a connection with Yang Feng early on. It now appeared he had identified a promising prospect. Having come to terms with the reality of the situation, Han Yunfu inhaled deeply and said, "I must apologize, everyone. The material employed by the unscrupulous merchant appears to be a novel substance of exceptional properties, which eluded my detection." No. It was because someone had timed the initial assessment precisely. Yang Feng interjected, adding, "This material retains its properties for only a fleeting duration before oxidizing. Had Master Han and I examined it concurrently, we would undoubtedly have discerned its true nature." His words brought a sudden realization to the assembly. No wonder Han Yunfu was able to discern the flaws earlier. At this moment, Han Yunfu felt a profound admiration for Yang Feng. This young man, appearing to be in his 20s, exhibited an extraordinary composure. Even after Han Yunfu had spoken harshly to him, he still came to his defense. "Thank you. I would like to befriend you," Han Yunfu thought gratefully. He was a magnanimous person, Otherwise, he would not have publicly acknowledged his mistake. With their mutual affirmation, someone promptly reported the forgery, leading to the apprehension of the perpetrator. Consequently, Yang Feng attracted considerable attention. However, he remained unfazed, calmly awaiting the conclusion of the first round of the auction. The gathering of talents in Jiangxing was merely in its infancy, with another round of stone selection still to come. This selection involved the exhibition of exquisite jadeite raw stones, meticulously chosen by master craftsmen, displayed in the hall on the first floor. Each individual would bid on their preferred stone and purchase it. The jadeite raw stones here were all remarkable, and many attendees had come specifically for these treasures, thus feeling an exhilarating excitement. Inside the hall on the first floor, entrepreneurs were now accompanied by several connoisseurs assisting them in selecting stones. Yang Feng and Gao Ronghai were exploring the surroundings. The array of stones was dazzling, yet each was priced at a minimum of 6 figures. Even a small business owner like Gao Ronghai felt a pang of anxiety. Only Yang Feng, standing nearby, was stroking his chin, seemingly deep in thought. "Are you also planning to purchase a stone?" Zhao Zhuwei's voice once again resonated beside him. At this moment, Yang Feng regained his senses, noticing that Zhao Zhuwei was playfully waving the jade bracelet she had just purchased, a knowing smile adorning her face. Gao Ronghai, understanding that Zhao Zhuwei was ignoring him, wisely refrained from joining the fray. "I wish to tempt fate," Yang Feng replied casually. Zhao Zhuwei's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes as she mischievously remarked, "It seems you have a particular fondness for that bracelet?" Yang Feng murmured softly, confessing that he had inadvertently misjudged the piece and mistakenly believed it to be of inferior quality. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiwei beside them shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "Sister Wei, I told you he must be a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, unable to distinguish the quality of jade." "Do not speak nonsense," Zhao Zhuwei gently interjected, stroking her chin in contemplation before suggesting, "How about this? Let us partner up once more today?" Her intention was clear, similar to their previous encounter. She would finance their venture while allowing Yang Feng to select the stones. Observing her renewed enthusiasm, Yang Feng scratched his head in resignation, saying, "That day was merely a stroke of luck. I do not possess such fortune today, and the stones here are quite expensive. Please do not incur losses." "Not to worry. We still have a little money left from our antique purchase," Zhao Zhuwei chuckled. The little she referred to amounted to over 1 million. Yang Feng hesitated slightly. But at that moment, Gao Ronghai stepped forward with a grin, saying, "Miss Zhao, I am a friend of Yang Feng and the owner of a jade shop. I have been in this business for 10 years. Shall I help you select a few? Do you understand?" Zhao Zhuwei looked at Gao Ronghai with a puzzled expression. The latter, upon hearing her, immediately patted his chest and proclaimed, "Naturally, I can discern the quality of raw stones through their surface and openings. I consider myself quite knowledgeable." "Thank you, but I still prefer to partner with Yang Feng." Zhao Zhuwei politely declined Gao Ronghai's offer. The latter was instantly filled with frustration. Seeing her determination, Yang Feng could only respond, "All right, I plan to purchase a few stones shortly. Those over there appear to be more affordable, so let us choose from that selection." "Hee. Sounds good," Zhao Zhuwei replied with a bright smile, as she and Chen Jiwei made their way toward the right corner of the hall, where some relatively inexpensive stones were displayed. Just as Yang Feng was about to catch up with them, he was halted by Gao Ronghai, who inquired, "Yang Feng, what exactly is your relationship with Miss Zhao? Why is she so kind to you? This is the second time I've met her." "Oh, spare me the nonsense," Gao Ronghai retorted, unable to believe such claims. He continued, "Are you genuinely planning to purchase stones with her? Do you truly understand this? You weren't just lucky last time, were you?" In truth, after reflecting on their past interactions, Gao Ronghai felt something was amiss. He had known Yang Feng for over a decade since childhood, and they even resided in the same neighborhood, yet he had never heard of him learning about stone gambling. Yang Feng shook his head and replied, "That last time was specifically arranged by Boss Gu. I'll be relying on you to help me choose wisely." "What?" Gao Ronghai was taken aback. However, at that moment, Zhao Zhuwei and Chen Jiwei were already calling out to Yang Feng. Yang Feng approached the two individuals, joining a gathering of numerous onlookers in the expansive hall, which boasted dozens of attendees. Adjacent to them was a smaller chamber equipped with cutting machines, where sounds of elation and disappointment echoed as people selected stones. "Alas, my 3 million, reduced to nothing with a single cut? How unfortunate. This jade is utterly unconnected. No, I shall have another cut. I refuse to accept defeat." As the number of those cutting stones increased, so too did the chorus of complaints. Gambling on stones, indeed. If those profiting from it outnumbered the losers, how could it still be termed as gambling? The raw stones purchased at a premium over there appeared to be of rather poor quality. Sister Wei, must we truly select here? Qin Jiyue, hearing the grievances from next door, cast a furtive glance at Zhao Zhuwei. Regardless of circumstances, that sum exceeding 1 million should not be squandered so easily. At that moment, Zhao Zhuwei turned to Yang Feng and inquired, "Have you set your sights on any particular stone?" The stones here seem to commence at an average price of 4 to 500,000, weighing approximately several dozen kilograms. Yang Feng pondered thoughtfully. Hai Ronghai, standing nearby, spoke first. The stones here appear rather mediocre on the surface. At best, they might yield a standard quality of icy jade, and the internal quality is inconsistent. Only a small fraction may contain jade, while the remainder is mere waste. Comparatively, these cheaper stones indeed lack quality. Yang Feng surveyed the surroundings, theatrically shining his flashlight around, before suddenly pointing at a stone weighing over 30 kilograms. "This one shall suffice." Yang Feng spoke up, drawing the attention of those around him. After all, with Zhao Zhuwei present, she was already a focal point. At that moment, a man's voice emerged from behind, enthusiastically exclaiming, "Zhuwei, how wonderful to see you here." This unexpected voice interrupted the crowd's fascination with Zhao Zhuwei. As everyone turned to look, they immediately recognized him as Zhu Yun, the young heir of the Chongqing trading group in Jiangqing. Jiangqing is a bustling trade hub, and the standing of Chongqing trading within this city speaks volumes of its prominence. However, Zhu Yun's arrival cast a shadow over Zhao Zhuwei's lively and charming demeanor, causing her to display signs of displeasure. "Why are you following me again?" Zhao Zhuwei retorted, clearly annoyed. Zhu Yun hurried over, eager to explain, "I heard from my uncle that you might be here indulging in stone gambling. So I brought along a master craftsman who can assist you in selecting some stones. I assure you, he can help you uncover valuable gems." Beside Zhu Yun stood a man in his 50s, renowned in the stone gambling industry, known as Lu Jinbao, or Diamond Hand. His reputation stemmed from his exceptional ability to discern the quality of stones, having once unearthed a jade worth over 100 million. Lu Jinbao's presence indeed captivated many. Yet Zhao Zhuwei paid him no heed, expressing her discontent. "I have already finished selecting my stones. I do not require your assistance." "Is this the one you chose?" Zhu Yun seemed to sense the tension. Zhao Zhuwei scoffed. "What is the problem with that?" Zhao Zhuwei, although her family was not lacking in funds, found herself perplexed by the audacity of this young man, who, it seemed, had emerged from nowhere. She insisted that he speak with greater respect towards her friend. Zhu Yun promptly interrupted her. After a brief pause, he remarked, "Nevertheless, when it comes to gambling stones, one ought to consult seasoned professionals. The individual I brought along is renowned in the industry as a diamond expert. Can this young man possibly possess his discerning eye?" "Zhu Xiao," Lu Jinbao interjected at that moment, "I fear that should you purchase this stone, it is almost certain to result in a loss." His words instantly filled Zhu Yun with delight, and he swiftly turned to Zhao Zhuwei, exclaiming, "See, this lad is likely trying to deceive you. Are you implying that you need to instruct me on how to spend my money?" Zhao Zhuwei retorted, her vivacious demeanor revealing hints of a spoiled heiress. After all, she was the sole scion of the Zhao family, accustomed to a life of privilege. Zhu Yun felt a sense of frustration building within him. Just then, Lu Jinbao continued, "It appears this individual lacks understanding of gambling stones. The stone he selected is utterly dreadful." This remark brought Zhu Yun immense joy, while those nearby turned their attention to Lu Jinbao, eager to glean insights from the esteemed diamond expert. Though Zhao Zhuwei was reluctant to entertain his nonsensical claims, her curiosity was piqued. Zhu Yun, brimming with pride, urged, "Lao Lu, please elucidate the flaws of this stone, lest this young man continues his charade of deception." His smug expression cast a glance at Yang Feng, who remained unperturbed, standing calmly by. Lu Jinbao slowly approached the stone and pointed to a faint green patch on its surface, saying, "Although this stone exhibits a considerable amount of green, there is a saying among connoisseurs, better to buy a line than a patch." "What does that mean?" inquired a bystander. Lu Jinbao smiled and explained, "It means one should prefer to acquire a slender streak of green rather than a broad expanse of green hue. The green streak can penetrate the jade's interior, sinking deep within the stone, whereas a patch is often merely superficial and thin, commonly referred to as skin or blistering. It is often summarized as patch color is like paper, while line color is deep, Lu Jinbao's words illuminated the understanding of those present. He continued, "Moreover, this stone possesses another more critical flaw. Please, do elaborate," urged an intrigued listener. Lu Jinbao pointed to another side of the stone, revealing a hint of purple, which is known in the industry as chun color. Those familiar with stone gambling are aware of the phrase purple color means death. In simpler terms, purple jade and green jade rarely coexist harmoniously. Thus, combined with the extensive green on the other side, one can decisively conclude that this is a worthless piece. His final statement was akin to sentencing the stone to death. The crowd nodded in agreement, and Zhu Yun, brimming with satisfaction, turned to Yang Feng and proclaimed, "Did you hear that? This is a true master. How dare you present a worthless piece to Zhu Wei? You are utterly oblivious to the stakes." The onlookers nearby, having listened to the conversation, cast a few glances of regret towards Yang Feng. Many of them had just come from the auction and recognized the young man. Moments ago, he was making acquaintances with Han Yunfu, seemingly possessing some knowledge about antique appraisal. However, when it came to the gamble of the stone, he was evidently just putting on an act, blustering without any substance. Yang Feng sensed the disdainful gazes of those around him, as well as Zhu Yun's smug expression. Rather than feeling anger, he turned his attention to Zhao Zhuwei and her companions. At that moment, Zhao Zhuwei's demeanor was remarkably calm. She inquired, "Has your person finished speaking?" "Zhu Wei, you heard him. Even if your family is wealthy, you shouldn't be so reckless. You see, that person, come here, I will purchase this stone." Zhao Zhuwei disregarded Zhu Yun's remarks and called out to the staff nearby. This left the staff member momentarily stunned. Even Chen Jiyue and Gao Ronghai, who stood beside her, were taken aback. While others were openly declaring the stone to be worthless, Zhao Zhuwei dared to make a purchase. It was important to note that the stone was priced at 400,000. Yang Feng felt a swell of emotion within him. Only Zhu Yun, in this instance, became anxious and exclaimed, "Zhu Wei, how can you trust this kid? This piece of raw stone is utterly worthless. He is intentionally spouting nonsense." At that moment, Yang Feng interjected, "This gentleman has been pointing at me and berating me. Is that appropriate?" Zhu Yun snorted dismissively, looking down at him with an air of superiority. "You, young man, are merely deceiving people without consequence. Do you genuinely believe this stone can yield anything of value?" "I believe it can," Yang Feng replied. Yang Feng smiled. Zhu Yun had initially intended to provoke Yang Feng. However, witnessing his calm demeanor only fueled Zhu Yun's frustration. He challenged, "Are you willing to wager?" Chapter 13. A fortune lost, yet returned. Isn't this already a gamble? Yang Feng remarked with amusement, observing him closely. Zhu Yun scoffed and declared, "In our private wager, should this stone fail to yield anything of value, you shall bear the cost alone. Do not allow a woman to spend her money on you. But if it produces a treasure, I shall grant you an additional 1 million. There are numerous witnesses here." He lifted his chin, surveying the esteemed individuals surrounding them in Jiangqing. However, before he could finish, Zhao Zhuwei interjected, "Zhu Yun, my friend and I are engaged in this stone gambling for our own amusement. It has nothing to do with you. Moreover, winning in such endeavors is a matter of chance. How can you shamelessly use this as a wager?" It was clear that Zhao Zhuwei understood the odds of losing all too well. Zhu Yun rolled his eyes and retorted, "Zhuwei, this fellow is clearly trying to deceive. He's just avoiding the risk. I merely wish to help you save some money and prevent you from being swindled. Well then, if he dares not accept the wager and prefers to hide behind a woman, I shall let it go." His words dripped with sarcasm, eliciting disapproving shakes of the heads from the onlookers. Yet, at that moment, Yang Feng maintained a tranquil gaze and spoke, "I accept your wager." "What?" The crowd was taken aback. No one had anticipated that Yang Feng would genuinely agree. According to Lu Jinbao, it is nearly impossible for this stone to yield anything. Furthermore, given Yang Feng's attire, which hardly resembles that of a wealthy individual, it is truly perplexing that he would impulsively spend such a considerable sum. Zhao Zhuwei, feeling a tinge of concern, tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "You needn't pay him any mind. It's nothing serious. Think of it as a gamble." Yang Feng interrupted Zhao Zhuwei, his face adorned with a calm smile, devoid of worry or anxiety. Yet, Zhao Zhuwei sensed something amiss. At that moment, Gao Ronghai quietly suggested, "Buddy, perhaps it's wise to cut your losses? Just yesterday, you earned over 400,000. There's no need to risk it all today." Yang Feng replied serenely, "No worries. Fortunes can be regained once lost." Observing his unwavering determination, Zhao Zhuwei conceded, Very well, let's proceed with this stone. In truth, Zhao Zhuwei had already resolved that if nothing were to materialize, he would discreetly reimburse Yang Feng. However, with Zhu Yun's disruption, the entire venue became electrified with excitement. As the stone was lifted to the cutting machine in the small hall, all eyes fixated upon it, each person brimming with anticipation. Except for Gao Ronghai and a few others, whose anxiety reached its zenith. Meanwhile, Zhu Yun wore a triumphant expression, reveling in the fact that his provocation had ensnared this fool, certain that this time he would suffer a catastrophic loss. As the cutting machine whirred to life, the stone was gradually sliced open, and at that moment, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. Impossible, they gasped, having caught a glimpse of a portion of the stone's cross-section. To everyone's astonishment, the freshly cut surface revealed a mesmerizing jelly-like apple-green jadeite. Gasps filled the room as Zhu Yun and Lu Jinbao's expressions froze in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Lu Jinbao struggled to accept this reality. From his initial observation, it was evident that this should have been mere waste. How could it possibly reveal such a vibrant jelly-like green cross-section? Remarkably, based solely on this facet's quality, this stone weighing 30 to 40 kilograms could fetch over 3 million. One individual remarked in awe, realizing that a single cut had exponentially increased the stone's value nearly tenfold. Even Zhao Zhuwei, who had previously lost hope, was suddenly filled with delight. Sister Wei, We've struck gold. Xun Jiue exclaimed, her earlier silence now replaced by realization. Yang Feng's words were indeed true. This cannot be. I am a diamond hand. My judgment is infallible. Lu Jinbao interjected, insisting, this is merely a coincidence. Yes, just a coincidence. There must be a variant within. His urgency escalated, his tone tinged with desperation. Beside him, Zhu Yun, in a fit of frustration, retorted, young man. Dare you make another cut to see if there's a variant inside? His words were becoming increasingly excessive. Unable to tolerate this, another bystander interjected, young Master Zhu. The individual has already profited nearly tenfold from that cut. It would be inappropriate to demand another. Indeed, in my view, with just one more cut, it could already be sold. No. At this moment, Yang Feng abruptly interrupted him, smiling as he said, since young Master Zhu has requested another cut, let us proceed with it. This statement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Has this fellow lost his senses? To abandon such a stable fortune at the mere provocation of another? It is imperative to understand that should this next cut prove disastrous, the value of the stone would be significantly diminished. It would be wiser to seize the moment and reap the profits while they are plentiful. However, upon hearing this, Zhu Yun was filled with elation and promptly shouted to the staff, hurry and make the cut. Did you hear? He said to cut again. At that moment, Zhu Yun placed all his hopes on this impending slice. The staff member hesitated, glancing at Yang Feng. Only after receiving the latter's approval did he gradually proceed to cut from the other side. The location of this incision aligned with the area previously exhibiting the reddish hue. In most circumstances, red does not yield green. Therefore, it was expected that this cut would not reveal the abundant green of before. Yet, to everyone's disbelief, as the blade descended, the red surface gradually peeled away, revealing within, aside from a scant few traces of the reddish hue, an astonishing expanse of green jelly-like jade. This time, the crowd did not erupt in exclamations, but instead fell into a profound silence. They exchanged bewildered glances, and then all eyes turned to Yang Feng. Filled with reverence, only Zhu Yun and Lu Jinbao collapsed in despair, their bodies seeming to lose all strength in that moment. It is truly astonishing. Such a thing exists. Lu Jinbao's voice trembled. He could never have imagined that the stone he deemed worthless would reveal such exquisite craftsmanship at this moment. Merely observing the quality, the value of this stone has undoubtedly soared beyond 10 million. It is noteworthy that this stone weighs a remarkable 40 kilograms. A jade bracelet of jelly-like quality can easily fetch several 100,000. With two cuts so flawless, even if it were a variant, it would hardly diminish in value. At this moment, without further deliberation, even Zhao Zhuwei felt tempted. I shall purchase this stone, Zhao Zhuwei declared without hesitation. Her family is engaged in the jade business. How could she possibly let such a fine specimen slip through her fingers? Upon hearing Zhao Zhuwei's intent to acquire it, Yang Feng refrained from making further cuts to inflate the stone's worth, instead suggesting, let us have it appraised. As he spoke, Yang Feng glanced at the nearby, now vacant-eyed Zhu Yun. Chapter 14. a profit of over 7 million Zhu yuan. Regaining his senses, glared at Yang Feng with gritted teeth, saying, "You, 1 million. I trust that young Master Zhu would not resort to dishonesty in front of so many witnesses." Yang Feng's words held a hint of jest. Zhu Yun surveyed the surrounding elite of Jiangqing, fixating on Yang Feng, and declared, "I will remember you." With that, he gestured for someone to pay Yang Feng 1 million, then left the scene, his face flushed. The onlookers turned their attention to Yang Feng. Today's events were indeed a series of unexpected twists. No one anticipated that Yang Feng possessed such remarkable insight. Ultimately, the final appraisal of the stone was revealed. Reaching a level of 13 million, Yang Feng, however, firmly believed that this was a joint purchase with Zhao Zhuwei, insisting on only 650,000. Zhao Zhuwei found Yang Feng quite intriguing. Despite his seemingly modest wealth, he refused to take a single cent from money that did not belong to him, even if it was a substantial sum. After the stone was taken away, Yang Feng and a few others exited the hotel. At that moment, the hotel entrance was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Yang Feng scratched his head and asked, "That jade bracelet you just bought, could you sell it to me?" The jade bracelet was not purchased with money. "The owner who swindled you has already been arrested for fraud," Zhao Zhuwei responded, handing the bracelet to Yang Feng. Upon seeing the familiar jade bracelet, Yang Feng felt a surge of excitement and said, "Thank you. It's nothing. However, I will come to find you in a couple of days. I might need your assistance then, so please do not refuse," she replied, her large eyes blinking playfully. Yang Feng, feeling puzzled, inquired, "What kind of matter?" "You will know when the time comes. Goodbye for now." Zhao Zhuwei waved her hand and left with Chen Jiyue. Yang Feng scratched his head, somewhat bewildered, sensing that this young lady was rather peculiar. Just then, he suddenly noticed a peculiar gaze directed at him from the side. Turning his head, he found it was Gao Ronghai, whose eyes were filled with envy and resentment. Prioritizing romance over friendship, Gao Ronghai bit his collar, his eyes brimming with tears of envy. Yang Feng, feeling somewhat speechless, remarked, "What is wrong with you? Be quiet, you wealthy fellow." With a tearful tone, Gao Ronghai lamented, "You didn't even choose a piece of jade with me. We agreed to be poor together, yet you secretly indulged yourself." Yang Feng found himself at a loss for words. Just then, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit emerged from within. Upon noticing Yang Feng's earlier actions at the auction, he approached with a friendly demeanor, saying, "Hello, Mr. Yang. My name is Xiang Shenghui, and I hope to become friends with you." Hello," Yang Feng replied awkwardly. Xiang Shenghui seemed to perceive Yang Feng's discomfort and smiled. "Please do not misunderstand. I am not interested in gambling stones. I am, in fact, an antique collector." As he spoke, he gestured for his assistant to display the antiques he had purchased. To Yang Feng's surprise, there were indeed several items that appeared to be quite valuable. "I observed your brother earlier and noticed the flaw in that piece of blue and white porcelain. Otherwise, I would have almost bid high for it. I specifically came to express my gratitude," Xiang Shenghui said with a warm smile, exuding an amiable presence. Yang Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you. That was merely a fortunate coincidence. In reality, this auction is rather stringent, and you managed to acquire quite a few splendid items, didn't you?" "Haha. It's merely that my friends were gracious enough not to compete with me," Xiang Shenghui chuckled. Yang Feng, lacking knowledge in antiques, felt genuine curiosity upon seeing such authentic relics, and asked, "By the way, may I take a look at these items?" "Of course, your inquiry is most welcome. It would be splendid if you could help me verify their authenticity, lest I repeat the unfortunate incident with the blue and white porcelain." With a gentle smile, Xiang Shenghui observed as Yang Feng picked up a bronze cup, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to use his spiritual sight to ascertain the true value of this ancient artifact. His gaze deepened as he scrutinized the bronze vessel before him. It was at this juncture that Yang Feng suddenly perceived a peculiar, ethereal aura emanating from the cup, an essence he had never encountered before. "What on earth is this?" Yang Feng pondered inwardly, shifting his attention toward the other antiques. To his astonishment, he discovered that many of them possessed a similar enigmatic energy. At this moment, an uncanny sensation washed over him. As he fixated on one particular piece, he felt an inexplicable connection between his eyes and the swirling spiritual energy above it. Suddenly, the energy surged towards him, gradually entering his dantian. This extraordinary scene unfolded solely before Yang Feng's eyes, while those nearby assumed he was merely admiring the antiques and did not disturb him. As the energy flowed into his body, Yang Feng sensed a newfound vigor within him. The fatigue that had previously weighed upon his eyes began to dissipate. He stood momentarily stunned. What is happening? Mr. Yang, are you all right? Xiang Shenghui inquired with curiosity. Yang Feng snapped back to reality, clearing his throat before responding. Oh, it's nothing. These are indeed remarkable treasures. Mr. Xiang, you've certainly struck gold. Haha, I actually meant to say that judging by your demeanor, you must also be someone well-versed in this realm. So, should you come across any extraordinary items in the future, please do reach out to me. I would be more than willing to purchase them at a premium. After leaving his phone number with Sheng Hui, Yang Feng departed from the scene. Observing the retreating figure, he felt an inexplicable sense of curiosity. The antiques purchased by this individual exuded a peculiar aura. Could it merely be a coincidence? Doubts began to surface in his mind. However, at that moment, Gao Ronghai turned to him and inquired, Yang Feng, are you not heading home? You've made quite a fortune today. Treat me to a splendid meal. Don't be too envious. I just had a stroke of luck, but eventually, both of us will prosper. Yang Feng patted his shoulder, and the two, seizing the early hour, sought a place to indulge in skewers and drinks. Having recently absorbed the spiritual energy, Yang Feng felt invigorated, heightening his interest in the antiques imbued with such essence. Just then, his phone rang. It was Lu Qinglan calling. Having just retrieved her bracelet, Yang Feng was in high spirits and answered, Lu Qinglan, what can I do for you? Chapter 15. A professional assassin robbing a jade bracelet? Where are you? I've just made some money. Is my bracelet still with you? Lu Qinglan's usual boisterous voice came through. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng promptly revealed his location. Lu Qinglan soon arrived at the night market, inside the barbecue restaurant. Upon spotting Yang Feng and Gao Ronghai, she cheerfully exclaimed, what brings you all the way out here? Wow, a girl. Gao Ronghai, upon noticing her, was immediately captivated, his eyes gleaming with interest. However, Lu Qinglan's character has always been rather carefree. She disregarded his frivolity and instead sat down opposite Yang Feng, saying, I just transferred the borrowed money to you. My jade bracelet is still here, right? It is, Yang Feng replied, handing her the jade bracelet. Upon seeing the familiar piece, a smile finally graced Lu Qinglan's face, revealing how significant the bracelet was to her. Even during her time of financial hardship, she had never considered selling this valuable jade bracelet. Yet, neither of them noticed that, at that moment, a man in the store had begun to fixate on them. Meanwhile, Gao Yonghai expressed his astonishment. Is that jade bracelet really hers? Huh, you've shown it to someone else? Lu Qinglan raised an eyebrow in confusion. Yang Feng's face flushed with embarrassment as he shot a glare at Gao Yonghai, signaling him to refrain from speaking carelessly. After all, the bracelet had been reclaimed, and it was crucial that Lu Qinglan remained unaware of his prior deception. Fortunately, Lu Qinglan did not press further and instead inquired, by the way, what made you suddenly think of coming here? Just attending an auction, taking a casual look. Gao Yonghai could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, this kid has already earned over 7 million. You dare to claim it's just a casual look? At this revelation, Lu Qinglan nearly stumbled, almost falling off her chair. Is it really appropriate to boast like that? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yang Feng, feeling helpless, replied, actually, what he said is true. So, if you're in need of money, I can lend you some right now. Hey, you're quite the honorable one. She retorted. Lu Qinglan beamed with a smile and said, I thought you would remain ensnared in the shadow of your ex-girlfriend, but I didn't expect you to emerge so swiftly. However, you needn't worry. I have recently engaged in some business ventures and am not particularly short on funds. Business? Yang Feng replied. Indeed. That's why my phone was switched off a couple of days ago. Lu Qinglan dismissed the matter nonchalantly, adding, I'll explain it to you in detail later. There are too many people here. It was evident that Lu Qinglan was involved in something rather clandestine, and Yang Feng refrained from probing further. At that moment, Gao Ronghai, upon spotting a young lady, began to curry favor. Lu Qinglan, being straightforward, indulged heartily in her meal, unfazed by the gazes of those around her. The trio finished their meal, and it was already past 11 in the evening. After leaving the restaurant, they strolled leisurely towards home. During their walk, Gao Ronghai embellished the tale of Yang Feng's recent financial gains. Lu Qinglan listened, astonished. I didn't expect that after your dismissal, you would actually have an epiphany, she teased. Yang Feng sighed. It was merely luck. I initially thought I would gamble my last few coins, but unexpectedly, I managed to earn a bit. Oh, does wealth render people incapable of speaking sensibly? Lu Qinglan remarked with a look of disdain. Her relationship with Yang Feng was akin to that of lifelong comrades. As a child, Lu Qinglan had exhibited boyish traits, often playing with Yang Feng and his friends. They had parted ways in high school, only to reunite in a different city for work. The trio meandered through the quiet streets at night, engaging in light-hearted conversation. However, as they arrived at an abandoned street, Gao Ronghai noticed a dark figure ahead and remarked, "Hey, what is that person doing up there?" His words drew the attention of Lu Qinglan and Yang Feng. It was a masked man clad in a black bodysuit, positioned right in their path. What a strange time for cosplay, Lu Qinglan mused, sensing an underlying unease. The masked figure's eyes, however, exuded an unsettling coldness. "Hand over the jade bracelet, and you may leave," he intoned, his voice a low, sharp whisper akin to the edge of a blade. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated that the bracelet would attract attention so swiftly. "Who do you think you are? You dare to confront the three of us alone?" Gao Ronghai seethed with anger, emboldened by a few drinks. He stepped forward, intending to use his size to intimidate the masked man. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a glint of icy resolve flashed in the assailant's eyes. He retreated a step and delivered a powerful kick to Gao Ronghai's chest. A sickening crack echoed through the night. Gao Ronghai was sent flying several meters back, crashing against a wall before sliding to the ground. This sudden turn of events jolted Lu Qinglan and Yang Feng into clarity. Gao Ronghai was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, while the masked figure maintained his unwaveringly cold demeanor. "I do not wish to repeat myself," he declared, his voice now deeper and more menacing. This was no ordinary thug. He was a professional assassin. But why would such a person target them? Yang Feng felt a profound shock within his heart. At that moment, Lu Qinglan was on the brink of extreme anxiety. She had not anticipated her previous lapse in judgment. Just as she was about to concede, Yang Feng spoke first. "My friend, I have several million yuan. If you let them both go, I shall provide you with the money." Yang Feng presumed that the masked man was motivated by greed. However, the masked figure merely scoffed, declaring, "Your meager sum holds no interest for me. But enough is enough. I will count to 3. The masked man revealed a glinting dagger, its blade exuding a chilling aura of death in the darkness. Yang Feng had no desire to engage in a confrontation. Firstly, the man was a professional assassin, and secondly, he was acutely aware that overexerting his eyesight would plunge him into extreme fatigue. Yet, given the circumstances, he was left with no choice but to act. Perhaps surrendering the bracelet would ensure their safety. Lu Qinglan, unwilling to implicate her friend, shook her head. Yang Feng inquired, "This jade bracelet must hold significant value to you, correct?" Lu Qinglan bowed her head in silence. It was the sole token left to her by her deceased mother. Yang Feng understood and took a step forward, shaking his head as he said, "To be honest, I initially aimed to resolve this matter peacefully." Observing his figure, both the prostrate Gao Ronghai and Lu Qinglan regarded him with bewilderment. Was this fellow truly attempting to flaunt bravado in the presence of a killer? Chapter 16. Omens of Fortune and Danger. The masked man, too, was taken aback by Yang Feng's audacity to stand firm at such a juncture. "You, boy, posing theatrically before me, are merely courting your own demise." The masked man squinted, his eyes narrowing. Yang Feng's countenance remained serene as he stated, "If you depart now, there is still time." "Humph." Courting death, the masked assailant scoffed, the dagger in his grasp gleaming ominously, sending shivers down one's spine. Even as Lu Qinglan sought to intercede, the masked figure advanced. His velocity was such that his movements were almost imperceptible. In a trice, his blade was poised before Yang Feng. Yet, Yang Feng's gaze, fixated on the masked man's actions, seemed to freeze, as if time itself had slowed to a crawl. Swish! The dagger appeared to lunge ferociously toward Yang Feng's chest. The masked man intended to dispatch Yang Feng with a single blow, then seize Lu Qinglan's jade bracelet. However, at that precise moment, an unforeseen event transpired. As if anticipating his actions, Yang Feng adroitly sidestepped, causing the dagger to miss its mark. Yang Feng sensed that his reflexes were even more acute than before. Seizing the masked man's arm, he drove his knee into the man's abdomen. The masked man's stomach churned violently, but before he could react, Yang Feng delivered a kick to his chest. Uffed. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as the masked man was hurled back several meters. You actually possess such strength." The masked man was dumbfounded. Yang Feng narrowed his eyes and said, "I told you, you are no match for me. Just you wait." The masked man exclaimed, glancing at a nearby wall. With a leap, he grasped the top of the wall and vaulted over it, vanishing from sight. From their earlier confrontation, he realized that he was no match for Yang Feng. Yet, Yang Feng chose not to pursue him further. He lacked the stamina, and this individual appeared far from simple. It would be unwise to take the risk of chasing him. Nevertheless, he sensed that he felt somewhat stronger today than he did yesterday. Could it be attributed to the absorption of the ancient artifact as spiritual energy? Yang Feng, are you all right? Lu Qinglan's voice broke through his contemplation. Yang Feng turned, instinctively glancing at the jade bracelet in Lu Qinglan's hand. At that moment, the bracelet surprisingly emanated a similar spiritual aura as that of the ancient artifact. A realization dawned upon Yang Feng. He finally comprehended why that professional assassin would prefer the bracelet over a fortune of millions. This person was likely after this very item. But how could there be others besides himself who were aware of the existence of spiritual energy? A sense of unease settled in Yang Feng's heart. Yet, Lu Qinglan merely stared at him in astonishment. They had known each other for so long. How was she unaware of his martial prowess? Yang Feng chose not to elaborate much, offering vague reassurances before advising, "You should keep that safe. Someone might try to snatch it." Huh? Lu Qinglan looked utterly bewildered. Yang Feng could not explain further and merely offered a word of caution. Just then, a plaintive voice drifted from nearby. "Could you two not neglect the patient?" The mournful voice belonged to Gao Ronghai, who lay slumped in the corner. Having consumed a bit of alcohol earlier, he was somewhat tipsy, but now he was fully awake. Yang Feng summoned an ambulance and reported to the police that he had been robbed. By the time he completed these tasks and returned home, it was already past 1 in the morning. Exhausted, he collapsed into bed. The following day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Yang Feng casually ate something at home before turning on the television. The news featured a local company, Jiangxing Qinglin Technology Group, which had developed impressive robots. This high-tech enterprise was based in Jiangxing, and to Yang Feng's surprise, he heard the name of the company's CEO mentioned in the broadcast, Lin Shui. Was it merely a coincidence? Yang Feng found it peculiar. Nevertheless, he recalled that Lin Shui seemed to be quite affluent. Dismissing the thought, he shook his head. He needed to focus on finding ways to earn money. Even though he already possessed several million yuan, Yang Feng viewed this as just the beginning. Especially after experiencing a taste of success, he felt there was no chance of stopping now. However, if he consistently claimed that his wealth came from gambling on stones, it wouldn't be long before suspicions arose. Perhaps I should start a company? A spark of inspiration flickered in Yang Feng's mind. If he established a company, he could attribute any earnings to it, thus making it less likely for others to grow suspicious. He decided to seek out Gao Ronghai. Yang Feng was certain that consulting Gao Ronghai would be a wise choice. This fellow was decent, and having known each other for quite some time, he was trustworthy. Yang Feng realized he would not have the time to manage the company himself, and Gao Ronghai had experience in running a business. With this resolution, Yang Feng left without hesitation. As a member of a financially struggling family without a car, Yang Feng had devoted all his resources to purchasing a home. Now, when he needed to visit the hospital, he could only afford to take a taxi. He had no time to consider buying a vehicle, so he hurriedly made his way to the hospital. Just yesterday, Gao Ronghai had a confrontation with someone, and fortunately, the assailant had only managed to fracture one of his ribs. After an examination, it was determined that there were no significant issues, and with a month of rest, he would recover. However, just as Yang Feng was about to enter the inpatient department, he encountered an elderly man in his 70s who seemed to be in a hurry, resulting in a collision between them. Yang Feng felt a wave of frustration, but out of respect for the elderly, he intended to inquire if the man needed assistance. Yet, his gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of a patch of darkness on the man's forehead. "Excuse me, sir, you have some soot on your forehead," Yang Feng pointed out. The old man looked puzzled and took out his phone to inspect his forehead, only to find nothing but wrinkles. "Ah, young man, that's rather unkind of you. I bumped into you by accident. You shouldn't take pleasure in teasing an old man," the elder replied, his demeanor surprisingly amiable. Yang Feng found it odd, and upon turning back to look again, he noticed that the dark haze on the elder's forehead had vanished. What just happened? Yang Feng pondered. At that moment, the elderly man appeared to have pressing matters and hurriedly continued on his way. Suddenly, Yang Feng seemed to grasp something significant and called out to him. "Wait, do you need something, young man?" The old man asked, his expression one of curiosity. Yang Feng concentrated the energy from his dantian into his eyes and indeed discerned the dark aura lingering between the elder's brows. In ancient times, This would have been referred to as the Hall darkening. On that day, the elderly man who bestowed these eyes upon himself had once proclaimed that his gaze could discern fortune from misfortune. Could this be an omen? Chapter 17. Indeed, it has come to pass. Yang Feng observed the elderly gentleman before him, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, and finally managed to say, "Sir, do take care of your health." "Ha ha, thank you for your concern, but I assure you, I am quite well." The old man replied with a hearty laugh as he made his way outside. Witnessing the elder's robust demeanor, Yang Feng felt perhaps he had overthought the situation and proceeded to the hospital room of Gao Ronghai. Unbeknownst to Yang Feng, shortly after he entered, the elderly man outside began to exhibit signs of distress, eventually collapsing by the roadside. At that precise moment, Yang Feng had just stepped into Gao Ronghai's ward. "Hey buddy, you came to see me so soon today," Gao Ronghai exclaimed upon spotting Yang Feng, eager to greet him. Yang Feng placed the fruit aside and replied with exasperation, "You should really take it easy. The doctor has advised at least a month of rest for your recovery." "Oh dear, this wretched hospital is unbearably dull. They don't even air any exciting programs on television," Gao Ronghai lamented, his face a picture of disappointment. Being confined to a single room, he found the solitude excruciatingly tedious. Yang Feng shook his head, bemused. "Have you been reminiscing too much about your past life as a film vendor? Perhaps I could sneak in some films while the nurses are away, and you could enjoy them at your leisure?" "Just kidding. But why are you alone today? Where is that lovely lady who was with you yesterday?" Gao Ronghai inquired, glancing toward the door. Yang Feng's expression darkened as he remarked, "When did you become so incapacitated by the sight of a girl? All those years of movie watching have gone to waste. You know nothing. I sense that the girl from yesterday had a temper. Do you prefer a fierce woman or a tomboy? You haven't known her since childhood. Let me tell you, she..." Before Yang Feng could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a chill creeping up his spine. He turned around abruptly to find Lu Qinglan's murderous gaze fixed upon him. "Lu, Sister Lu, when did you arrive?" Yang Feng's tone became stiff. Lu Qinglan narrowed her eyes and said, "If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have been treated to such an enthralling performance." "Ah!" Yang Feng cried out in agony as he felt a firm grip on his arm, the searing pain eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. Even Gao Ronghai, lying in bed, felt a shiver run down his back. This sister, truly formidable. "Humph, I brought a little something to eat. Hurry and have some," Lu Qinglan said, after exacting her revenge, handing a meatball to Gao Ronghai. His eyes lit up with delight as he exclaimed, "During my illness in the hospital, this is the first time a girl has brought me food. I've wasted the past 20 years. Don't get the wrong idea. I came to see you because your injury is partly my fault," Lu Qinglan retorted with a dismissive pout. Yang Feng, feeling helpless, added, "I am not as insincere as she is. I came to discuss starting a company with you." He proceeded to share his plans of establishing a jade business with Gao Ronghai and Lu Qinglan. Finally, he turned to Lu Qinglan and inquired, "By the way, would you be interested in joining us? I have been quite occupied these past couple of days." "Ah, you mentioned yesterday that you were engaging in business with a friend. What, pray tell, are you up to?" It was at this moment that Yang Feng also recalled the conversation. Lu Qinglan, however, did not attempt to conceal anything and simply stated, "I am at the logistics center for jade with a friend. She is right here." Before Lu Qinglan could finish her sentence, an excited voice suddenly echoed from the entrance, drawing the attention of several individuals toward the door. A group of men, impeccably dressed in suits, appeared, with the foremost among them seeming to be a high-ranking official. He hurriedly approached Yang Feng and inquired, "Might you have encountered Elder Lin?" "Elder Lin?" Yang Feng replied with a puzzled expression, "I have not heard of him. The elderly gentleman you greeted at the hospital entrance earlier. Oh, I remember now. Is there something you need? Please, accompany us to the ward upstairs," the man beamed, extending an earnest invitation. Yang Feng found this individual rather peculiar, but nonetheless rose to follow him. At this moment, outside the VIP ward on the upper floor, the corridor was already filled with people. Inside the ward, however, an eerie silence prevailed. As Yang Feng entered the room, he curiously asked, "What is the purpose of my visit?" He observed that the patients within appeared to be prominent figures in society. Why would they have any grievances against him? "Mr. Lin." The old gentleman was just mentioning this individual. The man promptly reported to the woman standing beside the hospital bed. It was only then that Yang Feng discerned the patient lying in the bed, an elderly man he had briefly met earlier that afternoon. At this moment, he had completely lost the robust vitality he once possessed. Lying on the bed, his complexion was ashen, utterly devoid of consciousness. The woman seated beside the bed slowly turned her head. To her astonishment, the visitor was none other than Yang Feng. "Is it you?" she exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. This woman was Lin Shui. Yang Feng, equally surprised, did not expect to encounter her here again. "So, did you summon me for a reason?" he inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Did you meet my grandfather today?" Lin Shui asked. Yang Feng nodded and recounted his meeting with her grandfather, Lin Jinghua, during lunch. Lin Shui grasped the situation but then looked at him quizzically and asked, "Do you understand how to treat illnesses?" "Not really," he replied. "I just know a bit about observing people." He casually explained, adding, "I had a master before who knew a great deal, so I learned some from him." "I see." Lin Shui seemed to comprehend, but her gaze shifted to the ailing Lin Jinghua on the bed, her voice laced with concern. "Do you think my grandfather will pull through this time? Should I take a look?" Although Yang Feng lacked medical expertise, he could discern a person's physiological condition through observation to identify the underlying issues. Lin Shui nodded, willingly vacating her position. Meanwhile, the individuals in the hospital room were on high alert. Most of them were senior executives from the company and individuals who had benefited from the old man's assistance. Upon hearing of Lin Jinghua's illness, they had hurried to the hospital. However, upon learning from the doctor that the cause of the illness could not be identified and treatment options were uncertain, a sense of dread settled within them. Could this seemingly unremarkable individual truly uncover the cause? Yang Feng approached the bedside, his gaze fixed upon Lin Jinghua. As his eyes gradually penetrated the surface of the body, he discerned that there were no significant ailments visible. However, he noticed something dark lodged within the neck. Puzzled, he continued to advance slowly, intending to lift Lin Jinghua's neck. At that very moment, those present in the room instinctively moved to intervene. "Let him see." Lin Shui's voice halted everyone. Yet, Yang Feng's actions appeared remarkably unprofessional. A doctor present could no longer contain his concern, stating anxiously, "Mr. Lin, given your grandfather's frail condition, if you continue to handle him this way, what if?" The doctor hesitated, his words dripping with skepticism towards Yang Feng. Chapter 18. Save Lin Shui's grandfather. Lin Shui felt a profound sense of unease, particularly after hearing the doctor's remarks, which caused her to glance nervously at Yang Feng. This doctor was a top-tier physician who had rushed over from a neighboring hospital. If he could not ascertain the cause of the ailment, how could Yang Feng? "Do you truly possess the capability?" Lin Shui cast a concerned look at Yang Feng. Yang Feng gently set Lin Jinghua down and turned to inquire, "Have you detected any issues with his neck through the instruments?" "Neck?" The attendees momentarily paused, and the doctor, unable to suppress a hint of disdain, remarked, "This young man, while it is unclear why Mr. Lin mentioned you before his unconsciousness, your current assertions are utterly absurd. Is there truly a problem?" The affliction has rendered old Lin in a state of profound suffering, having lost consciousness. This ailment appears to be either a neurological disorder affecting the brain or an obstructive disease related to the liver, so how could it possibly be linked to the neck? The physician has already discerned that Yang Feng is merely speaking without thought. At this moment, Lin Shui also senses that Yang Feng's reliability is questionable. However, his expression suggests he is not jesting. Suddenly, a tense voice emerges from the crowd, exclaiming, "Look, it seems old Lin is beginning again." Upon hearing this, everyone turns their gaze towards Lin Jinghua, who lies in bed, his visage contorted in agony, his pallor increasingly pronounced, and beads of sweat trickling from his forehead and palms. Witnessing such a harrowing scene, the doctor commands, "Everyone, please exit. Medical personnel, come in." The physician is prepared to administer aid, should the rescue fail this time. Lin Jinghua may truly not endure. Yet, the doctor himself harbors little confidence, as the previous examinations yielded no clear understanding of the underlying cause of Lin Jinghua's current condition. Just then, Yang Feng unexpectedly speaks up, "Could you prepare a needle for me? I wish to try something." His gaze is fixed upon Lin Jinghua's neck, where a dark energy swirls ominously. The others present are incensed, pointing angrily at Yang Feng and rebuking him. "What nonsense is this? Even at such a critical juncture. You wish to squander time? If anything were to happen to old Lin, you, doctor, how confident are you in saving my grandfather?" Lin Shui interjects, prompting an immediate silence from the physician. Lin Shui suddenly understood and said, "Go find him a needle and give him 2 more minutes." "What?" The crowd looked at Lin Shui in disbelief. At this moment, although Yang Feng had no knowledge of medicine, he had already deduced the method of treatment. As a needle was gently inserted into Lin Jinghua's neck, Yang Feng began to channel his inner energy through the silver needle into the afflicted area. The dark aura within the neck gradually flowed out along the needle. Those present could only witness Lin Jinghua's increasing agony. The doctor, unable to contain his anger, exclaimed, "Stop. You are merely tormenting the patient. What a scoundrel, to come here and deceive. Mr. Lin, you must make him stop. This lad is nothing but a charlatan. He clearly intends to harm Mr. Lin." Even several board members shouted in protest. They wished to intervene, but Yang Feng paid them no heed. All that could be heard were their furious accusations, alongside Lin Shui's sharp admonitions to restrain them. As seconds ticked by, beads of sweat began to form on Yang Feng's forehead. To the astonishment of those present, Lin Jinghua, who had previously appeared pale and in excruciating pain, suddenly began to show signs of recovery. What is happening? Mr. Lin seems to be recovering significantly? The once tense atmosphere among the crowd shifted as they struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Moments later, they noticed that the silver needle, which had been inserted into the neck, had now turned black. Yang Feng discarded the needle into a nearby box, revealing a smile. It should be all right now. After Yang Feng finished speaking, he glanced at the crowd before calmly exiting the hospital room. He chose not to hold any grudges against them. At that moment, Lin Jinghua, lying on the hospital bed, began to regain consciousness. Slowly opening his eyes, he surveyed the familiar faces around him and inquired, "Who saved me?" Even in his dazed state, he was acutely aware. A profound silence enveloped the room as everyone bowed their heads. Reflecting on the harsh words they had directed at Yang Feng moments ago, it seemed Lin Jinghua began to grasp the situation, and with a feeble yet indignant voice, he admonished, "Have you all shown such disrespect to him? Grandfather, he had already begun to provide aid before leaving. I will find him." Lin Shui interjected at that moment. Lin Jinghua regarded his granddaughter and nodded, saying, "Remember, he is a remarkable individual who discerned my condition, undoubtedly. He has an even more formidable mentor behind him. We must locate him to express our gratitude in person." "Yes," Lin Shui replied, hesitant to say more. Lin Jinghua sighed inwardly. This particular flaw had long been a part of him, though it had not manifested severely until now. He had not anticipated that he would come so close to losing his life. Fortunately, before falling into a coma, he recalled Yang Feng's words. Otherwise, he might have truly perished. However, at that moment, the individuals present were even more astonished than Lin Jinghua. They had witnessed Yang Feng's act of salvation firsthand. Especially striking was the composure with which he departed after saving a life, despite having been subjected to their vitriol. Throughout the ordeal, Yang Feng had not cast a single glance in their direction. This attitude is 1,000 times more distressing than reprimanding or scolding them. Even at night, when they recall the incident, they might slap themselves and curse, "I truly deserve it." Lin Shui also sensed that Yang Feng's character seemed genuinely distinct from that of ordinary individuals. However, at this moment, Yang Feng chose to disregard everyone. He returned to Gao Ronghai's hospital room, where the young man was still recuperating. Nonetheless, he specifically requested Yang Feng to assist him in managing the store. Yang Feng acquiesced, considering it an opportunity to familiarize himself with the jade market. After all, apart from earning some money through his spiritual sight, he was not particularly knowledgeable about this market. He intended to establish a jade rough stone trading company, which would facilitate the selection of stones to be included as inventory, thereby making it less likely for others to discover it. However, unbeknownst to Yang Feng, a familiar figure had already sought refuge in a hidden jade market in Jiangcheng. Upon entering the store, this figure immediately heard a stern reprimand. "Fu Tian, did you truly not lie yesterday?" A middle-aged man sat within the store, facing none other than the masked individual who had attempted to rob Yang Feng the previous day. At this moment, the masked figure shed his disguise, revealing a gaunt face marked by sharp eyes and a long scar. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's rebuke, Fu Tian Weiyang hurriedly lowered his head and, in somewhat imperfect Chinese, replied, "Lord Murakami, I assure you, when I went yesterday, that young man, he defeated me. It is apparent that Fukuda Miya has recently been assigned as an assassin." Murakami Chika squinted, coldly stating, "According to our intelligence, he is merely an ordinary individual and rather pathetic, having been dumped by his girlfriend a few months ago, and still failing to secure employment. However, I am indeed speaking the truth." Fukuda Miya felt a profound sense of despair. Had he not fled swiftly yesterday, he would have surely met his demise. If that man's skills were typical of an ordinary person, he would be competing in the Paralympics by tomorrow. Murakami Chika observed him closely, pondering aloud. Could it be that this individual habitually conceals his true identity? Absolutely. Fukuda Miya interjected at that moment, declaring, Mr. Murakami, this fellow's prowess far surpasses mine. He does not resemble an ordinary individual at all. Could it be that he is affiliated with that department from Huaxia? Murakami Chika suddenly grasped something, panic evident in her voice. This is bad. You must conceal yourself immediately. It is highly likely that our whereabouts have already been compromised. These two individuals are from the island nation, yet no one knows why they have appeared here. Yang Feng, too, is oblivious to the fact that he has unwittingly been drawn into a monumental conspiracy. The sky had completely darkened by then. It was around 8 in the evening when Yang Feng arrived at the market, assisting Gao Ronghai in overseeing the shop. The majority of the market's patrons were vendors selling leftover materials, yet the atmosphere remained lively. After all, most people merely came for leisure, and this locale was notably more affordable than others. Within the confines of the modest shop, merely a few dozen square meters in size, Yang Feng surveyed the shelves brimming with an array of jade raw stones. Yang Feng suddenly felt a curiosity to examine the wares collected by Gao Ronghai, and thus he earnestly directed his gaze toward the shelves. It must be said, this young man was not exaggerating. He indeed possessed a certain skill. The stones arrayed on the shelves could fetch several hundred to 1,000 yuan each. Although the prices were not exceedingly high, the fact that Gao Ronghai sourced these items from discarded remnants that others had selected made acquiring them quite a feat, just as Yang Feng concluded his observations. A voice lazily drifted in from the entrance. Are you still in business? The speaker was none other than Lin Shui, whom he had encountered earlier that day. Her voice was instantly recognizable, as cold and clear as an iceberg, yet it evoked a serene feeling akin to moonlight cascading upon freshly fallen snow. Yang Feng stepped outside and found Lin Shui had indeed come to visit. With a hint of resignation, he inquired, Is there something you need? This is your shop? Lin Shui entered, observing the modest interior, which featured only a glass coffee table and a few small stools. Yang Feng understood her purpose for coming and preemptively stated, My rescue of your grandfather was merely coincidental. I am not a master of medicine. There's no need to deny it. I once spread rumors, she replied, her confidence suggesting she believed Yang Feng was downplaying his abilities. She glanced around at the jade rough stones and asked, I wish to purchase some jade rough. Are you open for business? The shop belongs to a friend of mine. I am merely overseeing it, he explained. Then are you going to promote your friend's business? Well. Very well. Which stone has caught your eye? Yang Feng sighed inwardly, sensing that this young lady was indeed seeking trouble. Lin Shui cast a glance and said, I will take all of these. Could you assist me in delivering them to my residence? What? Yang Feng was taken aback, staring at her in bewilderment. What on earth do you need so many stones for? The garden of my villa lacks embellishments, and I wish to construct a small hill with these stones. Clang. Yang Feng stumbled, nearly losing his balance. He had heard of the affluent, but he had never witnessed such extravagant spending firsthand. Nevertheless, it was a substantial transaction, and it was from Gao Ronghai's shop. Since he had managed to sell everything for him today, it would alleviate the latter's worries while he was in the hospital. All right, I will call a friend to inquire about the total cost. Yang Feng retrieved his phone. At that moment, Gao Ronghai was in his hospital room, where a nurse was examining him. He had finally found someone to converse with and was attempting to strike up a dialogue. Hearing Yang Feng's call, Gao Ronghai replied with slight annoyance, I'm chatting with the nurse here. What do you need? There is someone interested in purchasing stones, but I am unsure of the price. The prices are indicated by numbers. 3-digit numbers correspond to the price of the stones, as do 4-digit numbers. She might be buying quite a few. Could you possibly offer a discount? Yang Feng glanced at Lin Shui beside him. Gao Ronghai, preoccupied with his own matters, scoffed. I'm recuperating in the hospital. Besides, that pathetic market hardly attracts any significant clientele. There are not many wealthy individuals who go there to buy stones. She may want to purchase all of them. Fine, fine. Just give her a 10% discount. But, wait. Gao Ronghai's expression shifted abruptly as he sat up in bed, his eyes wide with disbelief. What did you just say? He exclaimed. Be careful not to get hurt. The nurse cautioned nervously. In that moment, Gao Ronghai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke into the phone. What nonsense. What kind of major client is this? Just wait. I will return immediately. Just tell me the price, he insisted. No, a sharp pain shot through his chest, interrupting him. Why don't you calculate it yourself? Just remember to give a discount. All right, I will sell it according to your suggestion, Yang Feng replied, ending the call. Listening intently to their conversation, Lin Shui inquired. What price are you offering? I've calculated it. The total value of the stones here is approximately 7 to 800,000. I'll give you a discount of 20%, so it will be 600,000, Yang Feng responded candidly. He was aware that Gao Ronghai had undoubtedly acquired the stones for a lower price. Lin Shui, showing no hesitation, declared, "That's fine, but you must deliver them to my home before I pay. I'll call someone to come and pick them up." Yang Feng readily agreed. The stones were delivered to the villa's courtyard, and after the truck departed, Yang Feng brushed off the dust from his clothes and took out his phone. "Will you be transferring the money or using mobile payment? I have cash at home." Yang Feng paused, taken aback as he gazed at the brightly lit hall. It was at that moment he finally grasped Lin Shui's true intentions. Is this an attempt to fish, or merely a way to bait oneself? Chapter 20. A question from a close friend. At this moment, Lin Shui gracefully entered her home. Yang Feng, feeling quite troubled, could only follow her into the villa's grand hall. The interior, although minimalist, exuded a unique blend of elegance and opulence. The living room featured an exquisite ceiling adorned with intricate designs, complemented by white walls and several ancient paintings. Moonlight streamed through the expansive glass windows, casting a distinctive nocturnal glow throughout the room. During his last hurried visit, Yang Feng had taken the time to appreciate the decor. But this time he intended to relax as he settled onto the sofa. On the table lay a box filled with cash, alongside a bank card. Yang Feng, feeling helpless, remarked, "So, you intend to buy me off with money?" "This is a token of gratitude entrusted by my grandfather," Lin Shui replied candidly. "The amount isn't substantial. But if you refuse it, my grandfather may perceive it as a failure on my part. You wealthy individuals are quite intriguing, possessing so much that you feel compelled to give it away." "I am wealthy, not foolish," Yang Feng retorted. Lin Shui shot him a glance, stating, "The money is a reward for saving me once, and for saving my grandfather as well." "Well, if I accept the money, does that mean I can leave?" Yang Feng inquired. Lin Shui, sensing a certain charm in him, asked, "You appear to be unemployed. Have you considered seeking a job? Are you offering me employment?" He replied, "If you require it, I certainly can," Lin Shui answered readily. Yang Feng chuckled, teasing, "Do you know why I was dismissed from my last job?" "I heard it might have something to do with your ex-girlfriend," she responded. "I found myself enamored with a girl alongside a wealthy heir renowned for his idleness, while I, a diligent and hard-working youth from humble beginnings, toiled in earnest." Yang Feng calmly recounted, "One day, the affluent heir and I both arrived at the girl's residence. He in his gleaming Bentley, while I made my way on foot. The girl expressed to me that while wealth is indeed advantageous, it does not equate to everything. With effort, one can achieve their aspirations." Yang Feng paused mid-sentence, abruptly halting his narrative. Lin Shui inquired with curiosity, "What happened next?" The Bentley accelerated too swiftly, and as she sat within, the remainder of her words eluded my ears. Chortling softly, Lin Shui, despite her typically serious demeanor, could not contain her laughter. However, she quickly added, "I did not intend to laugh. It simply escaped me." "Well, if you find amusement, then laugh away. After all, I was dismissed the very next day, and I subsequently sought 2 more jobs, yet neither lasted beyond a single day before I was let go." Yang Feng ceased his tale, yet Lin Shui comprehended the implications. Although she was unaware of the heir's character, she felt assured that he would not dare to provoke me, allowing her to work at my company without concern. Lin Shui remained forthright in her response. However, Yang Feng merely declined, his gaze fixated upon several paintings adorning the wall. These artworks appeared to be antiques, and even someone as artless as Yang Feng could sense the vibrant life emanating from them. In that moment, his eyes deepened with contemplation. It was during this fleeting instant that he unexpectedly discerned a peculiar aura emanating from one of the paintings on the wall. Moreover, the aura of this painting is far more profound than that of the previous antiques. "This painting, whose is it?" Yang Feng immediately turned to inquire. Lin Shui, taken aback by Yang Feng's interest, replied calmly, "Your discerning eye is commendable. This piece is a creation of Li Tang. After my grandfather acquired it, he had no suitable place to display it, so it found its home here with me." "How much did this painting cost?" "When it was purchased, it was over 5 million, I believe." Lin Shui refrained from mentioning that, according to current valuations, it would fetch at least 20 million or more. Upon hearing this price, Yang Feng could only gasp in astonishment. Goodness, he had only earned a few million from discovering such an extraordinary jade while gambling on stones. To the affluent, that sum was merely the price of a painting. Yet, The spiritual essence embodied in this artwork was of paramount importance to him. I wish to purchase this painting, Yang Feng declared. Lin Shui, having anticipated his desire, agreed. Very well, you may take it with you later. Since you are not paying, consider this a token of gratitude. Thank you, Yang Feng replied, this time without hesitation. As the two conversed, a maid entered from outside, announcing, President Lin. Your friend has arrived with some items. Allow her to come in, Lin Shui instructed. She had invited her close friend, Li Wanfei, who had surprisingly arrived early. Before long, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by Li Wanfei entering with a large box, exuberantly exclaiming, Xiaoxua, Uncle had mentioned that I should bring these antiques for you. I've brought them all. Where shall I place them? Just put them in the storage room upstairs. My father will be returning from abroad in a few days, and my grandfather is still in the hospital. Lin Shui nodded in agreement. Just then, Li Wanfei walked in and was taken aback upon seeing Yang Feng seated beside Lin Shui. A man, and alive. Li Wanfei's expression was one of disbelief. She hurriedly set down a pile of priceless antiques and approached Yang Feng, pointing at Lin Shui, exclaiming, You actually have a hidden lover? Don't talk nonsense, Lin Shui replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. He has done us a favor. So you've dedicated yourself to him? No wonder I wondered why you suddenly didn't answer my call yesterday. You must have been stopped right there. There are others present. Lin Shui, unlike the boisterous Li Wanfei, was more reserved. Noticing Lin Shui's reluctance to elaborate, Li Wanfei turned to Yang Feng and questioned, Come clean. How long has this secret affair been going on? Why have you kept it from me? Secret affair? Yang Feng was bewildered. This sister was even bolder than Lu Qinglan. Fortunately, Lin Shui quickly regained her composure and shifted the conversation. By the way, how are the antiques you brought this time? My grandfather mentioned it just yesterday. Of course, I know your grandfather is a renowned collector and enjoys using these to make friends, Li Wanfei grinned. But I assure you, there is nothing wrong with this batch. I personally selected them. Most people were unaware that Li Wanfei had been immersed in antiques and calligraphy since childhood, making her quite knowledgeable in this field. At this moment, Lin Shui recalled something and said, Oh right, please choose a painting later. This piece on my wall is meant to be gifted to Yang Feng, but the bare wall looks rather unappealing. By the way, your Ajiao also has an affinity for antique calligraphy and paintings? Yang Feng nearly spat his tea across the table upon hearing the name Ajiao, coughing several times before regaining his composure. However, Li Wanfei regarded Yang Feng with a skeptical gaze, a smile playing on her lips as she remarked, You wouldn't happen to know that Xiaoxua's grandfather is a collector and are thus trying to ingratiate yourself, would you? Chapter 21. This is the Imperial Jade Seal. This statement seemed to be a jest, yet Yang Feng discerned a hint of inquiry in it. Lin Shui, understanding his implication, replied, Wanfei, don't be so suspicious. Yang Feng saved my grandfather today. Besides, he merely wishes to select a painting. Is it really necessary for you to press him so? I'm just concerned for you. Have you forgotten the lesson from Peng Lei? Li Wanfei countered. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui's expression hardened slightly as she retorted, I have never engaged with him. It is merely my grandfather's interest. Thus, he has indeed saved your grandfather. Perhaps it was intentional? Li Wanfei directed her gaze toward Yang Feng, scrutinizing him as if searching for a flaw. Yang Feng, feeling helpless, shook his head and said, Dear sister, if you truly have nothing better to do, why not go live stream yourself biting a lighter? Never mind, for Xiaoxua's sake, I shall refrain from pursuing this matter further. At this moment, Li Wanfei opened the box and said, If you truly understand, why not help me assess these antiques? Yang Feng, indifferent, replied, I don't mind. After all, it's just an opportunity to broaden my horizons. He was genuinely curious to see if any of these antiques still possessed any lingering spiritual essence. As the box was opened, it revealed several individual compartments, each containing various items. As these artifacts were gradually laid out on the table, a total of 8 significant pieces emerged. Li Wanfei began her introduction. This is a Tang Dynasty Sankai glazed pottery. That jade ruby is said to be reserved for the esteemed officials of the Song Dynasty, and then there are these. She aimed to inform Lin Shui thoroughly so that she could relay the details accurately to Lin Jinghua. However, after speaking for a while, she noticed that Yang Feng's gaze was fixated on a chipped piece of jade in the corner. What captures your attention? Li Wanfei interrupted Yang Feng's contemplation, then jested, I can tell from your expression that you are merely an admirer of antiques without true understanding, right? I want to put you in a difficult position since it seems that Xiaoxua rather likes you. Don't speak nonsense, Lin Shui interjected. Yet, upon regaining her focus, she saw that Yang Feng was indeed examining the piece of jade earnestly. This jade, having lost a corner, originally formed a square shape, but the intricate carvings had mostly eroded, leaving behind only a few distinctive characters. This jade has been appraised by someone, and although the inscriptions are from the Tang and Song dynasties, it is impossible to ascertain its exact provenance. It may well be a relic belonging to some local landlord, likely of little monetary value. I merely brought it along to make up the numbers. Li Wenfei's intention is to urge Yang Feng to clarify the situation and not to feign understanding and ignorance. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, Yang Feng perceived an extraordinarily rich aura emanating from the jade. Distinctively, the hue of this aura leaned towards a golden shade, though not pure. It faintly resonated with the sound of a dragon's roar. Startled, Yang Feng stumbled back a step, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What on earth is happening? Such a dramatic display. Li Wenfei inquired, perplexed. Lin Shui also expressed her confusion, asking, Yang Feng, do you need to take a break? No, it's not about needing a rest, Yang Feng replied, suddenly inhaling deeply. This piece of jade is highly likely to be the imperial seal of the nation. What? Lin Shui and Li Wenfei exclaimed simultaneously, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment. Then, Li Wenfei, in disbelief, retorted, could you please stop pretending to know what you're talking about? Aside from its somewhat square shape, how does this resemble a seal? The imperial seal bears the inscription bestowed by heaven, may it endure forever. Of course, it is not that particular seal, but if my assumptions hold true, it should belong to a local power from that era. Possibly the seal of a minor state during the Tang or Song dynasties, Yang Feng asserted with conviction. For, apart from the jade seal, it is improbable that one could behold such ethereal energy, accompanied by the faint sounds of dragon's roar. Li Wenfei shook her head, letting out a sigh, and remarked, Xiaoxua, the friend you have found is truly unreliable. Does he dare to boast about anything under the sun? Yang Feng, Wenfei has been raised amidst antiques since childhood. Do not engage in a dispute with her on this matter, Lin Shui interjected. Yang Feng chuckled and replied, that merely indicates she has misjudged or lacks skill. Oh, my temper. Li Wenfei abruptly stood up, ready to argue with Yang Feng. However, at that moment, her phone rang. I will settle the score with you later, she declared, casting an annoyed glare at Yang Feng before answering the call. Old Han, is there something amiss? Miss Li, I have just compared it with ancient texts and have finally identified the jade piece you possess. It is the imperial seal from one of the kingdoms during the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. Han Yunfu's voice was brimming with excitement. Upon hearing this, both Li Wenfei and Lin Shui were rendered almost speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief. How could this be possible? In unison, they turned to gaze at Yang Feng. Bewildered. This fellow, did he not speak in vain? Li Wenfei, with incredulity in her eyes, stuttered in her response. Meanwhile, Han Yunfu, sensing something was amiss, inquired, what is it? And nothing. There is someone here who has also recognized it. Li Wenfei gradually emerged from her shock, attempting to explain. Upon hearing this, Han Yunfu was initially skeptical and replied, Miss Li, please do not jest at my expense. I have only managed to uncover clues from a few ancient texts after much effort. Can my peers in Jiangqing truly discern this? However, midway through his statement, he suddenly recalled something, and his tone became noticeably more animated as he inquired, could it be that young friend? His name is Yang Feng, isn't it? Indeed, it must be him. Upon hearing this name, Han Yunfu experienced a moment of enlightenment, followed by a hearty laugh. Haha, if that is the case, then I shall concede. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they ended the call. Yet, within the hall, a profound silence ensued. Li Wenfei and Lin Shui stared blankly at Yang Feng, pondering the true nature of this individual. If it were not for an extraordinary depth of knowledge in antiques, he could not possibly have identified that jade seal at a mere glance. It is worth noting that even a distinguished figure like Han Yunfu had to seek answers within ancient literature. Who exactly are you? Li Wenfei's tone had shifted to one of considerably greater respect. Yang Feng responded with a relaxed smile, stating, I merely came to assist a friend in collecting some funds. He gestured towards a box of cash on the table. Oh, spare me the details, Li Wenfei said with a dismissive pout. Yang Feng then turned his attention back and added, however, I would like to request Lin Shui's assistance with something. Are you planning to propose to Xiaoxua? Li Wenfei teased immediately. This was the first time she had seen Lin Shui bring a man home who was not a family member. Chapter 22. Treating the jade as an ATM, Yang Feng cast a sidelong glance at her and turned to Lin Shui, inquiring, "May I purchase this jade seal?" "If you desire it, I shall gift it to you," Lin Shui replied nonchalantly. However, Yang Feng shook his head, stating, "No, you have already presented me with a painting, which settles our previous obligations. This is purely a transaction. This gentleman must understand that this jade seal has already been appraised, and its market value is no less than 20 million. Are you certain you can procure such a sum?" Li Wenfei expressed her skepticism. Yang Feng remained silent for a moment before responding, "The day after tomorrow, I will transfer the funds to your account." The confidence and determination reflected in his eyes left both Lin Shui and Li Wenfei momentarily stunned. This individual did not appear to be merely boastful. "Very well. You may take the item for now," Lin Shui replied readily. Without hesitation, Yang Feng accepted the payment from Gao Ronghai for the stone and took away 2 antiques. Lin Shui and Li Wenfei watched as Yang Feng departed, opting to hail a taxi to the hospital. As they observed the vehicle vanish from sight, Li Wenfei, puzzled, questioned, "Who exactly is this person?" Lin Shui shook her head, responding, "I am not certain. Have you not heard of him in the antique circle?" "Not at all. Yet his discerning eye is remarkable. He should not be an obscure figure," Li Wenfei remarked, increasingly intrigued. At that moment, Lin Shui felt a twinge of concern, prompting Li Wenfei to inquire, "What troubles you?" "I have investigated him, and he is by no means a wealthy individual. Can he truly produce 20 million in just 2 days?" Lin Shui's beautiful eyes brimmed with skepticism. 20 million is no trifling sum. For an ordinary person to amass such wealth in merely 2 days is utterly implausible. Yet, at that moment, Yang Feng appeared unfazed. After departing from that place, he first visited the hospital to see Gao Ronghai and handed him the 600,000 earned from selling stones. Only then did Yang Feng return home. In the hall, the light was dim and faint. Yang Feng drew the curtains and settled onto the sofa. Before him lay the recently acquired jade seal and a painting. As he closed his eyes, he could distinctly sense the ethereal energy emanating from those 2 ancient artifacts. The dense spiritual aura was gradually drawn towards him as Yang Feng's dantian circulated. As night passed and morning arrived, when Yang Feng opened his eyes again, he felt rejuvenated. Glancing at the table, he noticed that the 2 artifacts had completely lost their former luster. The antiques, once valued in the tens of millions, now appeared as mere scraps of paper and stone. Goodness, tens of millions, Yang Feng mused, astonished that his overnight consumption had cost him such an exorbitant amount. However, he seemed to grasp a portion of the truth. The spiritual energy attached to these antiques was undoubtedly what he required for his cultivation. This energy might have once existed on Earth but subsequently vanished, leaving behind remnants within these artifacts. If this hypothesis holds true, it leads one to ponder the intentions of those who relentlessly sought out antiques before. Surely, they too were aware of the existence of this spiritual energy. But what were their true motives? Yang Feng felt an inexplicable oddity surrounding him, yet he could scarcely afford to dwell on such thoughts, for he needed to amass 20 million before the morrow. As he rose to depart, he noticed that the table before him appeared different from usual. "I distinctly recall this table having several chipped corners," he murmured to himself. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Could it be that spiritual energy has the power to mend objects? If that were the case, Yang Feng understood that he was on the verge of a remarkable fortune. The market value of antiques is largely contingent upon their condition. If he could indeed utilize spiritual energy to restore these artifacts, even the most worthless piece could be transformed into something of considerable worth. With this thought igniting his anticipation, he hastened to exit. Outside, the sun was at its zenith, casting a fierce heat upon the land. Yang Feng opted to take a taxi to Guyonggui's shop, hoping to uncover a stone that might yield him the fortune he sought. During his previous visit, he had lacked the capital to pursue the expensive stones. But this time would be different. Before long, he arrived at Guyonggui's establishment. The ground floor was bustling with activity, more so than usual. "Look, Mr. Yang has arrived," an employee exclaimed upon spotting him. At that moment, Guyonggui was engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man, and upon hearing the announcement, he promptly remarked, "Mr. Hu, we have another potential buyer." "Oh, someone whom Boss Gu recognizes must be quite extraordinary," Hu Yinming laughed heartily. He had just acquired a stone worth 500,000, which yielded a jade valued at over 2 million, and was in exceptionally high spirits. When Hu Yinming turned to see the newcomer, he was taken aback to find it was merely a young lad. "Is this the person you were referring to?" Hu Yinming inquired curiously. At this moment, Guyonggui promptly introduced, "Mr. Yang is indeed a person of great stature." "A person of great stature?" Hu Yanming responded with an elevated demeanor in the circles of Jiacheng. Few dare to refer to themselves as such in my presence. Tell me, young lad, who is your master? I apologize, but I am here merely to enjoy the stone gambling, Yang Feng replied, disregarding his inquiry. Well then, since fortune seems to favor us today, Boss Gu, please bring out the finest stones from your collection. I wish to inspect their quality and perhaps make a purchase. Although Hu Yanming was displeased, he chose not to comment further. At this juncture, Gu Yonggui turned to Yang Feng and asked, Mr. Yang, are you merely here for leisure? Or do you wish to examine the larger stones? I would like to see if there are any suitable options, Yang Feng responded. Very well, Manager Chun. Please take a few individuals to retrieve those larger specimens from the warehouse for our clients to view. Gu Yonggui demonstrated a keen business acumen, focusing not on Hu Yanming and Yang Feng, but rather on the interests of the 20 or so clients in the shop. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Feng's gaze wandered to the shelves on the first floor. There, an array of stones of varying sizes was displayed. Some weighed upwards of 20 to 30 kilograms, while others were merely a few. However, the surface quality of these stones was far from exceptional. Should they be fully opened, it would undoubtedly result in a loss. After all, stone gambling is inherently a game of chance, relying on that minuscule probability. If one could achieve consistent victories, could it still be deemed gambling? Certainly. There exists an individual here who perceives betting on stones as a means of withdrawing cash. Chapter 23. Unveiling a 10 million yuan jadeite. Yang Feng observed for a while before finally fixating on a stone weighing over 10 kilograms, which was priced at a mere 100,000 yuan. Just as Yang Feng was contemplating, Hu Yanming, standing nearby, scoffed and remarked, Young man, if you were to gamble, why not aim for something substantial? Do you think these stones are merely toys for children? I may not possess your wealth, but indulging in a child's play is not without its merits. Yang Feng replied with a smile. Moreover, considering your extensive experience in stone betting, are you truly unaware of the concept of risking a little to gain a lot? Haha. What a jest. Within the realm of stone gambling, I hold a certain standing, and here you are, a mere fledgling, attempting to instruct me. Hu Yanming laughed heartily. I know precisely which stone has captured your interest, yet I suspect anyone who has engaged in stone betting within this establishment is well aware of its quality. As he spoke, he placed the hefty raw stone onto the table. The sound drew the attention of onlookers. Ignoring Hu Yanming, Yang Feng turned to Gu Yonggui and declared, Boss Gu, I wish to purchase this stone. What? You mean to? Gu Yonggui glanced at the stone on the table, his expression shifting dramatically. He shot a glare at the nearby individual and exclaimed, Manager Chun, did I not instruct you yesterday to treat this stone as tailings? Why is it still here? What is going on? Yang Feng inquired with curiosity. What? Gu Yonggui's demeanor was tinged with embarrassment. Hu Yanming, upon observing Yang Feng's naive demeanor, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Ha! You truly are a foolish novice, unable to discern even this. His words elicited disapproving shakes of the head from the surrounding patrons. Those present were connoisseurs, not mere onlookers. As the saying goes, amateurs watch for the spectacle, while experts discern the intricacies. The raw stone before them bore several small fissures, and the weathered layer nearby evidently showed signs of having been opened, only to be subsequently covered up with filler. When this stone was first delivered, its craftsmanship was commendable, yet its value was low, leading to a cursory examination and a missed opportunity. However, as time passed, the true nature of the stone began to reveal itself. It seemed that someone had previously opened it, deemed its quality inadequate, and thus filled it with deceptive material. Hu Yanming squinted and remarked, Moreover, the surface exhibits a haze, along with scarcely visible blemishes and mossy areas. Such tailings are only suitable for the lowest tier of the market. Old Hu, you are indeed magnanimous. Perhaps it would be better to let this lad incur a slight loss instead of enlightening him, one patron jested. Yet, Gu Yonggui quickly interjected, My apologies, everyone. I had already instructed Manager Chin to take this stone off the shelf. It seems there has been a delay. Regardless, I will not sell this stone. He continued, All right. Please remove it swiftly. Consider this a complimentary lesson for him, so he does not enter with an air of arrogance. Hu Yanming's nostrils flared as he directed his disdainful gaze towards Yang Feng, seemingly unwilling to meet his eyes. What kind of illustrious master could this fellow possibly have as a disciple? Hu Yanming curled his lips in disdain. Gu Yonggui gently patted Yang Feng on the shoulder, offering comfort as he instructed his subordinates to remove the stone. Under the scornful gazes of the onlookers, this incident was destined to be dismissed. Yet at that moment, Yang Feng slowly spoke up. Boss Gu, I would like to purchase this stone. What? Gu Yonggui was momentarily taken aback, suspecting he had misheard. Hu Yinming and several guests turned their heads in confusion to look at Yang Feng. Then, with a sneer, Hu Yinming remarked, do not let pride compel you to buy a worthless stone. While 100,000 yuan is not a trifling sum, acquiring a mere rock would indeed be a waste. Ah, old Hu, you fail to grasp the situation. He is using 100,000 yuan to salvage his dignity, chimed in a man beside him, a colleague of Hu Yinming. Haha, old Zhang, you make a valid point. If 100,000 yuan can indeed restore one's face, then that money holds merit. However, it seems to me that he is not only failing to regain his dignity, but is rather becoming a pitiful fool. Hu Yinming laughed heartily, deliberately slapping Yang Feng on the shoulder. Young man, our circle desperately needs affluent fools like you. Otherwise, who would purchase such scrap? Laughter erupted throughout the hall. A chorus of mirth. Only Gu Yonggui remained red-faced, aware that Yang Feng was no ordinary individual, perplexed by how he could make such a fundamental blunder today. Yet Yang Feng maintained a demeanor of nonchalance. Mr. Yang, shall we perhaps explore other raw stones? Let us commence with this, Yang Feng declared, his voice unwavering, as he expressed his intent to purchase the stone for a sum of 100,000 yuan. This calm demeanor only served to perplex Gu Yonggui further. What on earth was wrong with Yang Feng today, insisting on acquiring this worthless rock? Truly, it is difficult to advise a fool. I suggest, boss, you cease your sympathy. If he insists on being the Navi yuan, let him be. A patron scoffed disdainfully. Gu Yonggui, feeling helpless, replied, very well, Mr. Yang. I shall relinquish this stone to you. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Indeed, commence cutting from 1 centimeter and from this side. All right, but should nothing be revealed, consider it a gift, and let us be friends, Gu Yonggui responded, demonstrating his generous nature. With that, he instructed his assistant to take the stone to the nearby cutting machine. Yang Feng approached the machine, an expression of genuine anticipation gracing his features. The other patrons gathered around, eager to witness what this supposed fool might unveil. I am curious to see what rubbish this Na-F will extract, Hu Yinming remarked with a sneer. As the cutting machine gradually sliced through the raw stone, precisely as Yang Feng had indicated, the atmosphere shifted. Just as the machine reached the midpoint of its incision, the onlookers' initially mocking expressions began to falter. The exposed section revealed a strikingly deep green band. Upon closer inspection, its clarity was undeniable, high ice grade. Goodness! No way! Simultaneously, exclamations of disbelief filled the hall as they watched the final cut complete. The exposed facet of this stone revealed an exceptionally high quality of water. At that moment, a guest recognized the true name of this jade. It is a superior quality of golden silk variety. His words instantaneously enlightened everyone present. Chapter 24, The Gambling God. Until that moment, everyone had been engrossed in examining the texture and color, but now they suddenly realized the significance. This was, without a doubt, a particularly unique type of jade, golden silk variety. The so-called golden silk variety refers to jade that contains vibrant green lines or threads, contrasting sharply with the underlying color. Typically, this type of jade boasts a superior texture, with a lighter base color, while the green threads are exceptionally vivid, shimmering like glistening strands of gold when illuminated by the high-quality texture. Such jade demands an exquisite texture. Otherwise, the green threads cannot achieve the golden silk effect. The exposed facet before them undoubtedly represented the pinnacle of the golden silk variety. If this were the case, the value of this stone would surely escalate even further. The hall was enveloped in a profound silence, with dozens of individuals rendered speechless. Even Hu Yinming, who had been laughing moments before, now wore a frozen expression. A raw stone priced at 100,000 yielded millions with a single cut. How could this be possible? Just then, Yang Feng spoke up. Make another cut on the back. I wish to see the quality of the reverse side. The room erupted in astonishment. Young man, are you out of your mind? That single cut has already multiplied your investment many times over. Is it truly worth risking it further? What if the next cut alters its quality? It may not hold its value then. Several guests were offering reminders at that moment, yet Yang Feng paid them no heed. He turned to Gu Yonggui and said, let them proceed. Gu Yonggui, though eager for Yang Feng to reconsider, could not ignore the calmness that adorned his expression and ultimately instructed his subordinates to take action. The worker tasked with cutting the stone trembled, for it had been quite some time since he had handled a stone of such immense value. As the blade struck down once more, The result remained unchanged, still classified as high-grade icy jade. Moreover, the green band on this side was even more exquisite and densely packed than before, valued at a minimum of 10 million. At that moment, someone spoke up, asserting that these two cuts alone were more than sufficient to attest to the jade's worth. Yang Feng smiled and remarked, I was actually planning to make another cut, but there is no need to inflate the price of this stone excessively. As he spoke, Yang Feng glanced at Gu Yonggui, who seemed to finally grasp the situation and, filled with joy, exclaimed, I shall have it appraised immediately. His excitement was palpable. The prospect of acquiring such high-quality jade from Yang Feng was exhilarating. A mere flip could yield a substantial profit. After weighing the stone and meticulously assessing its quality, the final price was revealed, 12 million. In that instant, the atmosphere surpassed the sweltering 36 degrees outside. All eyes turned to Yang Feng, as if beholding a deity. This individual was simply extraordinary. Who is playing the background music of a gambling deity? Damn it, are they still taking apprentices? The eyes of everyone present glistened with emotion. From a mere 100,000, a staggering 12 million had emerged. Many, despite their lengthy tenure in the industry, had only ever heard of such occurrences. Yang Feng established the price without further elaboration, merely gesturing towards a nearby area in the hall, stating, the items have all been brought out. Why not take a look? His words prompted the crowd to finally comprehend the situation. What they truly sought were the large stones, each weighing over 100 kilograms. The stones that had been brought out were marked with numbers, ranging from DG01 to DG05. In total, there were 5 stones, each appearing quite remarkable. The primary distinction between these large stones and smaller ones lies in the quality of the final craftsmanship. Large stones can be fashioned into grand decorative pieces, and some artisans even carve jade into lion figures. Such creations command astronomical prices, though they are rare and elusive. Conversely, smaller jade raw stones, even when yielding exquisite pieces, are limited to items like pendants or bangles. As the 5 stones were displayed before them, the onlookers brandished high-powered flashlights, meticulously illuminating the stones. They were affluent individuals. Should any of them discover stones of exceptional quality, they would undoubtedly make a purchase. Among them, Hu Yanming felt the sting of humiliation from earlier at the hands of Yang Feng. This time, he was determined to unveil something extraordinary to reclaim the spotlight that Yang Feng had stolen from him. However, the memory of Yang Feng's piercing gaze lingered. All the patrons in the shop subtly directed their attention towards Yang Feng. Even Gu Yonggui stood beside him, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation. Mr. Yang, have you found something to your liking? Gu Yonggui inquired cautiously. Yang Feng offered a smile in response, saying, let us take a closer look. He deliberately withheld his thoughts, leaving the crowd in a state of disappointment. Such a colossal stone inherently carries immense risk. Among these stones, even the least expensive one is valued at 1 million. Given such exorbitant prices, it is entirely plausible that a single decisive cut might render that million in cash utterly worthless. Although this group possesses wealth, 1 million is still a significant sum. If it were to be squandered, there would be no echo of its loss. If that money were to be spent on a handbag for a mistress, at least it might elicit a remark from Mr. X. It is evident that, when faced with uncertainty, everyone's gaze turns to one another. No one can confidently predict which stone will yield a valuable treasure. In times of confusion, individuals tend to place their faith in others. Take, for instance, Yang Feng, who recently unveiled a jadeite of astronomical value, especially Hu Yanming, who, after observing for a considerable time, realized that none of these stones exhibited any particular distinction, and thus began to discreetly scrutinize Yang Feng. At that moment, Yang Feng finally spoke. Boss Gu, I would like this stone, he said, pointing to one of the stones. This particular stone was priced at 1.5 million and weighed 120 kilograms. Upon Yang Feng's utterance, a wave of regret washed over the onlookers. However, at that instant, Hu Yanming interjected, Wait, Mr. Hu, what do you mean by that? Gu Yonggui inquired, perplexed. Hu Yanming narrowed his eyes and said, Boss Gu, I recall that there was a rule in this establishment. If 2 individuals express interest in the same stone, the one who offers the higher price shall claim it, correct? His words unmistakably indicated that he too coveted this particular stone. Yang Feng furrowed his brow and replied, Is there such a rule? The regulations indeed exist. Yet I still have some stones in my warehouse. Mr. Hu, there is no need for you to. Enough. Having this rule suffices. Precisely. The stone I just opened fetched over 2 million. Hence, I shall offer 2 million for this DG-03 stone. Hu Yinming exuded confidence. Gu Yongui cast a troubled glance at Yang Feng, whose expression was one of displeasure. Nevertheless, he stated, since there is such a regulation, I shall respect it. But I too will make an offer, 3 million. The two were at an impasse over this stone. Chapter 25. Encountering the ex-girlfriend in such moments. Everyone recalled Yang Feng's earlier bid for the golden silk jadeite. Was Hu Yinming perhaps wagering on Yang Feng's discerning eye? Their conjectures were not unfounded. Hu Yinming himself could not discern the intricacies. However, since Yang Feng had perceived it, he felt compelled to contest it. I bid 5 million, Hu Yinming declared without hesitation. This time, he not only relinquished the 2 million he had previously earned, but was also prepared to incur a loss of over 2 million to acquire this stone. Yang Feng, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, My dear fellow, my interest in this stone is purely personal. There is truly no need for you to escalate the price in this manner. Do I have an abundance of money and wish to engage in this bidding war? What of it? Hu Yinming retorted with brazen arrogance. Yang Feng, resigned, donned a pained expression and said, I do not possess such frivolous funds, let it be. After their exchange of bids, Hu Yinming secured the stone for 5 million. He promptly instructed Bosku to arrange for the staff to open a window for this stone. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was unprecedentedly lively. 5 million yuan worth of gambling stones. Such occurrences are rare in Jiangxing, yet today, one could witness such a bustling scene. Gu Yongui busily organized his staff while casting glances at Yang Feng. Yang Feng's expression gradually became tranquil. He showed no signs of anger over the theft of his stone. As the cutting machine emitted a resonant clang, Hu Yinming's heart tightened with anxiety. He clenched his fists, intently observing the cutting surface. As the stone revealed its incision, the ambience in the venue began to quiet down, all eyes turning towards Hu Yinming. Momentarily at a loss for words, old Hu Chen Kai, who had come with him, was left in shock. That cut, devastating. On the surface, apart from a few specks of jade, there was hardly any trace of green, and the quality of the water was quite mediocre. Impossible. How could this be? Hu Yinming repeated the phrase in disbelief. Then, suddenly recalling something, he turned to Yang Feng with fury, exclaiming, You clearly had your eye on this stone. Indeed. Yang Feng replied, I initially intended to purchase it. On the outside, it appeared quite promising. I had hoped it would yield something valuable, but I never anticipated the interior would be like this. Yang Feng's expression was equally disheartened as he continued, Fortunately, you overpaid for it. Otherwise, I would have been the one suffering a loss. Hu Yinming was exasperated, yet he found himself powerless. It had been his own insistence to seize the stone. Moreover, prior to the unveiling of the stone, no one could possibly ascertain its internal conditions. Observing Yang Feng, it was evident that he was not intentionally leading himself astray. Alas, the world of stone gambling is indeed a realm of extremes. The onlookers sighed, having just witnessed Yang Feng's significant gains, only to now see him personally select a large stone that resulted in such a loss. However, the most unfortunate of all was Hu Yinming, who would ultimately bear the financial burden. At this moment, Hu Yinming glared fiercely at Yang Feng, only to discover that the latter had already retreated to a secluded corner with Gu Yongui. Boss Gu, do you know where one might find antiques in Jiangxing? I wish to take a look, Yang Feng inquired. Gu Yongui, having witnessed Yang Feng's remarkable prowess at the auction, promptly replied, Given Mr. Yang's stature, it would be most appropriate to visit the antique market in Shijiang district. Not only is there a substantial trading market, but there is also an antique appraisal center nearby, frequented by many esteemed experts in the field. Thank you, Yang Feng replied with a smile. At present, he possessed nearly 20 million. Yet he required a considerable sum to establish a company. Just yesterday, he had discreetly utilized spiritual energy to aid Gao Ronghai in his recovery. So the latter would likely be back to his former self in about half a month. At that point, it would be imperative to establish a jade trading company, where he could haphazardly arrange the stones he had procured, thereby minimizing suspicion. Mr. Yang, should you ever find yourself in need of my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out, Gu Yongui said at that moment. Yang Feng glanced at him and replied with a smile, I certainly will. The proprietor is indeed a commendable individual, well versed in the intricacies of the jade trade. It is certain that I shall seek his assistance in due course. However, at present, Yang Feng must venture to the antique market. His purpose is twofold. First, to uncover any valuable items that may have been overlooked. Second, to search for antiques imbued with a certain aura. Just as he was preparing to head to the antique city, his phone rang. The caller ID revealed it was Zhao Zhui. Yang Feng recalled her mentioning that she would require his help in the coming days. Upon answering the call, it was fortuitously mentioned that Zhao Zhui wished to meet him at a CAF adjacent to the antique market in the Shijiang district. After agreeing, he made his way to the vicinity of the antique city. Inside the antique market, the bailing CAF was bustling with patrons. Yang Feng selected a seat near the glass wall. It appeared that Zhao Zhui had been delayed, and Yang Feng chose not to rush her. Through the glass, he observed the throngs of people passing outside. The streets surrounding the antique market were vibrant with activity. However, after a brief period of watching, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure at the entrance of the CAF, his ex-girlfriend, Jiang Min. In recent months, Yang Feng had convinced himself that he had forgotten her. Yet here she was, unexpectedly. Accompanying Jiang Min was the same man as before. A slight twitch at the corner of Yang Feng's mouth betrayed his discomfort, and he lowered his head, attempting to evade their notice. Nevertheless, at that moment, Jiang Min and Zhang Liang had already entered the CAF. And it was Zhang Liang who first caught sight of Yang Feng. "Minmin, hurry up and take a look. Isn't that the same pathetic fellow from before?" Zhang Liang's voice carried a hint of mockery. For someone of his stature, money had long ceased to be a concern. His sole pleasure lay in exhibiting his superiority over others, much like a wealthy gamer relishing the chance to belittle a casual player. Upon his prompting, Jiang Min turned her gaze in that direction and, recognizing him, curled her lip in disdain. What is there to discuss with this loser? Running into him here is truly unfortunate. As they conversed, they deliberately raised their voices and approached Yang Feng. Yang Feng knew he could not evade them. Observing Jiang Min, he noted her significant transformation over just a few months. Dressed in designer attire and flaunting an ostentatious handbag, she wore heavy makeup and exuded a strong scent of perfume. Well, it's been a while. I heard you're still unemployed?" Zhang Liang taunted as he took a seat beside Jiang Min. Yang Feng's expression darkened. With one arm wrapped around Jiang Min's waist, Zhang Liang squinted at him and continued, "If you're truly struggling to find work, why not join my company? We have a perfect opening for a janitor. Our toilets haven't been serviced in 8 years, and we could use someone of your caliber, haha." The laughter drew the attention of other patrons in the CAF. Jiang Min, her face twisted in disdain, remarked, "Darling, I think we should refrain from wasting any more time with this pathetic loser lest we attract misfortune." "Not a problem. Our family is wealthy enough not to fear bad luck. Oh, by the way, I heard you're still paying off your mortgage? Loser, have you managed to sort out your payment for next month?" Zhang Liang deliberately posed a question, and the two of them engaged in a harmonious exchange. Intent on putting Yang Feng in an awkward position, Yang Feng had believed that, having known Jiang Min for several years, their breakup would not be too embarrassing. However, he was taken aback by the extent of her transformation in just a few months. "If you have no other business, you may change seats now. I am expecting a friend shortly." Yang Feng managed to suppress his rising anger. Jiang Min let out a derisive laugh and disdainfully retorted, "Humph. We shall sit wherever we please. But look at you, in such a pitiful state. Will you even be able to afford the bill later?" "Jiang Min, do not go too far." Yang Feng wished to avoid escalating the situation. Yet Jiang Min laughed even harder, saying, "Haha, you pathetic loser. Do you really think you have the right to be upset? My dear, do you know this loser only gives me 200 yuan each time he sends a red envelope? That is hardly enough for my milk tea. And he still thinks he is treating me well. Haha, isn't that still poor? No worries, one of your bags would be worth a year of his struggles." Zhang Liang's smile deepened at her words. Yang Feng took a deep breath and shook his head, saying, "I truly did not expect that after knowing you for so long. A mere few months could change you so drastically. Do not attempt to get close. I have never considered you, let alone now," Jiang Min proclaimed, holding her head high, proudly reciting her classic line, "A woman protected by a lion would never look at a stray dog." The impact of her words drew sympathetic glances towards Yang Feng from those in the CAF. At that moment, Yang Feng found himself less enraged and calmly remarked, "It seems you have forgotten something." "Oh, the lion protects the lion, not the bitch. What did you say?" At that moment, Jiang Min erupted in fury, abruptly standing up and pointing angrily at Yang Feng. The others in the CAF wiped their brows, taken aback by the harshness of his words. Yang Feng, dismissing past grievances, replied, "However, you are not entirely wrong. We have known each other for quite some time, and aside from holding hands, we have done nothing else. Now that you've finally found someone suitable, Congratulations. Humph. You, a worthless being, can scarcely afford a meal and are destined to remain a lifelong bachelor. Jiang Min's anger escalated to personal attacks. As she spoke, a lively figure entered through the door. Ah, I'm so sorry, I got caught in traffic. Zhao Zhui's familiar voice chimed as she took a seat beside Yang Feng. Observing the tense standoff between Jiang Min and the disdainful Zhang Liang, Zhao Zhui curiously inquired, "Is she your friend?" Her inquisitive expression added a unique charm to her beauty. At that moment, the patrons in the CAF were rendered speechless. Zhao Zhui's stunning appearance was simply breathtaking. Compared to Jiang Min, she resembled a swan beside an ugly duckling, and it seemed she had come specifically to see Yang Feng. Jiang Min, now anxious, glared at Zhao Zhui and demanded, "Who are you?" "I'm Yang Feng's girlfriend. What's the matter?" Zhao Zhui responded with a bewildered expression. The moment those words escaped her lips, a wave of astonishment washed over the group, leaving even Yang Feng in a state of disbelief. At this moment, Jiang Min grew anxious, pointing an accusatory finger at Yang Feng, exclaiming, "Do you not realize that he is so impoverished he can scarcely afford a meal? Has he deceived you in some manner? Do not place your trust in him. This pathetic wretch hails from the countryside and is merely a poor boy without any connections. Well, at least he is self-reliant and does not constantly seek to attach himself to the wealthy. That is commendable compared to many others," Zhao Zhui remarked lightly, casting a glance at Zhang Liang beside her. However, she soon added teasingly, "But it seems your taste as a wealthy individual is rather wanting." "You? What did you just say? Am I mistaken?" Zhao Zhui responded with a smile, her seemingly innocuous demeanor masking the sharpness of her words. Jiang Min's face flushed with anger as she turned to Zhang Liang, seeking his support. Yet, Zhang Liang's gaze was already fixed upon Zhao Zhui. "My dear." Jiang Min raised her voice intentionally, wrapping her arms around Zhang Liang in a flirtatious manner. Only then did Zhang Liang realize, yet he could not divert his gaze. Instead addressing Zhao Zhui, "This lovely lady, would you consider getting to know me?" Even with Jiang Min present, Zhang Liang showed no signs of restraint. Zhao Zhui shot him a sidelong glance before turning her attention back to the flustered Jiang Min, stating, "Do you know why many women are repeatedly deceived by men over extended periods? It is because their desires can only be fulfilled by deceivers, while decent individuals are unable to meet such expectations." "You." Jiang Min detected the humiliation in Zhao Zhui's tone. However, at that moment, Zhao Zhui had already risen, looking towards Yang Feng and suggesting, "Shall we take our leave? It seems that your ex-girlfriend is not particularly pleased." She smiled faintly, exuding a charming cunningness. Yang Feng, unwilling to linger any longer, averted his gaze from Jiang Min and departed. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Was that girl earlier the eldest daughter of the Zhao family? Within the CAF, there were still a few patrons who recognized Zhao Zhui. The Zhao family. The esteemed Zhao family of the Jiangcheng Jewelry Group? Indeed. He recalled having seen her before. Her beauty was unmistakable. There was no doubt it was her. His conviction grew stronger. Their conversation left Zhang Liang and Jiang Min in a state of bewilderment. No wonder Zhao Zhui had been disinclined to acknowledge Zhang Liang earlier. She was indeed not lacking in wealth. Yang Feng and Zhao Zhui exited the CAF, where the sun shone brightly. Zhao Zhui suddenly placed her hand behind her waist, gazing at Yang Feng with a radiant smile, and said, "I have done you a great service once again. How shall you express your gratitude?" You heard that just now," Yang Feng replied, his expression revealing a hint of emotion. This girl was incredibly astute, and she had indeed aided him once more. Zhao Zhui chuckled and remarked, "Do you think I was quite impressive just now?" "Yes, quite impressive." Yang Feng found himself at a loss for words and quickly shifted the topic, asking, "By the way, do you need my assistance with something this time? I wish to purchase some antiques. You have a discerning eye, so would you help me select a piece?" Zhao Zhui added, "It needs to be a gift. And the more meaningful, the better. A gift for someone? You could say that." Zhao Zhui did not clarify the truth, merely offering a perfunctory response. Yang Feng sensed that she was concealing something from him. However, recalling the numerous times she had assisted him, he replied, "All right. There are many antique vendors on the street ahead. Let us see if we can find a hidden treasure." Chapter 27. Discovering Hidden Treasures. Ancient texts worth 20 million. Do you enjoy uncovering hidden gems? Zhao Zhui inquired with curiosity, adding, "But it seems you indeed possess a keen eye. Has your master taught you?" "Yes." "Who is your master exactly?" Zhao Zhui could not help but ask. Yang Feng paused for a moment before smiling and responding, I will tell you when the opportunity arises. Oh, Zhao Zhuwei pouted in mild disappointment upon realizing Yang Feng was reluctant to divulge more. Within the antique city, streets were arranged in a grid pattern, surrounded by various stalls and antique shops. Jiangcheng, being a large city, had attracted many who sought to explore novel curiosities, especially with the economic development of recent years. Zhao Zhuwei was inherently intrigued by these items, trailing closely behind Yang Feng, her eyes scanning the eclectic assortment displayed at the stalls, small porcelain pieces, a variety of paintings, and some bronze artifacts. For an ordinary person entering this realm, any display of interest in an item would prompt the vendor to extol its virtues. Those unfamiliar with the intricacies might find themselves unable to resist making a purchase. However, for Zhao Zhuwei, these were merely scraps of metal and pottery, lacking in allure. After all, her family possessed enough treasures to establish a modest museum. After wandering for a while, they noticed that time had nearly reached 11 o'clock. It seems there is nothing of interest here. Perhaps we should venture to the larger store ahead? Zhao Zhuwei inquired, feeling somewhat fatigued by the surrounding cacophony. At that moment, however, Yang Feng paused before a stall, his gaze sweeping across the items until it fell upon an ancient tome that emanated a radiant glow. It was evident that anything capable of catching Yang Feng's attention in such a manner must possess considerable worth. Yet, he maintained his composure and approached the stall, inquiring, "How much for these items?" "Ah, handsome. Are you interested in antiques? Take a look at these. They are treasures indeed. This one is said to be a royal bronze cup from the Han Dynasty, and this bowl is rumored to have belonged to Shao Qiao during the Three Kingdoms period." The stall owner began to extol the virtues of his wares, but was abruptly interrupted by Yang Feng. Pointing to an unremarkable ancient book, he asked, "What is the price of this item?" The stall owner's disappointment was palpable upon realizing that Yang Feng had taken an interest in such a tattered piece. Zhao Zhuwei, standing nearby, found the situation perplexing. The owner seemed distracted, and the book was severely damaged, its specifics unknown. Nonetheless, it was sold to Yang Feng for 10,000 yuan. Yang Feng cheerfully paid and placed the book into a bag. Having concluded his transaction, he proceeded further inside. Zhao Zhuwei, filled with curiosity, observed Yang Feng's peculiar expression and queried, "What made you suddenly interested in such an object?" "It appeared to be an easy target for deception, so I purchased it on a whim," Yang Feng replied, offering no further explanation. He certainly would not divulge to Zhao Zhuwei that the radiance of the ancient tome indicated its value to be no less than 20 million. Zhao Zhuwei found Yang Feng rather peculiar, yet she inquired, "Well, do you have time this afternoon?" "There's nothing pressing on my end, you see." Yang Feng paused, casting a curious glance at Zhao Zhuwei, and asked, "You're not hiding something from me, are you?" "Of course not. I merely came with the goodwill to accompany you for a stroll, and I was planning to treat you to a meal later," Zhao Zhuwei replied, her eyes twinkling like crescent moons, exuding a playful charm. Despite her seemingly innocent demeanor, Yang Feng harbored a lingering suspicion that she might be deceiving him. Nonetheless, his spirits had lifted significantly. He had just concluded that the book he had acquired was worth at least 20 million. Moreover, he was eager to experiment with using spiritual energy for restoration. If he succeeded, its value would surely multiply several times over. At that moment, Zhao Zhuwei's attention shifted away from Yang Feng's thoughts as they inadvertently arrived at the entrance of a tea house. This establishment, nestled beside the antique market, boasted 3 stories and exuded an understated yet luxurious ambience. The entrance featured a parking lot and a courtyard adorned with trees, indicating the establishment's esteemed status. "I just remembered that my father seems to be around here today. Should we go inside and look for him?" Zhao Zhuwei remarked with a look of sudden realization. Yang Feng appeared skeptical, questioning, "Are you certain this just came to mind?" "Hey, you're not doubting me, are you?" she retorted. "Of course not. But I think it may not be appropriate to meet your father," Yang Feng replied, recalling his earlier conversation with Gao Ronghai about the Zhao family's enterprise, which boasted a market value in the hundreds of billions. Moreover, within the realm of the jewelry industry, this individual holds a remarkable degree of authority nationwide. A person of such stature is someone Yang Feng has never encountered in his lifetime. Zhao Zhuwei gently patted Yang Feng's shoulder, offering words of comfort. "There's no need to feel anxious. However, considering that you didn't find anything suitable earlier, I have procured a small token for you to present to my father when you meet him." "Huh?" Yang Feng found himself momentarily perplexed. Yet, Zhao Zhuwei had already handed him a box, stating, This is a bronze cup from the Jin dynasty that I purchased previously. It's customary to bring a small gift when meeting my father. Why? Don't dwell on it. Just follow my instructions when the time comes. With that, Zhao Zhuai took hold of Yang Feng's arm and guided him inside. At that moment, the tea house was not particularly crowded. The hall was graced by several upright, elegantly featured attendants. Zhao Zhuai led Yang Feng to the spacious second-floor hall, which was now imbued with a livelier atmosphere. The guards stationed at the entrance presented a formidable presence, yet Zhao Zhuai's countenance was far more effective than any invitation. As the two entered, a familiar voice beckoned from a short distance away. "Zhuai, over here," Zhu Yun exclaimed excitedly, rushing out to greet them. However, upon approaching, he noticed Yang Feng trailing behind. At that moment, Yang Feng was still surveying the layout of the second-floor hall, which resembled an auction venue for antiques and cultural relics. Given the proximity to the antique market, hosting an auction here seemed quite reasonable. Zhao Zhuai disregarded Zhu Yun's greeting and steered Yang Feng towards a row of seats ahead. In the front row of the auction hall, several individuals were already seated. Among them was a middle-aged man with a square face, Zhao Guofeng, the father of Zhao Zhuai. Zhao Zhuai pulled Yang Feng over to sit beside her father. As Zhao Guofeng turned around, intending to reprimand his daughter for her tardiness, he was taken aback to see her clutching the arm of a man. "What is going on?" Zhao Guofeng felt a twinge of displeasure at the sight of his daughter mingling with a stranger. Chapter 28. The Ancient Texts with a cheerful demeanor. Zhao Zhuai drew Yang Feng closer, and, once seated, casually remarked, "Did I not tell you that I would bring a friend?" "You." Zhao Guofeng was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated that his daughter would invite someone like Qin Jiyue or another acquaintance, yet here she was with a male companion. Meanwhile, Zhu Yun, seated nearby, was visibly perturbed. He had previously clashed with Yang Feng and could hardly believe his misfortune at encountering him again in this setting. "Uncle, this." Zhu Yun glanced at Zhao Guofeng for guidance. The latter nodded and replied, "Just sit down for now. The auction is about to commence." "All right." Zhu Yun reluctantly acquiesced, though a glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he cast a sidelong glance at Yang Feng. At that moment, Zhao Zhuai was whispering playfully in Yang Feng's ear, seemingly engaged in a private conversation. However, with Zhao Guofeng seated between them, Zhu Yun was unable to discern their words. Noticing Zhao Zhuai's lack of decorum amidst the gathering, Zhao Guofeng admonished her sternly, "Behave yourself." Oh, Zhao Zhuai reluctantly straightened her posture. At this moment, the most helpless individual was Yang Feng, who had been brought in to take the blame. He had already surmised the reason behind it. "Let me tell you, your mother has arranged several matches for you this time. You might as well stop wandering aimlessly and focus. Her desire to matchmake is her concern. What does it have to do with me? You, my dear, are the only daughter in the family. If you do not earnestly learn the ways of business, what will become of such a vast estate in the future?" Zhao Guofeng reprimanded. Zhao Zhuai turned her head and replied, "Why don't you adopt a son? That fellow beside you is just here to be your son. Zhu Yun has come specifically to see you. You have no sense of loyalty," she added. "You lack loyalty. You know I despise him, yet you insist on bringing him here to torment me." Zhao Zhuai's temperament was somewhat obstinate, and the two began to quarrel. Fortunately, at that moment, the auction had commenced. In the interest of maintaining silence in the venue, Zhao Guofeng ceased his reprimand. As a collector himself, he had attended the auction to seek out valuable items. Moreover, it was crucial to note that within certain circles in Jiangcheng, many dignitaries found the act of gifting money to be rather vulgar, preferring instead the allure of antique calligraphy and paintings. As a businessman, Zhao Guofeng inevitably felt the need to acquire some items for unforeseen circumstances. However, this particular auction was not exceedingly high-end. Although items worth over 10 million were presented, their actual quality was rather mediocre. At this moment, Zhu Yun said, "Uncle, prior to this auction, I had already arranged to acquire a piece of bronze ware, an artifact from the Eastern Han dynasty, a dragon sculpture crafted from bronze, used by the royal family." "Oh." Zhao Guofeng was taken aback, surprised that Zhu Yun had come prepared. At that moment, Zhu Yun signaled to a person in the distance, who approached with a rosewood box. The individuals seated in the front row, finding the auction rather dull, turned their attention towards this side, intrigued by what this young nobleman had brought to please his future father-in-law. As the rosewood box was opened, within lay a bronze ornament, approximately the size of 2 fists, exuding the marks of time. The connoisseurs present recognized its value at a glance. Sensing the gazes of those around him, Zhu Yun felt a surge of pride. Among the front row, aside from merchants, there were several esteemed collectors. The admiration reflected in the expert's eyes indicated the rarity of this item. "What a remarkable piece!" exclaimed an elderly collector nearby. To have preserved an artifact from the Eastern Han era in such condition is undeniably of great worth. Even Zhao Guofeng could not resist reaching into the rosewood box to retrieve the bronze cup, a wave of coolness enveloping him. Closing his eyes, he savored the sensation of touching an object that had traversed nearly 2 millennia. One cannot deny that this bronze creation indeed imparts an ancient and profound aura. As Zhao Guofeng slowly opened his eyes, he nodded repeatedly, remarking, "Such a piece, intricately carved in the form of a dragon, must surely command a high price, given its exquisite quality." He continued, "I am aware of my uncle's fondness for such items, which is why I personally selected this one with great care. As long as my uncle is pleased, that is all that matters." With a broad smile, Zhu Yun deliberately raised his tone, adding, "How could one visit my uncle without bringing a gift?" His words were evidently directed towards Yang Feng, who stood nearby. At this moment, Zhao Zhuwei was seething with frustration. She wished for Yang Feng to present the bronze cup she had prepared. Yet, she soon reconsidered, realizing that with such a remarkable item before them, her bronze cup would likely invite ridicule. "This scoundrel, attempting to curry favor with my father using such a magnificent piece." Zhao Zhuwei's expression betrayed her discontent. Meanwhile, Zhao Guofeng gently returned the bronze dragon to its wooden box and turned to his companions, inquiring, "What are your thoughts on this item?" One of his friends, with a discerning eye, responded, "In my estimation, this piece is worth no less than 10 million, considering its craftsmanship and quality. I also noticed the exceptionally fine markings on it, which likely indicate it was crafted for a royal patron, possibly even dating back to the era of Emperor Guangwu." Another middle-aged man chimed in, "Indeed, this fellow demonstrates remarkable filial piety in presenting such a gift." Zhu Yun, with a triumphant smile, remarked, "Esteemed uncles, you flatter me. I merely stumbled upon this object by chance and, being unfamiliar with it myself, offered it in hopes that everyone might lend their insight." Laughter followed as the others responded. "Indeed, we are fortunate to behold such a sight." Zhao Guofeng turned to his daughter beside him and said, "Xiaowei, did you see that? Zhu Yun's sincere intentions are evident. Yet you, my dear, spend your days frivolously outside, falling short in comparison." Zhao Zhuwei puffed her cheeks, turning her head away, unwilling to engage with the two. She indeed felt outmatched. Zhu Yun's eager attempts to please the elders were unexpectedly effective. Just then, Yang Feng tugged at her sleeve and said, "By the way, I believe I have found the item I intended to gift your father." "Oh." Zhao Zhuwei paused briefly before quickly asserting, "Forget it. I shall not present it to him. He becomes utterly enchanted by fine things." In truth, Zhao Zhuwei felt that the bronze cup she had given to Yang Feng paled in comparison to Zhu Yun's offering. At that moment, Zhu Yun deliberately interjected, "Since he has also prepared something, with so many esteemed uncles present today, why not let him showcase it?" His provocative words directed the attention of those in the front row towards Yang Feng. In response, Yang Feng slowly revealed an ancient tome he had purchased from a street vendor. Chapter 29. The ancient tome valued at 8 million. Upon seeing the tome, Zhao Zhuwei instinctively covered her forehead with her hand, her expression one of utter disbelief. Could this individual truly be attempting to deceive so many experts with this mere 10,000 yuan item? It seems he is doomed. After arduously finding someone to bolster his presence, he has ultimately allowed his partner to escape. What a blunder. When this item was produced, it indeed elicited laughter from Zhu Yun. What a farce. This seemingly discarded trinket, unearthed from who knows where, is not fit to fool these esteemed connoisseurs. Surely, he has lost his senses. Zhu Yun had anticipated that this fellow would at least unveil some minor treasure worth several 100,000. To his astonishment, he instead revealed such a worthless object. The onlookers exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Yet, at that moment, Zhao Guofeng still took possession of the ancient text. What is this? Zhao Guofeng felt a sense of curiosity as he examined the characters inscribed upon it. The script was relatively legible, revealing some words, yet many failed to form coherent sentences, resembling a dictionary instead. However, an elder seated beside him suddenly discerned an anomaly. "This is the script of the Song dynasty." The old man's exclamation drew the attention of those around them. Artifacts from the Song dynasty? This revelation captivated their interest. Even Zhao Zhuwei cast a curious glance towards the ancient text. Meanwhile, Yang Feng maintained a serene expression, refraining from further comment. In truth, he too was uncertain about the nature of this item. He merely recognized its considerable value and noted that he had recently enhanced its condition with a touch of spiritual energy, rendering it in better shape than when he acquired it. However, Zhao Zhuwei had naturally been oblivious to this detail. Yet, for the experts present, the atmosphere became charged with fervent intrigue. At this moment, an apparently inexpensive jade sculpture was being auctioned. However, the attention of the audience was drawn to the front row. Several experts gathered, flipping through a few pages with great care. Suddenly, the elder spoke. "This is a printed edition from the Song dynasty." What? This revelation astonished everyone present. Printed editions from the Song dynasty are exceedingly precious, sought after by scholars and collectors alike. Could this ancient text actually be one of those printed editions? Moreover, given its remarkable state of preservation, it possesses not only collectible value but potentially academic significance as well. In this instant, the crowd was truly taken aback. A Song dynasty printed edition, at the very least worth over 10 million, particularly considering its condition. Zhao Zhuwei, who had initially prepared to mediate the situation, was caught off guard by the unexpected provenance of Yang Feng's find. Had he discerned its true value all along? Zhao Zhuwei felt bewildered. While she recognized Yang Feng's discerning eye, she never anticipated he could uncover such a treasure worth millions so swiftly. At this moment, Zhao Guofeng, intrigued, asked, "Elder Huang, how can you be so certain?" In the Song dynasty, printing was typically done on leather or hemp paper, which, due to its resilient texture and open layout, is unmistakably different from artificially aged materials. Elder Huang squinted, then continued, "Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, this is not an ordinary printed edition. This ancient text is, in fact, the Ritual Department Rhyme Compendium, a revised version of the comprehensive rhyme from the Song dynasty. To put it simply, during the imperial examination period, this served as a dictionary for the students." Elder Huang pondered and remarked that with a meticulous investigation, one could ascertain which era's official rhyme book it belonged to. The term official rhyme book itself signifies an exorbitant value. Furthermore, with Yang Feng having utilized spiritual energy to restore the integrity of this ancient text, its worth undoubtedly exceeds 80 million, perhaps even more than my conservative estimate. Elder Huang's words resonated with authority as he cast an excited glance at Yang Feng. At that moment, the scene fell into a profound silence. Time seemed to halt, and everyone stared blankly at Yang Feng. No one could have anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable ancient book concealed the official recording of a grand dynasty, preserved in such remarkable condition. Even Zhao Guofeng was taken aback at that moment. After a brief examination of the book, he recalled that his family once possessed a damaged recording with similar characters. Had Elder Huang not brought it up, he might not have recognized them as the same type of artifact. Zhao Guofeng remarked, turning his gaze towards Yang Feng and then to his daughter. At that moment, Zhao Zhuwei was utterly astonished. An ancient book valued at 80 million? Even as a young lady of privilege, she had never fathomed that the item Yang Feng brought would possess such worth. "Young man, do you truly intend to gift me this ancient book?" Zhao Guofeng inquired tentatively. All eyes were now on Yang Feng, particularly Zhu Yun, who, upon regaining her senses, fixated her gaze upon him intently. Yang Feng revealed a smile, appearing relaxed and at ease as he said, "I do not possess the means to preserve this paper well. If I were to gift it to my uncle, it might be better preserved." His nonchalant demeanor suggested that he did not regard such a precious artifact with the reverence it deserved. The onlookers stared at him in astonishment. Only Zhao Guofeng erupted into laughter at that moment, exclaiming, "Ah, truly impressive for one so young. However, this gift is far too valuable for me to accept." He returned the book, leaving the crowd in a state of surprise. This esteemed collector had actually declined such a priceless item. "It is enough merely to have seen it. But I believe you should keep this artifact safe," Zhao Guofeng remarked, rising to excuse himself. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have matters to discuss with my daughter, so I shall take my leave." It was evident that Zhao Guofeng held little interest in the items at the auction. He had also discerned that the friend his daughter had brought was certainly extraordinary. Particularly, based on Yang Feng's attire, it was clear he was not a wealthy individual. Yet he had presented such invaluable antiquities. Observing Yang Feng's composed expression, Zhao Guofeng suddenly felt that this young man might share a kindred spirit with him. At that moment, Zhu Yun, feeling anxious, interjected, "Uncle, then I." "Zhu Yun, you cannot accept my gift either, but I sincerely appreciate your kind intentions. Please convey my regards to your father when you return," Zhao Guofeng concluded before making his way outside. At this juncture, Zhao Zhuwei grasped Yang Feng's hand. Joyfully following behind him, her spirits lifted to an exhilarating height. Her gaze towards Yang Feng was now imbued with a touch of excitement. Chapter 30. We are not lacking in wealth initially. I anticipated a stroke of misfortune today. However, I was genuinely taken aback when Yang Feng managed to salvage his reputation before such a large audience. Reflecting on the earlier events, the ancient texts he had displayed held substantial value. Had he chosen to part with them, he could indeed claim the status of a billionaire. Zhao Guofeng made his way to the parking lot. Today, he had chosen not to bring a driver, opting instead for Zhao Zhuwei to take the wheel. He settled into the back seat alongside Yang Feng as the vehicle glided smoothly along the road. Yang Feng felt a sense of unease. Seated beside him was a titan of the business world, a prominent figure in the jade and jewelry industry. It was inevitable that he would need to interact with such individuals in the future. Zhao Guofeng appeared to discern his apprehension and, with a friendly pat on his shoulder, inquired, "Are you feeling nervous?" I'm all right," Yang Feng replied, his tone somewhat stiff. Zhao Guofeng chuckled, continuing, "Please don't take it to heart. Zhu Yun was brought to me by her mother, and she hadn't mentioned you to me beforehand, so—" "No, uncle, you misunderstand. Our relationship is merely ordinary. Just friends," Yang Feng hastily clarified. Zhao Guofeng laughed again, choosing not to press further. Instead, he asked, "Would you care to join me for a simple meal at my home later?" "Well," Yang Feng scratched his head, "I might have other commitments." "Oh, is it so urgent to decline?" Zhao Guofeng expressed some surprise. Normally, when he invited someone to dinner, they were eager to accept. This young man seemed rather oblivious. Yang Feng pointed to the ancient text in his bag and said, "I intend to sell this shortly. I promised a friend I would transfer 20 million before tomorrow." Understanding dawned upon Zhao Guofeng. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "How about this? I have acquaintances in the auction business, and there is an event tonight. I can arrange for someone to help you submit the ancient text for auction." "Uncle, since you are a friend of Xiaowei, this is merely a small favor. However, in return, you must answer me one question." Zhao Guofeng smiled and inquired, "Your ancient text should fetch no less than 80 million. What do you plan to do with the remaining funds?" "I intend to establish a company in the jade industry," Yang Feng replied candidly. However, at this mention, Zhao Zhuwei, who was driving, turned excitedly and said, "Dad, you have no idea? Yang Feng not only has an exceptional eye for antiques, but he also possesses remarkable insight into jade. The millions I earned previously were with his assistance. I recall now, it was the day you went to the auction," Zhao Guofeng remarked, his smile widening. "I never imagined the person that girls spoke of that day would be you." "Indeed," Zhao Guofeng said with a slight smile, feeling increasingly pleased with the young man. Observing him closely, it was evident that he was not someone who had always possessed wealth. Yet, he had managed to offer several million in benefits to his daughter. It is worth noting that ordinary merchants might be inclined to calculate their gains meticulously. However, a more astute entrepreneur should learn the art of strategically offering concessions. Yang Feng remained uncertain of Zhao Guofeng's true sentiments towards him. Nevertheless, he welcomed the assistance in selling his goods. As their vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of a villa estate, Yang Feng followed inside, where he was introduced to Zhao Zui's mother, Qiu Yuexiang. This marked the first occasion that Qiu Yuexiang had met her daughter's companion, and upon discovering that Yang Feng was an inexperienced novice, her satisfaction appeared somewhat lacking. Zhao Guofeng, however, did not engage in any disputes with her, indicating that both were still assessing Yang Feng's character. As darkness enveloped the sky, Yang Feng finished his dinner at the residence and learned the final outcome of the auction. The ancient text from the Song dynasty, due to its pristine condition and intrinsic value, ultimately fetched an astounding price of 89 million. Being a friend of Zhao Guofeng, he was only charged a 5 commission. A remarkably low rate considering that such auctions typically impose fees exceeding 10, coupled with his previous winnings from gambling on gemstones. Yang Feng had indeed transformed into a wealthy individual in a matter of days, making an extraordinary leap from rags to riches. Yet, for Yang Feng, this felt like merely the beginning. After enjoying a meal, Yang Feng noted that his substantial sum of money had not yet been transferred, although Zhao Guofeng assured him it would be available by the next day. As the night deepened, Yang Feng had no intention of staying overnight. Zhao Guofeng accompanied him to the villa's entrance and remarked, "Xiao Feng, should you decide to establish a jade business, feel free to contact me regarding any quality jade. As long as the quality is exceptional, we possess the means to purchase it outright." Yang Feng replied, "I understand, and I certainly will. Yang Feng acquiesced. Many high-quality jade stones are indeed rare and difficult to come by, such as large jadeite stones, of which even major enterprises possess only a few. Therefore, for these companies, such a crucial source of raw materials is essentially a commercial resource. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yang Feng took his leave. Although Zhao Guofeng offered to send him home, Yang Feng politely declined. He felt the need to take a stroll and clear his mind. In such a short span of time, he had earned an astonishing amount of money, something he would have never dared to imagine before. Upon arriving home, he noticed a notification on his bank card indicating a deposit of 12 million. This was the profit he had made from gambling stones with Guyongui, which had finally been transferred to him. The owner was truly trustworthy. Once at home, as Yang Feng reclined on the sofa, he gazed at the 8-digit balance displayed in the text message and took a deep breath, murmuring to himself, I should send some money home. And also a little something for that girl, Xiao. Although he had previously sent her 2,000 yuan, he considered that this was the final month of her semester and decided to transfer another sum. He refrained from sending too much, fearing it might startle his family. However, just after he completed the transfer, he received a call from his father. Upon answering, Yang Feng inquired, Dad, what's wrong? Xiao Feng, why have you sent money again? We have enough funds at home. Keep that money for yourself and refrain from sending more. His father, Yang Antian, expressed concern that his son might be struggling outside. Yang Feng smiled confidently and said, Dad, rest assured, our family is not short of money right now. Once I finish my busy schedule, I will come to visit you and Mom. Ah, you young lad. Always boasting, replied Yang Anyan lightly. However, there is something I need to discuss with you. The village is planning to develop and has called for fundraising. The secretary has already issued a notice. You young people should come back and offer your insights when the time comes. Yang Anyan spoke with ease. Although he was not uneducated, having graduated from high school in his era, he chose to remain in the village as a teacher for the sake of his homeland. Eventually, when the village school was closed, he became a full-time farmer. Yang Feng, understanding the implications, nodded and said, I see. I will return to check on the village once I finish my tasks. After exchanging a few more words, the call ended. Chapter 31. Contemplating investment in hometown. Yang Feng believed that his primary focus should be on generating wealth. However, he remained troubled by the events of that day. He was acutely aware that there must be a clandestine organization seeking ancient artifacts imbued with spiritual energy, and they likely possessed means to detect such energy, albeit different from his own vision. Could they also be practitioners? Yang Feng pondered aloud. Yet, he quickly dismissed these thoughts and moved on. As the night passed, the next day began with Yang Feng engrossed in the preparations for establishing his company. Although he was not well versed in entrepreneurship, he was fortunate to have Lin Shui's assistance in this endeavor. In that moment, he truly appreciated the significance of connections. Lin Shui advised him to collaborate with an investment firm and concurrently hold shares in 2 companies. One business specializes in antique trading, while the other focuses on jade trading. With Lin Shui's assistance, Yang Feng swiftly attended to all the necessary arrangements for establishing the company within a few days. Remarkably, he transformed into the owner of several large enterprises. As days passed, today marked the occasion of picking up Gao Ronghai from the hospital. After a few days of recuperation, the young man had nearly recovered, likely due to the fact that he had only sustained cracked ribs rather than complete fractures. At the hospital's entrance, upon descending the steps, Gao Ronghai spotted Yang Feng and Lu Qinglan not far away. This way, he called out excitedly, waving to them. Yang Feng rolled his eyes and remarked, You're still not fully healed, so don't go jumping around. Haha, lying in the hospital for these few days has driven me crazy. I've been itching to be discharged, Gao Ronghai replied, basking in the sunlight. It was just past 10 in the morning, the most gentle hour of the day. Yang Feng, with a sense of resignation, asked, By the way, do you remember what I asked Lu Qinglan to discuss with you? Of course. It's about helping you find some jade rough stones, right? I'll have a chat with old Gu about it later, Gao Ronghai responded readily. However, the finest jade rough stones are primarily located near the mountain city in the southern region, with a portion also found in other countries, especially where there are many old mines. This matter will be entirely entrusted to you. It would also be wise to recruit some people, as establishing the company will not be an overnight endeavor. Yang Feng hoped that Gao Ronghai would take this to heart. In truth, he could tell that Gao Ronghai had been feeling stifled for over 20 years. Although his personality tends to be playful, he is quite dependable when it comes to getting things done. Let us not dwell on this. Now that I've finally been discharged from the hospital, shall we pay a visit to a 4S dealership? With a mischievous grin, Gao Ronghai remarked, you helped me sell an entire store's worth of stones. And now I have some cash to purchase a new car. Is it really necessary to be in such a rush? Lu Qinglan interjected with a glance of disapproval. I've already promised Qinglan that once I acquire the new vehicle, I'll take her for a drive. I never agreed to that, she retorted. The rapport between the two seemed quite amicable. Yang Feng chose not to comment further on the matter. Reflecting on it, he realized he too needed a vehicle. Once he resolved the affairs in Jiangxing, he intended to return to his hometown. It wasn't particularly far. A few hundred kilometers by car would suffice. His hometown was a quaint and underdeveloped mountain village. Now that he had the means, he contemplated the possibility of initiating some development investments there. Even if it resulted in a loss, it would merely serve as a way to give back to his roots. At this moment, Gao Ronghai remained oblivious to the grand business empire that was already forming in Yang Feng's mind. After hailing a taxi, Lu Qinglan took the front seat while Yang Feng and Gao Ronghai settled in the back. By the way, Yang Feng, how much did you initially invest in your jade company? Gao Ronghai inquired, recalling that Yang Feng had previously earned several million. He surmised that it was likely from that sum. Yang Feng gazed out of the window and replied nonchalantly, I started with an investment of 40 million. Oh what? Gao Ronghai suddenly leapt up, his head colliding with the roof of the car with a thud. What on earth? Did you rob a bank while I was in the hospital? Gao Ronghai was utterly bewildered. His exaggerated expression drew a shake of the head from the taxi driver. Alas, how far he had fallen, reduced to hailing a cab yet still boasting. The driver sighed, pondering that if it weren't for the fare, he would have pressed the accelerator and stopped right at the entrance of a mental institution. However, as the taxi came to a halt in front of a 4S dealership, Gao Ronghai emerged with a beaming visage. Damn it! Today, without a doubt, he would purchase an expensive vehicle, for he was the general manager of a company worth several tens of millions. Gao Ronghai was rather ostentatious, prompting Lu Qinglan to shake her head beside him, saying, Don't get ahead of yourself. Yang Feng merely allowed you entry into the company. When did he say he would make you the general manager? Hey, I'm just declaring it for now, Gao Ronghai grinned. The group bantered as they entered the establishment. This was a 4S dealership for a domestic automobile brand, which had recently gained significant popularity. As the trio stepped inside, a sales manager approached with a broad smile and inquired, Ladies and gentlemen, are you here to browse vehicles? Have you previously researched any particular models online? I've been looking online these past couple of days. I'm interested in the model called H. Gao Ronghai had already set his sights on it. Upon hearing he was a potential big client, the sales manager promptly led him in that direction. In contrast, Yang Feng simply sought a modest vehicle priced around 100,000. He had no extravagant desires, as driving was merely a matter of convenience. After surveying the surroundings, Yang Feng ultimately stood in front of a Model Q. The car is priced just above 100,000. Although Yang Feng is not particularly knowledgeable about automobiles, he has come across a plethora of information about this vehicle online. Just as he was engrossed in his thoughts, a voice nearby called out his name in astonishment. Yang Feng. The tone was somewhat incredulous. Turning around, Yang Feng was taken aback to find that it was his old classmate, Zhao Wenba. Zhao Wenba, a scion of wealth and privilege, had always looked down upon Yang Feng, often bullying him during their high school days by ridiculing his modest background and rural demeanor. Are you actually considering buying this shabby car? Zhao Wenba remarked, surveying the model Yang Feng was contemplating with a mocking glance. Just for getting around, I suppose. Yang Feng replied calmly, unfazed by the disdain in his tone. Hearing this, Zhao Wenba erupted into laughter. Huh, that sounds quite persuasive, but are you merely deceiving yourself? What you really mean is that you can't afford anything better, right? He continued to deride Yang Feng, taunting him about his past pride during their school days. What happened to that arrogance of yours? Look at you now. Zhao Wenba's deliberate provocations elicited a slight change in Yang Feng's expression. The type of car I buy has no bearing on who I am. Yang Feng maintained his composure, refusing to be angered. Zhao Wenba, in turn, found this even more amusing, doubling over with laughter as he pointed at Yang Feng. I never imagined you could still be so obstinate at a time like this. Truly, you've opened my eyes. Just as he finished his statement, a woman in her 30s, the deputy store manager, approached with alacrity upon hearing that Zhao Wenba was purchasing a vehicle. Observing Jia engaged in conversation, she promptly exclaimed, Mr. Jia, this is Manager Fan, my high school classmate. Oh, hello. Fan Shuqing extended her hand for a handshake with Yang Feng. However, at that moment, Zhao Wenba curled his lips and remarked, "What do you need to shake hands with him for?" "He-s, just a pauper." Upon hearing those words, Fan Shuqing quickly withdrew her hand, hastily wiping it with a towel, and expressed her disdain. "You nearly sullied my hand." "Haha, Manager Fan is truly a person of character," Zhao Wenba quipped, casting a teasing glance at Yang Feng. Just then, Lu Qinlan and Gao Ronghai approached. Noticing Yang Feng engaged in conversation, they grinned and inquired, "Hey, who is this person?" "Yang Feng, your friend?" "Oh, look, even a beggar has come in a group to buy a car." Zhao Wenba laughed once more, but their mirth quickly dissipated. Yang Feng, who initially intended to ignore him, coldly retorted, "Zhao Wenba, show some respect for my friend." "Haha, you, a beggar seeking dignity?" Zhao Wenba guffawed heartily and said, "Just a filthy bumpkin. I looked down on you back in school. Should I bring you along to the class reunion in a couple of days? You can witness the disparity between us." "I have no interest in your affairs," Yang Feng replied defiantly. "Stubbornness, is it?" Zhao Wenba curled his lips in disdain and remarked, "Enough of this trivial exchange. I have no desire to waste my breath on a country bumpkin like you. Make way for me. Do not delay my acquisition of the newly arrived vehicle." His face displayed the satisfaction of mockery as his gaze drifted towards a luxurious car in the distance. Fan Shuqing, overjoyed, quickly flattered him, saying, "Mr. Jia, we have prepared the YW9 model for you well in advance." "Excellent." Zhao Wenba laughed heartily, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Feng. He pointed at the newly arrived luxury car and said, "Do you see that? That vehicle costs 1.8 million. You three impoverished souls will likely never have the chance to sit in one." Yang Feng pondered who this foolish son of a landlord was, thinking that having a little money did not suffice for his arrogance. It was one thing to boast in front of a mirror, but to come before us and brag was utterly ridiculous. Gao Ronghai scoffed with derision. "Look at him, a pretentious little rat donning sunglasses, trying to play the part of a competent bodyguard," Lu Qinlan added, her tone deliberately condescending. "Damn it, who the hell are you referring to?" Zhao Wenba retorted, his pride wounded, and he cursed angrily. "I'm talking about you, and I stand by my words. What are you going to do about it?" Lu Qinlan, known for her fiery temper, was equally incensed. As tensions escalated among the group, Fan Shuqing quickly intervened, exclaiming, "Silence! Who gave you the right to show such disrespect to Mr. Jia? Do you understand where you are? This is a 4S dealership." She positioned herself protectively in front of Zhao Wenba, and then coldly commanded, "Security, remove these paupers from the premises. With their meager finances, how dare they insult Mr. Jia while eyeing luxury cars? They should go back and save for another couple of years." At this moment, Fan Shuqing had completely torn off her facade. As long as she could protect Zhao Wenba, she had no intention of paying any heed to these three impoverished individuals. The commotion had attracted the attention of numerous onlookers, particularly as they observed Zhao Wenba's smug expression, which stirred a sense of discontent among the crowd. It was utterly excessive to show such blatant favoritism towards the affluent. Indeed, I heard it clearly. It was that fellow who first mocked others. The murmurs of the crowd began to sharpen. Zhao Wenba, accustomed to his domineering ways, paid no mind to the whispers and brazenly ordered the security personnel, "Why haven't you expelled these three beggars? Their presence is simply unbearable." The security guards hesitated for a moment, but just then, a robust voice rang out from the outskirts of the crowd. "No one is to move." The authoritative tone commanded attention, prompting the store employees to glance in that direction and part a path. The speaker was none other than the store manager, Zhou Changjian. Zhao Wenba recognized him, and, upon seeing him approach, remarked, "Manager Zhou, what brings you here personally?" However, Zhou Changjian did not return his pleasantries. Instead, he turned to Yang Feng and quickly expressed, "Mr. Yang, I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant shopping experience you have encountered." "You know me?" Yang Feng responded, slightly taken aback. Zhou Changjian nodded and replied, "Indeed, President Lin specifically called earlier to inform me that all the vehicles you select here will be covered by her." "Lin Zong? Are you referring to Lin Shui?" Yang Feng immediately recalled that when he had sought her assistance previously, she had inquired whether he intended to purchase a vehicle. At that time, Yang Feng had merely offered a vague response about wanting to buy a particular brand, never expecting that she had indeed informed the store manager. However, at that moment, Zhao Wenba, upon hearing Lin Shui's name, instantly realized and exclaimed in disbelief, "Are you speaking of Lin Shui from Qinglin Technology in Jiangxing?" In that instant, Zhao Wenba himself was taken aback. How could this impoverished young man possibly know such a prominent figure? Chapter 33. You are not yet qualified for me to handle, although Jiao Wenba's family possessed some wealth. It was but a mere ant attempting to shake a tree in comparison to the Lin family. The investments associated with the Lin family included several companies valued at over 100 billion. For instance, this technology enterprise had long since surpassed a valuation of 200 billion. As he mentioned this, the frozen expression on his face prompted Gao Ronghai and the others to realize that Lin Shue's identity was indeed extraordinary. I have only stayed in the hospital for a few days. How has Jiangxing changed so drastically? Gao Ronghai appeared utterly bewildered. What exactly had Yang Feng done during these few days? Yet, at this moment, Yang Feng maintained a calm demeanor, smiling as he remarked, "It's all right. It is evident that Mr. Zhou is a commendable individual." Indeed, Zhou Changjian, feeling relieved by Yang Feng's approval, wiped his brow and then cast an angry glare at the trembling Fan Shuqing, coldly stating, "You will go to finance to collect your salary later. Manager, get lost." Zhou Changjian's authoritative tone left Fan Shuqing with no courage to utter another word. At this moment, Yang Feng cast a glance at Jiao Wenba, who had just regained his composure. Yang Feng, we are old classmates after all. In a while, we shall attend the reunion together, Jiao Wenba stammered, fear creeping into his voice as he sought to evoke shared sentiments. His family's company had dealings with the Lin family, and given Yang Feng's close relationship with Lin Shui, he dreaded the thought that his own actions might jeopardize their collaboration. The consequences would be dire, as he feared his father would unleash his wrath upon him. Have you ever heard tales of ashes rekindling? Yang Feng's words were calm and unyielding, causing Jiao Wenba's body to tremble. It suddenly dawned on him that Yang Feng's serenity had transformed. He was no longer the impoverished youth of yore. "You are not worthy of my intervention," Yang Feng declared, dismissing him entirely. He then turned to point at a vehicle before him, saying, "I desire this one." He indicated a modest Q model, priced at only a little over 100,000. Though someone was footing the bill, Yang Feng still opted for the cheapest car in the showroom. Onlookers were incredulous, thinking to themselves, if someone else were paying, wouldn't one choose a model worth 2 million? Zhou Changjian was equally astonished and cautiously inquired, "Mr. Yang, are you truly not considering any other options? If you truly wish to extend your generosity, kindly assist me in purchasing a vehicle for my two friends as well," Yang Feng replied, glancing at the two individuals behind him, Gao Ronghai and Lu Qinglan. They were momentarily taken aback, although they had their eyes set on certain models. The notion that someone would offer to cover the expenses was entirely unexpected. They had both considered vehicles priced over 200,000. Yet the prospect of having someone else pay left them feeling hesitant. Yang Feng reassured them that after signing the contract, the car would arrive the following day. Once the purchase was completed, the three emerged from the 4S dealership. At that moment, Gao Ronghai and Lu Qinglan paused, seemingly awakening to the intensity of the blazing sun outside. "Yang Feng, what is your relationship with Lin Shui?" Gao Ronghai asked, his expression one of astonishment. He couldn't fathom how someone like Yang Feng could be acquainted with such prominent figures. Yang Feng offered no elaborate explanation, merely stating, "I need to meet someone shortly. Lu Qinglan, why don't you take him home?" He added, "He has legs of his own, and I still have to go to work." Lu Qinglan made a face in response. Suddenly, Gao Ronghai clutched his chest, his expression morphing into one of discomfort. "I can't go on like this. I feel my old injury flaring up. I might need someone to look after me. I can hardly catch my breath." "Stop pretending. There's really no time for that," Lu Qinglan retorted, her tone exasperated. "I've been working at the Jade Logistics Center lately, and a shipment should arrive this afternoon. If luck is on my side, I might be able to acquire a batch of raw stone waste at a bargain." "No wonder you mentioned partnering with friends in business before," she continued with a grin. "Those stones are already being sold at a super low price. After purchasing them with my friends, we can resell them at a lower price to market vendors. If fortune smiles upon us, we could earn tens of thousands." Lu Qinglan beamed, her spirited personality shining through. Since Yang Feng had met her, she had always been a proponent of self-reliance. Yang Feng did not dissuade her, but instead suggested that she complete her final transaction before joining Gao Ronghai at the company. After concluding his conversation with the two individuals, Yang Feng departed by taxi. He had successfully dealt with the personnel at the Jade Company, but now he was tasked with recruiting for the Antique Company. In this regard, he only knew one truly professional individual, Han Yunfu, whom he had met previously. At that moment, Han Yunfu was engaged in antique appraisal for a friend's auction at the Lark Auction House. The backstage area was heavily guarded, and upon mentioning Han Yunfu's name, Yang Feng was granted entry. Inside, he was greeted by shelves brimming with rare antiques, each labeled with a number. The collection of antique furniture, ceramics, and calligraphy resembled a miniature museum. Han Yunfu was examining a porcelain piece while explaining its significance to a younger colleague. Within this circle, Han Yunfu held a prestigious position, commanding immense respect. To those present, his words were as authoritative as law, and they eagerly assumed the role of attentive pupils. Ming Dynasty porcelain is typically robust and refined, adorned with blue or red floral decorations, while Qing Dynasty porcelain places greater emphasis on embellishment and carving, often being lighter and thinner in texture. The Ming era valued variations in form and intricate patterns, leading Han Yunfu to confidently assert that the piece before him was likely from the Ming Dynasty. As he elaborated, his audience absorbed his insights with great appreciation. Yang Feng, having arrived at the scene, chose not to interrupt but instead observed quietly from the sidelines. The items displayed were genuine treasures, and a sign indicated the auction's reserve price. Yang Feng felt as though he had stepped into a treasure trove, akin to Shimin Qing entering Wu Dalong's home, eager to procure something of value. However, as he surveyed the surroundings, a vigilant individual soon noticed his presence and sternly admonished him. "Who are you? Han Lao is delivering a lecture. Must you be so inattentive?" The furious reprimand directed at Yang Feng drew the attention of those present. At that moment, Han Yunfu turned around, his expression suddenly brimming with surprise. "Old Han, he..." Just as the man was about to scold him, Han Yunfu had already set down what he was holding, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "My young friend, it is truly a delight to see you again." His hearty laughter resonated as he stepped forward to grasp Yang Feng's hand. The typically dignified Han Yunfu now appeared utterly exhilarated in the presence of Yang Feng, treating him not merely as a junior, but rather as a genuine friend. What could possibly explain this? The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. Han Yunfu typically reserved such warmth for the elite of their circle. How was it that he exhibited this demeanor toward a mere youth today? Chapter 34. Members of the Super Ability Investigation Bureau. Yang Feng, maintaining a composed demeanor, smiled and replied, "Old Han, it has indeed been a while. Haha, I had heard so much from Miss Li about you. I never expected that upon returning and poring over the materials on the Imperial Seal, you would discern it at a glance." Han Yunfu marveled. "I truly am growing old." His humility in front of Yang Feng left the others utterly bewildered. Remarkable. The usually haughty Han Yunfu was now so deferential to Yang Feng. The person who had just scolded him now lowered his head, his face flushed with embarrassment. They had previously suggested that he learn from Han Yunfu, only to realize that the two were on the same level. Fortunately, Yang Feng did not take offense. Instead, he remarked, "Old Han, it seems that the items at this auction hold many hidden treasures. Indeed, however, to ensure the credibility of the auction house, we must conduct some appraisals to ascertain whether the reserve price is reasonable." Han Yunfu chuckled and remarked, "If the owner of this auction house weren't an old friend of mine, I would truly be reluctant to be here. Yes, I still have time. Elder Han, I noticed you were quite busy earlier. Perhaps it would be best to conclude your remaining tasks before we continue our discussion." Yang Feng had no intention of interrupting his work. Han Yunfu grasped his hand and said, "Ah, it is fortunate that you are here, for I have a matter upon which I wish to seek your counsel." A sharp intake of breath echoed among those present. Goodness, Han Yunfu is seeking advice from a young man? At this moment, Yang Feng felt a pang of apprehension and quickly replied, "Elder Han, you are far too kind. I am hardly in a position to offer you any guidance. My young friend, do not be modest. Come and take a look at this bronze artifact." Han Yunfu led Yang Feng to a table where an antiquated bronze scroll lay, inscribed with peculiar characters and symbols. Stroking his chin, Han Yunfu remarked, "We have been unable to reach a conclusion regarding this item. Might you discern any clues? Let me take a look." Yang Feng, though lacking expertise in this area, could assess the value of the bronze scroll with his keen observation. Just as he began to concentrate his spiritual energy, he was startled to see the scroll shimmering brilliantly, as if the inscriptions were about to levitate. It was the first time Yang Feng had encountered such a phenomenon. Just moments ago, he examined various antiquities, yet none matched the enigmatic allure of this bronze scroll. Han Yunfu and his companions dared not disrupt the ambience. However, after a brief period of contemplation, Yang Feng suddenly felt as though he comprehended the inscriptions upon the scroll. It was as if a wealth of knowledge had been abruptly infused into his mind. Yang Feng sensed that the script on the scroll was likely related to cultivation. Realizing this, he gradually closed his spiritual eyes, for his physical stamina did not permit him to continue gazing at it indefinitely. Meanwhile, Han Yunfu, filled with anticipation, inquired, "My young friend, what do you perceive this bronze scroll to be? If I am not mistaken, it could very well be a relic from the spring and autumn period." Yang Feng felt an influx of understanding, as if new insights had been bestowed upon him. Upon hearing this, Han Yunfu exclaimed, "It appears my thoughts align with yours." The others present nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Yang Feng now brimming with respect. Han Yunfu had painstakingly consulted numerous texts before arriving at his conclusion. Yet Yang Feng discerned the scroll's era at a glance, indicating that his knowledge might surpass even that of Han Yunfu. This may be the script of the Zhou dynasty, Yang Feng suddenly remarked, catching Han Yunfu off guard for a moment. However, comprehension swiftly dawned upon Han Yunfu, who nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "My young friend, you are truly inscrutable. Even such a niche subject is within your grasp." "No, I merely had the fortune of coincidentally knowing," Yang Feng humbly replied. Yet, those present were well aware that this was a mere display of modesty. In his heart, Yang Feng was overwhelmed with elation. The aura of this object is remarkably potent. And what is even more significant is that the inscriptions upon it may very well elucidate the methods of harnessing spiritual energy. Yang Feng had long grappled with the uncertainty of how to unlock the potential of his own eyes, and now, this discovery is akin to a timely boon. "Who is the seller of this bronze scroll? What is the price?" Yang Feng inquired. Han Yunfu, somewhat taken aback, soon replied, "The seller has set a base price of 500,000. You must understand that this was during the golden age of bronze artifacts, when production was plentiful. Thus, many remain, resulting in a relatively modest valuation. I wish to purchase this. Could you assist me in contacting the buyer?" Yang Feng requested. "Certainly," Han Yunfu responded readily. The two reached an agreement here. After appraising several antiques, they departed from the backstage and settled in the tea room on the first floor of the auction house. Within the tea room, many elder patrons were present, along with others preparing for the evening's auction, enjoying tea and leisure in advance. Yang Feng shared with Han Yunfu his aspirations to establish an antique trading company, hoping he could facilitate introductions to potential contacts. Upon hearing this, Han Yunfu erupted in laughter. "Huh, with such a discerning eye, it is evident that you intend to enter this industry," he exclaimed. Han Yunfu, with a sense of admiration, continued, "Since you have expressed your intent, I shall certainly do my utmost to assist you. Our company may need to acquire a collection of cultural relics, and your help in authentication would be invaluable." Yang Feng understood the gravity of this endeavor. Although he had gained the endorsement of Han Yunfu, the industry places immense importance on authority, and Han Yunfu epitomizes that authority. With his support, Yang Feng felt a surge of optimism. As the two were engaged in conversation, Han Yunfu's assistant hurried over and said, "Mr. Han, the people from the investigation bureau have arrived again. Why are they here once more? What do you think?" Han Yunfu sighed. "Ah, let them come here." With that, the assistant departed, leaving Yang Feng somewhat puzzled. "What does this investigation bureau do? Have they approached you before?" "It is a special bureau in Huaxia, reportedly known as the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. It is quite a formidable department, and they have recently been requesting my cooperation in certain inquiries," Han Yunfu explained with a hint of resignation. However, judging by their tone, the matters at hand seem significant. "Being an old hand myself, if I can assist the nation in any way, I shall do my part." "Understood. Then I will make space for them to sit next door while I await the arrival of my bronze scroll." "Thank you, young friend," Han Yunfu replied graciously. Just as they concluded their discussion, the assistant returned, escorting two individuals, a man and a woman. The man sported a crew cut, while the woman was dressed in jeans with short hair. They seated themselves opposite Han Yunfu. "Mr. Han, we sincerely need your assistance in determining the ownership of those ancient artifacts," the man said, his face etched with apologies. Meanwhile, the woman had already begun jotting down notes. Yang Feng, sipping tea, listened intently to their inquiries. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he activated his spiritual eye to observe the man. In that instant, Yang Feng's expression abruptly froze. Chapter 35. A wholesome beginning. With 20 million in Yang Feng's eyes, he distinctly perceived that this man possessed uniquely extraordinary meridians. These meridians extended from the head to the dantian, and Yang Feng could even discern the flow of a peculiar white essence coursing through them. This was unexpected. He never anticipated such a phenomenon. Reflecting upon the identities of the two individuals, Yang Feng suddenly grasped the truth. They were not ordinary beings, but rather likely superhumans. However, their aura did not appear particularly potent. Yang Feng sensed that they were likely inferior to him in strength. They were merely investigating matters related to ancient artifacts. Could it be that they were connected to those who had previously scoured for antiquities? It was evident that these individuals possessed the ability to discern whether an object was imbued with spiritual energy. If this were indeed the case, it would clarify why they sought Han Yunfu. After their inquiries and expressions of gratitude, the two departed. Han Yunfu exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to Yang Feng, expressing his bewilderment. I am uncertain about the recent happenings. They specifically instructed that certain collectibles must not be sold and urged me to be vigilant regarding the buyer's information. Perhaps it is a measure to protect cultural relics. Yang Feng refrained from elaborating further and cast his gaze upon the departing figures. At that moment, in a nearby open-air beverage stall, a woman awaited the two under a tent. Seated by the roadside, she effortlessly captured the attention of all passers-by. Adorned in a flowing white dress, her exquisitely beautiful visage radiated a gentle smile. Her eyes sparkled like water, and from several meters away, she caught a glimpse of Yang Feng sitting inside through the glass. The team leader, upon their return, found the woman before them with an unusual gaze. Following her line of sight, they discovered that Murong Wan was fixated on Yang Feng. Leader, what's the matter? The female member inquired curiously. Murong Wan shook her head and replied lightly, It's nothing. Just stumbled upon something intriguing. You aren't referring to that man, are you? We both noticed him eavesdropping on our conversation earlier, but he didn't seem particularly noteworthy, the man remarked, puzzled. Murong Wan chose not to elaborate, simply stating, All right, we should move on to the next location. Today's task is quite demanding. Those individuals have been gathering antiques in Jiangxing for several days now. And if all goes as expected, they will continue. We must apprehend a few of their members. Understood, both responded promptly. Unbeknownst to Yang Feng, he had already attracted their attention. After purchasing the bronze scroll for 2 million, he returned home, feeling the strain of excessive eye use from the day. Seeking rest, Yang Feng settled in. Time swiftly passed, and by 9 o'clock that evening, as he awoke, preparing to eat something in practice, a loud knocking echoed at the door. Hey, Feng, hurry and open the door, came the frantic voice of Gao Ronghai from outside. This was the same individual who had shown no urgency when the police came knocking during his film dealings. Yang Feng opened the door to find Gao Ronghai bursting in like a large black rat, visibly agitated. Qinglan is missing. Missing? When did you two ever date? No, she's lost contact. In a state of agitation and concern, Gao Ronghai exclaimed, I can't find my wife. What if something has happened? Yang Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation and replied, How do you know? I just tried calling her 3 times, but no one answered. And then her phone was turned off. Gao Ronghai continued, Do you think she might have encountered a kidnapping or something of that sort? Come on. Her family is like mine, 3 generations of impoverished farmers. Who would have the time to kidnap her? Things are different now. She is a senior executive at our company. Her status and position have dramatically elevated, and such elevation often breeds envy. So, there are only 3 of us in the company. Who would bother to kidnap a high-ranking official from a struggling company? The travel expenses alone for the bandits wouldn't be worth it. Yang Feng found himself at a loss for words. However, seeing Gao Ronghai's anxious demeanor, he suggested, All right, since you're so worried, why don't we go check on her? I recall she mentioned being at the Jade Warehouse in the Western District, and it would only take us a little over half an hour to get there. Let us hurry then, Gao Ronghai urged. At least let me grab a bite first. Yang Feng protested. Forget about eating. I'll treat you to lobster and abalone later. That will certainly fill you up. Gao Ronghai's genuine concern was evident. With no other option, Yang Feng acquiesced. The two of them took a taxi towards the warehouse mentioned by Lu Qinglan. They arrived at a secluded street in Jiangxing, where a series of warehouses made from corrugated metal stood amidst an open area. Inside, the lights blazed brightly, and the sounds of machinery and labor filled the air. At the center of this complex was the warehouse dedicated to the storage of jade. At this moment, Lu Qinglan had just finished sorting and was pushing a cart laden with 100 or 200 pounds of discarded jade roughstones. However, upon turning her head, she discovered that Yang Feng and Gao Ronghai were already behind her. What brings you two here? Lu Qinglan inquired, her tone tinged with curiosity. Seeing that Lu Qinglan was unharmed, Gao Ronghai finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Yang Feng shook his head and replied helplessly, I didn't wish to come either. As he spoke, he cast a forlorn glance at Gao Ronghai. Instantly, Gao Ronghai's face flushed, and he cleared his throat awkwardly, saying, well, we heard you mention that this was the sorting warehouse for rough stones, so we thought we would come to take a look at the goods. He hastily concocted an excuse. This lad had never blushed when Lu Qinglan caught him watching movies in high school. Lu Qinglan, however, was not convinced by his words and turned her gaze towards Yang Feng, asking, what is going on? It's nothing. We genuinely wanted to come and take a look. Yang Feng replied, refraining from exposing Gao Ronghai's ruse. While the three were conversing, a man in his 40s approached them, dressed in long sleeves with dust from labor still clinging to his face. Qinglan, are these two your friends? The man inquired as he drew near. Lu Qinglan introduced. This is Boss Lu of this warehouse. All these goods are sourced by him. Hello, Boss Lu, Yang Feng greeted, his peripheral vision scanning the myriad of jade rough stones around him. Is your friend also involved in the jade business? The man asked Lu Qinglan. Lu Jingshan was somewhat taken aback, yet he managed to smile and said, young man, I must apologize, but I only engage in wholesale trade here. If you wish to purchase jade raw stones, you may explore various markets. My dealings are strictly wholesale, starting at a minimum of 20 million. Lu Jingshan nearly conveyed that they do not cater to small clients. Chapter 36. Mastering 2I Techniques. Yang Feng flashed a smile and remarked, why does Boss Lu seem so apprehensive about our ability to pay? Oh, Lu Jingshan was genuinely surprised. He was aware that Lu Qinglan was not affluent, and thus, out of kindness, he often sold them scrap at a low price, allowing them to earn something as well. However, could Lu Qinglan's friends truly be wealthy? Nevertheless, Lu Jingshan, being a kind-hearted man, replied, in that case, let me show you around. Thank you, Yang Feng responded. At that moment, only 5 or 6 employees remained in the warehouse. The jade raw stones that had been delivered were now completely sorted. Lu Jingshan categorized them into 5 segments based on the price per kilogram, effectively creating 5 small hills within the warehouse. This particular pile of stones was priced at 500 yuan per kilogram, representing a better quality than mere scrap. The adjacent pile was priced at 1,000 yuan per kilogram, boasting good quality, and there were also these. Lu Jingshan eloquently elaborated, introducing Yang Feng to the stones. The heaviest among them reached a staggering 10,000 yuan per kilogram, comprising substantial stones of commendable quality. Lu Jingshan exhibited remarkable patience, and after concluding his introduction, remarked, if you truly intend to make a purchase, I believe those priced at 500 per kilogram over there are quite commendable. I can consider lowering the wholesale threshold for you. No, we wish to acquire some of everything, Yang Feng replied, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. This time, I will directly wholesale 30 million worth of jade raw stones. Really? Lu Jingshan expressed a hint of disbelief. Given Yang Feng's attire, he did not appear to be a wealthy businessman. Yang Feng smiled and gestured towards Gao Ronghai and Lu Qinglan beside him, saying, I forgot to introduce you. These two are the general manager and deputy manager of my company. With a chuckle, Lu Jingshan responded, young man, I genuinely wish to conduct business. If you are merely jesting at my expense, that would be rather unkind. Hey, why do you look down on others, Boss Lu? It's not easy for me to attain the position of general manager. Let us afford a bit of respect, Gao Ronghai retorted, puffing his chest with pride. Lu Jingshan observed him, and, with a resigned expression, said, I apologize, truly. It's just that your demeanor does not quite match your title. He repeatedly offered his apologies. However, upon turning back to regard the two, he remained somewhat skeptical. Could this fellow genuinely possess such wealth? My company has recently secured its warehouse. We can ship the stones directly, and payment will be arranged promptly. Yang Feng recognized Lu Jingshan's apprehension. Noticing his composed demeanor, Lu Jingshan sensed that Yang Feng was not one to boast. Which stones have caught your eye? He inquired. Should I choose them myself? Or shall I have my people prepare them for you? Lu Jingshan inquired. With so many stones around here, it is customary for guests to bring their own people to select a batch before transporting it away. Yang Feng was no exception. He nodded and said, let the 3 of us select them ourselves. It's a perfect opportunity for you, Gao Ronghai, to make your own choices as well. This kind of task will inevitably fall upon you in the future. Are you really letting me choose? Gao Ronghai asked. Of course. Avoid the cheaper ones and start from those priced at several thousand per kilogram. Starting tomorrow, arrange for some people to begin with a batch and see how it goes. Yang Feng instructed Gao Ronghai. Gao Ronghai was elated. This was an opportunity for him to prove himself, and he could hardly refuse it. For Yang Feng, however, this was a splendid opportunity to navigate the murky waters. He had already identified several stones of exceptional quality. If these stones were successfully processed, their combined value would undoubtedly exceed 100 million. Later, he could have Gao Ronghai procure some stones of lesser quality, using the company as a guise to avoid suspicion. After encountering the individuals from the Extraordinary Investigation Bureau during the day, Yang Feng grew increasingly vigilant. He realized that he was not the only one in this world with special abilities. Should the truth about his eyes ever be discovered, he might very well lose his life over it. Throughout the night, Gao Ronghai and Yang Feng selected a batch of stones. Lu Jingshan personally sent people to transport them to the warehouse of their newly established company. As for the remaining matters, Yang Feng entrusted them to Gao Ronghai. In truth, he was already aware of the potential value of these stones. For Gao Youhai, this served as a modest test imposed by Yang Feng. Thus, Yang Feng refrained from supervising him in the task of splitting the stone, instead entrusting the entire responsibility to him. Trust in those you employ is paramount. As the night deepened, Yang Feng returned home. The tranquil night enveloped him, with only the soft, yellow glow of the lamp illuminating the room. He took out the bronze scroll purchased earlier that day and placed it upon the bed. Sitting before the scroll, he gradually closed his eyes. At that moment, the spiritual energy began to intertwine with the bronze artifact. In this serene environment, Yang Feng distinctly perceived the characters within the scroll as they seemed to seep into his consciousness. I technique, earth binding and I technique, source retracing. Yang Feng was unaware of the meanings behind these two techniques. Yet he followed the flow of spiritual energy, repeatedly channeling it beside his eyes. The night passed swiftly. When Yang Feng finally opened his eyes again, it was already the following morning. The sun hung high in the sky. He glanced at the bed, where the bronze scroll had completely oxidized, reduced to a heap of worthless scrap metal, likely due to the depletion of spiritual energy he had absorbed. Moreover, the bed bore the unmistakable mark of a sweat-soaked patch. After taking a shower and tidying up, it was nearly noon. Just as Yang Feng was preparing to cook instant noodles in the kitchen, a knock resonated at the door. Who could it be? Yang Feng pondered with a sense of annoyance. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Li Wenfei, whom he had encountered once before. Yang Feng found himself at a loss for words and remarked, "What brings you here?" "He just came to pay a visit. Am I not welcome?" Li Wenfei replied with a cheerful smile. Yang Feng said little, merely inviting her inside before commenting, "You, a figure of significance, don't often appear without reason. Are you here to cause trouble?" "I simply came to see you," Li Wenfei replied as she entered. Upon noticing the instant noodles on the table, she feigned surprise and jested, "You're already a billionaire, yet here you are eating instant noodles? Well, even the wealthy need not indulge in golden toilets. What is wrong with a bit of instant noodles?" Yang Feng replied nonchalantly. He slurped a few bites before glancing at Li Wenfei, suddenly remembering to ask, "Have you eaten yet? I still have some noodles in the fridge." "Never mind. I'll just watch you finish." Li Wenfei seemed to have a purpose for her visit. Yang Feng noticed the bag she was holding and remarked, "You wish for me to appraise an antique, don't you?" Chapter 37. Would you like to date Lin Shui? Encountering a dilemma, are you willing to assist? Li Wenfei placed a wooden box on the table and grinned. "I heard that you previously assisted Old Han in appraising a bronze artifact. Did you purchase it yourself?" "You seem well informed," Yang Feng replied. "He was the one who recommended me." Li Wenfei, straightforward by nature, wasted no time in getting to the point. Having just learned 2 ocular techniques the day before, one of which was the ability to trace origins, Yang Feng was eager to experiment. "All right, just wait for me to finish eating." After a few bites, Yang Feng gestured for Li Wenfei to open the box. Inside lay an exceptionally unique ceramic piece. The ceramic piece stands at approximately 20 centimeters in height. While it may not be particularly exquisite, lacking a celadone glaze, it exudes an air of antiquity that imparts a sense of opulence at first glance. More importantly, it appears to bear several indistinct inscriptions. The authentication of this object could prove to be quite challenging, Li Wenfei jested. However, she harbored no disdain towards Yang Feng. It is worth noting that she had examined the porcelain meticulously and had even consulted several experts in epigraphy for validation. The evaluations she received were notably divergent. For this reason, Li Wenfei found herself indecisive and decided to seek her fortune with Yang Feng. Nonetheless, she held little hope for a favorable outcome. At that moment, Yang Feng lifted the peculiar ceramic piece, his fingers gliding over its surface, which felt no different from the other porcelain he had encountered previously. His gaze began its habitual examination of the interior of the vessel. Merely peering into such ceramics was insufficient, for Yang Feng possessed limited knowledge of antiques. However, he could discern its value through the luminescence emanating from the artifact. Li Wenfei watched Yang Feng intently, eager to glean insights from his expressions. Yet, to her dismay, despite her years of honing her observational skills, she found it difficult to detect any significant emotions on Yang Feng's face, particularly in his eyes. At that moment, having discerned the true nature of the ceramic, Yang Feng employed the tracing technique he had learned the previous day, allowing a gentle aura to envelop the artifact. The porcelain indeed seems to gradually return to the past. In this moment, Yang Feng's eyes appeared to glimpse the scenes of the porcelain's previous life. However, the shifting images quickly came to a halt, and Yang Feng ultimately revealed a smile. Observing his expression, Li Wenfei hastily inquired, "How do you feel?" The inscriptions on this ceramic, he noted, should belong to the characters of the Chu state during the Warring States period, and judging by the calligraphy, they were likely left by a literati. Yang Feng spoke with a calm demeanor. His words filled Li Wenfei with elation, prompting her to exclaim, "Indeed. It seems you truly understand." She had refrained from sharing this information with Yang Feng earlier, both to avoid influencing his judgment and to ascertain whether he could truly discern the truth. Now, it appeared his reputation was well-deserved. "So, according to your assessment, this must be a relic from the Warring States period, correct?" Li Wenfei inquired. Yang Feng did not respond directly but asked, "How much did you pay for this?" "It was acquired by a friend of mine, and his purchase price was 10 million. Not bad, for such craftsmanship." 10 million can be considered a mere appreciation of the art, Yang Feng jested. Li Wenfei's expression shifted slightly as she asked, "What do you mean by that?" "This was from last week." "Last week? A week ago, do you understand now?" "What nonsense." Li Wenfei immediately sat up, gazing at Yang Feng with a bewildered expression. Struggling to comprehend, how is that even possible? If I am not mistaken, this object should possess an authentic version. However, the seller has not provided you with the genuine item, but rather crafted a counterfeit through skilled imitation, which is why it appears so remarkably authentic. Yang Feng remarked, lightly tapping the bottle's body, adding, "Their genuine piece likely bears some imperfections, and they have analyzed the materials of the original, such as lime, quartz, and kaolin, to ultimately create this convincingly deceptive replica." "But how did you discern this?" "Within the bottle's interior, there exists a flaw in the manufacturing process, evidenced by tiny holes that have been subsequently sealed with a material. If you are willing, you could break this bottle open to inspect the inside." Yang Feng raised his hands in a gesture of indifference. Li Wenfei retrieved a flashlight and peered into the bottle's interior. She gently tapped it and then scraped away a layer with her fingernail. Indeed, as Yang Feng had stated, the craftsmanship flaws became apparent. Observing the quality within, she could confidently ascertain that this was a modern artifact. Li Wenfei fell into a contemplative silence, not due to any financial loss, but rather in astonishment at how swiftly Yang Feng had identified the item's shortcomings. Coupled with his earlier recognition of the Chu characters, she found his depth of knowledge to be quite formidable. Who exactly is your master?" Li Wenfei could not restrain her curiosity. Yang Feng shrugged, saying, "I have completed your appraisal. Why are you inquiring about others' private matters?" His words left Li Wenfei with no choice but to accept the situation and put away the bottle. "Thank you." Li Wenfei rose and glanced at the remnants of instant noodles on his desk, inquiring, "Are you satiated? Shall I treat you to another meal?" "Forget it. I plan to pick up my car shortly, and afterward, I must head to the office," he replied. "Is that the company dealing with jade and antiques?" Li Wenfei had heard of it and continued, "Would you be interested in allowing me to invest? I can contribute a sum, and I would only require a non-equity stake." "At present, the company does not require substantial funds," he answered. "However, should the need for investment arise in the future, you may certainly approach me." Li Wenfei displayed her generous demeanor. Yet, mid-sentence, she suddenly chuckled, teasingly saying, "By the way, do you know what kind of person Xiaoxue is? I've heard of her on television. Isn't she the CEO of a company?" He responded, slightly puzzled. "And the Lin family?" She pressed on. "I heard quite a bit about them when I bought my car yesterday. They seemed formidable, though I didn't delve too deeply." Yang Feng appeared oblivious, prompting Li Wenfei to jest. "Are you intentionally feigning ignorance?" "What do you mean?" he queried, perplexed. Are you interested in dating Xiaoxue? She teased. With a sudden burst of laughter, Yang Feng, who had just taken a sip of water, spluttered, drenching the table. Sister, are you? Are you out of your mind? Oh, I'm merely playing matchmaker. Look at how excited you are. She laughed heartily. Sister, with your wealth, couldn't you seek other amusements instead of preying on this humble sheep? Yang Feng felt his heart racing, overwhelmed by the banter. Yet, Li Wenfei's smile only grew brighter as she asked, Are you truly not considering it? Xiaoxue's family is exceedingly wealthy, and she possesses striking beauty. If you two were to become a couple, one might say you would undoubtedly find yourselves on the billionaire list. Chapter 38. The company opens, earning $1 billion. You are quite affluent yourself. Perhaps we could manage to live together, and you should refrain from causing trouble for others. Yang Feng shrugged his shoulders. Li Wenfei beamed with a smile, saying, I've been waiting for you to say that. Shall we head out now? My home is quite spacious. If we were to live together, you might just find yourself on the billionaire list as well. Just imagine. Enough, enough. Do not attempt to corrupt my soul with your wealth. I aspire to be part of the new generation of the affluent, and shall never succumb to the temptations of you wealthy ladies. Yang Feng declared, clutching his chest in a dramatic fashion, vowing to resist. At that moment, a loud knock echoed at the door. Immediately, an excited voice rang out from the entrance. Yang Feng, Brother Feng, hurry and open the door. Our company has struck it rich. His enthusiasm was palpable. Yang Feng opened the door to find Gao Ronghai bursting in like a large black rat. It was then that he noticed a beautiful woman still present in his home. Oh no, did I arrive at an inopportune moment? Gao Ronghai appeared utterly bewildered. Li Wenfei laughed heartily, waving her hand and greeting him. Hello. Gao Ronghai looked at Yang Feng, confused about the situation. Yang Feng shot a glance at Li Wenfei and continued, Pay her no mind. Please proceed with what you were saying. The batch of stones we acquired yesterday, I took a team to open some this morning. Can you guess what we discovered? Gao Ronghai spoke with a mix of excitement and mystery. Yang Feng pondered for a moment and remarked, High ice type, high green, with just 3 cuts. We have a glass type imperial green, 20 kilograms. Gao Ronghai was beside himself with excitement. Upon hearing these words, even Li Wenfei, who was nearby, expressed her astonishment, exclaiming, Doesn't that mean we've struck it rich? At least 100 million. I just had someone appraise it. Now we simply await the buyer's contact. Gao Ronghai's exuberance was palpable. He never anticipated that on the very first day of examining a few stones, he would uncover such a treasure. Although some of the remaining stones resulted in losses, the overall profit was substantial. Yang Feng, however, appeared unfazed by the news and said, I will call you later. Just contact Jiangxing Jewelry Company for the acquisition. What? Such jadeite is highly coveted by various companies. Shouldn't we try a few more? Gao Ronghai inquired, only to suddenly realize. Oh right, you know Zhao Zhuwei. You know the young lady from the Zhao family as well? Li Wenfei interjected. Gao Ronghai grew even more curious, asking, Brother Feng, who is she? You aren't hiding a romantic interest, are you? Indeed. Just earlier, I was discussing how to win him over with wealth. Li Wenfei immediately chimed in, leaving no chance for Yang Feng to clarify. Wait, a wealthy woman? Gao Ronghai exclaimed with enthusiasm. Yang Feng, not amused, lightly tapped his head and replied, Are you out of your mind? She is merely Lin Shue's friend, and can you think of something other than wealthy women for once? Well, there was a time, Brother Feng. You know who my dream girl is, right? Maria Ozawa or Teacher-san? Surely it cannot be Ai Jima. Do not jest. My dream lover remains ensconced in my reverie. Gao Yonghai cleared his throat, his eyes brimming with yearning, and declared, My aspiration is that when I reach a more advanced age, a stunning lady will emerge, enticing me with her wealth to corrupt my soul, binding my corporeal form with opulent mansions, and tethering my steps with luxurious vehicles and yachts. And then, whenever I strive towards my ideals, she shall invariably appear before me, forcefully hurling a bundle of cash into my face. Naturally, should circumstances permit, she would bear me a child, using the offspring as leverage to dissuade me from pursuing a career, ultimately leading me to lose myself amidst the allure of wealth and familial obligations, forsaking grand aspirations for a life of degradation and tedium. Gao Yonghai elaborated on his dream companion. Yang Feng sat in a stupor on the sofa. Even Li Wenfei, seated beside him, paused momentarily before gradually turning her gaze towards Yang Feng and softly remarked, I suddenly sense that your soul indeed possesses a touch more nobility than his. The expressions exchanged between the two made Gao Yonghai aware of his surroundings. Perhaps it is futile to elucidate such matters to you mere mortals. Gao Yonghai sighed. Li Wenfei glanced at her watch and, seizing the moment, rose to propose. Well then, I shall address another pressing matter. As she spoke, Li Wenfei retrieved an opulent golden embossed invitation from her bag. This invitation was resplendent, clearly indicative of its considerable worth. This is an invitation to the grand banquet celebrating the 70th birthday of Lin Shui's grandfather, which will be attended by numerous distinguished figures from society. Xiao Xue mentioned that you have started your own company, hence she requested me to deliver this invitation to you, allowing you the opportunity to engage with them. Li Wenfei, with a cheerful smile, added, This is the first time I have seen Xiao Xue so attentive towards someone. You must seize this opportunity. Afterward, Li Wenfei bid farewell to the two and left the house with a light-hearted demeanor, while Yang Feng accompanied her to the door. Upon returning home, he discovered that Gao Ronghai was already engrossed in examining the invitation. Goodness, it appears to be adorned with real gold. It must weigh several grams at least. Gao Ronghai remarked, marveling at the ostentation of the affluent. However, Yang Feng seemed rather indifferent and inquired, By the way, how is the recruitment process at the company today? Weren't you supposed to have Lin Shui assist in finding a group of management and operations personnel? They have all started working now. But we still need to recruit another batch, and the transition of responsibilities requires considerable time, Gao Ronghai explained. We will also need to open a series of stores to enhance the brand image of our jadeite raw stones. You know, when I previously ran a store, there was a chain that showcased its offerings. Indeed, initially we will focus on Jiangsheng, and the proceeds from this batch of jadeite will primarily be allocated for expansion. Yang Feng outlined a few plans. He was aware that Gao Ronghai lacked knowledge in several areas, so he intentionally requested Lin Shui to send over some reliable individuals. The company was still in its nascent stages, and everything required time to develop. Nevertheless, as the conversation progressed, Gao Ronghai's expression seemed to turn somewhat troubled. Brother Feng, you know that going for an interview alone may lead to misjudgments or even drowsiness. It is essential to have someone accompany me, Gao Ronghai remarked, his gaze subtly conveying a message to Yang Feng. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Feng replied, You wish for Lu Qinglan to accompany you for the interview, do you not? Ah, you understand me well, brother. We share a bond, and yet you question my intentions? Gao Ronghai replied sheepishly. Very well, I shall call her shortly, Yang Feng agreed. Just as he finished speaking, the phone rang, revealing that it was Zhao Guofeng calling. Chapter 39. Where have you hidden my daughter? Yang Feng recalled that the last time he had encountered Zhao Guofeng's family, their demeanor towards him had been rather lukewarm. Although Zhao Guofeng seemed to harbor no ill will, Zhao Zhui's mother, Qiu Yuexiang, regarded him with overt disdain. Uncle, is there something the matter? Yang Feng inquired, perplexed. Upon hearing Yang Feng's voice, Zhao Guofeng expressed urgency. Yang Feng, have you seen Zhui? I haven't seen her, Yang Feng replied, bewildered. He had been preoccupied with company matters and had not had the opportunity to contact Zhao Zhui. Zhao Guofeng grew increasingly anxious, stating, She hasn't returned home for several days and has not contacted us. Yang Feng was taken aback. Although Zhao Zhui was lively, it was hard to believe she would engage in something as drastic as running away from home. Zhao Guofeng quickly added, If you happen to see her, please inform me immediately. I will dispatch someone to search for her. Well, to be honest, my relationship with her is merely that of ordinary friends. Even if she were to truly run away from home, she would not seek me out. Yang Feng scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless. Just as he was speaking, another call came in. Upon seeing the caller ID, a jolt of surprise surged through him. It was indeed Zhao Zhui calling. At this moment, Zhao Guofeng remained oblivious, simply stating, All right, if you have any news about her, be sure to inform me at the earliest. Yes, understood, Yang Feng replied. After ending the call, he answered Zhao Zhui's phone. Hello, Yang Feng, where are you? She inquired. I'm at home. You wait for me at the milk tea shop near your house, Yang Feng instructed. After conveying a few words, he hung up, only to find Gao Ronghai staring at him from across the room. Bro Feng, you aren't seriously considering dating the young lady from the Zhao family, are you? Are you hoping to live off her? Gao Ronghai looked at him with skepticism, then suddenly gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Why hasn't this good fortune come my way? I wouldn't mind ceasing my struggles. Get lost, get lost. Hurry back to prepare for your interview. I want to see how it goes. Yang Feng shot him a glare. After sending Gao Ronghai on his way, he asked him to take someone along to assist him in retrieving his car. At Tianlong Square, The place was bustling with crowds today, abuzz with excitement. Following Zhao Zhuwei's directions, Yang Feng arrived at a milk tea shop where he found her seated, engrossed in her phone. He took a seat opposite her and inquired, "What brings you out here alone?" "Oh, you've come," she exclaimed. Zhao Zhuwei smiled as she set her phone down. Yang Feng, noticing her cheerful demeanor, inquired, "I heard from your father that you haven't returned home for several days. He even called you, didn't he? You didn't tell him I was here, did you?" "No, he didn't mention it," she replied. That's a relief. It must have been quite distressing for them. Zhao Zhuwei's eyes reflected her displeasure. Yang Feng, discerning her expression, ventured, "Has your mother arranged a blind date for you? If she wants me to date, she should do it herself. How could she bring someone home?" Zhao Zhuwei huffed. It was evident that her family had pressured her considerably. Understanding her volatile nature, Yang Feng asked, "So, what will you do now?" "I came to seek your assistance," she replied. "Seek my help?" Yang Feng looked puzzled. "What can I do for you?" "Help me find an apartment nearby. I want to move out." "You must be joking. Why leave that grand mansion? What is wrong with it? That's my parents' place. What if they bring a suitor home while I'm asleep?" "I certainly do not wish to live with them every day," Zhao Zhuwei grumbled. Yang Feng empathized. Knowing that young people today are increasingly reluctant to dwell with their parents, especially with a mother who is constantly arranging dates for her. "By the way, what about that friend of yours?" he asked. "You mean Xiaoya? I called her earlier, but I can't stay at her place. It could lead to complications," Zhao Zhuwei murmured. "In any case, I need to move out for a couple of days and consider returning home only after my mother stops bringing people over." Just as she spoke, Qinji Yue approached from a distance. "Sister Wei." Qinji Yue jogged over and quickly asked, "What brings you here? And who is this seemingly dubious individual? Why did you come to find him?" "Ah, dear lady, might you kindly address me by my name?" Yang Feng interjected, taking a sharp breath. Qinji Yue, however, paid no mind to this. Turning her gaze back to Zhao Zhuwei with excitement in her eyes, "Sister Wei, I heard you ran away from home. Why not stay at my place?" "No, I plan to find an apartment nearby," Zhao Zhuwei replied. "Perfect. I'm moving out too. We can live together," Qinji Yue exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. The thought of running away from home is exhilarating. It seemed as though the two had truly concocted a grand plan. However, after finalizing their scheme, they noticed that Yang Feng remained utterly unresponsive. "Yang Feng, what's wrong?" Zhao Zhuwei inquired, puzzled. Yang Feng's gaze was fixed on a crowd not far from the square. Among them, he discerned a pair of eyes watching intently. "Is the target Zhao Zhuwei? I don't believe your father is aware of your whereabouts, correct?" Yang Feng suddenly asked. Zhao Zhuwei nodded affirmatively. "Of course he doesn't know. I've been too preoccupied with job hunting these past few days to pay them any mind." "Well, perhaps you should consider returning home?" Yang Feng suggested, a sudden unease washing over him, as he sensed that those individuals were not ordinary. Especially given Zhao Zhuwei's unique circumstance, he feared for her safety. However, at this moment, Zhao Zhuwei had ceased to ponder further on these matters. She rose and said, "We have some errands to attend to. Please remember to assist us with the housing search." After speaking, the two departed. As Yang Feng watched them leave, the peculiar expression in his eyes vanished. Had they truly come to find Zhao Zhuwei? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Meanwhile, from a distance within the crowd, two men clad in casual attire and wearing dark sunglasses emerged. Both were equipped with earpieces, seemingly reporting on the situation. One of the men, wearing a puzzled expression, whispered to his companion, "I felt that man was watching us just now." "The one with Zhao Zhuwei? Indeed, do you think he noticed us?" The man voiced his concern. The other immediately shook his head, stating, "Impossible. It must be your imagination. He is merely an ordinary person. There is no way he could spot us among so many, especially with the plan about to commence." Hesitation at this juncture would be unacceptable when reporting back. "Yes, I understand." The two conferred. Yang Feng had not anticipated that a conspiracy was quietly brewing at this very moment. Just as he prepared to assist Zhao Zhuwei in finding accommodation, a black sedan came to a halt by the roadside. Yang Feng recognized the vehicle, and from it emerged none other than Zhao Guofeng and Qiu Yuexiang. As Qiu Yuexiang stepped out of the car, she immediately positioned herself in front of Yang Feng, exclaiming furiously, "Where have you secretly hidden my daughter?" Chapter 40. Zhao Zhuwei has been kidnapped. Hearing the condescending tone, Yang Feng furrowed her brow. During her last visit to Zhao Guofeng's home, she had been met with a haughty and disdainful attitude. However, out of respect for Zhao Zhuwei's mother, she had chosen to be polite. Little did she expect the woman to become even more brazen. "I did not conceal her. She merely happened to call me while in the vicinity. Yang Feng maintained her composure. Yet, Xiao Yuexiang, now even more incensed, coldly declared, "Let me make this clear. Zhuwai is my only daughter, and you must harbor no improper thoughts about her, or else." "Auntie, it seems you are misjudging the situation," Yang Feng interjected, narrowing her eyes. "The one who drove her away from home is not me. It appears to be you. I did all of that for her own good. What do you understand about it?" Xiao Yuexiang retorted, invoking the most righteous and grandiose justification. Yang Feng could not help but scoff softly. Xiao Yuexiang, taken aback by Yang Feng's audacity to confront her, grew even more furious. "What right do you have to speak to me like that? I am not your son. What gives you the authority to judge me?" Yang Feng countered. Xiao Yuexiang was momentarily rendered speechless. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhao Guofeng interjected with a stern glance at Xiao Yuexiang, saying, "Enough." With a cold huff, Xiao Yuexiang turned her head away. Zhao Guofeng then sighed and said, "I apologize. My wife is a bit anxious. However, Xiaofeng, you just saw Zhuwai, so you should know where she went, right? She seemed to have gone out with Chun Jiyue to buy something. Could you give her a call?" Zhao Guofeng inquired. Without much thought, Yang Feng took out his phone and dialed Zhao Zhuwei's number. However, it was peculiar that the call which had previously connected was now met with a deadline. Perhaps her phone had run out of battery, he mused, unable to reach her. Yang Feng handed the phone back to Zhao Guofeng, who attempted another call. Upon confirming it was still unreachable, a frown creased his brow. It had been several days since he had heard a word from his daughter. He had only just managed to ascertain through surveillance that Zhao Zhuwei had met with Yang Feng here, only to discover she had left so abruptly. Alas, this child. Zhao Guofeng sighed. "Little Feng, if you happen to see her again, could you please allow me to speak with her?" "Of course, if I see her again," Yang Feng replied. "Thank you." Zhao Guofeng nodded in agreement. Yet, beside them, Xiao Yuexiang expressed her displeasure, stating, "This child is truly too mischievous, even at such a time. She still hides from us." Just as she uttered these words, Zhao Guofeng's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, a glimmer of hope sparked within him. "It's Xiao Wei calling. Quickly, put it on speaker," Xiao Yuexiang urged. Zhao Guofeng activated the speakerphone and answered the call. Before he could utter a word, a grim male voice resonated from the other end. "Is this Chairman Zhao?" The ominous tone held a hint of menace, causing unease to ripple through the group. "Who are you?" Zhao Guofeng's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The man emitted a sinister smile and said, "Chairman, you need not concern yourself with my identity. All that matters is that your daughter is in my possession." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the couple grew visibly grim. Xiao Yuexiang hastily snatched the phone and exclaimed, "What do you intend to do with Xiao Wei?" "Do not fret. We have no immediate intentions to harm her," the man replied, his voice laced with a hint of mockery. Zhao Guofeng took a deep breath, comprehending the true motive behind the call. "Speak plainly. How much do you demand?" Zhao Guofeng understood that such brigands were invariably motivated by greed. However, he was taken aback when the man stated, "There is no need for money. It is too cumbersome to transport. A few million in cash would be more than exhausting for us." "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Guofeng inquired, his curiosity piqued. "I have heard that Chairman Zhao possesses a painting by Wu Daozi, titled The Old Man Bestowing the Elixir," the man queried. Zhao Guofeng's countenance darkened to an extreme extent, as he realized this individual had even researched his prized collection. That painting, though light, was valued at over 100 million. "I trust you understand what must be done," the man continued, his tone laden with veiled threats. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Guofeng responded, "I will bring the painting to secure her release." "Where are you located?" "You will deliver the item to the end of Youth Road in the Eastern District, beside the trash bin. I shall send someone to collect it. Once I have the painting, your daughter will be returned to you." The man articulated the terms of the transaction. Zhao Guofeng scoffed. "And if you take the painting and refuse to release her? What guarantee do I have?" "Dear Chairman, it appears you are somewhat misinformed regarding the current situation. This is not the moment for you to negotiate terms with me. However, if you wish to witness your daughter's fingers severed one by one, I shall oblige." "Enough. I shall return to retrieve the images, and during this interval, you must ensure my daughter's safety. Otherwise, you shall gain nothing. Naturally, she is our golden goose." Upon concluding his words, the man abruptly terminated the call. Xiao Yuexiang, anxious, exclaimed, "Old Zhao, what if they truly take the items and refuse to release her? We should return to fetch the paintings and stall them while calling the police from the car." Zhao Guofeng, After casting a final glance at Yang Feng, departed in haste. Yang Feng's expression was grim. He had not anticipated that his earlier premonition would materialize so swiftly. However, given the time elapsed, they could not have ventured far. The culprits were undoubtedly nearby. Following Zhao Guofeng's report to the police, they promptly initiated their response. Yet, in dealing with such shadowy figures, their actions were largely limited to surveillance and screening. Even if they managed to locate the perpetrators, given their professional acumen, it was likely that the hostages would be in peril. After Zhao Guofeng's departure, Yang Feng, sensing a presence, began to retrace his steps down a particular street. He had noticed, from earlier, that a pair of eyes was fixated on this location. Chapter 41. The Art of Gaze. Practical application upon witnessing Zhao Guofeng's exit. Those eyes discreetly followed suit. Yang Feng promptly pursued this individual. He moved with remarkable speed. However, Yang Feng's physical prowess had significantly improved compared to the past, allowing him to keep pace until they reached a dilapidated urban village, where the man finally slowed down. Yang Feng rubbed his eyes, preparing to pursue him further. Yet, just as he took a couple of steps, a gun was suddenly aimed at him. "Kid, your tracking skills leave much to be desired," came a cold, harsh voice, accompanied by a menacing glare. This man was not an ordinary thug. He was a professionally trained assassin. Yang Feng, observing the man merely 3 meters away, realized that a slight squeeze of the trigger could seal his fate. Danger loomed, palpable and immediate. Simultaneously, the police, utilizing surveillance footage, pinpointed Zhao Zhui's last known location. They conducted extensive searches, particularly around the retrieval point on Youth Road, deploying a significant number of officers. Meanwhile, Zhao Guofeng had returned home and retrieved Wu Daozi's painting. As he sat in his car, he dialed a number. "I have secured the item. I am currently en route to Youth Road. Let me speak to my daughter," Zhao Guofeng stated coldly. The robber, with a sinister tone, kicked Zhao Zhui, who sat beside him, and said, "Hey, you filthy woman, talk to your family." "Dad, Zhui, don't be afraid. I will deliver what they want right away." Enough. I'm not giving you this call for idle chatter. I've changed my mind." I suddenly wanted Zhao Guofeng's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily exclaimed, "But you just... Enough of your nonsense. Do not presume that I am unaware you have already contacted the authorities. This is your final opportunity. Deliver the goods to the end of Baiwa Street within half an hour, or your daughter will meet a grim fate." The sinister tone compelled Zhao Guofeng to respond urgently. "I will go at once." Right away, he terminated the call and promptly instructed the driver to change direction. Meanwhile, the police, having utilized the phone's base station for tracking and surveillance, finally pinpointed the location within the urban village. Yet, within the confines of this area, Yang Feng remained under the threat of a gun. "Is Zhao Zhui being held here?" he inquired calmly, glancing over his shoulder. The man wielding the firearm sneered. "What? Do you still wish to save her? She is my friend." With a derisive laugh, the man retorted, "I find it amusing that you are concerned for others when you can barely ensure your own safety." His laughter took on a twisted quality as he continued. "In that case, I will send you on your way first, followed by your friend. Did you not claim that once you obtained the painting, you would release her? That woman has already seen our faces, and returning her would merely squander our escape time." The man's eyes narrowed, and Yang Feng felt a chill creep down his spine. This individual was indeed a professional assassin, and his abduction tactics were highly skilled. He had undoubtedly devised an escape plan long ago. However, today, fate had led him to Yang Feng. "Prepare to meet your end." The man began to press the trigger. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force enveloping him, binding him tightly. The gravitational pull of the earth seemed to increase several-fold in that moment. His body felt heavy, and when he attempted to pull the trigger, he found himself utterly immobilized. "Tell me, where is Zhao Zhui being held?" A steely glint flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. This was the power of the eye technique, earth binding. The man stared incredulously at Yang Feng and exclaimed, Are you some kind of superhuman?" "I do not comprehend your words," Yang Feng replied, relinquishing the gun he held, and then delivered an elbow strike to the man's neck. Thud. The man crumpled heavily to the ground. Yang Feng used his phone to call the police, instructing them to send personnel to apprehend the assassin before proceeding onward. The urban village was vast, and Yang Feng's gaze penetrated through the walls, striving to see through every building. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead until he finally spotted 3 robbers in a building, alongside Zhao Zhui and Chen Jiyue, bound on the floor. Yang Feng swiftly ascended to the 3rd floor of that building, positioning himself outside the room. Through his ability, he could see the individuals inside. At that moment, the three men were stationed at their posts, one on the balcony and two in the living room. Yang Feng stealthily approached from the adjacent balcony, silently dispatching the robbers stationed there before concealing himself behind the balcony. The remaining two robbers were engrossed in conversation in the living room. Once we complete this job, we can head abroad. This will be my final job. The money from the client will suffice for a lifetime of indulgence, one of the robbers declared, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Upon hearing these words, Yang Feng's expression momentarily froze. If these kidnappers were indeed motivated by greed, they should have acted in unison to sell Wu Daozi's painting. Yet, they mentioned a benefactor lurking in the shadows. This implies that their acquisition of the artwork serves a purpose beyond mere profit. Could it be related to spiritual energy? Yang Feng murmured to himself, his voice barely a whisper, yet it seemed to catch the attention of the kidnappers instantly. Who goes there? The moment the kidnapper's voice rang out, Yang Feng realized he could no longer conceal himself and dashed out from the balcony. At that moment, Zhao Zhuwei and Qin Jiyue, bound and helpless, caught sight of Yang Feng's figure. Disbelief etched on their faces. Yang Feng, Zhao Zhuwei exclaimed, astonished at the familiar silhouette before her. However, in the next instant, she witnessed the kidnapper raising his handgun. Yet, his movements appeared unusually sluggish. In that fleeting moment, Yang Feng had already lunged forward, positioning himself directly in front of them. With a resounding crack and thud, two fists collided with the kidnappers' heads, plunging them into darkness as they collapsed to the ground, leaving the room enveloped in silence. Wah! What just happened? Zhao Zhuwei and Qin Jiyue, still restrained, were unable to mask their astonishment. They scarcely registered the events that unfolded before their eyes, witnessing only the swift defeat of the two assailants by Yang Feng. He had approached them and swiftly untied their ropes, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Sensing his exhaustion, Zhao Zhuwei expressed her concern. Yang Feng, are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit fatigued from the run. A moment's rest will suffice, Yang Feng replied, managing a faint smile. As Zhao Zhuwei successfully made another phone call, the police simultaneously arrived at the scene. However, Yang Feng had already exhausted himself, slumped in a corner with his eyes closed, drifting into a state of slumber. At this moment, Zhao Guofeng and his wife hastily made their way to the location. This kidnapping case, albeit briefly, seemed to reach a conclusion. Unbeknownst to Yang Feng, his reckless actions had already etched his name into the management system of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. In Jiacheng, within the Central District, at the Supernatural Management Bureau building, several individuals stood with grave expressions in an office cluttered with files. Director Wang had just deduced, based on the investigation, that the individuals responsible for the abduction of Zhao Zhuwei were likely after the spiritual energy contained in Wu Daozi's painting, suggesting the presence of a mastermind behind it all. A young man stood before the desk, reporting the situation. Chapter 42. Investigation of Yang Feng. The individual before them was Wang Jihua, the deputy director of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau and the highest decision-maker in Jiangcheng. Wang Jihua scrutinized the photographs sent from the scene and eventually pointed at the unconscious Yang Feng in the corner, inquiring, what is the story behind this individual? We encountered him when we sought out Han Yunfu. He is an expert in antiques and jade. We have just retrieved his profile. The young man indicated towards the documents spread across the desk. Wang Jihua picked up the file and, after examining it for a moment, furrowed his brow, remarking, his previous background appears rather ordinary. Indeed, based on our recent insights into his character, this individual possesses a remarkably composed demeanor. For instance, during the tense auction where he first encountered Han Yunfu, it is said that they ultimately forged a friendship despite the palpable tension. The young man has evidently conducted his homework. Wang Jihua observed for a moment before directing his gaze towards the woman who was gazing out at the scenery. Morong, what do you think of him? Wang Jihua's tone had softened noticeably. The person before him was the most enigmatic figure in this circle, Morong Wan. Always adorned with a smile, she exuded warmth and approachability. Currently, she held the position of team leader for the investigation, yet had refrained from expressing any opinions regarding Yang Feng. I'm not entirely certain, but from what I can see, he seems to be quite a commendable individual. At the very least, he displayed considerable courage when he saved someone, did he not? Morong Wan replied with a smile. At this moment, the young man interjected with some reservations. Team leader, he doesn't appear particularly formidable. Moreover, discovering the location of the kidnappers and single-handedly taking down those armed men. If it were an ambush, many trained individuals could accomplish that. However, he was interrupted by Wang Zhihua, who asserted, "Enough. This matter will be entrusted to Muro. Our primary focus now must be to unearth the individuals behind this audacious act of kidnapping old Chen's daughter and Zhao Zhuwei in Jiangqing. Yes, we will commence the investigation immediately." The young man could only acquiesce. A tempest, unbeknownst to the ordinary populace, was quietly brewing at that very moment. Yang Feng remained oblivious to all that was unfolding. He had been taken to the hospital for examination, and after confirming that he was unharmed, he took a brief respite there. It was not until shortly after 8 o'clock the following morning that Yang Feng stirred from his slumber. Yet, the first sight that met his gaze was a pair of lively eyes. "Ah, you're awake." Zhao Zhuwei's radiant smile illuminated the room. Yang Feng rose from his bed, rubbing his head, and inquired, "Are you injured?" "No, not at all. About yesterday, thank you. I merely happened upon that individual, and, upon following, discovered he was the one attempting to abduct you." Yang Feng explained somewhat dismissively. Zhao Zhuwei nodded earnestly and hurriedly asked, "Are you hungry? Shall I have someone prepare you something to eat?" "That would be great," Yang Feng replied, not wishing to be impolite. Zhao Zhuwei dashed to the door, issued a few instructions, and then quickly returned. "By the way, are you getting out of bed?" "Ah, I've no pressing matters. Just needed a bit of rest." "You looked utterly exhausted yesterday. I thought you were injured," she remarked. "I've been experiencing a slight bout of lethargy lately." Yang Feng yawned. Though his words were few, they only deepened Zhao Zhuwei's curiosity about him. Previously, she had perceived him as somewhat peculiar, yet she had never anticipated the remarkable prowess he possessed. "Have you ever practiced any form of martial arts, like Sanda?" Zhao Zhuwei's large eyes blinked in wonder. Yang Feng observed the young girl, who resembled a curious child, and helplessly remarked, "Yesterday was an exceptional circumstance, which is why my potential was unleashed. Typically, I am not that remarkable. You have no idea. Yesterday you were." Just as Zhao Zhuwei was about to continue her sentence, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance. It was Zhao Guofeng and his wife, Qiu Yuexiang, entering the room. "Xiao Feng, you are finally awake." Zhao Guofeng sighed in relief. Beside him, Qiu Yuexiang kept her head lowered, feeling a sense of guilt upon seeing Yang Feng after learning about yesterday's events. Through the interrogation, it had come to light that the kidnappers had never intended to release Zhao Zhuwei. Had it not been for Yang Feng's timely arrival, Zhao Zhuwei might have truly met with tragedy yesterday. "Uncle, I am perfectly fine. I merely took a nap. I will feel better after eating something," Yang Feng replied nonchalantly. Zhao Guofeng, upon hearing this, quickly responded, "I have already arranged for food to be prepared. Xiaoye will bring it to you shortly." Yang Feng was not particularly fond of such a fuss. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chun Jiyue arrived with the food. Yang Feng, unreserved, finished his meal with great enthusiasm and declared, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, as I need to visit the company today." "Wait a moment." Qiu Yuexiang called out to him. Yang Feng turned at the doorway, puzzled, and asked, "Is there something else? I must apologize for yesterday's incident. Here is a sum of money. Please be sure to accept it," Qiu Yuexiang said, presenting a bank card. It was the most prestigious black card in the country. The deposits within amount to no less than 50 million. However, Yang Feng merely glanced at it, and, with a smile, said, "Thank you." He did not reach out to accept it, but left without hesitation. Qiu Yuexiang was momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, Zhao Zhuwei swiftly caught up with him. It was not until they reached the hospital entrance that Zhao Zhuwei called out, "Hey, wait for me. Is there anything else? Thank you for yesterday. My father guessed that you didn't want any money, so he wanted to know if there is anything your company needs assistance with." Zhao Zhuwei gazed at Yang Feng with anticipation. After pondering for a moment, Yang Feng suddenly smiled and said, "Actually, there is something. If your father has the time, could I take a look at the painting the kidnappers requested?" "That is absolutely fine," Zhao Zhuwei readily agreed. Yang Feng nodded and remarked, "Aside from that, I don't require any further assistance from you." At that moment, Gao Ronghai arrived at the hospital entrance in his car. After bidding farewell to Zhao Zhuwei, Yang Feng got into the vehicle and departed, heading towards the company. Gao Ronghai, still unaware of the kidnapping incident, curiously inquired, "Brother Feng, how did you come out of the hospital with Miss Xiao? Were you there for a checkup? Is it that in your eyes, whenever I am with a woman, something improper must occur? You couldn't reach me on the phone all night yesterday. Isn't that how it's portrayed in films? Get lost. You should be sent to Japan. I believe that would suit your interests perfectly." Yang Feng called out in annoyance. Gao Ronghai chuckled and replied, once we start making money, we can head to the islands to film and spend the dull latter half of our lives. Hold on. First tell me how the company has been faring these past couple of days. Yang Feng initiated the discussion regarding the company's affairs. Chapter 43. The first meeting with Moron Wan Hehe. We've recruited quite a few employees in the past couple of days, and many are still in the hiring process. Our company offers excellent benefits, so we should have new arrivals soon, Gao Ronghai boasted just as his phone chimed. It must be a message from a candidate on the recruitment app. Please respond for me. Gao Ronghai was driving and requested Yang Feng's assistance. Yang Feng picked up his phone, opened the recruitment app, and indeed found a message from a female applicant. Hello, are you still looking for candidates? She inquired. Yang Feng responded with some basic information. Suddenly, he noticed her asking, by the way, how old are you? 25. Do you own a house or a car? Well, I suppose I do. Oh, how many people are there in your family? My parents and my younger sister. When was your last breakup? A few months ago, I believe. You just broke up a few months ago and you're already on a blind date. Sister, this is a recruitment app, not a dating platform. Did you perhaps open the wrong app? Oh dear. My apologies. I've been going on so many blind dates lately that it became a reflex. Yang Feng fell into silence. What kind of people are on this app? He cast a glance at Gao Ronghai, who shrugged and remarked, I encounter numerous situations like this every day. I had no idea it was so challenging to recruit talent. Previously, I had Lin Shui assist me in finding a group of professionals, but what is the situation now? They have all arrived, yet the demand remains substantial. We cannot rely solely on them. Gao Ronghai slowed the vehicle and continued, currently, we still need to establish a website, promote ourselves online, and engage with e-commerce platforms, all of which require a plethora of programmers. We must also capitalize on the burgeoning trend of live streaming. It was evident that starting a company was no simple feat. Yang Feng had initially intended to return to his hometown in the next couple of days. But it seemed that, for the time being, he would be unable to do so. He suddenly recalled that tonight was Lin Jinghua's birthday banquet and thought it might be worthwhile to attend in hopes of discovering potential collaborators. Yang Feng felt a sense of foresight in Lin Shui's thoughts. After all, she hailed from a prominent family and was a seasoned professional. Gao Ronghai wholeheartedly agreed, saying, that sounds promising, but if you truly intend to go, shouldn't you prepare something? You mean a gift? Yang Feng inquired. Of course. With so many social elites attending the banquet, how could you possibly show up empty-handed? Gao Ronghai replied with an exasperated expression. Yang Feng, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he remarked, by the way, isn't there an antique street nearby? Just a short distance ahead. I shall take a look. You head to the company first. He recalled that Lin Jinghua had a profound appreciation for antiques. He decided to explore the area and see if he could discover any antiques imbued with a hint of spirit. He parked his vehicle outside the bustling antique street, and upon stepping out, he ventured into the lively thoroughfare. Antique Street, not particularly wide, was lined with old buildings and two cobblestone paths that intersected, surrounded by various stalls and quaint shops. The street teemed with visitors, many hoping to strike a stroke of luck in their treasure hunting. However, finding a hidden gem is an exceedingly rare occurrence. Thus, it was hardly possible to stumble upon one easily. Most individuals left after a long search, sighing in disappointment. Yang Feng wandered around until he finally entered an old shop. Inside, shelves brimmed with an array of antiques, coins, porcelain, and bronze artifacts, all available for the discerning eye. A middle-aged man, noticing a customer had entered, approached with a warm smile and said, Good day, sir. Are you in search of something special? Yes, I wish to purchase a gift. Do you have any recommendations? Yang Feng inquired, his gaze already roaming over the antiques surrounding him. However, none of the items seemed to possess any spiritual essence, likely having been picked over previously. Oblivious to this, the middle-aged man continued to beam and replied, I am Wu Sheng, the owner here. May I ask whom you intend to gift this to, and what is your relationship with them? It is for the grandfather of a friend. Yang Feng responded. Your friend must have quite an esteemed background, Wu Sheng remarked, his curiosity piqued. Yang Feng was taken aback and asked, How did you know that? Haha, our shop only offers exquisite treasures. Moreover, one can discern from your gaze that you possess a discerning eye. Much like this jade disc you have been admiring. It once belonged to a noble family during the Tang dynasty and is of considerable value. Mr. Wu immediately introduced. Yang Feng nodded slightly and inquired, What is the price of this jade disc? Shouldn't you take it up and examine it closely? Mr. Wu was somewhat taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered a customer who refrained from touching the merchandise. Yang Feng smiled and replied, I am merely inquiring. I do not feel compelled to make a purchase. Haha, no worries. This jade disc was unearthed from the Tang dynasty, and its market value exceeds 1 million. If you are interested, feel free to take a closer look. Mr. Wu maintained his patience. Yang Feng nodded and shifted his attention to other items. However, at that moment, a loud voice resonated from the entrance. Owner, bring out your prized possession. I intend to gift it this evening. This commanding voice attracted the attention of all the patrons within the shop, and as they turned to look, a hint of reverence flickered in their eyes. The speaker was none other than the young master of the Huang family, Huang Wenhao. Mr. Wu quickly beckoned other staff members to assist while he approached, saying, Young Master Huang, I sincerely apologize. Please take your time. I have another customer here who. Do not waste your breath on him. He clearly cannot afford anything here. Just bring me what I want. Huang Wenhao interjected, casting a dismissive glance at Yang Feng before addressing the owner directly. Yang Feng, however, bore no resentment and remarked, Owner, perhaps you should attend to your other matters. I will peruse the items at my leisure. Should I find something of interest, I will call for you. Wu Sheng was quite courteous, and then he proceeded upstairs. Yang Feng did not pay much attention when a gentle voice, accompanied by a slight chuckle, drifted from beside him. Have you discovered something wonderful? This voice was as soothing as water, reminiscent of a melody heard in a dream, evoking a sense of ethereal beauty. Yang Feng turned his head in curiosity, only to find a woman clad in a flowing gown. A black ribbon cinched her waist, and her faint smile, coupled with an exquisitely beautiful visage, radiated an extraordinary warmth. I'm just browsing, Yang Feng replied, assuming she was merely a passerby. However, at that moment, Moron Wan's gaze seemed to fixate on him, as she softly inquired, I've heard that you possess considerable knowledge about antiques. Could you assist me in appraising some items? Who told you that? Yang Feng felt a twinge of suspicion towards Moron Wan, sensing an ulterior motive behind her demeanor. Moron Wan smiled, replying, It appears you've been quite prominent lately. The source of the information is not particularly significant. Yang Feng's expression sharpened. He scrutinized the woman before him, her gentle eyes seemingly able to penetrate his very thoughts. Who are you exactly? A sense of foreboding washed over him. At that moment, Moron Wan casually picked up an antique, playing with it while softly saying, Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Discovered? What do you mean? Your secret, of course. Her carefree tone sent a chill down Yang Feng's spine, yet he maintained his composure, replying, I do not understand what you are implying. Is that so? Moron Wan extended a ceramic bowl towards Yang Feng and inquired, Could you assist me in identifying the dynasty to which this belongs? I'm not interested. His refusal seemed rather harsh. However, Moron Wan exhibited no signs of anger. Yang Feng increasingly perceived her peculiarity. Finally, he recalled something and asked, Are you from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau? Very astute. Did you sense my difference from ordinary individuals? Moron Wan began, then corrected herself. Oh, I shouldn't say sensed. It should be seen, right? You. At that moment, Yang Feng realized something profound. Could it be that this woman has already discerned the uniqueness of his eyes? Moron Wan shook her head, smiling gently. Rest assured, I merely wandered in coincidentally. I am not here to investigate you, and shall not interrupt your shopping, shall I? Her smile remained tender, yet to Yang Feng, this woman appeared more formidable than anyone else. Aren't you here to shop? Moron Wan gestured around. Yang Feng inhaled deeply and replied, I've lost the desire to buy. As he spoke, he scrutinized Moron Wan closely. At that moment, she seemed engrossed in examining the antiques within the shop, seemingly no longer seeking to engage him. May I invite you outside for a drink? Yang Feng ventured. Moron Wan's fair hand slowly lowered the antique, and she nodded. So this is an invitation. I merely have some inquiries I wish to pose to you. Yang Feng felt his face flush at her words, realizing he might indeed be perceived as having ulterior motives. Moron Wan gestured towards the opposite side, saying, Shall we head to the tea house over there? All right, Yang Feng readily agreed. However, just as the two were about to leave, Huang Wenhao and the proprietor happened to descend from the upper floor. Young Master Huang, this is the finest treasure among our offerings. If you present it to old Master Lin, it will surely astonish everyone, Wu Sheng extolled. Huang Wenhao burst into laughter, replying, Haha, thanks to the proprietor's kind words. Please help me wrap it up. I have great use for it this evening. Certainly, I will have someone prepare it immediately, the proprietor promptly affirmed. Yang Feng, unaware, did not realize that the recently arrived Huang Wenhao was the same young gentleman set to attend the same banquet as he. Inside the old tea house across from the antique shop, Yang Feng secured a seat by the window. At this moment, he felt somewhat nervous in Muron Wan's presence, not due to her status, but because he sensed that this woman was unlike anyone he had encountered before. Proprietor, 2 cups of tea guanyin and some snacks, please, Muron Wan requested without hesitation. Turning back, she noticed Yang Feng was still gazing at her. Staring at a lady's face like that may be deemed impolite, she jested. Yang Feng cleared his throat, saying, I apologize. I actually wanted to inquire about those individuals. Are you referring to those who collect antiques? Muron Wan asked. Yang Feng nodded, stating, they seem to have a special purpose. But I do not know what it is. In truth, we are also unaware, she replied. Muron Wan expressed her helplessness, stating, however, according to our research, it is highly likely that in ancient times, there existed a particularly unique group of individuals who cultivated their skills through the natural energies present in the world, akin to the spiritual essence found in antiques. Yet, due to some unforeseen events, this spiritual essence has seemingly vanished from the earth. Nevertheless, its essence carries a trace of innate spirituality, which may linger upon certain carved inscriptions or the masterpieces of great artists. She continued, for instance, the revered painter Wu Daozi infused his brushwork with spirit, resulting in most of his paintings radiating this ethereal quality. Who these individuals truly are remains a mystery. Our encounters with them have been scant. However, we can at least ascertain that they may possess traits akin to the Western blood sacrificers, as well as the deities from the island nations. As for their intentions, it could very well be to enhance their strength. Muron Wan appeared to have no reservations in revealing this to Yang Feng, which took him by surprise. Isn't this supposed to be your secret? Why disclose it so readily? He inquired. Because I have also uncovered your secret. Doesn't tea that make us even? She replied with a smile. Yang Feng sensed an increasing sense of dread surrounding this woman. It was at that moment that he suddenly detected a familiar aura emanating from Muron Wan. This aura was distinctly different from that of the 2 individuals from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. There's merely transmitted impure energies through their meridians. In contrast, the spiritual essence surrounding Muron Wan was remarkably pure, identical to his own. Yang Feng suddenly realized something profound. I am unlike you. Perhaps fortune smiles more favorably upon you. Muron Wan smiled. Yang Feng had never considered that there existed such a person apart from himself. In that fleeting moment, he felt a surge of surprise, accompanied by a tinge of frustration. Nevertheless, he remained patient, posing numerous inquiries about the spiritual essence of these antiques. Unbeknownst to Yang Feng, just outside the tea house window, 2 very familiar figures strolled by, Lin Shui and Li Wenfei. Hey, Xiao Xue, is that Yang Feng over there? Li Wenfei suddenly recognized Yang Feng's silhouette. Lin Shui turned around, caught off guard to see Yang Feng in this setting. Just as she was about to approach him, she noticed that he was seated across from Muron Wan. The beauty of that woman rivaled her own, and at that moment, she wore a radiant smile, as if sharing in some delightful conversation with Yang Feng. It appeared he was enjoying a popularity beyond her expectations. He seems to be more well-liked than I imagined, Li Wenfei teased. Lin Shui's expression remained as frosty as ever. She turned away and remarked, it has nothing to do with us. Oh, Xiao Xue, is that truly how you feel? Li Wenfei replied. Let us hurry along. Once we retrieve our things, we must return to the company. I have work this afternoon. Lin Shui strode ahead, her resolute demeanor leaving Li Wenfei somewhat exasperated as she shrugged and followed suit. At that moment, a faint smile graced Muron Wan's lips as she squinted playfully, saying, it seems someone has misunderstood. What do you mean? You'll find out tonight. Muron Wan replied with an intriguing smile. Chapter 45. The Forged Paintings of Zhang Daqian. Yang Feng always felt as though he might be sold out by Muron Wan, only to find himself counting her profits. However, she seemed preoccupied with other matters and, after bidding a smiling farewell, rose to depart from the scene. Noticing that time was slipping away, Yang Feng decided to take a stroll nearby, hoping to uncover a suitable gift for Lin Jinghua. In truth, he had no intention of seeking to please Lin Jinghua. Yet, being invited to a lavish birthday banquet, he was mindful that presenting a gift of meager value might lead others to misconstrue his intentions, assuming he had grown arrogant due to having saved him. He wandered through the antique street, perusing various stalls and second-hand shops. It was not until he reached the final antique store that he let out a sigh, muttering in resignation, It seems that experts have already combed through such places. Finding a hidden gem is truly no easy feat given this reality. It appeared he would have to spend some money to acquire a worthy item. Fortunately, he had a bit of wealth at his disposal, and spending several $100,000 could yield an antique of exceptional value. As he prepared to speak to the owner, his gaze fell upon a painting that languished in an unnoticed corner. The artwork was rolled up and appeared to have been disregarded. Yet, Yang Feng distinctly sensed a brilliant light emanating from it. This painting was undoubtedly of considerable worth. Elated, he quickly addressed the owner. "Could you please unroll this painting for me?" The owner, sensing a potential sale, promptly retrieved the piece and spread it out on the table before Yang Feng. The painting exhibited some damage, with many areas having become blurred due to humidity. As for the content of this painting, it is fundamentally an inkwash artwork, adorned with a touch of traditional Chinese pigments. The predominant hue is inkwash, with delicate red flowers and trees accentuating the scene, accompanied by a gentle drizzle and two individuals engaged in discourse within a pavilion. Two red seals are affixed above. Is this a work by Zhang Daqian? Yang Feng recognized the value of this piece. The proprietor smiled and inquired, "What do you think, esteemed guest? Is it genuine? Is this authentic?" "It is certainly not a forgery," the proprietor replied with a hint of cunning. This is a peculiar tactic employed by some in the industry. If one questions the authenticity of an antique, they will not reveal whether it is real or fake, but rather state that it is likely not counterfeit. Yang Feng grasped the proprietor's implication and asked, "What is the price of this painting?" 100,000 yuan. I can provide you with a wooden box for its preservation." The proprietor was exceedingly straightforward. Yang Feng feigned hesitation for a moment before finally declaring, "Very well, I will take this painting." The proprietor felt a surge of elation within. He was fully aware that the painting was a forgery, as it had been evaluated by experts when initially acquired. Moreover, the genuine piece resided in another shop along the same street. However, despite being a replica, it was crafted with remarkable skill, which is why the proprietor had retained it, treating it as a mere craft item for sale. Unexpectedly, with Yang Feng, the unsuspecting buyer, stepping forward, the proprietor was overjoyed. After preparing the painting, Yang Feng intended to check the time and head home for a shower. Yet, as he turned, a voice filled with surprise called out his name. "Yang Feng, what brings you here?" The voice was exceedingly familiar to Yang Feng. Turning towards its source, he recognized his middle school classmate, Yu Jiantao. "You scoundrel!" Yang Feng exclaimed almost instinctively. He then cleared his throat and added, "Well, old you. Ha ha, I still find that previous address more endearing." Yu Jiantao replied with a hearty laugh, stepping forward to give Yang Feng a bear hug. Afterward, he inquired, "Do you enjoy these things as well?" "Occasionally." Yang Feng explained casually. "I have a banquet to attend today and might need to present a gift, so I purchased a few trinkets." Yu Jiantao nodded in acknowledgement. "It seems you were quite thoughtful. What did you buy? Let me have a look." "A painting," Yang Feng said, preparing to open the box. However, the shopkeeper promptly intervened, saying, "Gentlemen, perhaps you could continue your conversation outside. I must attend to my business here." The shopkeeper was clearly apprehensive that Yu Jiantao might possess expertise in the field. If he discerned that the item was a replica, Yang Feng might demand a refund, complicating matters for the shopkeeper. Yu Jiantao understood the shopkeeper's intentions and glanced at Yang Feng. Noting Yang Feng's nonchalant demeanor, he realized the situation. "All right, shall we sit outside for a while? It has been ages since we last met. There's a modest eatery just ahead. How about we enjoy a drink? I have plans for tonight." Yang Feng began. But Yu Jiantao interjected, "Oh, come on. It's only the afternoon. We can discuss tonight's matters later." With that, Yu Jiantao pulled Yang Feng outside. They arrived at a small restaurant, which was devoid of customers at this hour. Yang Feng and Yu Jiantao casually found a spot to sit in the hall. Upon seeing his old friend, Yu Jiantao was overwhelmed with excitement. He exclaimed, "Isn't it a remarkable coincidence? I went to that store today, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it held some extraordinary treasure, as if it were your summons that led me there. Do you often indulge in this?" Yang Feng inquired. "Not really," Yu Jiantao replied. "However, I did purchase a small retail space on that street, a previous investment, so I occasionally visit to check on it." Yang Feng was taken aback by Yu Jiantao's words. "Wow, you've become a landlord now?" he remarked, astonished. He was aware that Yu Jiantao's parents were both teachers, and his family was not particularly affluent. It surprised him to see how well Yu Jiantao had fared over the years. With a hint of resignation, Yu Jiantao explained, "I spent a couple of years abroad, made some money, and then returned. Back in school, your brilliance was something I envied greatly. I heard you went straight into the domestic genius class in high school. What happened afterward? Yang Feng asked. Yu Jiantao's expression turned somewhat regretful as he lowered his gaze. I didn't pursue a career in research afterward. I worked as a manager abroad, but the environment was not conducive, and I returned after a couple of years. Missing home? Yang Feng probed. Ah, what home? Yu Jiantao pointed to his own yellow skin. Yang Feng seemed to grasp the implication. Discrimination? It is only in such an environment that one realizes they do not trust you at all. If you're not content, you simply come back. Yu Jiantao, with a hint of resignation, remarked, in truth, I have only returned to the country for a couple of months. I had initially intended to seek you out in Jiangsheng, but I became preoccupied with settling in. The two shared an inseparable bond during their middle school days. At that time, Yu Jiantao was viewed as the model student by teachers, even standing up for Yang Feng, which led to a physical altercation that ultimately involved their parents. That scar on your back is still there, isn't it? Yang Feng suddenly inquired. Chapter 46. The shock of an old classmate. Yu Jiantao grinned, rolling up his sleeve to reveal the scar on his shoulder, nonchalantly stating, I doubt it will ever fully heal, but it doesn't matter. We're men, after all. What a say few scars. This particular mark was a result of the incident when he defended Yang Feng, sustaining a deep cut that required a lengthy recovery of nearly half a month. Yang Feng expressed a tinge of regret, saying, I never expected you to return. Otherwise, I would have invited you for a proper drink a few days ago. Well, it's not too late for that now, Yu Jiantao replied jovially, raising his glass. As the evening progressed with drinks flowing and dishes savored, Yu Jiantao's demeanor shifted slightly. Gazing at Yang Feng with a faint casualness, he said, Buddy, I recently caught wind of some news regarding you. Although he did not elaborate, Yang Feng understood precisely what he was alluding to. Splitting up with someone leaves one unencumbered, doesn't he? Yang Feng responded with an easy laugh. Yu Jiantao, with a hint of helplessness, continued, I heard your job search hasn't been particularly fruitful. Have you found employment yet? Not yet, Yang Feng replied succinctly. With a nonchalant air, Yu Jiantao casually picked up a piece of meat and suggested, How about this? I've recently established a new shop in this antique street, but as you know, my schedule is quite demanding. Perhaps you could oversee it as the store manager? Me? A store manager? I'm not particularly knowledgeable in that area, Yang Feng responded. Yu Jiantao casually replied, I'll find someone with expertise to assist you. You'll just need to keep an eye on things. Yang Feng observed his friend's demeanor. He feigned nonchalance by continuously eating and drinking, speaking in a light-hearted manner, likely to avoid hurting Yang Feng's pride. Yang Feng recalled their last encounter when Yu Jiantao offered to invest in his ventures if he ever started a business in China. Considering Yu Jiantao had reportedly amassed millions through software development during his university years, are you aware that some individuals have been sabotaging my job search? Aren't you afraid I'll bring trouble to you? Yang Feng jested. Yu Jiantao waved his hand dismissively, stating, It's of no consequence. I'm merely opening a few stores. In a society governed by law, they can't simply disrupt the business, can they? He appeared genuinely unconcerned. Yang Feng chuckled and responded, Indeed, but I appreciate your kind offer. You're not willing? Yu Jiantao inquired, placing his chopsticks down and looking at him quizzically. Yang Feng smiled and replied, Perhaps in the future. Yu Jiantao patted Yang Feng's shoulder and said, My friend, there's no need for formalities between us. Everyone encounters setbacks in life. After a few drinks, his face flushed slightly, adding a touch of boldness to his usual demeanor. Yang Feng nodded and said, Forget it. I have been starting my own business lately. Starting a business? Yu Jiantao became somewhat alert, earnestly cautioning, Entrepreneurship is akin to a solitary bridge amidst a sea of warriors. I remember you hail from the countryside, so do not act impulsively. Having been acquainted with numerous entrepreneurs since his university days, and with years of experience abroad, he was well aware of the formidable challenges that accompany the pursuit of success in business. For many, entrepreneurship often equates to a futile financial loss. Yang Feng chose not to elaborate, merely stating, I am engaged in the jade and antique trade, but I may consider investing in other sectors in the future, such as technology. Oh, Yu Jiantao grew increasingly perplexed. The investment costs in those industries typically start in the millions. Did Yang Feng previously possess such wealth? Yu Jiantao harbored doubts, yet continued, Please do not decline my support for the sake of pride. There is no need for that between us. I understand, which is why I haven't mentioned it to anyone else, but I wanted to share it with you, Yang Feng replied with a smile. Observing Yang Feng's expression, Yu Jiantao felt a sense of confusion. Just then, his phone rang. You should take that call, Jian'ao suggested. Yang Feng answered, and on the other end, he heard the voice of Gao Ronghai. Brother Feng, we just contacted someone from the Jiangxing Jewelry Group, and their offer exceeds our expectations by 50 million. Should we sell? Gao Ronghai was aware that this price significantly surpassed the market rate. However, it was clear that their generosity was likely influenced by Yang Feng's connections with the Zhao family. Yang Feng naturally understood and inquired, what is the market price estimated by your contacts? The current valuation stands at 120 million. Then let us proceed to sell at this price, without inflating it. Understood, Gao Ronghai acknowledged. After conveying a few more instructions, Yang Feng finally ended the call. Upon regaining his composure, he noticed that Yu Jiantao was gazing at him in a state of bewilderment. Are you joking? Come now, given the bond between us. Why would I jest in such a manner? Yang Feng replied with a grin before taking a sip of his drink. I recently established a company. Would you consider lending me your assistance? What kind of company? I currently hold the majority stake in Maple Leaf Investment Company, which has 2 subsidiaries under its wing. Yang Feng provided a brief overview and concluded, if you join me, I shall offer you a 5 stake as an initial share. Yu Jiantao was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he had intended to support Yang Feng. How had he become the beneficiary instead? Haha, Yang Feng. Yu Jiantao erupted in laughter, saying, all right, I will certainly contemplate it. Well, I must conclude our drinking for today. I have a banquet to attend after a quick shower. Yang Feng rose, and as Yu Jiantao watched him depart, a thought struck him, prompting him to ask, what banquet are you attending today? It is a birthday celebration. I am merely going to join the festivities. Could it be the elder Lin's birthday banquet? Yu Jiantao, being a person of discernment, quickly grasped the implications. Yang Feng smiled and nodded, stepping out of Yu Jiantao's line of sight. As he gazed at the retreating figure of his former classmate, Yu Jiantao was overcome with astonishment. What on earth had this fellow done to achieve such success? The afternoon passed swiftly. By 6 o'clock in the evening, the Jiangxing Grand Hotel, the most opulent establishment in the city, had been entirely reserved. Guards were stationed throughout, safeguarding the esteemed socialites in attendance. In the lobby on the 2nd floor, numerous tables had been elegantly set, with the main table already occupied by several individuals, in addition to key members of the Lin family. There were also some influential magnates from Jiangxing. Lin Jinghua was moving gracefully between tables, engaging in cheerful conversations with the guests. His status in Jiangxing was unparalleled, however. The guest list was rather selective, comprising only a handful of close friends and relatives. Lin Shui kept her eyes fixed on the entrance, stifling a yawn. It seemed he had not yet arrived. Suddenly, Li Wenfei's voice chimed in from beside her. Lin Shui turned her head, casting an annoyed glance at her friend and said, stop talking nonsense. I simply didn't sleep well last night, and am a bit tired. I never mentioned any names, Li Wenfei teased, continuing. But if he does show up, how about I inquire about his relationship with that girl? What if he happens to be a married man? Chapter 47. The allure of Lin Shui. Don't be ridiculous. He has been separated from his ex-girlfriend for several months, and it is said that nothing untoward occurred. He was even swindled out of money. Lin Shui interjected promptly, then quickly added, it was my grandfather who asked to investigate his background. With a mischievous smile, Li Wenfei remarked, I haven't said anything. Why are you so eager to explain? Just then, as they conversed, Yang Feng entered, bearing gifts. He arrived somewhat early, and the crowd inside was relatively sparse. As he set down his presents and prepared to venture further inside, a hurried figure rushed past him, colliding with him. Turning around, Yang Feng was taken aback to find the familiar face of Huang Wenhao, whom he had encountered earlier at the antique street. Isn't this the person who couldn't afford anything at the antique street? Huang Wenhao sneered, glancing at Yang Feng's gifts with disdain. I didn't expect you to make it in here. With an air of contempt, he deliberately circumvented Yang Feng, seemingly fearful of being tainted by his presence. Yang Feng, disinterested in engaging with him, proceeded further inside and found a seat towards the back. Seated there, he noticed that the individuals nearby were all gazing intently at the main table, as if they were merely spectators at this gathering. Fortunately, a person of similar age to Yang Feng approached him and greeted him. Hey, are you here on behalf of your family too? Yang Feng hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his purpose. Well, I'm just here to join the excitement. The other individual, however, responded with ease. No need to be so tense. I'm here with my father as well. We're essentially in the same boat. Curious, Yang Feng inquired. What business is your family involved in? Oh, just some minor ventures in media advertising, picking up scraps from the Lin family. The individual proved to be quite loquacious, extending his hand in greeting. "Pleased to meet you. I am Hisudong, Yang Feng," he replied with a smile, adding, "I am engaged in the jade and antique business." "Oh, that explains why you are seated here with me," Hisudong jested. Yang Feng found this amusing and inquired, "Is there really a distinction in where one sits?" "Certainly. There is a difference," Hisudong asserted, shaking his head as he gestured towards the main table. "Are you not aware? Those at the main table are the core members of the Lin family, including the young lady of the Lin family, her father Lin Linning, and several influential figures in Jiangxing. That is indeed impressive. The individuals seated in the second row are also pivotal figures in Jiangxing or associates of the Lin family, while those behind them are prominent businessmen," Hisudong elaborated. However, his curiosity piqued. He asked, "My friend, did you not conduct any research before arriving?" "I merely assumed this was a dining affair where I could meet new people," Yang Feng replied. "I see, judging by your demeanor. You must have recently taken over your family's business?" "Not quite. I am an entrepreneur in my own right." "Oh." Hisudong gazed at him in surprise, then chuckled. "Do not boast, my friend. What young person attending this banquet is not accompanied by their family? At your age, you managed to come here on your own?" His skepticism was evident. Yang Feng chose not to elaborate further, simply asking, "How is your family's company faring?" As the evening unfolded, Hisudong, brimming with pride, remarked about his internet company, valuing it at several billion. Yang Feng, finding this individual quite amusing, chuckled and replied, "Perhaps we shall collaborate in the future." "Absolutely. Our acquaintance here is fate, and should you require any media promotion down the line, do not hesitate to reach out. I can offer you a discount." Hisudong grinned broadly. While the two engaged in conversation, the number of guests at the banquet gradually increased. Suddenly, Hisudong's gaze fixed intently on the main table. "Do you see that person at the main table?" he inquired abruptly. Yang Feng, intrigued, followed his gaze and asked, "What's the matter?" "That person is Lin Shui. It is said that she is highly favored by old Master Lin and is likely to inherit the Lin family legacy. There are whispers that whoever marries her essentially marries the Lin family," Hisudong remarked, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "Moreover, Miss Lin is exceptionally beautiful. I wonder which fortunate soul in a past life saved the world to be able to associate with such a wealthy and stunning woman," he mused. "Your family is already quite affluent. Are you really contemplating pursuing a rich heiress?" Yang Feng responded, bemused. "What do you know? Just for Miss Lin's beauty, I would gladly part with all my inheritance. Many young gentlemen here today have come just to make a lasting impression on her," Hisudong exclaimed, his face alight with gossip and envy. No sooner had he spoken than his breathing became noticeably labored. "What on earth is wrong with you? Is your asthma acting up?" Yang Feng questioned, somewhat exasperated by the sudden shift from excitement to distress. "Miss Lin seems to be approaching this way. Quick, look," Hisudong hastily reminded Yang Feng. His inability to meet her gaze yet stealing glances left Yang Feng somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, Lin Shui was indeed making her way here step by step. Hisudong's anxiety escalated. Could it be that Lin Shui had noticed him? He promptly adjusted his non-existent bangs with an air of self-importance, feeling grateful for the handsome visage bestowed upon him by his parents. It appeared as if Lin Shui had heard his silent call. Upon reaching this spot, she halted before him. Hisudong was filled with excitement, ready to greet her, when Lin Shui spoke first. "Why are you sitting here?" Her melodious voice rang out. However, Hisudong suddenly realized that Lin Shui was not addressing him, but was speaking to the nearby Yang Feng. Yang Feng, with a resigned expression, replied, "I just came to take a look. The main table seems quite crowded, so I thought I'd pass." "Don't be ridiculous. My grandfather specifically instructed me." "You must get up now," Lin Shui insisted, compelling Yang Feng to rise. Hisudong stood by, dazed, muttering, "Buddy, I'm, sorry, but I think I need to change my seat." Yang Feng wore a face of utter resignation as he watched Lin Shui personally lead him towards the main table. Hisudong gazed blankly at Yang Feng's retreating figure, utterly perplexed by the identity of this young man. An unfamiliar face suddenly appearing at the main table inevitably drew the attention of the crowd, especially that of Huang Wenhao, seated in the second row. Upon witnessing Yang Feng being escorted to the main table by Lin Shui, Huang Wenhao's countenance darkened with fury. This impoverished youth has forged such a close bond with Lin Shui. He ground his teeth in resentment. However, he soon cast his gaze towards the area where gifts had been received, a glimmer of cunning igniting in his eyes. Chapter 48. A faux painting at the birthday banquet? Yang Feng, now seated at the main table, appeared somewhat ill at ease. After all, among the 10 or so individuals present. He was only acquainted with Lin Shui and Lin Jinghua. Just then, Lin Jinghua, having concluded a conversation with another guest, noticed Yang Feng's arrival and exclaimed joyfully, "Ah, Mr. Yang has arrived, splendid." Lin Jinghua was acutely aware of the life-saving favor Yang Feng had bestowed upon him, thus he held him in high regard. Meanwhile, the other guests at the table regarded Yang Feng with curiosity, eager to discern his true identity. Yet, regardless of their scrutiny, they perceived him as rather unremarkable. Fortunately, at that moment, Lin Shui's father, Lin Lining, spoke up. "I have heard of your kindness in saving my father at the hospital. I truly did not expect someone so young to possess such remarkable medical skills." Even Lin Lining, the current de facto leader of the Lin family, expressed his admiration. The guests began to engage Yang Feng in conversation. Yang Feng's expression grew somewhat awkward as he replied, "I merely had the fortune to save a life. It hardly qualifies as medical expertise." "Haha, Mr. Yang is being modest. It is thanks to you that I am able to celebrate this 70th birthday today. Thus, I made it a point to invite you to grace us with your presence." Lin Jinghua laughed heartily. His health had markedly improved, and the evening festivities began to flourish. According to tradition, there would soon be individuals at the dining table taking turns to toast Lin Jinghua. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Huang Wenhao, who had long been prepared, picked up a wooden box and slowly approached the main table. "Oh, it's the child from the Huang family. I remember you," Lin Jinghua acknowledged, granting Huang Wenhao a degree of respect in this setting. Huang Wenhao, filled with joy at Lin's recognition, quickly responded, "It is truly an honor for me, as a junior, to be remembered by you, Lin Lao. This is a congratulatory gift I prepared earlier. I feared it might get damaged outside, so I specially brought it in." "Oh, a gift that warrants such careful thought must be extraordinary," Lin Jinghua remarked with curiosity. Huang Wenhao, smiling, replied, "I have heard that Lin Lao has a particular fondness for painting, especially the works of Zhang Daqian." Zhang Daqian's works. Lin Jinghua's excitement grew. This was indeed something that aligned perfectly with his tastes. Many present shared a love for Zhang Daqian's art, and they couldn't help but express their delight upon hearing this. "Old Lin, I propose that since we are in such high spirits today, why not unveil the painting and indulge our eyes?" suggested Li Deshuan from the Li family. Lin Jinghua laughed heartily and said, "Very well. Since you have put it that way, I must trouble you, young Huang, to unfold the painting so we may all share in the joy." "Certainly." Huang Wenhao promptly signaled to a nearby server for assistance in opening the wooden box. Inside lay a well-preserved painting, measuring a full meter in length and 40 centimeters in width. Once unfurled, it revealed an exceptionally beautiful landscape depicting a scene after the rain. The exquisite plum blossoms embellished the scene, accompanied by an artistic pavilion within which leisurely figures engage in conversation. Upon casting a glance, Yang Feng's expression subtly shifted. Noticing the change in his demeanor, Huang Wenhao felt a surge of pride. However, Lin Shui, seated nearby and oblivious to the underlying truth, quietly inquired, "What is the matter?" "Nothing," Yang Feng replied, shaking his head. Yet, he was acutely aware of the implications. Huang Wenhao's gift, like his own, was a painting by Zhang Daqian, and furthermore, it was the very same piece. What did this signify? It implied that at least one of the paintings must be a forgery. Yang Feng found himself momentarily bewildered, astonished by such a remarkable coincidence. As the crowd gathered to admire the artwork, they expressed their awe. Lin Jinghua, a devoted admirer of Zhang Daqian, exclaimed upon seeing the painting, "This is the ink-wash piece after the rain, Green Mountains. I never anticipated encountering it at this moment. Your efforts are truly commendable." Indeed, as long as Lin Lao appreciates it, the endeavors of the younger generation have been worthwhile, Huang Wenhao smiled and remarked. "However, I happen to discover that someone else here also seems to possess a painting by Zhang Daqian." "Oh, is there such an attentive individual among us?" Lin Jinghua responded. "Yes. Lin Lao, why not take a look?" Huang Wenhao suggested. Seeing the joy among the attendees, Lin Jinghua immediately ordered, "Fetch that painting and unveil it for everyone to see." As he spoke, a figure hurriedly approached from a distance, carrying a wooden box. "Which friend has presented this?" Lin Jinghua inquired with delight. However, Yang Feng did not rise immediately. At that moment, Huang Wenhao directed a piercing gaze towards him and deliberately remarked, "When I entered just now, it seemed that this piece was gifted by this friend. Am I mistaken? It was indeed Mr. Yang who presented it, correct?" Lin Jinghua was taken aback. A painting by Zhang Daqian is of considerable value, and he never anticipated that it was a gift from Yang Feng. Yang Feng nodded lightly, admitting, "Yes, I gifted it. But I didn't expect it to be noticed." "Haha, then let us unveil it." "Sir, you do not mind, do you?" Yang Feng appeared indifferent. The attendees were intrigued. Even Lin Shui was eager to see the caliber of the Zhang Daqian piece Yang Feng had given. As the painting was slowly unfurled, the atmosphere became increasingly animated. Yet, moments later, the venue gradually fell silent. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, sensing confusion on each other's faces. What was happening? Had there been a mistake? The guests at the banquet were left astonished. Upon revealing the painting, its content was identical to the one Huang Wenhao had just presented. A smirk of triumph appeared at the corner of Huang Wenhao's mouth, but he quickly feigned innocence, exclaiming, "Oh, what is this? Mr. Yang, how is it that the painting you gifted seems to be the same as mine?" While he posed a question, it became evident to everyone that one of these paintings had to be a counterfeit. Moreover, considering Huang Wenhao's demeanor and the strength of the Huang family, it is entirely implausible that a counterfeit painting would be presented. Thus, the truth can only be singular. At that moment, all eyes turned to Yang Feng. Even Lin Jinghua took a deep breath and remarked, "I perceive this merely as a trivial amusement at a banquet, perhaps shrouded in some misunderstanding." With that, Lin Jinghua intended to have the painting taken away. Huang Wenhao, having succeeded in humiliating Yang Feng, could not help but feel a sense of triumph. However, at that moment, Yang Feng, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. "Since it has already been unveiled, why should we not take a closer look?" Yang Feng's calm words momentarily left the crowd in astonishment. This young man must be out of his mind, having acquired a counterfeit. He dares to suggest they scrutinize it further? Chapter 49, A Slap in the Face. Yang Feng's piece is the genuine article. Lin Jinghua's original intention was to assist Yang Feng in alleviating the awkwardness. Yet, upon hearing his words, his expression froze momentarily. "Mr. Yang, what do you mean by that?" Lin Jinghua was perplexed by his implication. Nearby, Lin Shui discreetly pinched Yang Feng's side beneath the table, seemingly cautioning him against speaking out of turn. Yang Feng, however, remained oblivious, smiling as he stated, "What I mean is, since everyone holds such admiration for Zhang Daqian's works, why not take a closer look?" He reiterated his previous statement. It seemed that only then did Lin Jinghua grasp Yang Feng's intent. Huang Wenhao found the situation amusing and arrogantly retorted, "Mr. Yang, my painting was purchased at Gudai Xian. You ought to think carefully. Is it possible that items acquired from a prestigious establishment are inherently superior?" Yang Feng countered. His words plunged the atmosphere into a profound silence. At this moment, Lin Jinghua remarked, "Since that is the case, why don't we take a closer look at this painting? Regardless of its authenticity, it is still a piece of art." After all, upon his utterance, the crowd subdued their chatter, their curiosity piqued regarding the quality of Yang Feng's apparent forgery. However, Huang Wenhao alone wore an air of smugness. Initially, he had merely intended to impart a minor lesson to Yang Feng, but he had not anticipated that this young man would provoke his own downfall. Before such a large audience, he was destined to suffer considerable embarrassment. The attendees had, at first glance, accepted Huang Wenhao's work as genuine. As they now observed Yang Feng's painting, their scrutiny was tinged with a critical perspective, eager to uncover any flaws. Even Lin Jinghua displayed a hint of uncertainty. Yet, moments later, a subtle silence enveloped the group as they examined the artwork closely, finding themselves unable to pinpoint any deceit. What could be amiss? Li Dexuan, intrigued, inquired further. Lin Jinghua, sensing the peculiarity, suggested, "Why don't we bring out the other painting for comparison? It seems quite fitting." The group readily agreed, for their expertise had failed to discern any faults in the piece before them. This inability to identify discrepancies had rendered the atmosphere somewhat tense. Lin Shui, lacking understanding of the nuances, curiously observed for a while before quietly asking Yang Feng, "What is going on here?" "I salvaged this painting from a shop," he replied. "How much did you spend?" 100,000. "What?" Lin Shui nearly toppled off her chair. "A mere 100,000 for something so valuable? It is well known that the items gifted by Huang Wenhao are worth at least tens of millions." At that moment, her mind was already made up, and she sighed. "Just now, my grandfather offered you a way out. You should not provoke further trouble." "It's fine. Let's allow everyone to see," Yang Feng replied nonchalantly, continuing to indulge in his food. His nonchalant demeanor piqued the curiosity of many. However, at this juncture, the crowd was engrossed in scrutinizing the two paintings. Yet they seemed unable to reach a consensus. Lin Jinghua, feeling the need for assistance, glanced towards a friend nearby and asked, "Old Ding, what is your opinion?" The old Ding he referred to was the esteemed Ding Kuan, a highly respected authority in this circle, whose specialty lay in art authentication, a field distinct from the stone studies of Han Yunfu. After all, no one can master every aspect of this industry. Ding Kuan had been observing from the sidelines for quite some time before finally approaching Huang Wenhao's painting. This act seemed to illuminate the understanding of the onlookers. Alas, it appears that expensive items truly hold their worth, the crowd sighed. Even the most convincingly crafted counterfeit could not deceive the discerning eyes of the experts. At this moment, everyone turned their gaze towards Yang Feng, their expressions tinged with sympathy. This young man had unwittingly humiliated himself in such a public setting, and it seemed the time had come for his deception to be unveiled. "Old Ding, what exactly is going on?" Lin Jinghua felt an ominous premonition rising in his heart. Ding Kuan chuckled, saying, "There is no need to be anxious, yet based on my extensive study of Zhang Daqian's numerous works." The tension among the crowd heightened. However, Huang Wenhao grew increasingly smug. The item gifted by this descendant of the Huang family is merely a counterfeit. Finally, Ding Kuan spoke up. Huang Wenhao, still basking in his self-satisfaction, boasted, "I merely knew that old Lin has an affinity for Zhang Daqian, so what? Mine is a fake?" Huang Wenhao suddenly grasped the implication, staring at Ding Kuan with a bewildered expression. The onlookers mirrored his incredulity. How could this be possible? Not only they, but even members of the Lin family found it hard to believe. It was evident to all that the painting presented by Yang Feng, in terms of both packaging and provenance, was far inferior to Huang Wenhao's offering. Lin Jinghua, a man of integrity, wore a serious expression as he remarked, "Old Lin, although Mr. Yang once saved my life, in a gathering of this magnitude, do not feel compelled to accommodate him. It would be quite unfair to the Huang family's descendant." "Ha ha, I would not jeopardize my own reputation for such a matter." Ding Kuan laughed heartily, instructing the attendants to display both paintings prominently before stepping forward to say, "At first glance, the differences between these two paintings appear minimal. However, upon closer inspection, one can indeed discern the distinctions." "Please elaborate," Ding Kuan continued. Zhang Daqian's artistic style can be divided into 3 periods. His early years were influenced by Shi Tao and Badashan Ren. The middle phase was shaped by Dunhuang murals, and his later work introduced innovative techniques of ink splashing and color application. His brushwork is both delicate and vigorous, with colors that are bright and rich, and his spirit imbues life into the canvas. Ding Kuan continued, explaining that the counterfeit painting exhibited a feeble and rigid brushwork, with dull and monotonous colors, lacking an overall charm. "What you imply is that, despite the deliberate imitation, the painting on the right is evidently inferior in cohesiveness compared to the one on the left. Moreover, the latter is a late-life ink splash painting, characterized by vibrant colors and harmonious combinations, while the former resembles nothing more than a clumsy imitation." Ding Kuan's words enlightened the crowd, prompting them to scrutinize the finishing touches, where they indeed discerned subtle clues. Upon examining the paper, they noted that Zhang Daqian primarily employed rice paper and silk, choosing thick, textured materials with distinct watermarks. Although this counterfeit was astoundingly well-crafted, the tactile quality still revealed slight discrepancies due to the passage of time. Ding Kuan smiled and turned to Huang Wenhao, stating, "Your painting is a top-tier forgery. However, a forgery remains a forgery. It may deceive the majority, but it cannot deceive me." Chapter 50. Xiaoxua wishes to date you. Ding Kuan's confidence stemmed from years of immersion in this field, instilling a sense of pride within him. Yet, it also directed the attention of those present towards Huang Wenhao, whose countenance was utterly dismal. How could a piece he had discovered as scrap in a shop be genuine? Huang Wenhao struggled to comprehend the reality. His words undoubtedly reflected his intent to embarrass Yang Feng, but he never anticipated that the artwork in his possession was, in fact, a forgery. At that moment, Ding Kuan regarded Yang Feng with newfound admiration. It is indeed a fortunate acquisition, and it appears that Mr. Yang possesses a profound familiarity with artworks. Otherwise, he would not have discerned such a neglected masterpiece, sighed Ding Kuan. The gazes of the onlookers towards Yang Feng were imbued with newfound respect. No wonder this fellow was so confident earlier. It turns out he was aware that the gift he presented was an authentic piece. Moreover, upon further inspection, if this painting is genuine, its value must exceed 20 million. To bestow such a lavish gift raises questions about this individual's identity. Mr. Yang, your generosity is overwhelming. Lin Jinghua remarked with a sigh at that moment. Yang Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, I merely thought it inappropriate to arrive empty-handed and randomly selected something. He did not attach much significance to the painting. In contrast, Huang Wenhao, when receiving this artwork as a gift, had made a point to flaunt it. Yang Feng, however, simply placed the gift at the designated receiving area, and the disparity in their characters was evident. Huang Wenhao's blunder rendered him somewhat ridiculous in the eyes of the crowd. Fortunately, Lin Jinghua chose not to dwell on the incident, instead encouraging everyone to return to their seats and continue with the evening's banquet. Following this event, Yang Feng refrained from further conversation. As the banquet progressed into its latter stages, individuals began to rise from their tables to propose toasts. Yang Feng chose a quieter table to sit down at, yet he was still greeted by several people who approached him to gauge his background. Yang Feng, being straightforward, engaged with them politely until he spotted Lin Shui and Li Wenfei approaching from a distance. I never expected you to be not only knowledgeable about porcelain, but also so well-versed in Zhang Daqian's paintings. As Li Wenfei took her seat, a tone of astonishment colored her voice. Yang Feng shrugged his shoulders and remarked, just lucky. Indeed, it's quite remarkable to have such consistent fortune, Li Wenfei teased. Lin Shui, however, exhibited little interest in their banter and inquired, by the way, are you heading back soon? Yes, I believe the time is about right. My grandfather has a tea gathering later. Would you care to join for a while? Lin Shui did not specify the guests expected at this gathering, but they were undoubtedly influential figures. To Lin Shui's surprise, Yang Feng seemed disinclined to ingratiate himself. Instead, he stretched lazily and replied, No, I don't quite fit in those circles. Then you. Lin Shui began, but Yang Feng interjected, Actually, I have a favor to ask. I wish to return to my hometown for some investment opportunities, but I'm not well versed in this area. I was wondering if you might have any suggestions. Looking to give back to your hometown? Lin Shui discerned the implication in Yang Feng's words, stroking her chin in contemplation. Well, every locale is unique in this regard. However, your intention is certainly feasible. I could introduce you to some individuals who can assist with on-the-ground research. On-the-ground research? Precisely. It involves examining the local cultural climate and its distinctive features. For instance, if there are opportunities for tourist attractions, it could be ideal for developing tourism projects. Additionally, if there is an abundance of land resources, agricultural production could be pursued. Lin Shui spoke with confidence. In matters of business acumen, Yang Feng indeed fell short in comparison to her. I shall send 2 individuals to investigate on your behalf. Engaging in dialogue with the local mayor to ascertain if there are any pertinent policies, Lin Shui concluded. Yang Feng nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude. No worries. Just ensure that you fulfill your role as a son-in-law to the Lin family. Li Wenfei interjected with a teasing tone. Lin Shui's complexion slightly flushed at the comment, and she shot a disapproving glance at her friend, saying, Do refrain from such nonsense. There are others present. Isn't this what you previously suggested? I merely voiced it. Li Wenfei replied with a grin. Yang Feng cleared his throat and remarked, Well, I have some matters to attend to shortly. Shall I head home now? Wait. Lin Shui suddenly called out to him. Yang Feng, perplexed, inquired, Is there anything else? Lin Shui appeared rather embarrassed. It was Li Wenfei who spoke up candidly. Xiao Shui wants to pursue a relationship with you. What? Yang Feng stumbled back in surprise. Lin Shui, blushing, hurried to clarify. Do not heed her frivolous words. I simply wish to know if you could accompany me to my home if you have the time. My father and grandfather have expressed a fondness for mentioning you, Lin Shui added. Her usually stoic expression softened with a hint of warmth. She quickly reassured him. It is merely a casual meeting. Do not overthink it. Well, Yang Feng scratched his head, uncertain of how to respond. Directly declining seemed rather unkind. Yet he genuinely preferred to avoid entanglements with such a prominent family. Cease your overthinking. It has been settled. There is no need for excessive deliberation. Li Wenfei, with her decisive demeanor, stated, It will be the day after tomorrow. Make sure you remember to attend. All right. Very well. See? This matter is quite simple. Li Wenfei remarked with a broad smile. Yang Feng's expression was somewhat rigid, and after hastily bidding farewell, he departed from the location. Only after exiting the hotel did Yang Feng release a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to hail a cab to return home, a voice called out to him. Mr. Yang, you are out as well. This voice sounded somewhat familiar to Yang Feng. He turned around and was surprised to see the man he had encountered outside the auction house last time. You are Xiang Shengwei. Yang Feng recalled the man's name. Xiang Xingwei laughed heartily, saying, "It is rare for Mr. Yang to still remember me after such a long time. I recall you mentioning that you were involved in antique collection." Yang Feng reflected. This individual had purchased numerous antiques at the auction, most of which exuded a certain aura. He was certainly no ordinary person. Xiang Shenghui replied with a smile, "Indeed, Mr. Yang. Should you come across any suitable antiques, feel free to contact me at any time. That painting you mentioned earlier is particularly exquisite." He had observed the events of the banquet. Yang Feng was not surprised and inquired, "Mr. Xiang, do you collect privately or operate a museum?" "Merely a private collection," Xiang Shenghui stated, glancing at his watch. "I apologize, but I must leave shortly. I will certainly pay you a visit another day." "Very well, you are always welcome," Yang Feng replied affirmatively. As he observed Xinghui's hurried departure, Yang Feng's gaze deepened with contemplation. He had deliberately used his spiritual vision to examine Xinghui's meridians, only to discover that he was merely an ordinary individual. This indicated that the true mastermind behind those resources was undoubtedly someone lurking in the shadows. Yet, Yang Feng remained uncertain whether this individual was benevolent or malevolent. Perhaps Murong Wan was privy to the truth. Suddenly, Yang Feng recalled Murong Wan's words from earlier that day. He felt as though he had unwittingly become entangled in a series of events. However, he had little inclination toward such disputes. As the saying goes, when the sky falls, there are tall individuals to bear the weight. At present, he was nothing more than a minor player, likely not attracting much attention. With this realization, Yang Feng hailed a cab and headed home. By the time he arrived, it was already past 9 in the evening. After taking a refreshing shower and preparing for bed, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, a smile graced Yang Feng's face. He answered the call. "Brother, are you asleep yet?" The voice belonged to none other than his sister, who was studying in another city. Hearing her familiar tone, Yang Feng sighed. "What is it this time?" With a playful giggle, Yang Xiaosher inquired, "Did you receive the money I sent you?" Yang Feng, slightly puzzled, scrutinized his phone screen and indeed found that a sum of money had just arrived. "You sent me 3,000 yuan?" he asked, bewildered. "What's going on?" "That's from my part-time job. Isn't it impressive?" she replied with a cheerful tone. Yang Xiaosher's voice brimmed with pride. Yang Feng was aware that this girl often engaged in various side jobs. Yet he remarked, "You should keep it for yourself. Do I seem like someone in need of money? I merely thought you might want to share in the fruits of victory with me." With a cheerful tone, Yang Xiaosher replied, "You'll find out what I've been up to in a few days. It's a secret for now." "You're acting rather peculiar," he teased. "I must hang up now. I've already logged into the game. Today is the day I aim to score big." Noticing that the clock was nearing 10, Yang Xiaosher hurriedly ended the call and logged into her gaming account. "Hello? Hello?" Yang Feng attempted to call her back, but only encountered a busy signal. This girl. He couldn't help but smile helplessly as he tossed his phone onto the bed. Originally, he had intended to share some updates about himself with his sister. But upon reflection, he realized she probably wouldn't care much. During her high school years, Yang Xiaosher had studied in Jiacheng, spending her time either gaming or napping. He had even once toiled away helping her with her homework, which only served to resurrect memories of his own nightmarish high school days. What struck Yang Feng as particularly unjust was how knowledge seemed to effortlessly seep into her mind, allowing this seemingly indifferent student to secure a place in one of the nation's top universities. Realizing it was getting late, Yang Feng chose not to dwell on these thoughts and soon succumbed to slumber. When dawn broke the next day, he awoke and made his way to the dealership to pick up his new car. Although the car is quite affordable, it suits Yang Feng perfectly. While driving, Yang Feng called Gao Ronghai. The company had already been established for several days, yet he had not yet visited. In the bustling city, at the entrance of an office building, people were coming and going. Yang Feng's company had rented the 4th and 5th floors of this building as its office space. Upon entering the company, Yang Feng noticed that there were already 20 to 30 employees, and he felt a sense of nostalgia. This was his inaugural experience as a boss. As he contemplated this, Gao Ronghai emerged from within, grinning broadly and saying, "Brother Feng, you finally made it." As he spoke, Gao Ronghai took the opportunity to introduce the employees in the office to Yang Feng. These individuals would undoubtedly become the backbone of the company. After familiarizing himself with everyone, Yang Feng proceeded into Gao Ronghai's office. "How is the company faring?" Yang Feng inquired. Gao Ronghai chuckled and replied, "Everything is going well. Do you remember Boss Lu, from whom we sourced our goods a couple of days ago? The one from where Lu Qingluan worked?" "Yes, that's him. I informed him that our company had launched a product valued at over 100 million, and it thrilled him to no end. He insisted on collaborating with us for a promotional campaign, and I agreed. Gao Ronghai, being seasoned in this industry, understood that in the realm of luxury goods such as jade, brand trust and recognition are paramount. The same item can be sold at drastically different prices depending on the brand's prestige. Gao Ronghai outlined several recent directions for the company's development and then added, "By the way, we have recruited a few attractive young women primarily for our live streaming and online promotion efforts, though our current popularity is somewhat lacking." Yang Feng, with a skeptical expression, glanced around and remarked, "You aren't using the company's name to pursue girls, are you? Surely, you haven't hired a female secretary? Don't be ridiculous. Do I seem like that kind of person? Besides, the live streaming aspect is managed by Lu Qinglan and her team. I have no involvement in it." Gao Ronghai replied, wearing a look of feigned innocence. Seeing his pitiful expression, Yang Feng inquired, "By the way, you mentioned wanting to visit the southern mountain city to inspect some stones. When are you planning to set off? I estimate it will take some time. I need to sort out some company matters first. I still have to meet with Lao Gu to bring a few people on board. And I also need to negotiate with several major clients interested in jade," Gao Ronghai reported. Although they had secured a significant partnership with the Zhao family, a prominent jewelry business in Jiangcheng, Gao Ronghai was determined not to put all his eggs in one basket. Yang Feng understood this principle and responded, "In a while, I will join you in the mountain city to select a batch of quality stones to transport back." Indeed, but to truly access prime sources, a trip abroad is essential, particularly to the southern country of Gan, where there are numerous old mines. My current plan is to acquire one of those mines once I have sufficient funds, Gao Ronghai expressed, his voice tinged with excitement. This was something he had previously only dared to dream about, yet it was now becoming a tangible reality. Yang Feng listened and nodded, saying, "I will accompany you then. I shall personally select one." "Hee, Brother Feng, your discernment is undoubtedly impeccable." Gao Ronghai's level of trust in Yang Feng was akin to Wu Zetian in mourning, having lost Li Ji. However, Gao Ronghai soon recalled the matter at hand and said, "By the way, Brother Feng, why don't you consider establishing a live streaming studio at home? If we cannot generate enough popularity here, we may have to rely on you." "Live streaming? What would I stream?" Yang Feng inquired with a hint of curiosity. "With your discerning eye, you could assist others in appraising jadeite or antiques. You would surely become the leading sensation across the internet." Gao Ronghai's gaze brimmed with anticipation. Chapter 52. Are you really considering living off others? Yang Feng had never ventured into this realm before, but after hearing the suggestion, he found it quite appealing. In this era where traffic reigned supreme online, if their company lacked recognition, even the finest products would likely struggle to sell. "All right, I will set up a live stream when I find the time," Yang Feng acquiesced. Upon hearing this, Gao Ronghai couldn't help but smile broadly, saying, "Let us not wait. How about tomorrow evening at 7? What is the situation?" Yang Feng asked, perplexed. "I've already prepared the promotional materials." Gao Ronghai rummaged through the documents on the table. Yang Feng glanced at them and couldn't help but feel speechless. The esteemed disciple of Gao. With a 90 accuracy rate in discerning jadeite rough stones, Yang Feng observed the promotional text, realizing that this young man had long been scheming. "Hee, Feng, if you are willing to live stream and help people with gambling stones or antiques, your popularity will undoubtedly soar, especially considering the numerous connections you possess within the community." Gao Ronghai is well aware of the strong rapport between Yang Feng and Han Yunfu, among others. Yang Feng, sensing he had been tricked, responded with exasperation, "You little rascal. You've set your sights on me. Brother Feng, we must strive for greater success and achieve brilliance once more." Gao Ronghai had been so excited over the past few days that he hardly slept, dedicating nearly all his time to studying the affairs of the company. With the arrival of several professional managers, Gao Ronghai had learned a great deal from them. Yang Feng felt reassured that he had not let his newfound status inflate his ego. "This is merely our starting point. Should we earn a substantial amount in the future, we plan to invest in other sectors, particularly in technology companies." Yang Feng confided this to Gao Ronghai. Gao Ronghai, however, appeared somewhat disheartened and replied, "At present, there are still many aspects of this company that I do not fully comprehend. How can I possibly think about the future?" "Indeed, that is a valid point." Just as Yang Feng was about to continue speaking, a sudden knock echoed through the room. An employee's voice called from outside, "General Manager Gao. There's a very beautiful girl outside who says she is here to see Director Yang." As her words faded, Zhao Zhuwei walked in through the door. Beaming as she said, You've become the chairman now, huh? I came to see you. Upon seeing Zhao Zhuwei, Gao Ronghai seemed to instantly grasp the situation, clearing his throat and stating, Brother Feng, everything is well on my end, but I think it's best if you don't come today. Do not. I plan to watch Lu Qinglan's live stream later. Stop looking, and I'll send you the video later. Gao Ronghai pushed Yang Feng out the door. Zhao Zhuwei, understanding his intent, waved cheerfully and bid farewell, taking Yang Feng with her as they exited the company. Yang Feng felt a tinge of melancholy as he glanced at Zhao Zhuwei, inquiring curiously, What brings you here? I came to your house to find you. But your phone was off, and you were not around. So, I presumed you might be at the office and decided to come over. Zhao Zhuwei was candid about her visit. Yang Feng glanced at his phone and remarked, Indeed, this phone's battery life is rather poor. Then why not take this opportunity to get a new phone? My father mentioned he wouldn't be home until this evening. Zhao Zhuwei suggested to Yang Feng. He recalled that he had previously expressed interest in viewing the painting by Wu Daozi. More importantly, Yang Feng was eager to discover how many spiritually infused artifacts remained in Zhao Guofeng's possession. He understood the significance of those spiritual energies. Acquiring them could lead to a profound transformation in his health. He noticed that his ability to use his vision for insight was no longer as exhausting, and his body felt considerably more alert than before. Shall we head to a nearby mobile store? All right, I will take you there. Zhao Zhuwei was quite familiar with the area. The two departed for Baolong Shopping Mall, which boasted numerous official mobile phone stores. As they stepped into one of the shops, they were surprised to find a familiar face, Yu Jiantao, who was currently examining the latest mobile models. Upon witnessing Yang Feng's entrance, Yu Jiantao exclaimed with delight, What a coincidence. May I ask who this is? This is my friend Zhao Zhuwei, who has accompanied me, Yang Feng replied. Zhao Zhuwei. That name seems somewhat familiar. Yu Jiantao pondered for a moment before exclaiming in astonishment, Could it be the young lady from the Zhao family? You are aware of her? Yang Feng remarked, slightly incredulous. I heard about her while running my antique shop. Yu Jiantao's tone reflected disbelief. This fellow has managed to woo even the daughter of the Zhao family. At that moment, Zhao Zhuwei took the initiative to greet them, saying, Hello there. Hello. This young man, Yang Feng, is truly fortunate. How is it that after all these years, I have yet to attract such a wealthy and beautiful woman? Damn it. I too wish to indulge in a life of ease. Yu Jiantao lamented with a look of injustice. Yang Feng rolled his eyes and retorted, I've already told you. She's just a friend. No question of living off her. All right. Regardless of the nature of your friendship, let us discuss something serious. We're planning a gathering of classmates soon. Would you care to join? You may bring a guest, Yu Jiantao said, casting a pointed glance at Zhao Zhuwei. Yang Feng, feeling exasperated, responded, I usually don't enjoy such gatherings, and once again, I must clarify, she is not a guest. Are you truly not interested in attending? I hear Li Hanqiu will be present as well. He is now the CEO of a publicly listed company. If I recall correctly, you two have a good rapport. Yu Jianao pressed. Yang Feng recalled his previous encounter with Jia Wenba during his car purchase, who had also mentioned the alumni reunion. Upon observing his indecision, Yu Jiantao decisively declared, It's settled then. The venue will be at the Qing Shui Grand Hotel. Don't forget. With this resolution, Yang Feng could only nod in agreement. He was aware of Yu Jiantao's nature, which was not particularly favorable. Yang Feng surmised that perhaps there was a significant matter to discuss at the gathering, which was why he had insisted on including him. Very well, do call me when the time comes, Yang Feng acquiesced. However, he soon inquired, by the way, have you given any thought to the matter I mentioned last time? Let's discuss that later, Yu Jiantao replied, picking up the newly purchased phone and addressing the cashier. My buddy will cover the bill. With that, he cheerfully strode towards the exit. Yang Feng, feeling helpless, prepared to reach for his phone to settle the payment when he suddenly realized his phone was out of battery. What a predicament. He immediately cast a pleading glance towards Zhao Zhuwei, who responded with a lively smile and teased, So you're really planning to live off others, huh? I simply don't have any cash. Yang Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. Nevertheless, Zhao Zhuwei was merely jesting and promptly retrieved her phone from her pocket to complete the payment. At that moment, a couple entered through the door. I really have my eye on that new model of phone. Darling, can you buy it for me? The girl's playful voice chimed. The boy, unable to resist, immediately acquiesced. Buy? Whatever you want, just say the word. Seeing his enthusiastic response, the girl seemed satisfied and nodded approvingly. As they entered the store, They unexpectedly spotted Zhao Zhuwei at the cash register, making a payment for Yang Feng. Why not purchase another device, just to have a backup? It can accommodate 2 cards, Zhao Zhuwei inquired. Yang Feng nodded in agreement, stating, all right, I shall not be modest then. With that, he selected a new model smartphone. Shortly thereafter, they witnessed Zhao Zhuwei scanning to complete the payment and leaving the mobile store. The couple stood frozen in place, astonished. What on earth? The young man exclaimed, his expression shifting from bewilderment to jealousy. Look at them. Just look. Growing increasingly agitated. He turned to his girlfriend and demanded, no way, you must buy me a phone today, and I want to. Frustration welled within him. Why should he be the fool when others enjoyed such privileges, especially with a girlfriend as stunning as that? The girl, taken aback, hesitantly retrieved her phone and said softly, I'll pay. In that moment, their roles seemed to have reversed. Within less than a minute, the store staff found themselves profoundly astonished. Meanwhile, Yang Feng remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. After leaving with Zhao Zhuwei, they went out for a meal. By evening, he drove to her residence. Yang Feng had been here once before and felt little nostalgia upon returning. He parked in the garage, observing the 5 or 6 luxury cars inside. Any one of them could easily purchase dozens of his own. Truly, a wealthy family. His vehicle would likely be worth no more than a single wheel of theirs. Why not consider getting a better car? After all, you're not short on funds. Zhao Zhuwei's voice chimed in from the side. Yang Feng, seemingly indifferent, replied, it's all right. I'm not particularly interested in cars. As long as it drives, that's sufficient for me. The two continued their conversation as they made their way home. Today, Qiu Yuexiang was personally preparing the meal, with the housekeeper assisting her. The last time, Yang Feng had declined her token of gratitude, which had left her feeling quite guilty. In the villa's grand hall, several dishes were already laid out on the table. At that moment, Qiu Yuexiang emerged with a plate of stir-fried meat and, upon seeing the two return, smiled and said, Xiao Feng, you're back. Wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Old Zhao just returned and is in the study responding to a message. Thank you, Auntie. Although Yang Feng held a rather average impression of her, he still responded courteously. The sky gradually darkened as Zhao Guofeng descended from upstairs. For people were seated around the dining table. The presence of an additional guest elevated Zhao Guofeng's spirits considerably. After finishing the meal, which extended past 7 in the evening, Zhao Guofeng finally extended an invitation. Shall we take a look at my collection? Yang Feng, having come specifically for this, replied, I won't hold back then. Haha, no need for such formalities. I've heard you and Han Yunfu are quite good friends. And you even gifted a Zhang Daqian painting at the Lin family banquet, indicating your expertise in this area. Zhao Guofeng laughed heartily. It seemed the circle of the affluent in Jiangsheng was indeed quite small, as Zhao Guofeng was aware of this detail. Yang Feng could only humbly bow his head and respond, that was merely a stroke of luck. Father, I too wish to take a look. At this moment, Zhao Zhuwei bounced over to Yang Feng's side. Observing her curious, wide eyes, Yang Feng found himself somewhat perplexed. Do you not often watch at home? He inquired. My father is quite stingy. He seldom allows me to freely enter, Zhao Zhuwei muttered. Zhao Guofeng, with a hint of exasperation, replied, Isn't it because you are rather clumsy? What if you were to damage my belongings? How about you all go ahead? I will water the flowers at the entrance and join you shortly. Qiu Yuexiang suggested from the side. Zhao Guofeng said no more and led Yang Feng and Zhao Zhuwei to the end of the hallway on the second floor. There was but a single room, Zhao Guofeng's collection chamber. As the door swung open, the three stepped inside. Upon their initial glance within, Yang Feng could not help but feel a sense of awe. What constitutes a true wealthy individual? The climate-controlled environment of this room alone was worth a fortune. Upon further inspection, the shelves displayed exquisite porcelain and calligraphy, with more delicate antiques safeguarded by special materials. The entire chamber spanned several dozen square meters. Yet the items exhibited on the shelves surely exceeded a value of several billion. In truth, I too consider myself a modest collector. Many of these treasures were acquired a decade or even several decades ago, often at relatively modest prices. However, their worth has undoubtedly soared since then. Zhao Guofeng explained to Yang Feng, a note of pride evident in his voice. He had long wished to share this collection room with Yang Feng, knowing of his appreciation for antiques. No amount of wealth can shield an individual from the exhilaration that accompanies the display of their accomplishments. Zhao Zhuwei had previously entered the room, and after a brief observation, she suddenly pointed to a painting nearby, inquiring, Isn't this the artwork that the kidnappers sought? Indeed, this piece is the immortal Laozi bestowing the elixir, created by Wu Daozi, Zhao Guofeng explained. This exquisite painting is safeguarded with protective materials, encased in specially crafted glass. Within this glass enclosure, a gentle, warm yellow light delicately illuminates the artwork. It is evident that Zhao Guofeng has spared no expense in curating this collection. Yang Feng scrutinized the painting intently, his gaze deepening with contemplation. Moments later, a smile graced his features. Unsurprisingly, this painting emanated an extraordinary aura, more potent than any antiquity he had previously encountered. The divine talent of Wu Daozi, whose brushstrokes are imbued with spirit, truly lives up to his illustrious reputation. After a while, Yang Feng's attention shifted to another painting nearby, which also possessed a remarkable aura, yet bore no signature. Curiously, he inquired, "Whose work is this?" Chapter 54. This individual must be a luminary in the realm of antiques. This was acquired by a friend of mine at an auction, judging by its materials and style. It likely dates back to the Tang or Song dynasty, though we remain unaware of the artist's identity, Zhao Guofeng elaborated. He continued, "In fact, I possess numerous pieces of such nature, where the provenance is uncertain. For instance, some ceramics are only attributed to their respective dynasties, yet their specific historical context remains elusive. The art of antique collecting embodies a spiritual connection that transcends centuries, even millennia." Thus, Zhao Guofeng did not insist on knowing the origin of the piece. Speaking of which, Yang Feng, you seem quite knowledgeable about antiques. Why not assist my father in identifying the artist of this painting? Zhao Zhuwei recalled Yang Feng's presence at the auction and felt a surge of confidence in him. However, upon hearing this, Zhao Guofeng immediately interjected, "Do not speak foolishly. A painting like this, devoid of historical documentation and with an incomplete signature, can only be appreciated at face value. One cannot ascertain its origins." "Oh, I just learned that." Zhao Zhuwei realized her mistake. Yang Feng, however, chuckled and replied, "Perhaps it is possible." "What? Little Feng, do not heed this girl's nonsense. I have already consulted numerous experts regarding this painting. Aside from some vague observations, there is little information available for proper judgment." Zhao Guofeng was concerned about putting Yang Feng in an awkward position. Yet, Yang Feng understood that the rich aura emanating from the painting suggested its extraordinary nature. If he employed his eye technique to trace its origins, he might uncover its secrets. Zhao Guofeng, not one to withhold, decided to present the painting to Yang Feng, who gently placed one hand upon it, his gaze fixated on its intricate lines. It was a traditional ink wash painting depicting a figure standing on the edge of a precipice, gazing skyward as if composing poetry. The figure, clad in flowing garments, exuded an air of nonchalance. Yang Feng's eyes began to delve deeper, and ultimately, a vivid image emerged in his mind, a silhouette of a person engaged in the act of painting. Immediately, Yang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the painting before him. How is this possible? The astonishment on Yang Feng's face piqued the curiosity of Zhao Guofeng, who stood nearby. Even Zhao Zhuwei was puzzled, wondering what had suddenly come over Yang Feng. At that moment, Yang Feng gently picked up the painting, scrutinizing the missing corner. For characters remained faintly visible in that corner. It was meant to be a poem, but due to the passage of time, two of the characters had become indistinct. The remaining two could be deciphered as Qin Lai, suggesting a deeper meaning. "Is there something amiss with this painting?" Zhao Guofeng inquired curiously. Taking a deep breath, Yang Feng replied, "This painting is not a masterpiece, although the technique is exquisite. The true significance lies within these characters." "These characters?" Zhao Guofeng leaned in to examine them, then shook his head, saying, "We have already had someone appraise it, but the origin remains elusive. Their courage was too feeble to acknowledge it." Yang Feng narrowed his eyes. Zhao Guofeng, increasingly perplexed, quickly asked, "Xiao Feng, are you implying that this is the handwriting of Li Taibai?" "What?" This time, it was not only Zhao Guofeng, but even Zhao Zhuwei stared at Yang Feng in disbelief. "Please, don't jest." Zhao Zhuwei's heart trembled. Who was Li Taibai? He is revered as a poet immortal throughout the vast expanse of Chinese history spanning thousands of years. In the literary realm, the sole authentic piece left behind by such a figure is currently known to be just one. So how could another possibly emerge? Yang Feng seemed to sense the astonishment of the two and chuckled, reassuring them, "There is no need for such apprehension. Although this painting bears the calligraphy of Li Taibai, it was not executed by his own hand. It is likely a later imitation." This statement somewhat calmed their nerves, yet they still found it hard to believe. Even so, such a piece is undoubtedly a treasure. How can you be so certain? Zhao Guofeng inquired, a hint of skepticism in his tone. He was somewhat unconvinced. While he recognized Yang Feng's profound insight into antiques, he had sought authentication for this painting countless times, and no one had dared to assert that these were indeed the characters of Li Taibai. Yang Feng chuckled again and replied, "This is not particularly difficult. One can attempt to restore the calligraphy based on the characters present and then compare it with other extant works. A conclusion should emerge." Nevertheless, even as he spoke, Yang Feng felt a degree of astonishment in his heart. Truly, he was a poet of an extraordinary caliber. Even a mere imitation could exude such an aura. At that moment, Zhao Guofeng was already elated beyond measure, promptly stating, "I shall immediately ask my friend to verify this." He was beginning to feel a surge of excitement. If it turned out that the piece he had inadvertently acquired bore the calligraphy of Li Taibai, the essence of this artwork would be entirely transformed. More importantly, this could very well indicate that the poet depicted by the artist was indeed Li Taibai. This painting dates back to the Tang and Song dynasties. Although the specifics are unknown, those from that era would certainly possess a more accurate understanding of Li Taibai's appearance. In other words, this painting is likely to possess historical significance. Upon this realization, Zhao Guofeng felt an increasing surge of excitement. Yang Feng, opting for silence, resumed his examination of the other antiques within the collection room. Among the hundreds of artifacts present, only a mere handful exhibited any semblance of spiritual essence, and notably, many of those displayed only a faint trace of it. Clearly, the likelihood of discovering an antique imbued with genuine spirit was exceedingly low. After scrutinizing the items, the group exited the collection room. Outside, Qiu Yuexiang had already prepared refreshments. The three settled by the tea table in the hall. At that moment, the sound of the doorbell rang out. As Zhao Guofeng instructed the housekeeper to answer the door, a man in his 50s hurriedly burst in. "Old Zhao, do you still have that painting?" The man exclaimed, filled with urgency and excitement. He was Lu Jinhong, a friend of Zhao Guofeng and a renowned collector in Jiang City. Observing Lu's demeanor, Zhao Guofeng sensed something was amiss and inquired, "Old Lu, what is it?" "Indeed, it is real," Lu Jinhong exclaimed, setting down an item he was carrying. Upon unfolding it, he revealed a calligraphy piece. Comparing it to the photograph Zhao Guofeng had sent him, he declared with fervor, "There is no mistake. This is undoubtedly the handwriting of Li Taibai. Furthermore, the poem inscribed, if traced back to Li Taibai, leads me to his original verses. I am intoxicated and wish to sleep. You may leave for now, but tomorrow, if you wish, bring your lute." Zhao Guofeng appeared to grasp the significance as well. "That's right, that's the one," he affirmed. Lu Jinhong, his excitement unabated, quickly inquired, "By the way, which esteemed individual discerned this for you? Has he departed? May I meet him?" Rather than uncovering the handwriting of Li Taibai, he yearned to ascertain the identity of the extraordinary individual capable of discerning the essence of this artwork. This person must undoubtedly be a luminary in the realm of antiques. Chapter 55. Truly remarkable. Zhao Guofeng, observing his anxious demeanor, glanced helplessly at Yang Feng beside him. Lu Jinhong also noticed his expression and inquired curiously, "What is the matter?" "He is the living sage you mentioned," Zhao Guofeng jested. However, upon hearing this, Lu Jinhong displayed a look of skepticism and finally remarked, "Old Zhao, considering our long-standing friendship, do not attempt to deceive me." He had encountered countless masters, yet could hardly bring himself to believe that this young man, barely in his 20s, possessed such discerning insight. At that moment, Qiu Yuexiang, sensing his disbelief, interjected, "Old Lu, how can you say such things? Old Zhao wouldn't he mislead you? Moreover, we have but one guest today. Is that so?" Lu Jinhong replied, still somewhat unconvinced. When he turned his gaze back to Yang Feng, he found the latter's demeanor remained composed. Lu Jinhong felt a surge of astonishment. Who exactly was this individual, possessing such formidable perceptiveness? "You are from Jiangqing, young man?" Lu Jinhong promptly inquired. After taking a sip of tea, Yang Feng responded, "I hail from Shiqing." "Oh, that is not particularly far from here," Lu Jinhong nodded. He scrutinized Yang Feng intently and finally asked, "Is it truly you who recognized this?" It was evident that Lu Jinhong still harbored a hint of disbelief. Yang Feng appeared indifferent, but Zhao Zhuwei could not tolerate the doubts cast upon him. Pouting her cheeks, she interjected, "Uncle Lu, please don't make wild guesses." It was Yang Feng who recognized it. "Haha, Indeed, it was my mistake. Lu Jinhong laughed heartily. Zhao Guofeng, feeling somewhat helpless, added, my daughter here is also a witness. However, old Lu, regarding this matter. He paused. It's nothing. I've brought something as well. I wonder if Mr. Yang could take a look at it? At that moment, Lu Jinhong pulled a piece of bronze from his pocket. This artifact resembled a small knife, with a circular ring on the handle, exuding an air of antiquity. Yang Feng glanced at it, and then smiled, saying, Uncle Lu, a collector like you still needs my assistance? Haha, to be honest. The ancient city is currently hosting a biennial treasure appraisal conference, and this is just a small test for entry, Lu Jinhong continued, not one to beat around the bush. Of course, this is also a little game we play among friends. If Mr. Yang is unwilling, he is free to decline. It seemed Lu Jinhong still believed that Yang Feng's earlier recognition was merely a stroke of luck. Zhao Zhuwei, however, was not convinced, eagerly looking toward Yang Feng. In truth, Yang Feng was not particularly fond of such trivial games. Yet, being in Zhao Guofeng's home, he felt it necessary to show some courtesy to his guests. Yang Feng turned his attention to the bronze artifact, then reached out to touch it. After about a minute, he finally revealed a hint of a smile. What do you think? Lu Jinhong inquired, adding, if Mr. Yang finds it challenging to discern, he may consult ancient texts or allow me to provide some hints. This, after all, falls within the permissible guidelines. This particular bronze artifact is somewhat obscure, which is why Lu Jinhong chose it as a standard. Yang Feng shook his head and replied, no need, but I genuinely did not anticipate that you would use such items for testing. What do you mean by that? Yang Feng. Zhao Zhuwei asked curiously. Yang Feng turned to her and queried, what do you think this is? It resembles a small knife. Could it be some form of weapon? Not exactly, but this item can be used to procure weapons, Yang Feng replied nonchalantly, causing Lu Jinhong's expression to shift slightly. Could he truly have recognized it so easily? This object is colloquially known as the six-character knife, but its actual name should be Qifan Bangzhong Huahua, a commemorative currency from the Warring States period. Am I correct? Yang Feng looked at Lu Jinhong, who nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, indeed, indeed. I never expected such a young friend to possess such expertise. It truly opens my eyes. It is worth noting that even some professionals in Jiangshang take time to discern the identity of the six-character knife. Yet, astonishingly, Yang Feng saw through it in merely a minute. At this moment, Zhao Zhuwei beamed with pride, smiling broadly. I told you Yang Feng is remarkable. Mr. Yang, would you be interested in participating in our treasure appraisal conference? This is a grand event that occurs every 2 years, Lu Jinhong promptly inquired. At that moment, Yang Feng did not respond. Instead, he inquired, you are friends with Uncle Zhao, aren't you? Naturally, I have been friends with old Zhao for several decades, Lu Jinhong replied, puzzled by Yang Feng's sudden mention of this. However, Zhao Guofeng detected something unusual and asked, Xiao Feng, have you discovered something? This six-character knife is a counterfeit, Yang Feng stated with remarkable calmness. The countenances of those present shifted dramatically. Zhao Guofeng hurriedly remarked, Xiao Feng, please do not speak carelessly. Old Lu is not one to fall for such a trick. No, he is speaking the truth, Lu Jinhong interjected, his face already etched with shock and disbelief. The object was indeed a forgery. He had personally commissioned it, enlisting the guidance of several masters to achieve its nearly flawless appearance. It was originally intended for playful wagers with friends, and even a top appraiser could easily be deceived. Yet, Lu Jinhong could never have anticipated that their prized creation would be seen through so effortlessly by a mere youth who had only glanced at it for a minute. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Feng had deliberately taken that minute to avoid recognizing it too quickly, a realization he found too terrifying to bear. Lu Jinhong's gaze fixed upon Yang Feng, transitioning from skepticism to admiration, and now tinged with a degree of reverence. This individual's appraising abilities were undoubtedly on par with his own. Zhao Guofeng could not have imagined that the truth behind this revelation was so profound. Now I understand why someone as earnest as Han Yunfu would choose to befriend you. Zhao Guofeng sighed. Upon hearing the name Han Yunfu, Lu Jinhong expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, could it be that the individual old Han mentioned previously is indeed him? You have heard of him as well? Just a few days ago, while visiting old Han for tea, I heard him speak of this person. At that time, I presumed he was merely jesting with us, exaggerating for effect. Reflecting on it now, Lu Jinhong remarked, in hindsight, he not only refrained from embellishment, but was rather conservative in his description. Mr. Yang's capabilities are truly remarkable. It was indeed the first occasion Zhao Guofeng had witnessed such affirmation from someone as esteemed as Lu Jinhong. He was somewhat taken aback to hear such praise from his lips. However, when they turned their gaze toward Yang Feng, he had already risen, stating, "It is getting late. I must take my leave." "Ah, Mr. Yang, please wait." Lu Jinhong hastily called out to him. Chapter 56. The invitation to the appraisal conference. Is there something else? Yang Feng inquired, puzzled. Lu Jinhong quickly retrieved a bronze-hued invitation from his bag and handed it to Yang Feng, saying, "Mr. Yang, I earnestly hope you will attend the appraisal conference." Yang Feng accepted the invitation and noted that the event was scheduled for the 1st of next month, merely a few days away. Expressing his gratitude, Yang Feng assured, "I will certainly be there." "Excellent. I look forward to seeing you then," Lu Jinhong replied, his heart brimming with joy. The presence of a master of Yang Feng's caliber would undoubtedly enhance the allure of the appraisal conference, and the attendance of such a youthful appraisal master would undoubtedly create a significant stir. Zhao Guofeng harbored no grand thoughts. He merely rose to escort Yang Feng to the entrance. As he watched Yang Feng drive away, a satisfied smile graced his face. However, Lu Jinhong, who stood at the door alongside him, immediately turned and inquired, "Old Zhao, how did you come to know him? Who is his master?" "To be honest, I am unaware of that. My acquaintance with him stems solely from my daughter," Zhao Guofeng replied, glancing at Zhao Zhuwei, who had already turned to head back. Lu Jinhong seemed to grasp the situation and remarked, "I could tell just now. That girl clearly holds a deep affection for Yang Feng. Haha. This lad possesses not only extraordinary skills in appraising treasures, but also runs a jade trading company. Can you guess the revenue on its opening day?" Zhao Guofeng inquired. Lu Jinhong, puzzled, guessed 1 million? 2 million? Too conservative. Think bigger, Zhao Guofeng urged. 10 million. 120 million. What? Lu Jinhong was indeed taken aback. His discerning eye for precious stones had revealed the value of the imperial green jade. Zhao Guofeng chuckled, saying, "His future is boundless. It was evident that you are contemplating the prospect of a son-in-law." "Hee, that depends on whether he is willing." Zhao Guofeng's smile bore a hint of helplessness. He had heard of Yang Feng's involvement with the Lin family and understood why he was regarded as an esteemed guest. Unbeknownst to Yang Feng, he was held in such high regard. After departing, he drove home. Upon arriving, he took a shower, and it was already past 10 in the evening. Yang Feng returned to his room and reclined on his bed, casting a glance at his phone. Recently, his data analytics had frequently suggested various treasure appraisal news. However, to his astonishment, one of the self-media articles was from his own company, Changhe Jade Trading Company, which he owned. The headline boldly proclaimed that a live broadcast would take place the following evening at 7 o'clock on the largest video platform in the country. As he read the exaggerated praises about himself, Yang Feng felt a flush of embarrassment. Yet, soon a sense of unease began to settle in. He aspired to be a businessman, with no desire to step into the limelight as a celebrity. If the broadcast turned out to be excessively popular, wouldn't that make his outings inconvenient? With this thought in mind, he promptly called Gao Ronghai to express his concerns. Gao reassured him, suggesting that special effects could be applied to conceal his face during the broadcast, which alleviated Yang Feng's worries considerably. At that moment, Yang Feng remained oblivious to the fact that in Jiangsheng, another individual was even more invested in this upcoming live stream. Zhu Yun, the very person who had previously been humiliated by Yang Feng. In a luxurious mansion, Zhu Yun reclined on a sofa in the hall, while a female masseuse worked on him. At that moment, one of his subordinates entered, reporting, "Young Master Zhu, I have just ascertained that this fellow's company is indeed the Changhe Jade Trading Company, and he will be personally hosting the live broadcast tomorrow." Zhu Yun squinted, and his subordinate seemed to grasp his intentions, inquiring, "Shall we create some trouble for him? What will he be broadcasting?" According to the advertisement, it appears to assist individuals in identifying gambling stones and subsequently cutting them open on-site. The subordinate answered truthfully. Zhu Yun pondered for a moment before smirking, suggesting, "You should gather a few people and bring some gambling stones to create a bit of chaos for him." The subordinate immediately grasped the implication. Zhu Yun waved his hand, signaling him to depart, and then reclined on the sofa. Turning to the technician, "Please give me a back massage." "Certainly," the technician promptly replied. As the night passed, the following morning, Yang Feng awoke around 10 o'clock. He drew back the curtains, basking in the warmth of the sunlight outside. Over the past few days, Yang Feng had been preoccupied with the appraisal of treasures, leaving little time for tranquility. Today, however, he felt a sense of leisure. After having breakfast, He sat at home and turned on the television. Local news was reporting on a theft at a historical museum, the largest of its kind in Jiangxing. The stolen artifact was a jade guardian from the Han Dynasty, crafted from premium jade and sculpted into the form of a divine beast. With its earliest records dating back to that era, the museum, known for housing such priceless treasures, had always maintained stringent security measures. The loss of such a significant item was indeed monumental news. Yang Feng's expression shifted slightly. He felt a growing sensitivity to such events, suspecting that they might be orchestrated by those with ulterior motives, much like the previous incident involving the abduction of Zhao Zhuwei, which aimed to obtain the painting by Wu Daozi. His eyes revealed a hint of displeasure. The covetousness of these individuals towards Chinese artifacts was glaringly evident. However, this matter will ultimately be handled by the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, so there is no need for me to worry excessively. Just as he was about to change the channel, the phone rang. It was Lin Shue's private number. Yang Feng, somewhat puzzled, answered and asked, "What is it?" "I had someone look into the investment environment in your hometown yesterday. I will send you the contact details shortly," Lin Shui inquired. Yang Feng then recalled that he had indeed entrusted Lin Shui with this task. "Thank you. It's no trouble. However, from their preliminary report, if you intend to invest in order to stimulate the entire town, the required funds may be substantial, considering your town has nearly 100,000 residents." Lin Shui seemed to have already reviewed the situation. Yang Feng was acutely aware that his current funds were insufficient to invigorate the entire town. "I have some spare capital recently, and I am planning to establish a new factory. Would you like to consider this?" Lin Shui continued. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng felt a surge of joy. He understood that a factory could easily create hundreds, if not thousands, of job opportunities. Furthermore, given the Lin family's industry, the wages would undoubtedly surpass those in his impoverished hometown. Yet, a hint of concern crept into Yang Feng's mind. Isn't this somewhat inappropriate? What if it incurs losses? "Don't worry, just get in touch with the investigators. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me," Lin Shui said succinctly before hanging up. Her demeanor was somewhat aloof, yet she was decisive in her actions. Just as Yang Feng was pondering this, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. He found it rather peculiar that guests were present in his home today. As he approached the door and opened it, he was greeted by the lively presence of Zhao Zhuwei. Good morning." Her beaming smile left Yang Feng momentarily bewildered. Chapter 57. The mockery from a former colleague. "What brings you here?" Yang Feng inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Zhao Zhuwei, with a triumphant gesture, pointed to the adjacent property. "Starting today, we are neighbors." "Really?" Yang Feng was taken aback. Why would this young lady abandon her splendid villa to squeeze into a mere apartment? Upon reflection, he recalled her previous fallout with Qiu Yuexiang, which had prompted her desire to live independently. It seemed that her intentions were indeed as he suspected. "I thought the place next door had been vacant for a long time. Did you purchase it?" Yang Feng asked. Zhao Zhuwei shook her head vigorously. "Not at all. I'm just renting." Yang Feng nearly choked on his tea. "You must be joking. Just one of the cars in your garage could buy 2 of these apartments. Why would you need to rent?" His disbelief was palpable. Zhao Zhuwei, slightly miffed by the comment, replied, "I want to be financially independent and start spending my own earnings from today onward." "I remember you just graduated from your master's program, right?" he queried. "Yes, indeed. That's why I'm planning to find a job," she chuckled. Curiosity piqued, Yang Feng asked, "Which university did you attend?" "I completed my undergraduate studies at Jingxing University and pursued my master's there as well." Another academic overachiever. Yang Feng suddenly felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Zhao Zhuwei chuckled and said, "Let us not discuss that anymore. Do you have some time? What do you want to do?" "Let us head to the furniture mall. My home is in need of numerous furnishings." She took Yang Feng by the hand and led him outside. Yang Feng had initially intended to spend a day resting at home, but he found himself being drawn out by her. Outside, the blazing summer sun was at its zenith, the clock striking 12. Yang Feng was familiar with the vicinity, and he guided Zhao Zhuwei as they purchased a variety of furniture, which they arranged to be delivered to her home. After that, they spent a considerable time wandering through supermarkets and shopping centers, acquiring new clothes and daily necessities. When he finally regained his senses, he realized it was nearly 4 in the afternoon. As they emerged from the mall, Zhao Zhuwei noticed Yang Feng's weary demeanor and playfully tapped his shoulder, saying, "Hey, why are you so easily fatigued? You were so formidable when you saved me before." She then pointed to a small white dog nearby, which was sprawled on the ground, panting heavily with its tongue lolling out. Even a dog could not endure the rigors of accompanying a girl on a shopping spree. Zhao Zhuwei cleared her throat and suggested, "How about I take you to a place where you can enjoy free drinks? A tea shop, perhaps? Look ahead." "Huh," Yang Feng replied, intrigued. As he turned his gaze in that direction, only to discover a jewelry store with a sign boldly displaying Jiangxing jewelry. "Isn't that your family has shop?" he remarked, rolling his eyes. "Come on, let us go take advantage of it," Zhao Zhuwei urged as she pulled him inside. The Jiangxing Jewelry Group holds significant influence across the nation. In the grand stronghold of Jiangxing, the establishment is nothing short of opulent. This store, located on the first floor, occupies an impressive area of over 100 square meters. Upon the entrance of two individuals, the attendant promptly approached, extending a warm greeting. "Welcome. May I inquire if you are interested in purchasing jewelry? Have you found anything that catches your eye?" "We would like to browse first," Zhao Zhuwei replied with composure, guiding Yang Feng inside. In front of the jewelry counter stood several high stools, allowing for a comfortable observation of the exquisite gems encased within the glass displays. As a prominent corporation, Jiangxing Jewelry Group boasts a diverse range of offerings, from various precious metals such as gold and platinum to valuable gemstones like jade and diamonds. The duo found themselves seated directly in front of the jade display. At this moment, the attendant served them 2 glasses of water. Zhao Zhuwei recalled that Yang Feng seemed quite knowledgeable about such items and curiously inquired, "Yang Feng, do you often purchase these kinds of things?" "I am not particularly interested in jade and do not enjoy wearing accessories," Yang Feng candidly replied. However, as soon as he uttered these words, a woman passing by scoffed audibly, "If you can't afford it, just admit it. No need to make excuses." Upon hearing her voice, Yang Feng turned around, only to realize that this woman was none other than his former colleague, Wu Bailan, the manager of his department during his tenure at the company. Yang Feng had never had a favorable relationship with her. During his time there as a junior supervisor, she often sought to provoke him. And in her attempts to curry favor with the higher-ups, she would routinely summon them for meetings just before closing time, deliberately delaying their departure to coincide with the leadership's inspections. In the end, she received commendations from the higher-ups, while the unfortunate souls from the planning department found themselves relegated to taking the last subway home. "Yang Feng, it's been quite a while since we last met. Yet you still excel at boasting," Wu Bilian remarked with deliberate sarcasm, draping her arm over a man's shoulder. This man, who appeared to be of considerable age, was none other than Qian Shenghui, the vice president from the headquarters whom Yang Feng had encountered during a prior inspection of the branch office. Yang Feng noticed her expression remained unchanged as he simply stated, "I have resigned." "Haha, I am aware. I personally approved your termination report," Wu Bilian retorted smugly. "Weren't you quite chummy with those employees? Did you truly believe that by aligning with them, you could usurp my position and assume the role of manager?" Her demeanor was one of blatant arrogance. Qian Shenghui, recalling the situation, interjected, "Is he not the one from the planning department? I heard your branch was considering promoting him to manager." "Indeed, that was him. Yet, here he is, out of the picture," and not long after, Wang Jiu followed suit. Wu Bilian declared triumphantly. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng's expression shifted slightly as he coldly inquired, "Old Wang has left too? Did you not know? He departed the very next day after you left. It seems you were quite the catalyst for his exit," Wu Bilian continued with an air of superiority. "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention, after his departure, I am now the vice president of the branch." As she spoke, she deliberately pulled her companion to sit beside her and waved at the shopkeeper, saying, "Please bring out the most expensive item from this cabinet for me to admire. I am not like those impoverished souls who simply come here to enjoy the air conditioning and refreshments." Her words were imbued with the arrogance of a victor. During their time at the company, Wang Jiu had been quite attentive to Yang Feng. Upon discovering Yang Feng's capabilities, he nearly ascended to the position of manager in the planning department. However, regrettably, due to Zhang Liang's interference, Yang Feng was dismissed from the company. Yet, he had not anticipated that Wang Jiu would also leave. Wasn't he Zhang's son who personally orchestrated his dismissal? What fortunate timing to have found another opportunity so swiftly. When Qian Shenghui caught sight of Zhao Zhuwei, his eyes sparkled with interest. However, Wu Bilian, entwining her arm around his, restrained him from acting too boldly. "By the way, I must give you a word of caution regarding this nameless beauty. This fellow may speak of righteousness and morality, but he has previously betrayed company secrets while employed. Do not be deceived by his ostentatious demeanor." Wu Bilian began conversing with Zhao Zhuwei. Chapter 58. Should Yang Feng be dismissed? Zhao Zhuwei initially thought that upon encountering Yang Feng's former colleague, she could exchange pleasantries. However, she did not expect to meet an old Indian cuckoo who bore animosity toward Yang Feng. Has anyone ever informed you that speaking ill of someone in front of their friends is also an unethical act? Zhao Zhuwei inquired with discontent. Wu Bilian laughed heartily, replying, well, I am certainly superior to him. As he just mentioned, the claim of disinterest in jade seems to stem from an inability to afford it. Are you aware that he is on the verge of being unable to pay his mortgage next month? I, too, have no fondness for jade, Zhao Zhuwei responded calmly. Dear girl, if you do not appreciate jade, what brings you here? Wu Bilian scoffed, saying, do not feign sophistication here. I have encountered many individuals like you. You are simply aware of your financial limitations yet yearn for the experience, so you can only come to the store to touch it. Her disdainful expression suggested she saw through it all. At that moment, Qian Shenghui interjected, beautiful lady, given your striking appearance, why not allow me to introduce you to a wealthy individual? Why endure hardship with this fellow? Indeed, who would not agree? A man who enters a jewelry store yet purchases nothing. How dare he seek a partner? Wu Bilian provocatively challenged Yang Feng. During their time at the company, the entire department rallied behind Yang Feng. Now, recalling his dismissal while she ascended to the position of deputy general manager, Wu Bilian could not resist savoring the triumph of a victor. Zhao Zhuwei did not anticipate such aggression from him, her eyes betraying a hint of fury. Yet, at that moment, Yang Feng calmly remarked, truly beautiful and esteemed women perhaps do not require such adornments to express their elegance. Conversely, some individuals, lacking in appearance, tend to rely on superficial enhancements. I believe such individuals ought to invest more in jewelry. Do you not agree? Yang Feng deliberately turned his head, seemingly seeking Zhao Zhuwei's opinion. The sarcasm in her tone caused Wu Bilian's face to flush with indignation. Who are you referring to? She exclaimed, angrily pointing at Yang Feng. Then, glaring at the surrounding staff, she demanded, aren't you going to do something? This insolent brat is speaking disrespectfully here. I am one of your esteemed clients. Is this how you treat your valued customers? The employees in the store fell silent, too intimidated to speak. Yang Feng, however, wore a smile and replied, I was merely speaking about certain individuals, and I never aimed my words at you. Why are you so flustered? You. Wu Bilian was infuriated. Fortunately, at that moment, Qian Shenghui snorted coldly from the side and said, Lon Lon, don't stoop to this brat's level. He is merely indulging in idle chatter. A worthless person who likely won't be able to afford a meal next month. He is simply seeking a moment of verbal satisfaction. These words gradually calmed Wu Bilian down. That's true. With Zhang Xiao around, he will never find a job. When he can't afford food, he might as well come to my doorstep. I might consider giving him some leftovers. Wu Bilian's condescending demeanor towards Yang Feng clearly indicated her perception of herself as someone superior. However, at that moment, Zhao Zhuwei suddenly recalled something and turned to Yang Feng, asking, is the Zhang Xiao she mentioned the same fool we encountered at the CAF last time? Really? You've met Zhang Xiao? Wu Bilian was taken aback. Zhao Zhuwei shrugged and replied, indeed, it's that same fool. It seems their intellect is even inferior to his. What did you just say? Wu Bilian was instantly agitated. Even Qian Shenghui, in that moment, expressed his anger, saying, do you know the status of young Master Zhang? Let me tell you, if you offend him, your fate will be no different from that of this young man. You will find it impossible to secure employment in Jiacheng for the rest of your life. Is that so? I truly wish to test that, Zhao Zhuwei replied, for she was a young lady of stature, unyielding to such threats. Yang Feng shook his head, remarking, these two seem to believe they can control everything. Do not stoop to their level. Yang Feng, have you perhaps secured a job? Wu Bilian, perceiving Yang Feng's audacity, assumed he had found employment. Yang Feng smiled and responded, if I cannot find a job, why not create one for myself? You. What do you mean? Wu Bilian retorted, incredulous. Are you really so foolish as not to understand this? Yang Feng merely shook his head. At that moment, Qian Shenghui seemed to grasp the implication, coldly stating, could it be that you have ventured into entrepreneurship? See, the vice president of the head office is indeed insightful, Yang Feng smiled. However, as soon as his words left his lips, they caused Qian Shenghui and Wu Bilian to exchange glances. Subsequently, the jewelry store erupted into mockery, with laughter that dripped with scorn. Ha ha, I never imagined you would dare to start a business. Given young Master Zhang's status, what significance do you possess to attempt entrepreneurship under his nose? It seems you are fearful of not losing enough. Perhaps you have even borrowed money in hopes of a turnaround. Truly ignorant and fearless. Their derisive banter drew the attention of several patrons within the store. I remarked to the enchanting beauty, urging her to depart from this unfortunate fellow before he meets his ruin. Otherwise, should he accrue debts, it would be quite difficult for her to escape the consequences. At that moment, Qian Shenghui turned his gaze towards Zhao Zhuwei, producing a business card, stating, "This is a friend of mine. You may seek him out at your convenience. With your allure, earning 1 to 2 million each month would be effortlessly attainable. Sister, heed my advice. Do not waste your youthful beauty alongside this impoverished wretch." Wu Bailan feigned concern for Zhao Zhuwei, her tone laced with sarcasm. Zhao Zhuwei shrugged and replied, 1 to 2 million? Is that a substantial amount? Both Wu Bailan and Qian Shenghui looked at her simultaneously, astonished by her sudden audacity. Zhao Zhuwei shook her head and directed her attention to Yang Feng, questioning, why do these two act as though they've never encountered wealth? Casually tossing around figures like 1 to 2 million? They must be nouveau riche. Who are you referring to, miss? Qian Shenghui was displeased, as he had indeed risen to his current status through unconventional means and despised being labeled as an uncultured upstart. Zhao Zhuwei, sensing his discomfort, chuckled, "See, I've struck a nerve. You, how dare you two, incapable of maintaining even your jobs, engage in this pretentious banter with me?" Qian Shenghui sneered. Wu Bailan, more assertive, commanded the shop staff, "Have these two leave. I intend to purchase the most expensive gemstone in your store today." Her voice deliberately rose in volume. Within the jewelry store, several patrons turned their attention towards the unfolding scene, astonished to witness such an extravagant individual. Despite the ostentation, it was evident that the person possessed considerable wealth. Chapter 59. Zhao Zhuwei's retaliation. At this moment, all eyes gravitated towards the store clerks, who, having never encountered such a spectacle, exchanged bewildered glances in silence. Fortunately, the store manager returned from outside, hastily inquiring, "What is happening here? You gentlemen and ladies, what seems to be the issue? Are you the manager?" Wu Bailan inquired, casting a glance at him, poised to continue her remarks. However, Zhao Zhuwei interjected, addressing the manager, "What is your name?" "I am Xia Xishan," the manager replied. "From now on, this establishment shall not conduct business with the two of them." Zhao Zhuwei's irritation was palpable, leaving Xia Xishan momentarily taken aback by her reprimand. Wu Bailan, sensing the girl's audacity, scoffed, "What is your status to speak to the manager in such a manner? Do you truly believe yourself to be a wealthy heiress? Perhaps you've indulged in too many novels and cannot distinguish between high and low society?" Qian Shenghui chimed in, agreeing with her. Yet, at that moment, Xia Xishan seemed to recognize Zhao Zhuwei's true identity. "You are Miss Zhao." His words drew the attention of the clerks towards her. In this establishment, the only person worthy of being called Miss Zhao was none other than the true owner of the store, the daughter of Zhao Guofeng. The patrons could hardly contain their astonishment, realizing that the esteemed Miss Zhao was indeed remarkably beautiful. The smiles of Wu Bailan and her companion froze in disbelief. Wu Bilian gazed incredulously at Zhao Zhuwei, then turned her attention to Yang Feng. How could this impoverished young man possibly be acquainted with someone of such stature? "I had the pleasure of meeting you during my last conference," she remarked. Xia Xishan had already discerned Zhao Zhuwei's identity, and her tone shifted to one of utmost respect. No wonder she dared to speak to me in such a manner. Zhao Zhuwei smiled, addressing Wu Bilian with a teasing tone. "It seems I won't be dismissed after all." Wu Bilian's mouth fell agape, yet no words escaped her lips. The most influential individual she had encountered in her lifetime was merely the owner of their gaming company, valued at just over 100 billion. Yet this girl before her belonged to a conglomerate worth several hundred billion. The two of them were far less amusing than that foolish individual from before. Zhao Zhuwei shook her head, as she once again referred to Zhang Liang as a fool. An air of silence enveloped the room. None dared to speak in the presence of such a personage, where even a few harsh words were considered a mere trifle. "Well then, let us prepare to leave. I have matters to attend to this evening." Yang Feng stretched, reminding himself that he had a live stream scheduled for 7 o'clock. Zhao Zhuwei, ever obedient to Yang Feng, replied with a beaming smile, "That sounds great. We can return early, and you can help me arrange the furniture." "Very well." Yang Feng agreed readily, then turned his gaze towards Wu Bilian and Qian Shenghui. Narrowing his eyes, he stated slowly, "I shall visit your company." This declaration sent chills down the spines of the two. As they watched Yang Feng and Zhao Zhuwei depart, Qian Shenghui and Wu Bilian rubbed their eyes in disbelief. unable to fathom that this was the same Yang Feng they had ostracized merely 3 months prior. "Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you to vacate this premises." The voice of Xia Shishan suddenly emerged from behind them. In an instant, neither Wu Bailan nor the other had time to react to what had transpired before they found themselves at the entrance. Such is the swiftness of change in the world. Meanwhile, Yang Feng and Zhao Zhui returned home. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Yang Feng sank into the sofa and poured himself a glass of water. Rather than feeling a sense of accomplishment from the earlier scene, a look of concern clouded his face. "What's wrong?" Zhao Zhui inquired, puzzled. Yang Feng shook his head and replied, "I was reminded of a former colleague, one of the individuals they mentioned earlier, Vice President Wang. Yes, his name is Wang Jiyu. He was a friend of mine from the company." Yang Feng had anticipated that he too had left the company. When he was dismissed, Wang Jiyu had made an effort to advocate for him. It seemed his departure might have been a consequence of being entangled with Yang Feng's own predicament. After making a phone call, he discovered that Wang Jiyu's number was currently out of service. Stop overthinking it. Given that he was a vice president, he must have some resources. It's unlikely he would be in any serious trouble after just 2 months, Zhao Zhui consoled him. Yang Feng shared this sentiment, taking a deep breath and stating, "Well then, let me help you tidy up the furniture first, and then I'll start a live stream." Zhao Zhui had moved in next door, and Yang Feng felt a responsibility to look after her. After assisting in organizing the furniture, darkness enveloped the sky. As Gao Ronghai and Lu Qinglan finished their shifts, they made a beeline for Yang Feng's home. "Oh my, Miss Zhao is here as well," Gao Ronghai exclaimed, astonished. At this moment, Lu Qinglan fixed her gaze upon Yang Feng and exclaimed, "Wow, what a stunning girl. Are you interested in hosting a live stream for our company? Are you out of your mind with this business proposition, Lu Qinglan?" Yang Feng shot an irritated glance at the two. Lu Qinglan approached Zhao Zhui and gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Come on, tell us how you got scammed. How is it that this guy, Yang Feng, has such incredible luck?" I just live next door." Zhao Zhui felt somewhat overwhelmed by Lu Qinglan's bluntness. Gao Ronghai, upon hearing this, almost choked on his drink, bewildered. "Wait, you really moved in next door?" Yang Feng, annoyed, tapped Gao Ronghai on the head and retorted, "Do you two even remember why you came to my house?" "Oh right, I almost forgot. Yang Feng, how are your preparations coming along? We need to start the live stream in an hour." Gao Ronghai recalled the matter at hand. Yang Feng pointed towards his room and replied, "The computer has just had the streaming software installed. I tested it, and everything seems fine. But how long do we plan to stream today?" "Well, for our first live session, it should last over an hour. We will randomly select some audience members to assist in identifying gambling stones. The participants will be buyers from various gambling stone markets across the country, and there will also be a live competition with another streamer. It will be your moment to showcase your skills." Gao Ronghai felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, they had promoted the event extensively, and if Yang Feng faltered, it would be quite the embarrassment. However, Yang Feng remained relatively unfazed, remarking, "This niche live streaming should not attract too large an audience, right?" Lu Qinglan stroked her chin and remarked, "Based on industry standards, only a few thousand people will watch, at most tens of thousands. We are just getting started. This is a viable approach. Well, let us consider it practice." Yang Feng agreed. This marked his inaugural venture into the realm of live streaming. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Zhu Yun's accomplices were already poised for Yang Feng's broadcast. Chapter 60, Live Stream Appraisal. A mistake costs a fortune. In the world of stone gambling, its stature is neither too grand nor too diminutive. Yang Feng returned to his room and launched the streaming application. After Lu Qinglan assisted him with the setup, the broadcast was ready to commence at any moment. Just before they began, Gao Ronghai cautioned, "Brother Feng, I've crafted a persona for you in the promotional material. Dubbed the Wild Young Master of Jiangcheng, you'll need to embody that wildness to fit the character." "What is this? A persona for live streaming?" Yang Feng questioned. "Indeed. The competition in live streaming is fierce. While I acknowledge your handsome appearance and humble demeanor, you cannot maintain that in front of the camera, otherwise, you'll lack an audience," Gao Ronghai advised. Yang Feng scratched his head, replying, "Having lived for over 20 years, I've never really acted wild. How am I supposed to portray this wildness?" "Well, I'm not sure either. Just improvise," Gao Ronghai concluded, pulling Lu Qinglan out of the room. Soon, Yang Feng found himself alone. As the live stream commenced, the audience members who had been waiting in anticipation finally erupted with excitement. "Look, the host is here. At long last, the moment has arrived." I am eager to witness just how remarkable this streamer truly is, as the news is perpetually manipulated by his hired supporters. No worries, for today in the live stream, I have spotted several familiar usernames. They are all esteemed individuals from our stone gambling circle. And there is no way he could have bribed them. Within the live stream, the information flow surged incessantly. Yang Feng observed the 1,000+ viewers, casting a glance at the usernames populating the chat. Esteemed guests, today marks my inaugural live broadcast, and I would like to outline the rules. Yang Feng spoke with a calm demeanor, his visage obscured by special effects, leaving the audience to rely solely on his voice. After a brief pause, he continued, First, if you require assistance in appraising the stones, a minimum of 1 royal canon is required. Second, the order of appraisal will be determined by the value of the gifts. Those who contribute more will be prioritized. As soon as he uttered these words, the live stream erupted with excitement. Wild, utterly audacious. This fellow demands at least 1 royal canon per appraisal, and it is an auction-style system favoring the highest bidder. It is worth noting that a single royal canon costs 666 yuan. This man truly has no fear of overstepping his bounds. Yang Feng remained unfazed by the barrage of sarcastic comments flooding the chat. Should the results of the stone appraisal be erroneous, the penalty would amount to a staggering 1 million. His composed declaration left everyone present utterly astounded. This individual has lost his senses. Absolutely insane. In the realm of stone gambling, no one dares to proclaim infallibility. Even with precision instruments, results can be uncertain, let alone through a mere screen. Listening to his audacious claims, a few individuals outside the room, including Gao Ronghai, were left bewildered. How could one possibly be so brazen? Gao Ronghai was taken aback. How could this guy be even more shameless than himself? Damn it. Is there anyone willing to test the waters? I only regret not being in the jade gambling market. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly earn that million. Look, even the prominent streamer Dong, he has arrived. A significant figure entered the live stream. Shortly after, Yang Feng witnessed the spectacular effects of a grand salute, a reward bestowed by none other than Dong Yi. Yang Feng elevated him to the microphone, connecting him via video. Dong Yi's image manifested in the live stream, revealing that he was currently situated within a jade gambling market. Wow, he's here to shake things up. It seems Dong Yi is ready to make his first big move. The atmosphere in the live stream became lively, with the viewer count surging past 2,000. Dong Yi, appearing on screen, gazed at Yang Feng, who was hidden behind the effects, and smirked. Buddy, you don't even dare show your face. Could it be you're here to exploit the live streaming for money? These days, everything is under real name registration. Once a boast is made, it cannot be retracted. Naturally, Yang Feng maintained his usual calm demeanor. Dong Yi, visibly irritated, replied, All right, since you dare to say that, don't blame me for being rude. Right now, I am right in the jade gambling market, and I just happened to purchase a stone. Let's see what kind of jade you can identify from it. With that, Dong Yi produced a stone and placed it in front of the camera. Many experts in the live stream recognized the stone immediately, understanding its complexity. This stone presents quite a challenge. It is difficult to discern from its exterior. The surface is ambiguous. With a single cut, anything could emerge. In the live broadcast room, the audience discerned that Dong Yi was deliberately putting Yang Feng in a difficult position. Young man, you still have the chance to retract your previous statement. Otherwise, if you refuse to compensate the 1 million later, I will not acknowledge it, Dong Yi taunted. Yang Feng chuckled and replied, Please rotate the camera to illuminate every part of the stone. I will do as you say to prevent any future disputes. Dong Yi complied immediately. Yang Feng's gaze deepened, penetrating the stone's core in that fleeting moment. After a brief pause, he declared, That will suffice. What do you think? Can you recognize it? Dong Yi held his head high, wearing a smug expression. Yang Feng smiled and remarked, This appears to be merely a piece of waste material. If you cut from the right side, it will yield a jadeite seed appearance. Judging by its quantity, its total value will hardly exceed 1,000. His nonchalant words undermined Dong Yi, a prominent figure in the jade live-streaming realm. What are you joking about? This is a stone selected by Dong Yi. Could a stone chosen by Dong Yi be merely a jadeite seed? I refuse to believe it. As the saying goes, it is better to buy a line than a piece. I see a considerable probability of this stone turning green. The experts in the live room expressed their disbelief. Dong Yi, slightly displeased, coldly retorted, If you dare to question my judgment, then be prepared to forfeit 1 million. With that, Dong Yi took his phone and the stone, striding towards a water-cutting machine. The young man in front of the machine was already prepared, asking Dong Ge, "How should we cut?" Following the audacious suggestion, he commenced the cut from the right side. Dong Yi, while speaking, glanced towards the live broadcast room and declared, "There are over 3,000 viewers in the live stream, so pay attention. Don't let this streamer delete their account and vanish." His words undoubtedly heightened the excitement in the live chat. "We will be watching. This kid is too arrogant. Dong Ge must teach him a lesson. Cut quickly." The eager audience in the live stream could hardly contain themselves as they focused on the camera directed at Dong Yi. The water saw began to gradually slice into the stone. Chapter 61. The Boldness of Wealth. The individuals in the live stream were all prepared to collectively ridicule Yang Feng once the first cut was completed. At that moment, even Gao Ronghai and a few others began to feel anxious. Only Yang Feng maintained a relaxed demeanor, casually picking up his phone to play a cheerful tune. Just as the viewers in the live stream began to find his demeanor excessively pretentious, the image from Dong Yi's side gradually revealed itself. The stone, which appeared quite promising from the surface, crumbled with the first slice. How could this be possible? Dong Yi was momentarily dumbfounded. As a seasoned veteran in this field, he had spent over 10,000 yuan on this stone. Look, it's truly a being-grade stone. Damn, it's collapsed. This streamer is like a bull opening the door for his old flame, utterly impressive. At this moment, the live broadcast room erupted with excitement. This individual was audacious, indeed possessing the audacity to be so. Let us invite the next audience member. After concluding, Yang Feng even abruptly cut off Dong Yi's screen. His arrogance and haughtiness, if exhibited by another, would suggest a disdain for the viewers in the live room. Yet, reflecting on the earlier scene, the room was filled with an overwhelming barrage of impressive comments, coupled with astonished viewers before their screens. At this juncture, gifts began to pour in frantically. By the end of this round, the gifts alone had accumulated to over 10,000 yuan. The next viewer who sent a supreme gift was promptly brought on by Yang Feng for a live interaction. This time, it was a young man. With the backdrop of a stone gambling shop. Gambling god, just now while purchasing stones, I was haggling with the shop owner. Now, seizing the opportunity while he is in the restroom, I urgently send you a supreme gift. Please help me assess the quality of this stone. As he spoke, the young man shouted towards the restroom, "Boss, keep going. I'll keep an eye on the shop for you." He cautiously stepped outside, wary of the owner discovering that he sought external assistance. Yang Feng found this young man quite amusing and replied with a smile, "All right then. Which stone would you like to examine?" "It's this one." The young man quickly presented a raw stone weighing nearly 20 kilograms. The camera zoomed in, and at that moment, the entire live room ignited with fervor. "I bet this stone will surely incur a loss." "It seems so. The color of this mottled flower is very faint, and there is hardly any mottled flower elsewhere. It is hard to say. I see a python lurking at the periphery." The discussion in the live broadcast room began to intensify. The lively atmosphere captivated even those unfamiliar with the intricacies of stone gambling, prompting them to speculate about the true nature of the stone. Yang Feng scrutinized the stone for 2 minutes, when suddenly a voice resonated from the video. "Brother, I have locked the boss in the restroom. You can trust the gambling god to help us assess the stone." The sinister tone was evidently that of a young accomplice. The audience in the live broadcast room was collectively taken aback, realizing that the two brothers were in cahoots. Fortunately, at that moment, Yang Feng discerned the stone's characteristics and remarked, "This stone is actually of good quality, although there is not much mottled pattern on the surface. The deeper hues suggest that some of the mottled pattern is concealed beneath the surface. To extract jade, we need to cut down about 1 centimeter deep, which might yield a glutinous ice or lotus seed variety. The color may not be exceptional, but it could sell for over 100,000. Yang Feng offered his assessment. Upon hearing this, the young man was filled with elation. Just then, the boss emerged from the restroom, hastily pulling up his trousers, seizing his stone, and cursing, "Damn it. You locked me in the restroom. Are you out of your mind?" The young man responded with a grin, "Hey, boss, I just wanted you to enjoy a little longer. My brother and I have discussed it. We'll buy this stone for 20,000. The boss, puzzled, replied, "Wait, weren't you just saying it was too expensive? I was foolish before. Do you want to sell it? I want to cut it right now." "No problem. Pay first, and I shall promptly make the cut for you." The boss was indeed quite agreeable. At this moment, the audience in the live stream had surged to over 30,000. The antics of these two had attracted even those indifferent to stone gambling to watch the broadcast. As the water-cutting machine gradually sliced through one side of the stone, the phone's camera was directed at it, As anticipated, a piece of icy purple-white jade emerged. Although its translucence was not exceptional, it was certainly worth over 100,000. The live stream erupted with excitement. Another successful guess. This fellow is truly remarkable. Even Zhao Zhuwei in the hall was jumping with exhilaration. The viewers in the live stream began to compete fervently for rankings. Ultimately, one user unleashed a barrage of supreme gift cannons, securing the top spot on the reward leaderboard. Little did Yang Feng know that behind this account was Zhu Yun, whom he had previously offended. At this moment, Zhu Yun lay in his villa, watching Yang Feng's live stream. Beside him, a sycophant eagerly flattered, "Young Master Zhu, everything has been arranged perfectly. No matter his discerning abilities, he will never be able to identify the truth. I am eager to see if he truly intends to pay 1,000,000. Zhu Yun wore a smug expression, recalling the last time he had lost a bet to Yang Feng for 1,000,000, which had overshadowed him with gloom. Today, he not only intended to reclaim that 1,000,000, but also to humiliate this young man before such a vast audience. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the live stream had exceeded 100,000. The platform, recognizing the thrilling broadcast, began to provide significant recommendations. Yang Feng also selected the next viewer, and with the successful connection established, a man with a sharp face and round eyes appeared in the live broadcast room. His eyes flickered momentarily upon connection, but soon returned to his usual smile. "Hello, host. I am the owner of a stone gambling shop. Could you assist me in examining a stone? This is one I have just acquired." The man's smile always made Yang Feng feel uneasy. However, considering that the man had generously rewarded him with 10 supreme fireworks, he reluctantly agreed. "All right, please present the stone. This one, take a look," the man said with a smile as he revealed a substantial stone weighing around 50 to 60 kilograms. Gasps echoed in the live room as viewers beheld the size of the stone. If it were indeed capable of yielding something valuable upon being cut, its worth could very well exceed tens of millions. Yang Feng refrained from directly examining it, instead instructing the man to adjust the camera to focus on the stone and illuminate it with light. At that moment, over 100,000 viewers in the live room transformed into seasoned stone gamblers, diligently scrutinizing the truth behind this colossal stone, each speculating on the quality of the potential outcome. The corners of the man's mouth curled slightly upward as he illuminated every facet of the stone with the camera, prompting Yang Feng to make his conjecture. Chapter 62. Seeing through Zhu Yun's trap. Yang Feng could discern no flaws from the surface. It was only when his deep-set eyes penetrated through the stone that he comprehended why he had found this individual consistently peculiar. The audience in the live room awaited Yang Feng's commentary, yet he remained silent, pondering the revelation. This provoked the man on the live stream, who mockingly remarked, "Mr. Yang, you have over 100,000 viewers in your live room. Are you truly unable to see that?" "No, I am contemplating how to articulate my thoughts to you." "No need to ponder. Just speak your mind. But let us establish the terms beforehand. I have just rewarded you with nearly 70,000 yuan. Should you guess incorrectly, you must compensate me 1,000,000. Otherwise, this would constitute fraud." The man warned Yang Feng in advance. The audience in the live room sensed a surge of excitement at that moment. Is this fellow here to challenge us? However, the stone earlier displayed had an exceptionally fine surface, and given its considerable weight, any guess above 1,000,000 in value would likely not be too far off. Yang Feng chuckled and replied, "This stone of yours is utterly worthless." Gasp. The audience in the live room was left in stunned silence. The man's expression shifted dramatically as he glared at Yang Feng, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Such a large raw stone, and you dare to claim it is worthless?" "I never retract what I say," Yang Feng stated calmly. The live room erupted in chaos. "Oh no. The gambling deity seems to have lost his senses. With such a large stone, its surface so immaculate, and several green lines, how could he possibly have misjudged it? That doesn't seem likely. Could it be that the gambling deity intends to offer a surprise?" The barrage of messages in the live room was unprecedentedly rapid, threatening to overwhelm the server. The man connected via live stream turned pale and declared, "You dare to speak such absurdities. Your audience cannot assist you." "Ah, such despicable actions. Do you truly believe that by manipulating public opinion, you can threaten me?" Yang Feng's words left the audience utterly perplexed. Only the men present began to display increasingly grim expressions. Outside the room, Lu Qinglan and her companions wore bewildered expressions. What is happening? What does Yang Feng mean? Zhao Zhuwei cast a curious glance at Gao Ronghai. Among them, Gao Ronghai possessed the most knowledge about jade. Yet, he too appeared perplexed, stating, I am at a loss as well. However, judging by the surface of this stone, it should be of exceptional quality. What is wrong with Yang Feng? The group remained confounded. At that moment, Yang Feng spoke up. If I am not mistaken, this should be a piece of filler material, carefully extracted from the surface of a high-quality raw stone and affixed here. However, your technique is rather lacking. There is a connection that has not been properly executed. Although light shines through when a flashlight is shown inside, the color is excessively green. You must have squeezed green toothpaste into it, correct? Yang Feng's words left the man rooted in place, speechless. Peering through the hint of green, it became evident that within, there was no grand jadeite, but rather the dregs of refuse. You intend to use this to tarnish my livestream's reputation, am I not correct? His calm words resonated in the air. The man trembled in silence, too afraid to respond. The viewers in the livestream room, witnessing this scene, could no longer be oblivious to the situation. This fellow was clearly attempting to deceive Yang Feng out of 1 million with this inferior stone. It is even possible that competitors have been enlisted to maliciously undermine Yang Feng. What do you say? Are you brave enough to split this stone open and show it to everyone in the livestream? Yang Feng pressed further. However, as soon as his words fell, the man hastily severed the connection, and the screen promptly went dark. The fellow made his escape. The livestream chat erupted with fervor, with viewers displaying even greater excitement than Yang Feng himself. Incredible. I may not respect the gambling god, but I certainly admire you. From this day forth, I shall reside in this livestream, eagerly awaiting the Great One's reveal. No one expected that Yang Feng could see through such provocation. In that instant, his popularity skyrocketed. 200,000, 250,000, 300,000. Yang Feng continued to select several viewers. However, his accuracy seemed to wane thereafter. Although his guesses were not entirely incorrect, the audience clearly sensed that the range he provided was expanding increasingly. This was not due to Yang Feng's inability to discern, but rather his understanding that if he were to provide a flawless result, he would become a figure of divine repute in the eyes of others. Such ostentation was simply too conspicuous. Yang Feng preferred to be perceived as a master rather than a deity. Yet, no one anticipated that during the last viewer's appraisal, Yang Feng faltered. He mistakenly identified a glutinous ice jade stone as a seed jade. This moment indeed propelled the entire live stream to a climax, with the viewer count soaring to 600,000. I apologize, for I am not a deity, and I have indeed made an error in judgment. Therefore, I kindly request the audience member to leave their contact information backstage, as the Changhe Jade Trading Company will remit 1 million to you. Yang Feng's words resonated with authority. No one anticipated that Yang Feng would genuinely incur a loss. However, for him, such a sum was inconsequential. After all, the gifts received that evening amounted to several 100,000. For him, the paramount concern was to enhance the company's visibility. Undoubtedly, this incident would ascend to trending status. At that moment, Yang Feng bid farewell to everyone and ultimately closed the live stream. Almost simultaneously with the blackout, the door to the room swung open, and Gao Ronghai and his companions rushed in, brimming with excitement. Incredible! Yang Feng, this is phenomenal. The show's effect and popularity are explosive, Gao Ronghai exclaimed, embracing Yang Feng in sheer exhilaration. Lu Qinglan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as well. They had initially estimated a maximum of merely tens of thousands of viewers online. Yet, no one could have anticipated that the peak concurrent viewers for this live stream would exceed 60,000. Moreover, with Yang Feng's misjudgment, discussions began to proliferate across the internet. At that moment, Gao Ronghai's phone rang. Hello, I am the general manager of Changhe Jade Trading Company. Gao Ronghai replied eagerly on the call. The company he had just seen promoted had already begun reaching out to him for collaboration. This night was destined to mark the soaring ascent of their company. Yet, amidst the celebration, there were those who bore sorrow. At that moment, in a villa, Zhu Yun violently shattered a cup, his anger palpable as he glared at the man before him, cursing, "Damn it! What a useless fool! How could a mere novice see through my raw stone?" The man before him was none other than the spectator who had appeared in the live broadcast earlier. Chapter 63. Is this Feng Shui? The man lowered his head, trembling in fear as he stammered, "Zhu. Young master, I never anticipated that the lad would be so perceptive, such a minor flaw, yet he detected it. Can't you do anything flawlessly?" Zhu Yun kicked the man again. The man rolled on the ground, but quickly scrambled back to Zhu Yun's side, his face reflecting unwavering loyalty as he said, "Young master, this fellow is truly remarkable. He must be a disciple trained by a master." We cannot compete with him in jade. You coward. Truly a useless wretch. Zhu Yun spat disdainfully. Fortunately, at that moment, one of Zhu Yun's most trusted aides approached, saying, "Young master, what he said is not entirely incorrect. Although that lad made a mistake in the end, he did have a few astute judgments. And his accuracy in the industry is remarkably high. Of course, I am aware that the lad possesses some talent," Zhu Yun retorted with a cold snort. "But isn't he busy running some sort of company now? While we may not outplay him in jade, can we not best him in business? Are you suggesting? Do I need to spell it out for you?" Yes, I understand," the subordinate quickly replied. Thus, an extraordinary night passed swiftly. The next day arrived. The Changhe Emerald Trading Company has recently received several partnership applications. Yang Feng entrusted the matter entirely to Gao Ronghai. While he took this opportunity to wander through the antique market in Jiangqing, his primary aim was to search for antiques that possessed eye techniques. Ever since he learned two eye techniques during his last encounter, Yang Feng finally grasped how to wield this power. However, the information currently at his disposal remained insufficient. After exploring the antique market, Yang Feng indeed stumbled upon a few items, yet their value was not particularly high. After purchasing everything, he instructed someone to take the items back home. As evening approached, the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the land. Yang Feng initially intended to return home, but at that moment, Lin Shui sent him a message. It was then that Yang Feng remembered he had promised Lin Shui that he would visit the Lin family today. Having completely forgotten about it, he quickly informed Lin Shui of his address. When Lin Shui arrived to pick him up, he could still smell the beef soup lingering on him. "Didn't I tell you to come to my grandfather's house for dinner? Why are you eating beef noodles alone?" Lin Shui remarked, somewhat speechless. Seated in the passenger seat, Yang Feng chuckled. "I was just hungry, and by the way, did your grandfather invite many guests today?" "Just you and my parents." Lin Shui replied candidly. Yang Feng, puzzled, said, "I recall that when I attended the banquet, the Lin family seemed to have a considerable number of members. Yes, I have an uncle and a second uncle, but they each run their own businesses. This is merely a simple dinner, not a family gathering." Lin Shui spoke as Yang Feng, somewhat unfamiliar with the affairs of the Lin family, listened intently in the car. It was an opportune moment for her to share insights about her family. The Lin family consisted of 3 brothers, each engaged in their own businesses. Currently absent from Jiang City, which left Lin Shui as the only representative in the hospital that day. However, the true major shareholder of the family enterprises was Lin Jinghua, as the initial capital had been invested by him. As Yang Feng absorbed Lin Shui's account of her family, the vehicle came to a halt in a suburban area of Jiang City. Before them lay a verdant expanse of rolling hills, albeit encircled by a fence. The estate covered several hectares, featuring a solitary villa amidst natural flora, trees, and artificial rock formations. Despite its suburban location, it was not far from the city center. Judging by the size of the estate, its value surely exceeded hundreds of millions. Each encounter with such affluent individuals left Yang Feng pondering the stark contrast between their world and his own. After parking the car, the two emerged from the garage to be greeted by a man in his 50s, wearing glasses, who approached them. "Miss, the master is already waiting for you inside," he welcomed. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be of Southeast Asian descent. Lin Shui explained, "This is Uncle Shu, who my grandfather brought back from Southeast Asia after rescuing him from human traffickers. He has been our steward for 30 years. Yang Feng understood and greeted, "Hello, Uncle Shu." The steward, maintaining a respectful demeanor, replied, "You are too kind, sir. You may call me Ashu," with Uncle Shu leading the way. Yang Feng and Lin Shui entered the grand hall of the villa. The decor here exudes a distinct Huaxia style. At this moment, Lin Lifen and his wife, Qi and I, have arrived early. However, the two men are engrossed in a business discussion, leaving Qi and I to simply serve them water. "Sir, Miss, and Mr. Yang have arrived." The butler's voice interrupted their conversation. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinghua's face lit up, and he promptly stood, exclaiming, "Mr. Yang, you have finally arrived. I have been eagerly awaiting your presence. Old master, just call me Xiaofeng. I happen to have some matters to attend to at the antique market, which is why I arrived late," Yang Feng replied, his expression filled with remorse. Lin Jinghua heartily patted him on the back, saying, "It's perfectly all right that you are here now. Ah Shu, please inform the kitchen that we may begin the meal." "Yes, sir," the butler responded as he made his way to the kitchen. Although the sky outside had darkened, the lights illuminated the garden and trees, creating a rare atmosphere of liveliness within the hall. Yang Feng was unaware of the extent of the Lin family's influence, yet he maintained a respectful demeanor towards Lin Jinghua, honoring the principles of deference to elders and care for the young. After a sumptuous meal, Lin Jinghua beckoned Yang Feng to sit beside him at the tea table. To be honest, I have heard that you have been reluctant to accept my gratitude, and I feel a sense of guilt for having you spend so much on such an expensive painting, Lin Jinghua said, his face radiant with a smile. However, as he spoke, he noticed that Yang Feng's attention was not on him. Instead, Yang Feng's eyes were captivated by the room's furnishings and the view outside. Every piece of furniture and every ornament within this villa exudes a unique essence, akin to delicate wisps of white steam. These essences intertwine, transforming the atmosphere of the villa into a flowing stream, perpetually in motion. As the ancients said, flowing water does not become stagnant. This villa is indeed refreshingly exceptional. Is this the essence of feng shui? Yang Feng pondered aloud. Chapter 64. The Lin family seeks to befriend Yang Feng suddenly. Yang Feng recalled the fishing elder who had previously gifted him with his eyesight, mentioning that his eyes were attuned to auspiciousness and averted misfortune, which certainly included feng shui. However, Lin Jinghua overheard Yang Feng's murmured thoughts and expressed his astonishment. Little Feng, you understand feng shui? Father, you are unaware that Yang Feng conducted a live stream on the internet yesterday. His insights into jadeite are profound, clearly indicating that his mentor is an expert. Lin Linning interjected at that moment. She and I also realized, exclaiming, so the person from yesterday's live stream was Little Feng. No wonder that voice sounded so familiar. Their exchange piqued Lin Shui's curiosity, prompting her to inquire, what live stream? Oh dear, you only focus on your work, and yet you missed such a significant event. Lin Linning responded, elaborating on the live stream to the others. Lin Jinghua, who occasionally dabbled in stone gambling, was incredulous upon hearing this, exclaiming, such a thing exists. He had never imagined that Yang Feng, in addition to his expertise in antiques and calligraphy, also possessed knowledge of stone gambling, and his accuracy was beyond anything he had ever heard of. Alas, had it not been for your timely rescue in the hospital that day, I would likely never have known that such a remarkable individual resides in Jiangqing. Lin Jinghua sighed. Yang Feng, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the praise, replied with a hint of resignation, in truth, it is merely a matter of 3 parts perception and 7 parts luck. I happen to be one who is rather fortunate. Ah, Xiao Feng, do not be so modest. Since you have mentioned feng shui, why not assist me in assessing the feng shui of this house? Lin Jinghua inquired. He was genuinely satisfied with the feng shui here, having engaged a master to design it, thus confident that there would be no issues. However, this old rascal was quite cunning and simply wished to hear Yang Feng commend his taste. Unbeknownst to Yang Feng, who was genuinely intrigued, the adage states that in life, one must prioritize fate, luck, feng shui, the accumulation of virtue, and education. Feng shui has always been an enigmatic concept, seldom understood clearly by many, yet it seems ever present. Yang Feng summoned a surge of spiritual energy and began to scrutinize the surroundings. The arrangement here was indeed exceptional. Each piece of furniture was interconnected, and the design of the windows and staircase harmonized beautifully with the environment. Yet, Yang Feng felt an inexplicable discomfort. It wasn't until his gaze landed on the back door, nestled against the hillside, that the source of his unease became apparent. There lies the issue, he suddenly declared. Lin Jinghua had anticipated a compliment from Yang Feng, but upon hearing him identify a problem, his smile gradually faded. Even Lin Shui, at that moment, pinched his arm and whispered, do not speak nonsense. My grandfather had Master Ming design this, so there cannot be any issues. No, let him continue, Lin Jinghua insisted. At this moment, Lin Jinghua turned his gaze toward Yang Feng. Yang Feng realized he had misspoken and quickly said, Lin, I was merely reacting instinctively. My words were indeed inappropriate. No, what you said was correct, Lin Jinghua replied earnestly. When old Ming designed this, he indeed mentioned that there might be some flaws here, but he could not discern them with his insight. Moreover, I have always felt something amiss. Is it because of that door? Yang Feng pointed to a distant back door. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinghua nodded repeatedly, saying, exactly, but what issue does that door present? I am not particularly well versed in feng shui, yet I understand that it emphasizes smoothness. Although the hills behind are picturesque, they harbor a certain malevolence, likely due to their orientation. Yang Feng gestured towards the back door, stating, the arrangement within the room is exquisite, yet the from the hills surges directly here. I recall old Ming once said, Better to have the azure dragon towering high than the white tiger peering in, Lin Jinghua continued. However, I have already followed his advice and removed several stones from the right side. Yet, this is insufficient, for while the interior arrangement gathers energy, it also invites unwelcome forces. Yang Feng, his keen eyes noticing the murkiness within, suggested, I propose shifting those arrangements slightly to the right, and perhaps cutting down a few trees at the foot of the hills. This might prove effective. He sensed that those trees were indeed the source of the. Listening to this, Lin Jinghua immediately instructed the housekeeper, Shu, promptly arrange things as Xiao Feng suggested. Yes, the housekeeper replied, swiftly mobilizing the staff to take action. At this moment, Lin Jinghua was elated, pulling Yang Feng to sit down. He remarked, I never imagined that something even Old Meng failed to notice would be resolved by you. If Old Meng were to find out, he might just turn beet red. In truth, Yang Feng was not well versed in feng shui. Much of what he said was mere conjecture. He scratched his head, admitting his lack of understanding. However, he possessed the unique ability to perceive the nuances of feng shui, which to Lin Jinghua's family merely appeared as Yang Feng's modesty. This young man had a remarkable knack for delivering surprises, and if one were not attentive, one could easily discover his brilliance. Even Lin Shui, typically reserved, found herself glancing at Yang Feng with curiosity. Who, after all, was this enigmatic figure? No one could fathom why such a formidable individual had suddenly emerged. Nevertheless, Lin Jinghua was certain that Yang Feng was backed by a person of extraordinary capabilities, compelling him to cultivate a relationship with this talent. Xiao Feng, I have heard that you have been investing in numerous companies lately. Lin Jinghua shifted the conversation to the matter at hand, which was, in fact, the primary reason for inviting Yang Feng to his residence. Though Lin Laoyizi was unaware of Yang Feng's true identity, the young man's recent conduct, coupled with his humble demeanor following his meteoric rise, was sufficient to reveal his character and capabilities. Lin Jinghua was aware of Yang Feng's recent investment endeavors, and he himself was eager to invest in Yang Feng. Yang Feng nodded in affirmation, stating, Indeed, I have been preparing to invest in various industries, but I am only just beginning. Indeed, I possess certain assets in Jiangcheng, and many members of the Lin family are venturing into entrepreneurship, which I wholeheartedly support. As Lin Jinghua spoke, he glanced at Yang Feng and continued, If you are interested, you might consider collaborating with them. Alternatively, I could directly invest a sum for you, allowing you to dictate your share. Lin Jinghua's words took Lin Linning by surprise. He was well aware that his father had long since ceased to manage investment matters and would never express such sentiments towards those affiliated with the Lin family's outdoor ventures. This was clearly an attempt to support, or even to entice Yang Feng. Chapter 65. This is undoubtedly a figure of extraordinary caliber. The Lin family's esteemed position in Jiangcheng is something Yang Feng may struggle to comprehend at present. However, any businessperson would likely be ecstatic upon hearing Lin Jinghua's proposition. Strangely, though, Yang Feng did not exhibit any particular delight. Thank you, Mr. Lin, but at this moment, I do not have an urgent need for funds. So I genuinely appreciate your kindness. Yang Feng gracefully declined Lin Jinghua's investment offer. Lin Jinghua was taken aback by the rejection and remarked, Yang Feng, you may not be entirely familiar with the affairs of Jiangcheng, am I correct? I indeed lack a comprehensive understanding of Jiangcheng, but I recognize that the Lin family holds considerable prestige here. However, I genuinely do not intend to partner with anyone at this time, Yang Feng replied apologetically. His words made Lin Jinghua realize the situation. Haha, very well. Since that is the case, I shall not press further. Should your thoughts change in the future, you are always welcome to seek me out. My words today shall remain eternally valid, even if this old man should someday pass into the earth. You may also approach Lin Nong or Xiao Shui to fulfill this promise. Lin Jinghua proclaimed such grandiose sentiments in the presence of his son and granddaughter. This commitment holds immense value. Prior to this moment, Lin Jinghua had never extended such a promise to anyone outside his family. Yang Feng is indeed unique in this regard. Even Lin Shui and the others were taken aback. Yang Feng felt a deep sense of gratitude for this promise, although he had no intention of utilizing it. Lin Jinghua engaged Yang Feng in conversation about various matters concerning Jiangcheng. What appeared to be casual banter was, in fact, a wealth of advice regarding the affairs of the city. In Jiangcheng, aside from the Lin family, there are also the Huang and Li families, both of which are prominent clans with extensive business interests throughout the nation. As the clock approached 8 in the evening, the butler finally arrived with a team to adjust the room and to fell several trees from the back mountain. This alteration brought about a subtle transformation within the household. At that moment, Lin Jinghua's phone rang. Coincidentally, it was a call from Old Ming. Upon seeing the caller ID, Lin Jinghua could not help but smile as he answered. However, as soon as he picked up, a robust voice resonated from the other end. Sing, Old Lin, are you at home? After my research over the past few days, I have finally discerned the issue with your residence. Is that so? I, too, have just arranged for someone to adjust the position here, so. Old Lin, you are truly inconsiderate. The residence I personally designed, and you have the audacity to have someone else alter it recklessly. Just wait, I will be there shortly, 20 minutes. No, 10 minutes. I must see what changes have been made. Meng Dui abruptly ended the call and hurried over. Listening to the irate voice on the other end, Yang Feng suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that he might be in for a beating? It certainly sounded like the old man had a rather volatile temperament. In truth, Yang Feng felt rather uncertain. This was his first encounter with something crafted by a feng shui master. At that moment, Lin Jinghua grasped his arm and chuckled. In that case, why not stay a little longer, Xiao Feng? When old Ming arrives, we shall have him blushing in no time. Perhaps I should take my leave? Yang Feng replied, visibly anxious. Lin Jinghua erupted in laughter, patting him on the shoulder. Do not fret. Regardless of whether the design is commendable or not, it is merely an exchange between you two. Besides, Old Ming may have a fiery disposition, but he is genuinely a good person. Indeed, Yang Feng dared not argue further. Meanwhile, Lin Shui and her parents were also observing the newfound atmosphere within the house. In truth, they were not well versed in feng shui either, especially Lin Shui, who leaned closer to Yang Feng and whispered, Are you certain there won't be any issues? I'm merely guessing. Then why would you speak so recklessly? Lin Shui's face was a portrait of exasperation. After a brief wait, they soon saw the silhouette of an elderly man entering from outside. He was Lin Jinghua's old friend, Meng Dui, a highly esteemed feng shui master in Jiangqing. Upon his arrival at the estate, before he even set foot inside, he began to vent his frustrations. Old Lin, you truly lack integrity, allowing someone to tamper with my design. You are simply. As Meng Dui's words trailed off, he suddenly realized that Yang Feng and a few others were present in the house. His tirade came to an abrupt halt. Lin Jinghua, feeling rather helpless, replied, Did you not say last time that it was still lacking and needed careful contemplation to devise a solution? Yet, you cannot just enlist someone else to alter my design. Is that person even still here? Meng Dui inquired. Lin Jinghua, exasperated, responded, Let's not dwell on that right now. Take a look at my revisions. What am I supposed to see? As long as it isn't my creation, it's all rubbish, Meng Dui retorted, resembling a mischievous child. However, there were indeed few who could converse with Lin Jinghua in such a manner. Despite his disparaging words, his gaze wandered around the room. Lin Jinghua observed his expression closely. After surveying the surroundings, Meng Dui's demeanor grew contemplative. The anger that had previously marred his face was replaced by a hint of astonishment. He began to stroll among the furnishings until he reached the back door, finally gazing at the distant hill illuminated by streetlights. The trees that once stood there had now been felled. Meng Dui paused, then hurried upstairs for a quick inspection. After a few minutes of scrutiny, he dashed back down. Old Ming, you've been bustling about. Why not say something? Lin Jinghua offered him a cup of tea. At that moment, Meng Dui was far too preoccupied to sip tea, his eyes alight with excitement as he asked, Who is it? What do you mean? Who? Who modified the design? Meng Dui exclaimed with excitement. Lin Jinghua, observing his expression, questioned, What's going on? Are you seriously considering seeking revenge? Revenge my foot. This person is undoubtedly a master. Meng Dui exclaimed with fervor, his admiration palpable. Old Lin, how could you not inform me about someone like this in advance? His words were laced with an exhilarating reverence, as if he could hardly contain his eagerness to meet this individual. His demeanor left Lin Shui and the others momentarily speechless. They turned their gaze towards Yang Feng, puzzled by the unexpected intensity of Meng Dui's reaction to Yang Feng's casual remarks. What's happening? Why is everyone silent? Meng Dui inquired, directing his question at Yang Feng. By the way, who is this person? Has your granddaughter's boyfriend already been brought home? Don't be ridiculous. His name is Yang Feng, and he was the one who saved me before. Oh, spare me the nonsense for now, and tell me who assisted you with the redesign. This is Yang Feng, he. All right, I understand he is your benefactor, but that is not my concern at the moment. I know, I was saying his name is Yang Feng. Old Lin, are you ever going to stop? Your expression suggests you wish for him to become your grandson-in-law. But you must first tell me who helped you modify the design. Meng Dui was growing impatient, his mind far removed from Lin's familial matters. Chapter 66. Are superhumans fighting? Lin Jinghua, exasperated, replied, if you would just remain silent for 10 seconds, you would find out. What do you mean? His name is Yang Feng, a guest I invited over. Just now, it was he who identified the issue and modified the design of the room. What on earth? Meng Dui's tone suddenly escalated in pitch, his incredulous demeanor apparent as he turned to gaze at Yang Feng. At that moment, Yang Feng was utterly intimidated by the old man. As Meng Dui circled around him, Yang Feng felt a chill creeping down his spine. Elder, sir, what is this? Yang Feng asked cautiously, his hair standing on end. Old Lin, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Meng Dui expressed his skepticism, continuing. This lad hasn't even fully matured yet. How could he possess such skill? He was filled with doubt and glanced at Lin Linning, saying, Linning, you are more straightforward than your old man. Do enlighten me about who truly made these changes. Uncle Meng, it was indeed Xiao Feng who made the alterations. In fact, it was right after we finished our meal that he noticed the issues with the feng shui of this estate. Lin Linning replied helplessly. Observing his expression, Meng Dui sensed he was not lying. Who is your master? Meng Dui immediately inquired of Yang Feng, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Yang Feng scratched his head and replied, I can't get in touch with my master. I don't even know his name. A reclusive expert? I suppose so. Yang Feng recalled the elder's visage from that day. Meng Dui remained silent for a moment, finally taking a deep breath and stating, it appears I truly am getting old. Even a young person like this possesses such accomplishments. Haha, old Meng, are you convinced this time? Lin Jinghua laughed heartily, astonished and impressed. Meng Dui found himself at a loss for words in the presence of such a remarkable young individual in this circle. Yang Feng, relieved that he had escaped unscathed, finally spoke up. Well, I must return shortly. May I take my leave? Hey, you've just arrived, and you're already leaving? I have so much more to discuss with you, Meng Dui exclaimed, attempting to detain him. However, at that moment, Lin Jinghua interjected, Old Meng, you've had enough. It's rather late today. Since he is in Jiangqing, let us save it for next time. Are you intentionally doing this? You brought me here only to prevent me from seeking counsel, Yang Feng quipped. A chuckle escaped Meng Dui. This is the first time I've heard you use the term seek counsel. It's said that in a trio, one must have a teacher among them. I simply enjoy learning. Despite his fiery temperament, Meng Dui had a knack for entertaining conversation. As Yang Feng noted the late hour, he bid farewell and made his way outside. Having arrived without a vehicle, Lin Shui conveniently offered to drive him home. As they departed the estate, Yang Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting on how close he had come to a beating. Yet, this experience also affirmed his ability to discern fortune from misfortune, uplifting his spirits. Many valuable antiques lie buried beneath the earth. If he could indeed perceive the fortune of a particular place, discovering spiritual essence would become remarkably effortless. Lost in his thoughts, he suddenly noticed Lin Shui glancing at him while driving. Please focus on the road, he urged. Lin Shui, her gaze inquisitive, slowed the car and asked, Who exactly are you? Am I not merely a poor soul hailing from rural origins, burdened with a lineage of 18 generations? Yet, how is it that you possess such profound knowledge of feng shui? A hint of peculiarity colored Lin Shui's cheeks. She suddenly sensed that Yang Feng concealed numerous secrets, and what she had previously uncovered seemed but the tip of the iceberg. Yang Feng simply shrugged and replied, I came across it in a book. One's time must be limited. How could someone as young as you have perused so many texts? Lin Shui questioned, her skepticism evident. Photographic memory, what can I say? I refuse to believe anyone possesses such a gift and continues to deceive me daily. A trace of disdain flickered across Lin Shui's cold expression. As the vehicle approached the roadside, she halted and retrieved a book from the car, extending it towards Yang Feng. What for? He inquired, perplexed. I wish to test your claim of photographic memory, Lin Shui stated with newfound seriousness. Yang Feng rolled his eyes, exasperated. It's late. If I take a few more steps, I'll be home. Why not save it for another time? Then forget it. I sense you are merely boasting, Lin Shui said, attempting to reclaim her book. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng's temper flared, and he retorted, all right, it's just reciting a passage. Point to any section you like. Just the 5th page. Read it once, and then recite it back to me, Lin Shui insisted, genuinely eager to ascertain whether Yang Feng truly possessed such an extraordinary ability. The book in question was an economics text. In truth, Yang Feng had discovered his photographic memory the very day after obtaining his vision. Noting Lin Shui's determination, he picked up the book and swiftly scanned the page, which contained approximately several hundred words. After finishing, he returned the book to Lin Shui. "Are you certain you can recite it?" Lin Shui inquired, her expression tinged with skepticism. Yang Feng, however, displayed no hesitation, commencing his recitation from the very first word. Economics possesses advantages over other social sciences, seemingly derived from a particular fact. Its unique scope of work allows it to. Yang Feng's voice, though soft, resonated with a steady confidence. Familiar theories unfolded before Lin Shui's eyes as she meticulously compared them to the text before her. The passage consisted of several hundred words, and he recited each one flawlessly. "This fellow is truly a genius? So what do you think?" Yang Feng grinned. At that moment, Lin Shui found herself momentarily speechless, her astonishment evident. "How did you accomplish that?" It was the first time she had encountered someone capable of such a feat. "I will tell you later. My home is just ahead. Why don't you head back now? I wish to take a stroll by myself." Yang Feng gestured toward the path ahead. "Is it really unnecessary for me to accompany you to your doorstep?" "It matters not. I enjoy wandering in the evening," he replied with ease. Seeing Yang Feng's insistence, Lin Shui could only acquiesce and instructed him to exit the vehicle. After watching him walk a short distance away, she finally drove off. Once Yang Feng sensed her departure, a sigh of relief escaped him. This woman seemed far from easily deceived. If he did not reveal a glimpse of his capabilities, his secret would inevitably be uncovered. Fortunately, today had passed without incident. Yang Feng was just about to make his way home when, unexpectedly, a loud crash resonated from a distance. As Yang Feng was preparing to head home, a sudden noise caught his attention, prompting him to instinctively glance in that direction. What on earth was happening over there? To his astonishment, he discovered that he could see through two walls, witnessing several clusters of spiritual energy clashing. Could it be that superhumans were engaged in a battle? Chapter 67. Yang Feng takes action. Yang Feng had never encountered such a scene before. He swiftly maneuvered around and crouched behind a wall, observing the unfolding drama within the alley. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with only faint light from outside illuminating the space. Inside, two factions stood opposed to one another, comprising 4 individuals. 2 of them, cloaked and adorned in stealth attire, bore backpacks. To Yang Feng's surprise, he recognized the other 2 figures. They were agents from the Superpower Investigation Bureau. He recalled seeing them the day he visited the CAF, 1 male and 1 female, both now glistening with beads of sweat on their foreheads. Through his keen eyesight, he could discern the faint spiritual energy emanating from them. "Please, do not force us into a corner. We have no intention of allowing the Bureau agents to perish here. However, should you compel us, we shall not hold back," spoke one of the masked figures, his voice heavy with menace. Yang Feng realized that these 2 individuals currently held the upper hand. "Humph. If you do not relinquish what you possess today, do not expect to leave this place unscathed," the male agent from the Bureau declared, raising his hand as a murky wave of spiritual energy surged from his body. The woman beside him took a deep breath and said, "Lu, we merely need to stall them. The Bureau agents are on their way. Be cautious in the rear." These 2 seemed formidable. Lu Yichang's eyes revealed a hint of cold ferocity. The masked figure sensed the determination of his opponent and slowly retrieved a piece of cut paper from his bag. This was a shikigami, a creation of a prominent family from the island nation. Lu Yichang immediately recognized the sect of his adversary. A shikigami is a lower-tier spirit or demon that ordinary people find difficult to perceive. Those who manipulate shikigami are known as onmyoji. They confine these entities within special containers, summoning them when necessary. This cut paper serves as one such vessel. It was Yang Feng's first encounter with such a battle, and as he crouched behind the wall, his eyes widened in astonishment. He had sought his own demise. He could blame no one else. The masked figure infused the cut paper with a surge of spiritual energy. Instantly, a powerful black mist erupted from it, swirling and coalescing in the air until it formed the shape of a skeletal demon. A 3rd-tier shikigami. Upon seeing the form of the shikigami, Lu Yichang's heart sank. At that moment, Jiang Sulan had also drawn a short dagger. They acted decisively, each attacking the masked figure from opposite sides almost simultaneously. The masked figure let out a cold chuckle as the shikigami conjured a fierce wind, positioning itself in front of the 2. Breaking the wind, Jiang Sulan's dagger, imbued with spiritual energy, sliced towards the shikigami's head. Simultaneously, Lu Yichang launched his assault from the other side toward the masked figure. Just then, another masked figure suddenly sprang into action. His form vanished in an instant. And in the next blink, he appeared right before Lu Yichang. This was ninjutsu. With a disdainful snort, Lu Yichang instantaneously augmented his entire being with power. His spiritual energy coalescing in his grasp into what resembled a sharp blade, which he directed towards the individual's waist. Yang Feng, who was observing nearby, murmured under his breath upon witnessing the strike, "It will connect." He perceived that Lu Yichang's strength was indeed extraordinary. However, just as Yang Feng anticipated the battle's conclusion, Lu Yichang's spiritual energy blade smoothly traversed the masked person's form. No, a decoy, Lu Yichang swiftly realized. This was a common tactic employed by ninjas. Yet, his realization came too late, as the masked figure instantly surged behind him. Bang! A kick landed squarely on his waist. In that instant, Lu Yichang felt an acute pain as if his bones were fracturing, and his body was propelled into the air. Before Lu Yichang could descend, the masked assailant had already materialized above him. Boom! Lu Yichang's body crashed onto the ground like a projectile. On the other side, Jiang Sulan attempted to provide assistance, but the Shikigami suddenly unleashed a surge of power, with ominous darkness ensnaring her arm. Hiss! Jiang Sulan felt a dark aura instantly nullifying her resistance. At that moment, a blade slashed across her arm. These two individuals were no match for the masked person's prowess. Yang Feng was taken aback by the arrival's formidable strength. Assist them? Yang Feng entertained the notion. Although he was uncertain of their capabilities, Yang Feng's eyes could clearly perceive their predicament. The spiritual power they possessed was far inferior to his own, and subduing them should be effortless. However, if he were to intervene directly, would that not reveal his presence? Yang Feng glanced at the two masked figures, and after a moment of contemplation, a sudden idea struck him. Meanwhile, in the alley, Jiang Sulan and Lu Yichang had once again risen from the ground. It was evident that Lu Yichang was in excruciating pain, while Jiang Sulan's hands were drenched in blood. Nevertheless, they resolutely aimed to detain the two masked figures until the investigators arrived. The earlier encounter had merely served as a minor warning. With your meager abilities, you are unworthy of engaging me in combat, taunted one of the masked figures, his tone dripping with disdain. Neither of them regarded Lu Yichang and Jiang Sulan as worthy opponents. Desperation filled the hearts of the two. Yet their sense of duty made it clear that they could not allow the masked figures to escape, even at the cost of their own lives. If they did not leave behind what they had, you would not be permitted to depart today. A glimmer of determination shone in Lu Yichang's eyes, even amidst the darkness. At that moment, Jiang Sulan brandished a dagger, its blade shimmering with the remnants of her spiritual energy, just as they prepared to fight to the death. A languid voice suddenly echoed from behind them. Isn't this quite the spectacle? Yang Feng deliberately spoke in a rough voice, drawing the attention of the highly alert individuals almost simultaneously. At that moment, Yang Feng had found a tattered piece of cloth to wrap around his face. Is he one of their people? Lu Yichang's heart sank further into despair. This individual was also masked, undoubtedly one of their own. The two masked figures were momentarily taken aback. Is that who you called for? I thought it was you who called, one of the masked figures replied, somewhat dazed. Yang Feng approached Lu Yichang with a smile, saying, no need for wild guesses. I am merely a passerby with a penchant for meddling. What? The four of them were taken aback. Was this fellow here to amuse himself? We are not playing house. We should leave immediately. Lu Yichang realized that this might indeed be a curious onlooker. However, Yang Feng shook his head at that moment and declared, I am simply here to meddle. There's no rush to depart. You, who are you? Call me the masked hero, Yang Feng replied, lifting his chin with pride. His words left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Moments later, two masked individuals erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, where did this fool come from? Daring to interfere here and calling himself what? The masked hero. That name is utterly hilarious. The masked figures laughed heartily, slapping the wall in amusement. Chapter 68. Overwhelming strength. Yang Feng felt a twinge of annoyance. After all, he had pondered for quite some time to come up with that name. You too, cease your laughter. Yang Feng snapped at them. Yet, the two masked figures merely paused for a moment before laughing even louder. What a moron. Where did this lunatic come from? Truly unfortunate. One of the masked figures couldn't help but exclaim, revealing a bit of cultural essence. Even Lu Yichang and Jiang Sulan looked at Yang Feng in bewilderment. It was only Yang Feng who, in his anger, retorted, Are you two done yet? Kid, the waters here run deep, but since you insist on seeking trouble, Don't blame us for what follows. The masked figure turned to his ninja companion. At that moment, the ninja stepped forward, licking his lips as a shuriken materialized in his hand, an emblematic weapon of his kind. The murderous intent emanating from his eyes rendered the surrounding air significantly colder. Run! Louis Chong attempted to call out to Yang Feng, yet Yang Feng, unfazed, took another step forward. Meet your maker. The ninja vanished from sight. Yang Feng sensed an overwhelming aura of death encircling him. In the blink of an eye, the ninja reappeared to his right. However, this was undoubtedly an illusion. The specter of the ninja, wielding the shuriken, lunged towards Yang Feng's neck. Strangely, there was no trace of panic on Yang Feng's face. Instead, a smirk of derision appeared. Child's play, he remarked dismissively. With a swift twist of his body, he executed a knife-hand strike toward the empty air. Louis Chong and Jiang Sulan were still trying to grasp the situation when suddenly, a figure emerged in the air. The real one is there, Louis Chong exclaimed with delight. In the next instant, his knife hand, imbued with spiritual energy, crashed into the ninja's face. Boom! The ninja's body was propelled backward, colliding violently with the wall of the alley. The wall crumbled instantly, burying him beneath a cascade of rubble, leaving only his unconscious head exposed. A decisive blow, an immediate triumph. At that moment, the scene fell silent. The previously mocking masked figure now frozen in shock. And you? Yang Feng remarked, twisting his neck. The masked figure, finally regaining his senses, prepared to channel spiritual power into his paper cutout to summon his Shikigami. In that fleeting moment, he suddenly realized his body was paralyzed. Too young. Yang Feng appeared before the masked man. The masked figure could only watch helplessly as Yang Feng approached him step by step, his own form seemingly crushed under a mountain, utterly immobilized. Technique, earthbinding. Do you remember my name? Masked hero? The masked man shamefully uttered the nickname Yang Feng had given him. Yang Feng nodded in satisfaction and delivered a swift chop to the back of his neck. Thud! The masked man collapsed to the ground. The two formidable figures who had just moments ago seemed so powerful fell one after the other, as if Yang Feng were merely teasing children in a kindergarten. Louis Chong and Jiang Sulan were left dumbfounded. Who is this person? At that moment, Yang Feng was steadily advancing towards them. Why you are? Louis Chong stammered, attempting to articulate something, but recalling Yang Feng's earlier words, he quickly added, I know you're called the masked hero, please don't hit me. He feared he might provoke Yang Feng by mocking the name. However, Yang Feng chose not to engage them further, merely casting a glance their way before departing in the opposite direction. He did not wish to be discovered by the two. Just as Yang Feng left, the personnel from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau arrived almost simultaneously. Leading the group was Moron Wan. She hurriedly reached the scene, accompanied by several others. Yet, upon witnessing the two masked figures lying on the ground, they were all taken aback. Goodness, you two are impressive. You managed to take down such formidable opponents. When did you secretly grow stronger? A man removed his mask, revealing the identities of the two individuals he had been pursuing, masters from an island nation. Their prowess was such that only Moron Wan could potentially defeat them in a one-on-one confrontation. However, at that moment, Louis Chong wore a rather awkward expression as he remarked, Well, it wasn't us who took them down. He recounted the events that had just transpired, his voice still tinged with astonishment. The others listened, utterly bewildered. Jiangcheng possesses such figures? They exchanged glances, for an individual of such caliber should have been identified long ago by their investigation team and undoubtedly deemed of great utility. How could they have suddenly appeared out of nowhere? Moreover, the moniker masked hero. Pfft, does this fellow suffer from a delusion of grandeur? A young investigator could not suppress a chuckle. Louis Chong shook his head and said, Do you know how those two ended up getting beaten? How did they get beaten? It was simply because they disdained his name. The young man's expression gradually stiffened. Meanwhile, Moron Wan had surveyed the scene and finally declared, Have we finished our discussion? Let us take them back first and return the jade to the museum. Team leader, what about this masked hero? We shall investigate further later. Moron Wan chose not to elaborate. Concurrently, Yang Feng had taken a circuitous route back home. Today, he had relished the role of a sage, an experience that brought him a sense of accomplishment. Yet, for him, it was merely an interlude, as he had never intended to confront that group. Tomorrow, let us find a moment to return to our hometown. Yang Feng recalled that it was indeed time for him to go back. His father had once again called, mentioning the development plans for their village. He spoke of raising funds to construct a road and establish a rural leisure business. suggesting that each family contribute a small amount for this communal endeavor. Essentially, it resembled a village-run enterprise, given the impoverished state of their village. If this initiative were to succeed, it would undoubtedly benefit everyone involved. The night passed swiftly. The following morning, Yang Feng prepared his belongings, ready to drive home. However, as he opened the door, he unexpectedly collided with Zhao Zhuwei, who was about to knock. "Are you embarking on a long journey?" she inquired, curiosity evident in her voice. Yang Feng nodded, replying, "I plan to return to my hometown." "Oh, so I'll be left all alone here?" Zhao Zhuwei exclaimed. "Not to worry. Gao Ronghai and Lu Qinglan will likely come over. You can spend time with them." Yang Feng dismissed the thought. Zhao Zhuwei pouted, saying, "I'd rather visit Xiaoya." Speaking of Qin Jiyue, it had been quite a while since Yang Feng last saw her. He recalled that someone had mentioned her to him not too long ago, and it appeared that her background was rather remarkable. Is Qin Jiyue's family involved in business? Yang Feng couldn't help but ask. Chapter 69. Provocations upon returning home. Zhao Zhuwei, anticipating Yang Feng's curiosity, chuckled and said, "If her family is indeed engaged in commerce, then they might be facing significant troubles." "What do you mean?" he pressed. "You'll find out soon enough," she replied enigmatically. Zhao Zhuwei refrained from elaborating further and continued, "How about I accompany you downstairs? Remember to bring me some local specialties from your hometown when you return." "No problem," Yang Feng readily agreed. As they conversed, they made their way downstairs, a vehicle departing in the distance. Watching Yang Feng leave, Zhao Zhuwei pondered for a moment, then finally picked up her phone. "Xiaoya, let me take you to an exciting place," she said immediately into the receiver. Unbeknownst to Yang Feng, his hometown was about to welcome two significant guests. At that moment, he was driving homeward. Jiangcheng, the largest city in Nanjing province, is recognized as a major economic hub nationally. However, few would anticipate that beneath its gleaming surface lies a stark contrast. After driving 300 kilometers, Yang Feng found himself amidst a realm of underdeveloped towns. To make matters worse, his hometown, Shicheng, was a poverty-stricken area of extreme backwardness. True to its name, Shicheng is characterized by its mountainous terrain and scarcity of plains. Even the highways and railways traverse through tunnels and bridges. Furthermore, lacking local resources and investment, the region has remained neglected. Many would describe it as a place of impoverished landscapes. Yet for Yang Feng, it is precisely this impoverished land that has accompanied him for nearly 2 decades. Now that he possesses the means, he cannot idly watch his hometown languish in poverty any longer. As someone once said, "Our continuous growth and learning are not merely for the purpose of escaping that impoverished place, but rather to transform it." Thus, Yang Feng felt that his moment had finally arrived. After traversing a distance of 600 to 700 kilometers, he reached his hometown by evening. Habitually, he stopped his car in the town, where a tantalizing aroma of beef soup wafted through the air. This was a signature dish from his hometown. Accompanied by a nostalgic snack known as mi ban, Yang Feng entered a breakfast shop run by a plump woman. The establishment was bustling with activity, as it was the peak hour for dinner. "Boss, I would like a bowl of beef soup and 3 pieces of mi ban," Yang Feng requested. The owner, a middle-aged woman with greasy hands, was preoccupied with her work and did not look up, replying, "Sure, please wait a moment, it will be ready shortly." Finding a spot to sit, Yang Feng gazed at the familiar surroundings, feeling a wave of nostalgia. During the new year, he had opted not to return home in order to keep up with his work, and it had been nearly a year since his last visit. Now, having been dismissed from his job, it seemed he finally had the time to reconnect with his parents. Just as Yang Feng prepared to indulge in a hearty meal, a loud, irate voice interrupted from the entrance, exclaiming, "Boss lady, why is this rundown place still open? Didn't I tell you before to shut it down?" This furious voice drew the attention of everyone in the shop. Yang Feng turned to see a young man with dyed yellow hair, clad in tattered, non-mainstream clothing, accompanied by 4 or 5 others loitering at the door. The proprietress, upon hearing this, hastily set aside her work and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, today is the final day. Just this last day. Tomorrow, I shall undoubtedly relocate." That's enough. I issued a notice yesterday. How dare you open today? Do you not regard us inspectors?" The yellow-haired man retorted with a tone of brazen arrogance. The proprietress's countenance turned pale with fear as she could only reply, "All right. Very well. I shall first attend to these newly arrived guests, and then I will close the shop. Stop with the nonsense. Close the door this instant, or I shall demolish your shabby establishment." The yellow-haired man afforded her no time to react. As he spoke, he approached Yang Feng, who was currently fixated on him. The yellow-haired man scoffed. "Kid, where are you from? You seem rather full of yourself. Which village do you hail from?" Yang Feng replied in his native dialect. Upon hearing that he was a local, the yellow-haired man grew even more arrogant, saying, "What? You're unaware that we are from the Market Supervision Department? Just returned. And I hadn't heard of such a person in town." "Oh, you sound rather unconvinced," he laughed, then inquired, "Which village are you from?" "Fengtian village." "Haha. The secretary from your village just drank with me a couple of days ago. You dare to provoke me here? Do you really think that a couple of years out in the world qualifies you to swagger around in this small territory?" With a sneer, the yellow-haired man seized the porcelain plate before Yang Feng and smashed it onto the ground with great force. The plate shattered into countless pieces. The yellow-haired individual shot a glare at Yang Feng and turned to the proprietress, saying, "Madam, why are you dawdling? This brat deserves nothing but filth. Hurry and close the door." Yes, I said not to close it." Yang Feng's voice rang out once more, tinged with irritation. At that moment, the proprietress seemed to recognize him. "Xiao Feng, it's you," she exclaimed in surprise. They hailed from the same village and had often lent a helping hand to one another during their childhood labors. With a smile, Yang Feng greeted Aunt Liang. "Oh, you two know each other? That makes things even easier. Madam, hasten to introduce me to him, lest he remains so ungrateful." The yellow-haired man chimed in, visibly pleased. Aunt Liang, clearly intimidated by these ruffians, quickly urged Yang Feng, "Xiao Feng, let us not eat here today. How about we dine together at home later?" They should not be trifled with. She understood Yang Feng's sense of justice, yet she could not allow him to fall into this perilous situation. However, Yang Feng did not rise. Instead, he smiled and replied, "Aunt Liang, rest assured, I simply must indulge in this beef soup today. As for these ruffians, they are not worth my attention." "What? You dare to say that?" The yellow-haired man seethed, and his cohort stepped forward at that moment. Yang Feng scoffed, saying, "What? Are you looking for a fight here? Damn it, you truly have no idea of my connections with the station chief, do you?" The yellow-haired man seized a nearby plate, poised to hurl it at Yang Feng's head. Seeing the ferocity in his eyes, it was evident that he was no stranger to brawls. Yet, before Yang Feng, he amounted to little more than an insignificant ant. As the plate was about to crash down, Yang Feng seized his arm. Huang Mao felt as though his limb had been ensnared by an iron clamp, utterly immobilized. A mere waste in his own territory. With a gentle yet decisive pressure from Yang Feng's hand, a resounding crack echoed as he crushed Huang Mao's bone. In that instant, a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig reverberated through the vicinity. His subordinates, witnessing the existence of such a formidable individual, instinctively recoiled in trepidation, fearing that Yang Feng might just as easily shatter their skulls. "Scram, I have no desire to let you spoil my mood." With a swift kick, Yang Feng sent Huang Mao sprawling. His body flew a good 7 or 8 meters before crashing against the roadside at the entrance. This spectacle plunged the establishment into an eerie silence. In Dongha Town, no one dared to assault another, especially someone from the Market Supervision Department. Those who secured positions in such a department invariably possessed influential connections. Yet, after the altercation, Yang Feng remained remarkably composed. "Aunt Liang, is my beef soup ready?" His voice resonated once more, rousing the patrons from their stupor. It was only then that Aunt Liang regained her senses, exclaiming, "Xiao Feng, you've landed yourself in serious trouble. His uncle is the deputy town mayor." Not to worry, Yang Feng dismissed her concerns. He was fully aware of the implications. Since he intended to return and invest, it was essential to impart a lesson to these bullies. At the very least, he needed to ensure that such local tyrants would retreat in fear. Aunt Liang stared at Yang Feng, somewhat taken aback. It had been over a year since she last saw him, and the transformation was astounding. Glancing at the group of Huang Mao's lackeys, they were too intimidated to approach. Given Yang Feng's prowess, they were no match for him. "Get lost!" Yang Feng glared at them, and they hastily lifted Huang Mao, scurrying away. Yang Feng, uninterested in their departure, finished his meal and wiped his mouth contentedly. "Aunt Liang, I'm heading home now. Don't forget to visit us later." He smiled as he prepared to pay. Aunt Liang quickly interjected, "Oh, you've returned after such a long time. How can I accept your money?" "Well then, I shall not be polite," Yang Feng grinned. Just as he spoke, 2 police officers entered the door. "It's him. This brat beat up Brother Shun." The person beside them was none other than Huang Mao's fleeing accomplice. The officers approached Yang Feng, and the leading officer said coldly, Is it true that you assaulted someone here? Yes, I did, Yang Feng replied. You need to come with us. The officer's tone was stern. Aunt Liang quickly stepped forward. Officer Feng, this man is from our town too. It was Lu Shun who struck first. Enough. Are you implying that you were involved as well? Officer Feng rebuked sharply. Let me make it clear. I might overlook your fighting with others, but striking Lu Shun is a different matter. No matter who you are, you must come with me, even with so many witnesses in the establishment. Officer Feng's demeanor remained undeniably authoritative. Yang Feng seemed to have anticipated this long ago, yet he smiled and inquired, have you ever heard a saying? What? Do you have more to say? A phrase comes to mind. It is easy to invite a deity, but difficult to send them away. With narrowed eyes, Yang Feng remarked, I hope you won't require me to step out when the time comes. Haha, that is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Let me tell you, it doesn't matter how many days you're locked up. You truly have no idea how many eyes the king of horses possesses. Old Feng, enraged, stepped forward and handcuffed Yang Feng. However, Yang Feng offered no resistance and simply followed him to the police car. As they departed, he noticed the young thug wearing a smug expression, brazenly proclaiming, Kid, daring to act out in this territory means you'll be waiting to die inside. Yang Feng could only smile faintly at the sight of the man's arrogance. In Dongha town, within the confines of the police station, Yang Feng was escorted to the interrogation room, seated on a chair with his hands cuffed to the table. The interrogators were Feng Qingsheng, who had apprehended him, and another young man. Feng Qingsheng, in his 30s, bore an air of youthful arrogance. You really think you're something, huh? Coming from a mere peasant family. How dare you provoke Lu Shen? Feng Qingsheng sat across from him, a pen and paper laid out before him. The nearby camera remained off, indicating that he intended to discuss matters not meant for official record. Yang Feng remained composed in his chair, responding coolly. Aren't you going to inquire about the background or the rights and wrongs of this situation? To hell with rights and wrongs. Here, if you've laid a hand on Lu Shan, you will find yourself behind bars. This is the rule. Feng Qingsheng scoffed dismissively. Yang Feng chuckled, saying, I understand now. It seems you are deliberately courting disaster. In that case, I shall allow you to languish here for a few days and see if you remain so defiant. Feng Qingsheng rose, then smugly remarked, Oh, by the way, you hail from Toyota Village, correct? Perhaps soon I shall witness your dear father kneeling before me, pleading for mercy. You would do well not to test fate. Huh, are you anxious? Alas, it is too late. Feng Qingsheng held his head high, while the young police officer beside him looked on with concern, casting a sympathetic glance at Yang Feng. Captain, perhaps we should consult Brother Shun. If we can settle this privately, it would be for the best, after all. Silence. Who permitted you to chatter here? Feng Qingsheng shot a glare at the youth, striding toward the exit. Yang Feng found himself confined within the interrogation room. Feng Qingsheng intended to teach this young man a lesson. Unbeknownst to him, a phone call was imminent at the home of the town committee secretary. Secretary Hao Shanqing had just returned home. Old Hao, what is you in such high spirits today? One might think you've won the lottery. His wife, observing his cheerful demeanor, surmised that something good had transpired. Hao Shanqing set down his bag and replied with pride, This is far more exhilarating than winning the lottery. Do you recall what I mentioned to you yesterday? Of course, you spoke of a large external investor sending representatives to assess the investment climate, correct? Indeed. Today, I had another meeting with them. Can you guess who it was? Excitement sparkled in Hao Shanqing's eyes. His wife, rarely witnessing him so animated, inquired out of curiosity. Who is it? It's the Lin family from Jianqing. I have inquired about them. They are quite a formidable entity in Jianqing, replied Hao Shanqing. He continued, however, It seems they are merely auxiliary investors. The true principal investor here is someone else. Oh, who has suddenly taken an interest in this place? I don't know, but I suspect it is likely someone from our town. Otherwise, how could outsiders suddenly think of investing here? Hao Shanqing reflected, adding, This is wonderful. Dongha town has been impoverished for so long, and it is finally on the brink of change. Yet, after a year here, I am surprised to discover there is someone who can connect with the Lin family. It seems you are finally poised to achieve some results. Indeed, I have heard that I will meet the investor tomorrow, and I must express my gratitude to them. As Hao Shanqing spoke, his excitement was palpable. Just then, his phone rang. Glancing at it, he exclaimed, Look, it's the two inspectors calling. They must be informing me of the meeting location for tomorrow. As he answered the call, he smiled and said, Mr. Sun, has your boss arrived? On the other end, a somewhat somber voice responded, Secretary Gu. It seems there has been a change in the situation. Chapter 71. Inviting a deity is easy, sending them away is difficult. Hao Shanqing sensed an unsettling tone and cautiously inquired, Mr. Sun, what is the matter? Indeed, my boss has arrived. But he just sent me a message stating that he has been detained by the local police station, apparently due to an altercation instigated by someone in the area. As the words left his mouth, Hao Shanqing felt as though he had been struck a heavy blow. What? His voice rose several octaves. How could such a thing be possible? I will investigate. I shall look into this immediately. Hao Shanqing was genuinely alarmed. At that moment, the inspector simply stated, well, his name is Yang Feng, and he should currently be at the police station. Yes, please hold on. I assure you I will provide you with an explanation. Hao Shanqing hung up the phone and, in a fit of rage, shattered a cup that lay before him. Crack! The cup splintered into countless pieces. His anger caused veins to bulge on his forehead. Bastard! Hao Shanqing never anticipated that before the negotiations scheduled for the next day, he would receive such distressing news. The only major investor in the area, a person who was considered a friend of the Lin family, had been assaulted upon his arrival in town and had ended up in the police station. He picked up his phone and located the director's number. The director had just returned home when he received the call. Seeing the secretary's name on his phone, he hurriedly answered, Secretary, is there any instruction? Director Ding. It seems your tenure as police chief has come to an end. As soon as Hao Shanqing answered the call, he erupted in fury, unleashing a torrent of scathing rebuke. Director Ding was taken aback and quickly responded, Secretary, what is happening? What is going on? The police station apprehended one of the most significant guests in our town, and you ask what happened. Hao Shanqing, increasingly agitated, exclaimed, let me tell you, if Mr. Yang is displeased in any way today, I shall report you and seek your dismissal. Even the usually refined Hao Shanqing couldn't help but unleash a torrent of expletives. Dinka hastily replied, I am unaware. I will investigate immediately. He dared not linger and rushed out the door. Meanwhile, within the police station, Feng Qingsheng was leisurely sipping tea and enjoying a meal brought by his colleagues. A young officer glanced at the interrogation room and asked, Captain, should we not be concerned? Concerned about what? If I don't let this brat go hungry for 2 days, it would be a testament to my leniency. Feng Qingsheng scoffed, issuing a warning. I advise you to mind your own business. I still have to report to Lu Shen. But, silence. Feng Qingsheng interrupted the young officer, who could only lower his head in resignation. At that moment, 7 or 8 officers had returned to the station and were gathered together. Observing Feng Qingsheng's smug demeanor, they felt a mix of indignation and helplessness. After all, he had a close relationship with the station head, Ding Ku, and was also familiar with Lu Shen. Just then, Ding Ku burst through the door in a flurry. Upon seeing Feng Qingsheng still indulging in his meal, he shattered his bowl on the ground. The sound echoed through the room. Rice flew into Feng Qingsheng's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. He quickly stood at attention and stammered, Ding. Director Ding. What brings you here? Damn it. Did you apprehend someone named Yang Feng today? Ding Ku demanded angrily. Feng Qingsheng mistakenly believed that Ding Ku was praising him, feeling quite pleased with himself. Indeed, this lad is currently under my control. I plan to let him go hungry for a few days to teach him a lesson. Observing Ding Ku's smug demeanor, Ding Ku's face flushed with anger, and he splashed a bowl of soup onto Feng Qingsheng's face. Damn it. Do you realize the trouble you've caused? Ding Ku was so enraged that he was on the verge of slapping the fool. Feng Qingsheng, taken aback by the sudden dousing, stared blankly and asked, Director Ding, I was merely standing up for your brother. He. Shut your mouth. Who told you Lu Shen is my brother? I certainly do not associate with such lowlifes. But, let me inform you, the individual you apprehended today, Yang Feng, is here to invest in our town, and he wields considerable influence in Jiangxing, the provincial capital. If anything were to happen to him, you might as well prepare for your demise. Ding Ku's relentless tirade finally jolted Feng Qingsheng back to reality. He stood there, bewildered, staring at the interrogation room door, stammering. How is that possible? I investigated him. He comes from a farming family. Stop spouting nonsense. Can your information possibly compare to that of the secretary? I tell you, the secretary said he would arrive in no more than 10 minutes. If he sees what is happening here, we might as well pack our bags and leave. Ding Ku's unprecedented fury left everyone in the police station dumbfounded. Feng Qingsheng could never have imagined that this young man possessed such formidable connections. Alarmed and shaken, he stumbled toward the interrogation room, where Yang Feng remained handcuffed to the interrogation table. Upon witnessing Feng Qingsheng stagger into the room, a smile graced his face as he remarked, You have returned so swiftly. Why yes, Feng Qingxing stammered, his voice quivering as he forced an exceedingly unappealing smile. He approached Yang Feng with eagerness, saying, Mr. Yang, allow me to unfasten these restraints. I can only imagine how uncomfortable they must be for you. Ah, there is no need for that, Yang Feng interjected with a smile. I find these bindings rather agreeable. I have never had the opportunity to sit in such a chair before. I intend to pin a reflective piece upon my return. Mr. Yang, you jest. This is merely a misunderstanding. I have just conducted a thorough investigation and found that your account is entirely accurate. Lu Xun initiated the altercation, and you were well within your rights to defend yourself. Feng Qingxing hastily flattered him. Yang Feng shook his head, replying, Ah, you misspeak. I recall you mentioning that the local custom dictates that striking Lu Xun warrants imprisonment. Although I hail from Donga Town, I must adhere to local customs and not disrupt the established order, correct? He chuckled and continued to play with the handcuffs on the table. Feng Qingxing grew increasingly anxious as time slipped away. Should Hao Shanqing arrive and discover Yang Feng still restrained, his own fate would be sealed. At that moment, Ding Ke hurriedly entered from outside, his face adorned with a sycophantic expression. You must be Mr. Yang. I have heard much about you. Ding Ke first offered a flattering remark, then hurriedly added, Today's incident is truly a misunderstanding. I have also instructed someone to investigate this matter. And should any of our personnel be found in violation, I will ensure they are severely punished. As he spoke, he observed Yang Feng handcuffed to the table and continued. Mr. Yang, the air here is rather unpleasant. Perhaps you would prefer to step outside to the office for a cup of tea? There's no need for that. I fear you might poison me. I find it quite satisfactory to remain here, Yang Feng replied with a smile, turning to Feng Qingxing and asking, Do you recall what I mentioned before my arrival? It is easy to summon a deity, but difficult to send them away. Feng Qingxing stood there, dazed, finally grasping the meaning behind Yang Feng's words. Chapter 72. Do not mention my identity. Feng Qingxing could never have imagined that such a formidable figure would emerge from Toyota Village. Ding Ke was anxious to get Yang Feng out of sight, at the very least to prevent Hao Shanqing from witnessing this scene. Yet, Yang Feng showed no inclination to heed their pleas. While the two were engaged in conversation within the interrogation room, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Where is Mr. Yang? Hao Shanqing's hurried footsteps approached the interrogation room. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Yang Feng shackled in the room. Hao Shanqing's expression shifted dramatically as he demanded, What is going on here? Ding Ke and Feng Qingxing exchanged glances, their eyes wide with shock, as they stammered, unable to articulate a single word. This was not merely an affront to Hao Shanqing. Moreover, Yang Feng is a significant investor when the time comes. Even the county party secretary will have to personally receive him. If he fails to manage this situation properly, he will likely be dismissed by tomorrow. How could you treat the victims in such a manner? Do you even regard the law? Hao Shanqing's tone shifted noticeably. Ding Ke quickly lowered his head and said, Secretary. It was Feng Qingxing acting on his own accord. I have already reprimanded him, and I will certainly rectify this. Humph. Yet I have just heard that you seem to have a sworn brother from a drinking table, the one who laid hands on Mr. Yang? A glint of coldness flickered in Hao Shanqing's eyes. Upon hearing this, Ding Ke trembled violently and quickly replied, Secretary, I was unaware of this. Perhaps it is merely a rumor. Humph, is it not true? The nephew of Deputy Town Mayor Lu, is it not? Hao Shanqing had already initiated an investigation into this matter during the journey. The county magistrate will personally arrive the day after tomorrow. Prepare yourselves for the organization's inquiry. Hao Shanqing's words felt like an ultimatum to the two men. In that instant, Ding Ke was utterly taken aback, collapsing to the ground like a limp rag. Hao Shanqing took Feng Qingxing's keys and approached the chair, respectfully addressing Yang Feng. Mr. Yang, I will unlock it for you. Yang Feng responded affirmatively. Internally, Hao Shanqing felt a sense of relief. It appeared that Yang Feng had not directed his ire towards him. Rising from the chair, Yang Feng did not cast another glance at the two men on the floor, but instead led the way out of the interrogation room. Outside, more than 20 officers from the police station had already gathered. They all heard about the incident and were eager to witness firsthand what extraordinary person could intimidate Ding Ke to such an extent. However, amidst the crowd, a girl recognized him. Feng Ge. Her voice was laced with astonishment. Yang Feng turned around and was surprised to find it was his neighbor, Yang Xiaolan. Oh. Xiaolan, you're here too? Have you become a police officer? Yang Feng chuckled as he approached her. Yang Xiaolan appeared utterly bewildered. Glancing between him and the imposing figure of Hao Shanqing, their secretary. It was astonishing that he had come personally to assist Yang Feng, and his demeanor was exceedingly sincere. "Feng Ge, what is going on?" Yang Xiaolon asked, still in a daze. "Well, it's just as it seems. I was just apprehended, but luckily, Secretary Hao came to my rescue. Otherwise, I might have had to spend the night here," Yang Feng jested. Hao Shanqing wiped the sweat from his brow and quickly replied, "Mr. Yang, you exaggerate. This incident was an unfortunate misunderstanding. I assure you, I will conduct a thorough investigation and provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Let us hope for fewer such incidents," Yang Feng responded calmly. Yang Xiaolon observed Hao Shanqing's anxiousness, feeling even more perplexed. After all, he was the top official in the town. Why was he treating Yang Feng with such deference? Yang Feng chose not to dwell further on the matter and inquired, "Are you off work now? Shall we head home together?" Yes, sure," Yang Xiaolon replied, regaining her composure. As Yang Feng stepped out, he first called his father, Yang and Tian, to inform him that he would be home shortly and to not worry. He then walked with Yang Xiaolon to the parking lot. Hao Shanqing escorted the two to the parking lot entrance and remarked, "Mr. Yang, about tomorrow." "House Secretary, just call me Xiaofeng. I am also a local." Yang Feng suddenly softened considerably. Hao Shanqing nodded repeatedly. "Very well. Shall we schedule a time to discuss matters tomorrow? I fear I will need to take a break to spend time with my family, and I also need to ascertain the results of the investigation," Yang Feng casually replied. He then ushered Yang Xiaolon into the car, and they headed back to the village. Once Yang Feng departed, Hao Shanqing let out a long sigh of relief. The individual before him was not merely a substantial investor. He was also a member of the esteemed Jiangqing Lin family. Should he mishandle the situation, he might find it difficult to retain his own position. The drive from the town to the village took approximately 10 minutes. Sitting in the passenger seat, Yang Xiaolon gazed at Yang Feng, filled with astonishment, as if the person before her was a stranger. "Brother Feng, what exactly have you been doing out there?" she inquired incredulously. Observing her bewildered expression, Yang Feng replied, "I've been engaged in a modest business venture and plan to return to establish a company." "Is that so?" Yang Xiaolon finally comprehended, yet she added, "I truly did not expect you to become an entrepreneur. How come we had no inkling of this before?" "Well, now you know, don't you?" Yang Feng teased. Yang Xiaolon chuckled, "That is indeed true. However, this time you have certainly avenged everyone. That Lu Shun, relying on his uncle's position as deputy town head, has been quite the bully. Heard him say that even the village secretary is quite familiar with him?" Yang Feng recalled that Lu Shun had mentioned this before he was beaten. Yang Xiaolon immediately nodded and said, "Brother Feng, you may not be aware, but our village is currently quite chaotic, especially that Secretary Ma Dadu, who has joined forces with a few others to propose some sort of agritourism development and road construction in the village. I've heard that they are calling for everyone to invest money together, but in reality, it's just a scam to swindle funds. However, the villagers find themselves helpless. After all, if they offend that family, they risk being treated unfairly." Yang Xiaolon seemed to possess some insider knowledge, given that she now works at the police station. Yang Feng's expression darkened. He had initially believed that the village-run enterprises would truly lead everyone to prosperity, only to discover that there were ulterior motives at play. Nevertheless, Yang Xiaolon added, "But now that you're back to invest, Brother Feng, you will surely lead everyone to wealth." Her somewhat naive smile elicited a sigh from Yang Feng. He slowed the vehicle, observing the patches of farmland and the dilapidated houses by the roadside. His hometown is impoverished. Despite some development over the years, it remains woefully insufficient. There is an urgent need for someone to step forward and guide the community towards prosperity. "Xiaolon, when we arrive home, please refrain from mentioning my situation," Yang Feng said, as he wished to first assess the conditions of the village. If they were to discover his current status, he feared that peace would elude him. Chapter 73. The deceitful Ma Data. Yang Xiaolon agreed. As the vehicle approached the entrance of Yang Feng's home, they entered the courtyard. Upon hearing the sound of the approaching vehicle, the individuals inside promptly made their way outside. In addition to Yang Feng's parents, there were also Aunt Liang, who had returned early, and several fellow villagers. "Xiaofeng, you have truly returned," Aunt Liang exclaimed with immense excitement, taken aback by the swift release of Yang Feng, especially considering he had crossed paths with the local bully, Lu Shun. As Yang Feng alighted from the car, he smiled and explained, "I merely clarified the situation to them. It was likely a misunderstanding, hence they allowed me to go." "Is that so?" Aunt Liang listened to his account, still finding it hard to believe. However, Yang Feng's mother had already stepped outside, surveying the vehicle he had driven back with delight. Xiaofeng, is this your car? You've bought a vehicle. Hu Fengying could hardly contain her pride at seeing her son's accomplishment. Yang Feng nodded with a smile, responding, it's just a modest car. Merely around 100,000. Haha, having a car is wonderful. It will make it much more convenient for you to come back and visit. Hu Fengying laughed heartily. The group engaged in conversation as they made their way back home. Yang Feng's family resided in a two-story house, constructed a few years prior by Yang Antian. At that time, aside from the cost of some materials, most of the sand, stone, and land were sourced locally. The two-story dwelling, while not comparable to luxurious villas, possessed a quaint charm, adorned with a statue in the hall and rustic decorations throughout. Upon entering the living room of their home, the 4 or 5 villagers engaged in casual conversation, essentially serving as extended family. Upon seeing Yang Feng, the people greeted him warmly, showering him with compliments. Hu Fengying urged her son to rest quickly, fearing he might be fatigued from his journey. In contrast, Yang Anyan, who was somewhat reserved in expressing his emotions, remarked, I just heard from Aunt Liang that you had a confrontation with Lu Xin. Is everything all right? Indeed, everything is fine. Look, Lanzi accompanied me back. Yang Feng replied with a smile. At that moment, Yang Xiaolon quickly interjected, Uncle Tian, the matter has been resolved and has nothing to do with Yang Feng. So you need not worry. Ah, that is a relief. To be cautious not to offend Lu Xin. You are unaware of his connections with that Ma Dadu from our village, which could lead to trouble, Yang Anyan said, visibly reassured. Yang Xiaolon felt a wave of relief wash over her. She longed to reveal that Yang Feng had not only dealt with Lu Xin but was also on the verge of displacing the village head. However, she refrained from voicing this concern. Yang Feng, not wishing to elaborate further, simply stated, I came this time to check on the family's situation. Everything at home is quite well. What else do you need to see? Yang Anyan replied, then recalled, oh right. You young folks should gather and discuss the establishment of a farm stay in the village. This is of utmost importance for our community. Having once been a teacher, he believed that initiating such ventures could pave the way for prosperity and alleviation from poverty. As the conversation shifted towards this topic, Yang Xiaolon shared the information she had regarding the matter. Upon hearing it, Yang Anyan expressed disbelief. Does Ma Dada dare to act in such a manner? He wouldn't dare, would he? After all, it's the collective money of everyone involved. Sigh. Although Ma Dada wouldn't openly dare to act, those accountants and procurement people are all his hires. When it comes to bookkeeping, how many in our village would truly understand? Yang Xiaolon sighed as well. Her words sent a chill down the spines of those present in the hall. However, the villagers have already been mobilized. What can we do now? Dad, let's not worry about this matter for the time being. There will surely be a solution. This proposal is actually quite good. We can think of ways later to prevent them from interfering too much, Yang Feng reassured. But as soon as he said this, the others in the family shook their heads. Xiaofeng, you've truly been away too long. You don't grasp the situation in the village, sighed Uncle Dong, who was in his 40s, continuing, if you wish to accomplish anything in the village, you must establish a good rapport with Ma Datu, or else nothing will get done. Indeed, just the other day, the Shuaisheng family wanted to dig some sand from the river, but because Ma Dada disagreed, his son, Ma Xiaoshan, sank his motorcycle into the river, forcing Shuaisheng to buy overpriced sand. Aunt Liang chimed in, adding, but not long ago, when their family was building a cattle shed, didn't they use stones from the mountain and sand from the river? Indeed, but they have a good relationship with the deputy town mayor. What can we do about that? The group felt utterly helpless. Yang Feng, however, discerned the underlying implications in their words. He took a deep breath and said, Dear uncles and aunts, I will look into this matter later. Regarding the idea of developing a farm stay, I find it quite promising. Tomorrow, I shall discuss it with them. Xiaofeng, you must temper your words. After all, we have resided in this village for quite some time and are well aware of the character of Ma Datu and his son, whose complexities are indeed hard to articulate. A sense of helplessness enveloped the group. At that moment, Yang and Tian interjected, Xiaofeng, since you have just returned, refrain from overthinking these matters. If you manage to save some money, focus on preparing for your future marriage rather than concerning yourself with village affairs. He harbored hopes that his son would venture beyond the confines of this secluded valley. Yang Feng turned to his father, who, though lacking in poetic eloquence, bore the calluses of hard labor on his hands. Father, I shall handle this well. Rising to his feet, Yang Feng added, but let us not dwell on these topics today. Xiaolonzi, Please assist me in unloading the items from the car, and later, invite Uncle Rong and the others to join us for dinner. Very well, I shall fetch my parents to help with the cooking. Yang Chaolan, residing next door, found it quite convenient. With a few guests in the house, Yang Feng invited them all to share an evening meal, marking the first day of his return home. When the clock neared 9, the guests gradually departed, heading back to their own homes. Only Yang Feng and his parents remained. After sharing a pleasant conversation for a while, observing that it was getting late, Yang Feng retired to his room. His chamber was located upstairs, adjacent to that of Yang Xiaoshi. Yang Anyun and Hu Fengying resided downstairs, primarily for the convenience of avoiding the arduous climb up the stairs. Upon returning to his room, Yang Feng was enveloped in the familiar warmth that surrounded him. He opened the window, revealing a vast expanse of dark mountains, devoid of any glimmer of light. Such is rural life, Yang Feng mused. Just then, his phone rang. Upon answering, he was surprised to find that it was Secretary Hao Shanqing calling him. Secretary Hao, what brings you to call me at this late hour? Yang Feng inquired, puzzled. On the other end, Hao Shanqing expressed his delight, saying, Mr. Yang, I have just reported to the higher authorities. Secretary Chun from the county will be coming personally, and there will be a thorough investigation into today's events. Please rest assured. Thank you, but you can simply call me Xiao Feng. Addressing me as Mr. Yang feels too distant, Yang Feng replied with a hint of resignation. Hao Shanqing laughed heartily, haha, very well. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Today's incident is surely an anomaly. Our locality possesses a remarkably favorable investment environment. Indeed, having grown up here, I will certainly explore the opportunities available, Yang Feng affirmed. That's the spirit. Additionally, I must mention that Secretary Chun is currently attending a meeting in the city. However, once he concludes his business, he inquired whether I should arrange a meal with you. Hao Shanqing proposed. Clearly, the locals had begun to regard Yang Feng as a benefactor, given his connections with the Lin family from Jiangcheng and his roots in the area. If Yang Feng were to make a judicious investment, it would undoubtedly commence at a minimum of 8 figures, potentially generating significant employment and economic growth. For a leader of a locality, the paramount achievement is to elevate the regional economy, particularly in such an underdeveloped and impoverished county. Yang Feng understood this implication and replied, Very well, I fear I may not have time until the day after tomorrow. All right, I shall clarify this with Secretary Chun, since you've just returned home. Take your time to thoroughly investigate. Hao Shanqing chuckled, well aware of Yang Feng's concerns. After the call ended, Yang Feng sat before his desk and opened his computer. As he reviewed the report submitted by the inspection team, his gaze deepened with contemplation. In Dongha Town, there are indeed several promising aspects. Firstly, there are contiguous fields with fertile soil. Secondly, nestled between several mountains, the landscape is picturesque, and the earth atop these mountains is suitable for cultivating various ornamental trees. Additionally, there are meandering streams and platforms scattered throughout the hills. Based on their recommendations, the plan is to develop a rural tourism attraction while simultaneously promoting local agritourism and specialty products. Yang Feng found himself engrossed in thought until the early hours of the morning, finally drifting into a restful slumber. The next day, he awoke past 9 o'clock. After a quick breakfast at home, he departed early, intending to visit Ma Dadu's residence to gauge the situation. Yang Feng remained unaware of the current status of the road construction and agritourism project, as well as how many villagers had contributed financially. However, Yang Feng was unaware of Ma Dadu's current residence, so he allowed Yang Xiaolan to guide him. Yang Xiaolan, quite familiar with the area, led Yang Feng to the village entrance near the national highway, stating, It's just ahead. Why was his house constructed here? I recall he previously resided at the village's end. Yang Feng remarked. It's all for convenience, Yang Xiaolan replied. This land originally belonged to Uncle Yang, but he forcibly purchased it for a mere 10,000 yuan and erected a house. From here, it only takes a few minutes to reach the town. As Yang Xiaolan spoke, she expressed some indignation on behalf of Uncle Yang. Yang Feng nodded in understanding and followed her to the front of a courtyard. He looked up. The 2 large stone pillars at the entrance of the courtyard exuded a vigorous aura. Upon closer inspection, the luxurious villa inside, with its subtle European castle influences, revealed that every detail was expensively crafted. The 2 entered the gate. At this moment, lively sounds emanated from the house. What? You're broke again. Here, I'll lend you 3,000 yuan. Keep playing. Ma Xiaoshan, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, took out 3,000 yuan and pushed it towards a young man. The young man, seemingly returned from the city, wore a slightly awkward expression. He quickly said, "Brother Sean, perhaps we should call it quits. I should head home to prepare for lunch soon. Lunch my foot. It's only a little past 10 in the morning. Are you a glutton?" Ma Xiaoshan retorted dismissively, insisting on pulling the person in front of him back into the game. Around a glass round table, 4 or 5 people were seated, with money and playing cards spread out before them. "Brother Sean, there are guests at the house," a young man noticed Yang Feng. Upon recognizing Yang Qiaolan, Ma Xiaoshan beamed and inquired, "Lan, what brings you here personally? Have you encountered some trouble and come seeking Brother Shan's assistance?" Yang Qiaolan retorted, clearly displeased, "Ma Shan, mind your manners. I am here to introduce Feng Ge to your father." It was only then that Ma Xiaoshan seemed to recognize Yang Feng, exclaiming, "Oh, is that not Yang Feng? It has been 7 or 8 years since we last met. Where have you been flourishing?" His eyes sparkled as he offered Yang Feng a cigarette. Yang Feng declined, stating, "I do not smoke." "No smoking? Perfect. My father will not be home for a while. Would you care to join us for a few games?" Ma Xiaoshan promptly asked. As he spoke, he kicked a young man beside him, saying, "Weren't you just lamenting your lack of funds? Hurry back for a meal and stop being a nuisance here." The young man, relieved by this command, swiftly departed. Yang Feng glanced at the 4 or 5 others present and asked, "What about playing Zhajinawa?" "Oh, it's just a casual game, Yang Feng. I mean, Feng Ge, you understand how it is in our countryside. We play cards to pass the time," Ma Xiaoshan chuckled. Yang Qiaolan huffed and warned Ma Xiaoshan, "Do not think I am unaware of your schemes. Do not attempt to drag Feng Ge into your mischief." "Oh, Lan, your words are misplaced. I merely wish to extend a warm welcome to Feng Ge, who has just returned to the village." "Isn't that right, Feng Ge?" Ma Xiaoshan queried. Yang Feng smiled and asked, "How high are the stakes?" "Feng Ge, you should not engage with them," Yang Qiaolan urged, attempting to dissuade Yang Feng. However, at this moment, Yang Feng had already taken a seat. Upon noticing that Yang Feng had fallen into their trap, Ma Xiaoshan was instantly elated and quickly said, "We are not playing for much, just a minimum of 10 yuan, and you can bet as much as you wish. For you, Brother Feng, this should be mere pocket change, right?" "All right, then deal the cards," Yang Feng replied succinctly. Yang Qiaolan, unaware of his intentions, could only move her chair closer and sit beside him, observing. The glimmer of excitement in the eyes of Ma Xiaoshan and his companions was unmistakable. They knew Yang Feng had just returned from the city, undoubtedly with a considerable sum of money in his pocket. Their greatest delight was to entice those who came back from the city to play cards, cunningly extracting money from their pockets. Initially, they thought that during this mid-year period, he would return to the village, but they were pleasantly surprised to find someone like Yang Feng, a prime target. "Brother Feng, would you like to cut the deck?" Ma Xiaoshan inquired, having shuffled the cards with exaggerated formality. Yang Feng shook his head and replied, "Just deal the cards as they are." Chapter 75. This kid is a bit uncanny. "All right then, Xiaohu, you will be in charge of dealing." Ma Xiaoshan handed the cards to a young man. Gao Xiaohu accepted them with a smile and began distributing cards to each player at the table. Including Yang Feng, there were a total of 5 players, all of whom were acquainted with Ma Xiaoshan. As 3 cards were laid before Yang Feng, each player placed their bets. In this game of Zhajinawa, the minimum bet was 10 yuan. The remaining players then decided whether to continue betting. Yang Feng glanced at the cards placed before him, and with a slight perceptiveness, he discerned the nature of his hand. It appears that these individuals are intent on employing a long-term strategy to reel in a significant catch, as the first move has already awarded themselves a golden flower. Without glancing at the cards, Yang Feng boldly wagered 100 yuan. He calmly retrieved 100 yuan from in front of him, having recently exchanged 5,000 yuan in cash with these individuals. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoshan's excitement was palpable. Several rounds ensued, after which Ma Xiaoshan decided to compare hands with Yang Feng. "Ah, Brother Feng, your luck is simply extraordinary. My hand pales in comparison." Ma Xiaoshan feigned disappointment. Yang Feng, having secured over 700 yuan from his recent winnings, replied, "Let us continue dealing." "Brother Feng, you." Yang Qiaolan attempted to interject, but Yang Feng subtly signaled her to be silent. The cards began to be dealt once more. The dealer, Gao Xiaohu, is regarded as a master of gambling in this village. He skillfully prepares 3 cards from the bottom of the deck and deftly deals them to his allies while the others receive cards from the top. In other words, Yang Feng relies solely on chance to see if he might draw a good hand, while Gao Xiaohu and his companions have already arranged for a winning hand in advance. In this round, Gao Xiaohu dealt the largest golden flower to Ma Xiaoshan. Upon viewing his cards, Ma Xiaoshan felt a surge of confidence. Yet, when he glanced at Yang Feng across the table, he found him steadfastly choosing to bet without looking at his cards. Brother Feng, it is your turn to place a bet, Ma Xiaoshan said, deliberately concealing his inner elation. Yang Feng smiled and stated, I shall wager another 100 yuan. I will raise it to 200, another player chimed in. I shall pass, another declared. Thus, the group took turns placing their bets. At last, Ma Xiaoshan rubbed his hands together and remarked, Brother Feng doesn't even look at the cards. It seems he has great confidence in his luck. In that case, I shall wager 1,000 yuan. His intention was clearly to elevate the stakes. Yang Feng feigned hesitation for a moment. Beside him, Yang Xiaolon grew anxious and whispered, Brother Feng, why not return the money you just won and refrain from playing any further? She was genuinely concerned. Several individuals had previously lost all their funds due to cheating. Yet, Yang Feng remained composed and replied, It's fine. I will continue without looking at the cards. If you wager 1,000 yuan, does that mean I must follow with 400? Indeed, Brother Feng was remarkably magnanimous, and Ma Xiaoshan did not forget to flatter him. After Yang Feng tossed down 400 yuan, the remaining players chose to fold, leaving only Ma Xiaoshan in the game. Well, since Brother Feng is so confident, I shall raise the stakes for another round with 1,000 yuan. Ma Xiaoshan added another 1,000 to the pot. Yang Feng smiled and said, I will continue to wager 400. Brother Feng, are you truly not looking at the cards? Did you not say I was fortunate today? Very well, in that case, I shall increase my bet to 2,000. If you wish to continue, you will have to match 800. Ma Xiaoshan stated to Yang Feng. Without hesitation, Yang Feng tossed in 800 yuan. Ma Xiaoshan was taken aback by Yang Feng's obstinacy. Fortunately, at that moment, Gao Xiaohu glanced at him, cautioning him not to win too much in one round, lest Yang Feng withdraw from the game entirely. Only then did Ma Xiaoshan feign fear and say, since Brother Feng is so confident, why don't I take the lead? As he spoke, he tossed down another 2,000 yuan. The pile of betting money had now swelled to 7 or 8,000. I revealed my hand. A flush of A, K, and J. Ma Xiaoshan displayed his cards. Yang Xiaolon, observing from the side, let out a sigh of resignation. It was evident that this was a premeditated scheme. Fenggu, stop playing, Yang Xiaolon urged once more. Yet, at that moment, Yang Feng smiled and said, Xiaolon, why not help me reveal the cards? Your luck might be quite splendid. Lon, since Fenggu has asked, why not assist him? Ma Xiaoshan was eager to win this round and move on to the next. Reluctantly, Yang Xiaolon began to turn over the cards one by one. The first card, 2 of clubs. The second card, 3 of clubs. The third card, 4 of clubs. A gasp swept through those present. Ma Xiaoshan's smile froze in disbelief as he stared at the hand before him. A straight flush. His face darkened to an alarming degree. He could hardly fathom that his strongest hand would suffer defeat. It seemed that Xiaolan's fortune was indeed remarkable. Yang Feng flashed a grin, gathering the 7 or 8,000 yuan in bets from the table. Ma Xiaoshan watched the money with a bleeding heart. Every single bill belonged to him. Hey, why is everyone looking at me? Keep dealing. It's time for the next hand, Yang Feng reminded Gao Xiaohu. At this moment, Ma Xiaoshan took a deep breath and leaned closer to Gao Xiaohu's ear, whispering, This lad's luck seems rather peculiar. Let's raise the stakes significantly this time. Just watch. Gao Xiaohu responded softly. Yang Feng observed the two engaged in hushed conversation and playfully teased, What are you two whispering about? Surely, you're not planning to cheat, are you? Haha, Brother Feng, you truly have a sense of humor. We're all from the same village. How could we engage in such underhanded tactics? Indeed, only those with nefarious intentions would stoop so low, Ma Xiaoshan replied, his expression stiffening. Fortunately, at that moment, Gao Xiaohu dealt the cards once more. The atmosphere among the players grew notably tense. They were all acutely aware that the primary objective of this round was to assist Ma Xiaoshan in reclaiming his lost funds. As the cards were dealt, Gao Xiaohu revealed a 10 of bombs. In the game of Dodiju, acquiring a bomb is tantamount to securing victory, especially since a 10 of bombs is considered a formidable hand. Ma Xiaoshan, having learned from previous experiences, declared without looking at his cards, Brother Feng, since your luck is so splendid today, I refuse to be outdone. I will place a hidden bet against you. That's perfectly fine. I was thinking along the same lines. Yang Feng replied calmly. Ma Xiaoshan then produced a stack of money, stating, I bet 2,000 yuan. What a bold move. Starting with such a substantial sum of 2,000 yuan, approaching the stakes of a casino. It was evident that he intended to recover all the money lost in the previous round. Yang Feng, showing no hesitation, pushed forward 2,000 yuan and replied, I call. Brother Feng, you won 6,000 last round, so I will bet an additional 4,000. Ma Xiaoshan fixed his gaze on all the money Yang Feng had won. I will continue to follow. Yang Feng's expression remained utterly unfazed. However, the stakes of this round exceeded 10,000, causing Yang Xiaolan to perspire nervously, especially when she witnessed the smug expressions of Gao Xiaohu and his companions. An ominous feeling crept in. Chapter 76. The Fear of Cultured Rascals Yet. Yang Feng's audacious betting ignited a thrill within Ma Xiaoshan and his associates. This fellow remains oblivious to the depths of this game. Containing his excitement, Ma Xiaoshan continued to wager alongside Yang Feng for several rounds, finally grinning as he remarked, Brother Feng, it seems your cash is running low. Shall we exchange for more? Yang Feng had previously exchanged 5,000, and with the additional 7,000 he had won, he had now exhausted his funds. Seemingly caught up in the moment, Yang Feng replied, Yes, let's exchange for another 5,000. Excellent. Ma Xiaoshan signaled to his subordinate. After Yang Feng transferred 5,000 to the man, he received cash in return. As Yang Feng tossed another 5,000 into the pot, the total amount on the table swelled to over 30,000. Ma Xiaoshan was elated to have landed such a plump target, his joy reaching its zenith. Yet, he maintained a facade of benevolence, stating, In that case, Brother Feng, I wouldn't want to gamble too high, so I shall wager on you. With that, Ma Xiaoshan threw down 5,000. The table now displayed nearly 40,000. And the expressions of Ma Xiaoshan and his companions could no longer conceal their delight. It seemed the evening promised a visit to a lavish establishment for relaxation. Gao Xiaohu's eyes sparkled with intensity. At that moment, Ma Xiaoshan gradually revealed his cards. The first card, 10 of clubs. The second card, 10 of diamonds. The third card, 10 of spades. A bomb. This spectacle instantly caused Yang Xiaolan to leap to her feet. You are cheating. Yang Xiaolan was well aware of the situation. These individuals had clearly prepared the bomb in advance to swindle money. Yang Feng gently patted Yang Xiaolan's arm and remarked, Xiaolan, do not unjustly accuse them. We are all from the same village. How could they possibly cheat? See, Brother Feng is truly magnanimous. Ma Xiaoshan immediately chimed in with flattery. Yang Feng sighed and said, My luck is indeed rather unfortunate. How about this? Why don't you find someone to help me reveal my cards? Brother Feng, in such a high-stakes game, you haven't even touched the cards so far, and you expect us to assist you in revealing them? Gao Xiaohu interjected, somewhat taken aback, having been closely watching Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled and replied, What can I do? If I reveal them myself, I fear my luck will be too poor. All right. Since Brother Feng has put it that way, I will help you. Gao Xiaohu stood up and directly flipped over the 3 cards for Yang Feng. Lo and behold, 3 face cards. At first, Ma Xiaoshan did not comprehend the situation and was prepared to offer Yang Feng some comfort. Yet, in the next moment, as the cards were fully laid out, his smile gradually faded. The once eager crowd, anticipating the presence of young models in the club, now wore frozen expressions. Joker. Yang Xiaolan stared incredulously at the cards on the table. How could this be possible? The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. However, after a brief moment, Ma Xiaoshan slammed the table and exclaimed furiously, This is impossible. You cheated. His face flushed with anger as he pointed an accusing finger at Yang Feng. Yet, Yang Feng appeared utterly bewildered, replying helplessly, What you say is unfounded. Just moments ago, your subordinate claimed that I didn't touch the cards at all. He even dealt the cards for me. How could I possibly cheat, especially when I lack such knowledge? His innocent demeanor only served to deepen Ma Xiaoshan's embarrassment. With a resounding slap, Ma Xiaoshan struck Gao Xiaohu across the face, leaving a vivid red mark. Gao Xiaohu, cradling his cheek, protested innocently, Brother Shan, I have no idea what happened. What on earth is going on? Clearly, it indicates your good fortune, Yang Feng interjected mockingly, as he swept the substantial sum of 40,000 yuan from the table into his pocket. The sight of such wealth now before Yang Feng only fueled Ma Xiaoshan's ire. Gritting his teeth, Ma Xiaoshan glared at Yang Feng as he rose, growling, What, planning to leave after winning? His narrowed eyes bore into Yang Feng, while several of his underlings also stood up, their gazes menacing. What do you intend to do, Ma Xiaoshan? Yang Xiaolan shouted in anger. Ma Xiaoshan, having cast aside any pretense, coldly retorted, Let me make myself clear, you had better not meddle in my family's affairs. Or it won't just be you. Even the director won't be able to help. His fierce demeanor revealed the true nature of a ruffian. Yang Feng observed the multitude of gazes directed towards him and shrugged, saying, "Brother Shan, are you implying that victory here comes at a price?" "No, that would be robbery," replied Ma Xiaoshan, narrowing his eyes. "However, if we continue playing cards, the charges should hardly amount to robbery. At worst, it would be a minor offense related to gambling. In this world, it is not the rogues that are truly fearsome, but rather the educated ones among them. This fellow has even sought to mitigate his own culpability. Should they indeed be apprehended, it would merely be a trivial matter of gambling." Yang Feng understood the insinuation and, with a smile, remarked, "So, Brother Shan's intention is to wager once more? You have approximately 40,000 yuan on your side, and I possess an equal amount in cash. Let us wager it all on a game of high card, and I shall deal the cards myself." Ma Xiaoshan's tone had lost its amicable nature. His words served as a clear warning to Yang Feng to hand over the 40,000 yuan without resistance. Feeling cornered, Yang Feng conceded. "Since Brother Shan insists on this final wager, I suppose I cannot refuse. Please, do deal the cards." "Well, it seems you possess some discernment," Ma Xiaoshan replied, proceeding to shuffle a new deck of cards himself. At that moment, the recently beaten Gao Xiaohu also approached, aware that Ma Xiaoshan's gambling prowess would undoubtedly surpass his own. While feigning to shuffle the cards, Ma Xiaoshan meticulously arranged an unbeatable hand for himself, a 3 aces, a formidable combination in the game of Jiajinhua. Yang Feng narrowed his eyes, a spark of spiritual energy flickering within him, as he deftly infused his power into the cards during the shuffle, securing 3 desired cards for himself. Soon after, one could see Ma Xiaoshan beginning to deal the cards in an up-and-down manner, with 2 sets of cards dealt. One lay before Yang Feng and the other before Ma Xiaoshan. "Let us reveal the cards. I have an A-bomb," Ma Xiaoshan declared, flipping over his 3 aces without even glancing at them beforehand. Opposite him, Yang Xiaolon had already discerned the situation. Ma Xiaoshan was no longer pretending. A sigh escaped her lips, realizing that Yang Feng would ultimately have to pay them to leave. At that moment, Yang Feng chuckled and glanced at Ma Xiaoshan's lackey, asking, "Which of you will help me flip a card?" A collective gasp arose from several individuals. This fellow was up to his tricks again. It was rather ominous. If an unusual card were to surface, it might lead to dire consequences, as Gao Xiaohu had already received a slap moments ago. Chapter 77. Seeking Yang Feng for cookbooks? The group exchanged glances, none daring to take action. However, at that instant, Ma Xiaoshan boldly proclaimed, "Since you're reluctant to act, I shall assist you in revealing the cards." As his words fell, Ma Xiaoshan promptly flipped Yang Feng's cards. "Humph. No matter what you have, it cannot surpass my A-bomb. This money is mine today." Yet, before Ma Xiaoshan could finish his statement, he abruptly halted. Yang Feng's cards were unexpectedly the smallest, 2, 3, and 5. This hand, the least in a game of Jiajinhua, was the sole combination capable of beating 3 aces. You. Ma Xiaoshan stammered, pointing at Yang Feng, momentarily at a loss for whether to express astonishment or fury. Even his subordinates fell into a profound silence. "Looks like my luck today is truly exceptional," Yang Feng remarked with a smile, while Ma Xiaoshan fixed his gaze intently upon him. He could hardly believe that this young man was truly fortunate. After all, this hand was dealt by him, and he had also opened the game. How could there possibly be an opportunity for cheating? "Xiaolon, you might want to prepare for extra dishes for dinner tonight," Yang Feng remarked with a smile. It took Yang Xiaolon a moment to comprehend, but she finally dared to affirm that the hand before her indicated Yang Feng's victory. "Brother Feng, this." Yang Xiaolon struggled to articulate her thoughts. However, at that moment, Ma Xiaoshan had already reacted. "Damn it! How dare you win money in my presence?" Ma Xiaoshan abruptly overturned the table. The glass table shattered on the floor, scattering money everywhere. He was furious. A few of his lackeys also regained their senses and rose, their eyes filled with menace. But just then, an urgent voice resonated from the doorway. "Stop." This voice halted Ma Xiaoshan in his tracks. Just as a few were about to strike, they immediately froze. The person who had returned was none other than the village head, Ma Dadu, who also happened to be his father. Clad in a gray work uniform, Ma Dadu was incensed upon witnessing the scene and bellowed, "You little rascal! What are you doing at home?" "Dad, this guy lost a bet," Ma Xiaoshan stammered. "I warned you long ago not to bring these good-for-nothing friends home." "What a disgrace!" Ma Dadu stepped forward to scold him, glaring at the scattered money and commanding, "Help him pick up the money." "Dad, pick it up." Ma Dadu's tone brooked no argument. With no other option, Ma Xiaoshan could only exchange a glance with his nearby lackey. After these individuals gathered the scattered money and placed it beside Yang Feng, they hurriedly remarked, "Brother Shan, we shall take our leave." They dared not linger any longer. Observing their departure, Ma Dada coldly stated, "You stay here and tidy up. I need to have a serious discussion with Xiao Feng." It appeared that Ma Dada had received some insider information, adopting the demeanor of a strict guardian. However, while others were unaware of Ma Dada's true character, Yang Xiaolon was not so oblivious. Were it not for his indulgence, how could Ma Xiaoshan have been so audacious? Nevertheless, Yang Xiaolon refrained from voicing her thoughts. Ma Dada led Yang Feng to the tea table, where the two of them took a seat on the sofa. Across from them, Ma Dada promptly poured a cup of tea for Yang Feng, warmly exclaiming, "Xiao Feng, it has been quite a while since we last met. I truly did not expect you to return mid-year. Secretary Ma, I have come to inquire about the village's collective fundraising for road construction and the agritourism initiative." Yang Feng stated directly, without beating around the bush. Ma Datu anticipated Yang Feng's inquiries and responded promptly, "Regarding this matter, I have already discussed it with the villagers. Currently, our family is prepared to contribute 500,000 yuan. Whether for road repairs or establishing agritourism, we shall be the primary investors. And what of the other villagers? As for the others, they may contribute according to their capabilities. Whether it's 10,000 or 5,000 yuan, it's the thought that counts," Ma Datu replied with a smile. However, he quickly added, "Of course, Xiao Feng, if you have any ideas, feel free to share them with me directly. We can discuss it thoroughly. Have you heard something, Secretary?" Yang Feng suddenly chuckled. Ma Dada's expression appeared somewhat awkward as he cleared his throat and remarked, "It's not so much that I've heard. It's just that I've come to understand you seem to have a connection with Secretary Hao." "It's hardly a connection. Merely a coincidence that we know each other," Yang Feng replied without further elaboration. However, Ma Dada discerned the underlying implications and quickly added, "What are you saying? Had I known you were acquainted with Secretary Hao, I would surely have given your family more consideration. Why do you treat me as a stranger?" He was evidently aware of the situation involving Gao Shanqing. Yet, he likely remained oblivious to the fact that Yang Feng had returned in the capacity of an investor. "How about this, Secretary Ma? Instead of discussing this now, let us convene another meeting with the villagers, inviting some professionals to primarily explore the development of rural tourism in our village," Yang Feng suggested, intentionally adding, "I happen to know some accountants and procurement specialists from the city who could assist in fostering better growth for everyone." Accountants and procurement? Ma Dada's expression indeed shifted. He scrutinized Yang Feng with narrowed eyes, saying, "Xiao Feng, you are becoming increasingly adept at jesting. Is there an issue with the secretary? Everyone knows that accountants, cashiers, and procurement are the very essence of a company's profits. It seems rather inappropriate for you to appoint your own people in these roles." Ma Dada's tone carried a hint of displeasure. He had initially believed that Yang Feng's acquaintance with Gao Shanqing warranted him a measure of courtesy. Yet he was taken aback by the audacity of Yang Feng's demands. Yang Feng smiled and replied, "And what would you suggest, then? In accordance with my intentions, it is imperative that this village-run enterprise includes individuals of my choosing." Ma Datu is steadfast on this matter. Yang Feng feigned ignorance and remarked, "Secretary Ma, I must admit, I find this difficult to comprehend. Recruiting individuals for such tasks is often laborious and unglamorous. Why invest so much effort?" "Ah, Xiao Feng, I advise you not to play any tricks with me concerning your relatives," Ma Dada retorted, growing increasingly displeased. "While it is true you are acquainted with Secretary Hao, the affairs of this village-run enterprise ultimately belong to our collective village interests. I still hold the position of village secretary." "Oh, so you mean to say that you will be the one to find these individuals?" "Naturally, but rest assured, I will present the external accounts to the villagers, while we shall maintain a separate internal ledger between us, overseeing both procurement and accounting jointly." Ma Dada's intentions were made abundantly clear. Chapter 78, Yang Feng. "How have you been faring?" Upon hearing this, Yang Feng seemed to grasp the situation and replied with a smile, "So, this internal ledger must possess quite a substantial balance, I presume?" "Haha, it appears you have indeed learned a great deal during your time away. No wonder you returned to the village with such keen interest in enterprise affairs." Ma Dada responded with a hearty laugh. "Let me share this with you. I previously had someone estimate our community's demographics. With a total of 1,000 households and over 5,000 individuals, if we calculate 2,000 yuan per person, that amounts to over 10 million. Indeed, that is quite a considerable sum. Indeed, to be candid, I have already secured a supplier, which will allow us to obtain favorable prices for raw materials. As for the accounting, Ma Dada did not continue, yet Yang Feng grasped his implication. A smile crept across Yang Feng's face as he nodded, saying, "It seems you possess a profound understanding of the matter, Secretary." Haha. Likewise, Ma Dada chuckled heartily. Previously, certain approvals were quite cumbersome. But now that you are acquainted with Secretary Hao, many things will become much simpler. Previously, Ma Dada's support came from a deputy town head, which made many matters difficult to navigate. However, if Hao Shanqing is willing to become involved, clarity will ensue. Let me tell you, once everything materializes, combined with the subsequent income from the agritourism, we will each stand to gain at least several million, quite a substantial sum. Ma Dada mused with anticipation. Yang Feng glanced around at the decor and furnishings of the home, reflecting, "I finally comprehend how you amassed such a grand estate." Haha, Xiaofeng, your words seem to mock me a bit. All of this wealth is earned by my son, while I merely receive a modest salary, Ma Dada replied, unable to openly admit the truth. Just then, the sound of a vehicle coming to a halt outside caught their attention, followed by the entrance of two figures. As Ma Dada looked over, he was astonished to recognize that it was none other than the aforementioned Hao Shanqing. He immediately became attentive, rising swiftly to greet him. "Secretary Hao, what a pleasure to see you here in person. I have just visited Mr. Yang's residence, where they mentioned he might be present, so I hurried over. I hope I am not intruding upon your conversation." Hao Shanqing expressed his apologies with a sincere demeanor. Upon hearing this, Ma Dada promptly vacated his seat and remarked, "Secretary Hao, you need not say such things. I was merely discussing the intricacies of developing village-run enterprises with Yang Feng." "Oh, you have already commenced discussions?" Hao Shanqing exclaimed with delight, his heart filled with unexpected joy. He continued, "That's splendid. I was concerned that yesterday's events might deter Mr. Yang from investing in his hometown." His repeated use of the title Mr. and his respectful demeanor left Ma Dada somewhat taken aback. The relationship between these two appeared to diverge from his initial assumptions. Once seated, Hao Shanqing beckoned to Ma Dada. "Secretary Ma, please, take a seat as well." Of course, Ma Dada complied, settling down, though his mind was increasingly clouded with confusion. Just moments ago, he had been engaged in discussions regarding a substantial business deal worth millions with Yang Feng. Could it be that Hao Shanqing was also vying for a share of the pie? Doubts began to swirl within him. However, at that moment, Hao Shanqing appeared slightly constrained and stated, "Mr. Yang, I have come to inform you that the county is taking your recent ordeal very seriously. Earlier today, Feng Qingsheng and Ding Ku have both ceased their investigations." This revelation shocked both Ma Dada and his son, Ma Xiaoshan. Ding Ku was indeed one of their pivotal supporters. Whenever issues arose in the village, it was Ding Ku, the director, who would assist in resolving them. Particularly, Ma Xiaoshan had often relied on Ding Ku to intervene whenever he found himself in altercations. The unexpected news of Ding Ku's suspension was utterly astonishing. Yang Feng revealed a smile and remarked, "It is evident that Secretary Hao is quite concerned about the development here. This is only natural. Should Mr. Yang choose to invest in this area, he is certain to receive an exceptionally favorable return on his investment, regardless of the amount." Hao Shanqing was not merely representing himself in this matter. The county, having heard of this significant investor, had specifically instructed him to ensure a stable outcome. Otherwise, should things go awry, it would not only mean the loss of investment for Hao Shanqing, but potentially the loss of his official position as well. However, his demeanor left Ma Dada and his son utterly bewildered, especially when Yang Feng spoke up. "In fact, prior to my arrival, a friend of mine mentioned considering establishing a factory here. It should be the factory of Qinglin Technology. That is the Lin family's company, isn't it?" "Indeed. And I assure you, I will invest no less than several tens of millions back in my hometown." Yang Feng made his commitment clear. His expression remained composed. Yet Ma Dada's countenance changed dramatically upon hearing this. This man intends to invest several tens of millions? He could scarcely fathom that such a prominent figure had emerged from their village. Even more perplexing was the realization that he had just been discussing the prospect of embezzling a few $100,000 with him. Did this individual even regard such a sum? A sudden chill crept down Ma Dada's spine as he came to understand Yang Feng's true intentions. He grasped the reasons behind Hao Shanqing's demeanor towards him. Yet, it seemed to be too late now. Yang Feng had already risen, casting a glance at Ma Dada, and playfully remarked, "Secretary Ma, we shall discuss your grand project of a few $100,000 at another time. I must accompany Secretary Hao to explore the vicinity." After speaking, several individuals departed from the scene, leaving Ma Dada gazing blankly at their receding figures. The atmosphere at home suddenly fell into silence, with only Ma Datu and his son remaining. Their eyes met, and both discerned an underlying sense of crisis within each other's gaze. What on earth is this young man back for? Ma Datu found it hard to believe that the once obscure Yang Feng had now attained such a prominent position. Nonetheless, Ma Xiaoshan had indeed lost a substantial sum of 60 to 70,000 yuan, expressing his discontent. Dad, this fellow is far too arrogant. Shouldn't we teach him a lesson to keep him in line? Fool, he is a significant investor. If we lay a hand on him, the repercussions could be dire. Ma Datu's words trailed off as a thought struck him. Narrowing his eyes, he continued, however, it wouldn't hurt to have someone issue him a warning. You have some acquaintances, don't you? I understand. We could give him a beating to remind him who holds the power in this territory. A fierce glint appeared in Ma Xiaoshan's eyes. He fancied himself a local tyrant. As long as he could deliver a thrashing without leaving evidence, all would be well. Yet, he remained oblivious to the perilous nature of his intentions. Meanwhile, Yang Feng accompanied Hao Shanqing on a brief tour of the vicinity. Having grown up in this area, Yang Feng possessed a greater familiarity with it than Hao Shanqing, who had been transferred from afar. After taking in the scenic landscapes, Yang Feng ultimately drove back home. To his surprise, a luxury vehicle was parked at his doorstep. He is not particularly knowledgeable about cars, yet upon observing the foreign brand emblem and the model, he surmises that the vehicle's worth is at least 500,000 or 600,000. At that moment, voices of conversation emanated from within the home. As Yang Feng stepped through the doorway, he was greeted by Hu Fengying, who exclaimed, "Look, Xiao Feng is back. You young people should have a chat together." As she spoke, Yang Feng made his way inside and took a seat. Besides his own parents, there were two other individuals present, his aunt, Zhang Xiu, and his cousin, Wen Yongfei. At that moment, when Yongfei was sipping tea, and upon noticing Yang Feng, he patted him on the shoulder and playfully inquired, "Is that you, Yang Feng? The last time we met was 2 years ago. How have you been faring these past 2 years?" When Yongfei's inquiry was rather direct, and coupled with the luxury car parked outside, Yang Feng realized that he was undoubtedly doing well for himself. Yang Feng did not mind, responding with a smile, "I am working in Jiangxing. Previously, I was employed at a gaming company." His demeanor was modest. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than his aunt Zhang Xiu interjected, her voice somewhat elevated. "Oh, Xiao Feng is still working for someone else? He graduated from university and has been working ever since." Hu Fengying's expression subtly shifted. People often fear comparisons. Nevertheless, Yang Anyan appeared more at ease, stating, "I think it's quite good to have a stable job. In the future, you can marry and start a family. Life is long, and everyone has their own way of living." "Ah, Lao Yang, your words are rather misguided," he continued. Zhang Xiu waved her hand and said, "My child, one must strive for excellence. Take our little Fei, for instance. Although he hasn't pursued extensive studies, he is now the general manager of a company." "Indeed, Yang Feng. You are also in Jiangxing, aren't you? The company I work for is also located there, so you can come and find me," she added. Wen Yongfei, with his head held high, patted Yang Feng on the shoulder and said, "Regardless of the circumstances, we are family. I will certainly arrange a job for you." "Oh, little Fei is in Jiangxing too?" Hu Fengying expressed her surprise. Zhang Xiu burst into laughter and declared, "Indeed. Just the other day, he insisted on taking me to live in Jiangxing. He earns several million a year now, so he certainly doesn't mind this little amount." At last, she had the opportunity to reveal her son's salary. Hu Fengying listened, her expression one of astonishment. She had never encountered such wealth before and exclaimed, "Is it really that much?" "Yes, indeed. He even purchased a villa in Jiangcheng. According to the locals, his position is referred to as the Emperor of Labor," Zhang Xiu said, momentarily unable to recall the exact term. At that moment, when Yongfei chimed in, "It's called the Working Emperor." Yes, that's the term." Zhang Xiu responded eagerly. "If you ever visit Jiangcheng, do not hesitate to call us. I will have little Fei send a car to pick you up," she added, her face glowing with pride. Wen Yongfei took a sip of tea and confidently declared, "My mother was right, and you, Yang Feng, should consider this as well. If it comes to that, you might as well leave the company. Regardless of your role here, the salary at our firm will undoubtedly exceed your current earnings. However, you will need to update your wardrobe." "I've grown accustomed to my attire," Yang Feng replied lightly. Wen Yongfei waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You know, to thrive in the city, one must possess a refined appearance. Take my watch, for instance. I purchased it for 400,000. and the car parked outside cost over 800,000. My clothes are custom-made. I am not quite used to that, Yang Feng admitted. You are still too accustomed to a life of modest means, when Yang Fei remarked, shaking his head. At that moment, Yang Antian interjected, Yang Feng is merely an ordinary employee. He lacks the need and the means for such extravagance. Uncle, you speak the truth, which is precisely why I believe Yang Feng should join our company. I will take good care of him. His situation will improve exponentially. When Yang Fei boasted without a hint of hesitation, Zhang Xiao then turned to Yang Antian, saying, Old Yang, you should trust in our Yang Fei. He has seen the world, and his words are certainly reliable. The mother and son evidently shared similar temperaments. Nevertheless, they were not ill-natured, so Yang Feng chose not to interrupt their self-aggrandizement. Once their conversation had meandered sufficiently, when Yang Fei recalled the matter at hand and said, By the way, Uncle, I actually came here to inquire about something concerning your village. About our village? Yang Antian responded, somewhat puzzled. Hu Fengying remarked, What could possibly be happening in our village? It seems, dear aunt, that you remain unaware. I have received information in advance. A highly influential investor may be returning to our hometown to make significant investments. When Yang Fei spoke to the two, clearly wearing an expression that suggested he possessed insider knowledge. Upon hearing this, Yang Antian and Hu Fengying were even more bewildered. Old Tian, have you heard anything about this? No, Yang Antian replied, equally puzzled. Xiao Fei, could you be mistaken? There haven't been any noteworthy visitors to our village lately. You truly do not know? When Yang Fei continued, I have heard that this individual is poised to invest heavily here, and even the county magistrate may pay him a personal visit. As he mentioned this, his demeanor became notably serious. I received a directive from the chairman, indicating that this person hails from the same township, hence the desire for me to make an acquaintance. Is it true that even your chairman is aware of this? Hu Fengying inquired with heightened astonishment. When Yang Fei smiled, saying, Aunt, you must realize that information flows swiftly in the city. Our chairman mentioned that this individual has strong connections with prominent figures in Jiangxing, and he hopes I can foster a relationship. However, I have yet to ascertain the identity of this person. I see. Nevertheless, we truly have not heard of such a person emerging from our village, Hu Fengying admitted, still perplexed. Yang Etienne shook his head, stating, I only ventured out today and heard nothing about it. Could it be that your intelligence is flawed? This, surely not. Wen Yongfei pondered, uncertainty creeping into his expression. However, at that moment, Zhang Xiu remarked, I believe it is entirely possible that the information is mistaken. When I entered the village earlier, I made a deliberate observation, and the only house that appeared somewhat attractive was the one at the village entrance. The others were rather ordinary, nothing like our home. This reasoning seemed plausible to Wen Yongfei, who pondered the matter. If this individual truly possessed wealth, how could he not have built a grand villa in his hometown? Yang Feng, listening to their conversation, remained silent. He had not anticipated that Yang Fei would possess such insightful information. Moreover, it seemed he was indeed here to seek him out. As for the prominent figure mentioned by his boss, it was likely the Lin family from Jiangxing. At this juncture, Yang Feng began to comprehend the significance of influence. Merely returning to his hometown had drawn attention to himself. Yang Fei, what is your purpose in seeking this individual? Are you looking to invest alongside him, or merely to cultivate a relationship? Yang Feng inquired. Upon hearing Yang Feng's question, Wen Yongfei shook his head and replied, Yang Feng, you may not fully grasp this, but in high society, connections equate to wealth. If someone of great stature has indeed emerged from your village, establishing a rapport with him would elevate everyone involved. During your tenure as general manager, you were constantly navigating social dynamics. This is essential. Working at the grassroots level may not reveal such intricacies, but at our level, many matters are unavoidable. Wen Yongfei continued, frequently referring to high society and levels, leaving Yang Feng somewhat exasperated. At that moment, Wen Yongfei rose and said, Since you are unfamiliar with this individual, we shall inquire at other establishments. If all else fails, perhaps you could assist us in our search. Chapter 80. The prominent figure is Yang Feng. There is no need for such haste. Why not partake in a meal before departing? It is nearly evening. Hu Fengying wished to retain the two guests, but when Yang Fei waved his hand dismissively, stating, Time does not permit us to dine. We must urgently seek this person. If we are mistaken, we may need to inquire in other villages. We shall take our leave then. Do remember to visit us later. Xiao Fei has constructed a grand villa, complete with a swimming pool. Zhang Xiu could not resist boasting about her son as they prepared to depart. While such sentiments are commonplace, her manner of expression was rather crude. Yang Feng, however, was not offended and stood to see them off. Just then, Yang Xiaolon hurried in from outside, addressing Yang Feng, "Brother Feng. Secretary Hao just returned and asked me to inform you that Secretary Chun from the county has finished his meeting and will be visiting the town for an inspection the day after tomorrow. You are to accompany him." "I understand. I will certainly be there the day after tomorrow morning," Yang Feng replied. However, as the two conversed, when Zhang Fei and Zhang Xiu, who were about to leave, paused in their tracks. When Yang Fei looked at Yang Feng in surprise and inquired, "Yang Feng, are you acquainted with Secretary Hao from our town?" "Yes, I have only recently met him." "And what about Secretary Chun?" "I am not familiar with him at all." Yang Feng's words brought a sense of relief to Yang Fei. However, just then, Yang Feng remarked, "But Secretary Chun mentioned that he wanted to meet with me." "What?" When Yang Fei was utterly astonished. Even Yang Anyun and Hu Fengying beside him wore expressions of bewilderment. Zhang Xiu sensed something amiss and hurriedly inquired, "Xiaofeng, what is going on?" "Ah, Brother Feng hasn't informed you yet?" Yang Xiaolon responded with curiosity. "Brother Feng has returned this time to invest in the town. So it is quite normal for the county secretary to want to meet him, investing upon his return. Could it be?" When Yang Fei's eyes widened to an almost bovine size, Zhang Xiu suddenly became alert. Could it be that the person Xiao Fei is looking for is you? Zhang Xiu gazed at Yang Feng, yet her heart struggled to accept this revelation. She had accompanied them merely to boast before others. Yet Yang Feng turned out to be the significant figure her son had mentioned. Observing the astonished expressions of the mother and daughter, Yang Feng felt a tinge of helplessness as he remarked, "Actually, I am not as remarkable as he claims. I merely wish to return home and explore potential investment opportunities." With Yang Feng's confirmation, Zhang Xiu's legs felt weak beneath her. It was at that moment that when Yang Fei regained his composure, he glanced at Yang Feng's car outside and questioned, "But your car is clearly worth only 100,000. How?" "Not everyone prefers luxury vehicles. Practicality suffices." Yang Feng shrugged. When Yang Fei was left utterly speechless, "I suppose now is a good time. Just staying at home for a meal, if you truly wish to invest. As we are indeed cousins, we can certainly discuss it together." Yang Feng spoke in a calm manner and turned to Yang Xiaolon, saying, "How did it go with the groceries I asked you to buy today? I bought quite a lot. I just had someone bring it over." "However, you gave too much money. It's unnecessary," Yang Xiaolon murmured. Yang Feng chuckled and replied, "It doesn't matter. After all, that money was won from Ma Xiaoshan." His casual remark astonished several people. Ma Xiaoshan was notorious as a swindler and thug, yet Yang Feng claimed to have won money from him. By the way, Feng Ge, the town secretary, just mentioned this matter. He said an investigation into Ma Datu and his son would be conducted, but it will take some time. Yang Xiaolon informed Yang Feng. Yang Feng nodded in acknowledgement and said, "All right, I will assist in bringing the groceries inside. In the evening, I'll invite your family over for dinner. It will be livelier with more people." With that, he and Yang Xiaolon walked outside. Yang Antian and the others were left in a daze, staring blankly at the retreating figures of Yang Feng and Yang Xiaolon. Could this still be their son? They had hoped for their son to achieve success, but neither Yang Antian nor Hu Fengying could have imagined that he would reach such heights. "Xiao, shall we have steamed buns today? It's a rare occasion for everyone to be gathered," Hu Fengying finally spoke. Zhang Xiu had been in a stupor for quite some time, and upon hearing Hu Fengying's voice, her face flushed crimson. She had just been boasting about her son's remarkable abilities in front of her. However, his son was intent on confronting that prominent figure, who turned out to be Yang Feng. Fortunately, Hu Fengying seemed indifferent to this development and pulled him towards the kitchen. At that moment, when Yang Fei was trembling slightly, just moments ago, he had invited Yang Feng to join him, and now the roles had completely reversed. As Yang Feng entered, carrying several bags of groceries, when Yang Fei hurried to assist him, adopting an overly cautious demeanor, Yang Feng, somewhat exasperated, shook his head and said, "There's no need to be so tense." Yes, I." When Yang Fei scratched his head and continued, "I didn't realize your status earlier, so I may have spoken a bit recklessly. Please don't take offense." Yang Feng, "Not at all. When we dine later, let's have a good discussion. If you are considering investing in your hometown, that would indeed be a commendable endeavor." Yang Feng bore no grudges. He understood that vanity is a common trait among individuals. Such sentiments were entirely human. He would not dismiss Wen Yongfei's character based solely on this. During dinner, Wen Yongfei felt a mix of trepidation and apprehension. However, afterward, Yang Feng invited him to share tea and discussed potential investments in the town. When Yang Fei readily agreed, his previous airs of high society completely vanished. Hu Fengying couldn't help but stifle a laugh at his transformation. After bidding farewell to the two guests, Yang Feng took the time to explain the situation to his parents. Fortunately, Yang Anyan was a remarkably open-minded individual. Although he did not fully comprehend his son's current status, he remained unpretentious and encouraged him to conduct his affairs with humility. It wasn't until after 9 in the evening that Yang Feng finally returned to his room. Yang Feng traversed numerous places today. Upon returning to his room on the second floor, he opened the window, revealing a distant expanse of majestic mountains. Habitually, he gazed at the familiar scenery that had accompanied him throughout his upbringing. However, as dusk descended, the distant landscape became obscured. Contemplating that he would soon retire for the night, Yang Feng infused his eyes with spiritual energy, seeking to gain clarity of the distant vista. Yet, as he did so, he was suddenly struck by the realization that the scenery before him was entirely transformed. Within the mountains, faint wisps of pale yellow aura emerged. This revelation startled Yang Feng. He discerned that the connections between these peaks constituted a colossal feng shui array. The last time he beheld a feng shui array was at Lin Jinghua's residence. But the ethereal yellow mist before him surpassed what he had previously encountered by a factor of tens of thousands. Was there a hidden secret here? Yang Feng instantly regained his composure. Chapter 81. The Discovery of a New Eye Technique. It was inconceivable that such an abundance of spiritual energy could exist solely due to feng shui within the mountains. There was but one possibility. A monumental secret lay buried beneath the mountain, potentially even an ancient relic. Yet, the mountain was simply too distant for Yang Feng to perceive its interior through his clairvoyance. He resolved to explore the mountain the following day. As he solidified this intention in his mind, the sound of a phone ringing interrupted his thoughts. Glancing at the caller ID, Yang Feng answered nonchalantly, "Yang Xiaoshi. What prompts you to call your brother so late at night? Brother, please hurry to my room and help me find the small piece of paper in the cabinet. What nonsense are you up to now? Oh, it contains my security code. My gaming account has been suspended. I'm so anxious. I need to log in immediately." Yang Xiaoshi spoke with urgency. Yang Feng's expression darkened as he replied, "You called me just for this matter? Well, what other reason could there be?" Yang Xiaoshi asked, puzzled. Yang Feng's face fell further as he shook his head. "Forget it. I'll help you look for it. Quickly, quickly," Yang Xiaoshi urged. Yang Feng sighed in resignation. This girl was on the verge of becoming a gaming addict. Nevertheless, being the doting brother he was, he assisted her in finding the security code, after which she sent him a photograph of it. "By the way, when do you have a break? Where will you go then?" he inquired. "I'm on break in a couple of days. First, I'll return home, and then I'll head straight to your place in Jiangcheng." Yang Xiaoshi exclaimed excitedly, "Brother, your internet speed is fantastic, and your computer's configuration is top-notch. Playing games, there will be such a delight." All right, hold on. Let me tell you, usually you. Okay, I got it. I'm logging into play now. I'll call you later." Yang Xiaoshi hastily ended the call. Yang Feng shook his head in exasperation. Although this girl had a significant gaming addiction and often misplaced things, she excelled in other areas remarkably well. This left Yang Feng often at a loss for words whenever he considered reprimanding her. After ending the call, Yang Feng chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. He extinguished the light and retired for the night. The hours passed swiftly, and by 6 o'clock the following morning, he found himself awake. Under the gentle coercion of his mother, he reluctantly consumed a small meal before making his way out the door. Observing his somewhat reckless demeanor, Hu Fengying still struggled to believe that the prominent figure mentioned by Yang Fei yesterday was, in fact, her own son. However, today, all Yang Feng could recall was one singular task: to visit the feng shui formation located on the mountain across from his home. The day dawned bright and clear. By 7 o'clock, the sun began its slow ascent in the eastern sky, casting a fiery glow. After walking alone for 5 or 6 minutes, he arrived at the foot of the mountain, known as Wangma Mountain, so named for its resemblance to a galloping steed. This mountain stood as the tallest in the town. Towering over 1,000 meters, its rugged terrain surrounding it. At the base of the mountain, a few households remained, while numerous rice fields sprawled nearby, their golden hues shimmering under the sun's rays as June unfolded. As a gentle breeze swept through, the ripe rice ears swayed heavily in the wind. Although early in the day, the villagers residing at the mountain's base had already emerged from their homes, hoe in hand. Spotting Yang Feng preparing to ascend the mountain, one villager called out, "Ah, isn't that little Feng? Out for some morning exercise? Good morning, Uncle One. I plan to explore the mountain and get a bit of exercise. Yang Feng replied with a warm smile. Upon hearing this, Yang Liwen immediately replied, "Ah, you must be cautious. Recently, there have been some peculiar creatures roaming about the mountain. And just a couple of days ago, I felt some tremors." Peculiar creatures? Yang Feng furrowed his brow and stepped closer. Uncle One, what sort of strange beings are you referring to? I can't quite identify them myself. They resemble a kind of mountain yellow, but also bear some likeness to shaggy wild dogs, Yang Liwen mused, perplexed. Having lived for over 50 years, he had never encountered such animals on this mountain. Yang Feng found this increasingly odd. It is worth noting that Yang Liwen was an exemplary figure who thrived off the mountain's resources. He had traversed the entire mountain during his days of harvesting diesel. Yet he was unaware of anything unusual. Well, just be careful. However, those creatures are about the size of dogs, so they should pose no danger. Yang Liwen reassured Yang Feng. Yang Feng nodded and inquired further, what about the tremors you mentioned? It was just a series of gusts in the mountain. Just last night. I was uncertain of the situation and thought it might have been an earthquake, but the news reported nothing of the sort, Yang Liwen noted, growing even more curious. He had a persistent feeling that something was amiss in the mountain lately. Yang Feng seemed to understand and finally nodded, saying, I see. Uncle One, you should head to the fields first. I will take a stroll around the mountain. With that, Yang Feng set off towards the mountain. Climbing to the summit was not a swift endeavor, yet the most fascinating aspect of this mountain lay within its midsection, where one could find an array of oddly shaped little caves. These caverns have existed since the formation of the mountains, shrouded in utter darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. Should one cast a stone within, a profound echo reverberates through the depths. Due to their enigmatic nature, local elders whimsically proclaim these to be the gates of hell. The unfathomable abyss, coupled with the occasional sound of water emanating from within, evokes a sense of wonder and speculation. However, for Yang Feng, this presented no formidable challenge. His eyes pierced through the layers of darkness, allowing him to discern everything within. To his astonishment, he discovered fragments of coffins and traces of saltpeter scattered about, evidence of the saltpeter gatherer's presence. With a hint of disdain, Yang Feng observed the surroundings, but was suddenly captivated by a peculiar stone at the rear of the cave. This stone, meticulously shaped into a hexagonal pillar, emitted a faint glow, firmly embedded in the rock. Surrounding it was a distinctive aura, connecting to another realm. Yang Feng promptly gazed into other parts of the mountain, uncovering numerous such hexagonal stones scattered throughout. A man-made feng shui array? The notion of feng shui sprang to his mind. But what could account for the presence of such extraordinary stones on this mountain? As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a stone at the pinnacle that appeared to be removable. Determined, Yang Feng ascended towards the mountaintop, ultimately standing before a colossal boulder. The peculiar stone lay ensconced within the heart of this giant rock, yet it required the removal of several meters of surface layer to access it. To break through this stone, tools would undoubtedly be necessary, Yang Feng murmured to himself. As he delved into the intricacies of cleaving the colossal stone, the corner of his eye suddenly caught sight of peculiar characters lingering upon its surface. Utilizing his ocular technique, Yang Feng traced the origins of these symbols. In an instant, his eyes sparkled with revelation. This was a novel ocular art. Yang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 82. To seek revenge on Yang Feng? He could hardly fathom that such characters of ocular techniques would be inscribed upon this stone. But who could have left them behind? Yang Feng surveyed his surroundings. There were no traces of any individuals, yet he was certain that an extraordinarily unique presence had previously graced this mountain. It was they who had established a geomantic array here. Yet, this ocular technique, should he attempt to learn it? Yang Feng reasoned that since the ocular art had presented itself so readily, it would be folly not to pursue its mastery. Beside the massive stone, he sat in meditation, closing his eyes to perceive the information embedded within the characters through his spiritual energy. The name of this ocular technique was rather intriguing. It was called revitalization. As Yang Feng immersed himself deeper into his studies, a growing sense of delight blossomed within him, for he felt that this was precisely the ocular art he had been seeking. Time slipped away unnoticed. When Yang Feng finally opened his eyes again, the afternoon sun had already begun to cast its warm glow. He exhaled a deep breath, filled with clarity. What a remarkable ocular technique! Yang Feng could not help but marvel. He had grasped the essence of this technique. It was akin to the art of rejuvenating withered wood in spring. However, This revitalization was not merely intended for healing ailments and restoring one's meridians. It could also be employed to restore ancient artifacts. Although he could previously utilize spiritual energy to make slight repairs on antiques, restoring them only to their original state. This technique of rejuvenation holds the potential to elevate a seemingly insignificant artifact to its pinnacle, surpassing its former glory while preserving its intrinsic characteristics. If this is the case, then even if Yang Feng were to scavenge a worthless piece of junk from the antique market, he could, through the eye technique, transmute it into a treasure worth hundreds of thousands. It appears that my antique trading company may soon have valuable items to offer. Yang Feng has been diligently preparing for an auction of antiques, and now it seems that such aspirations are within reach. He resolved to seek out an antique to experiment with restoration. With determination in his heart, he cast a final glance at the unique geomantic formations upon the mountain. He acknowledged that he currently lacked the strength to cleave the massive stone, and if necessary, he could return with modern tools. After all, the mountain would remain unyielding. As Yang Feng descended, he fortuitously encountered Yang Liwen, who was preparing to head to the fields. "Xiao Feng, you've just come down from the mountain?" Yang Liwen expressed his surprise, having noted that the young man had spent considerable time atop the mountain. Yang Feng smiled and replied, "Indeed. The scenery up there is quite splendid. Uncle Wen, do come over for a meal sometime." "Haha, sounds good. I'll head to the fields now," Yang Liwen said, shouldering his hoe and walking off in the distance. Yang Feng watched him retreat, covered in yellow mud, feeling a sense of reflection. Fortunately, Secretary Chen from the county is expected to arrive tomorrow, at which point Yang Feng can present his investment plan to him. In the village, Yang Feng intended to continue advancing the agritourism project. After all, with proper road repairs, the surrounding scenery was quite picturesque, and with slight modifications, it could transform into a charming little attraction. He pondered about the well-being of the Ma family. Yesterday, Ma Dad had divulged the plan to him. However, Yang Feng refrained from disclosing this to Hao Shanqing, as it could easily appear as an interference in political matters. Little did he know that Ma Xiaoshan was already preparing for a desperate struggle. In Donghe Town, Ma Xiaoshan, accompanied by 7 or 8 individuals, was dining at a barbecue restaurant. The establishment was devoid of patrons, and these few men, bare-chested, were heartily drinking and indulging in skewers. "Brother Sean, that kid humiliated you so severely yesterday. Rest assured, we will restore your honor today and teach him a lesson he won't forget," one of the younger men cursed vehemently. Although his physique was not particularly imposing, he bore several scars from past altercations and was locally renowned for his fighting prowess, earning him the moniker Mad Ma. Another companion chimed in, "Indeed. If it weren't for the old secretary's return yesterday, we would never have allowed that brat to exit through those doors." The group eagerly flexed their muscles in anticipation. Ma Xiaoshan surveyed his loyal subordinates with satisfaction and nodded. "Fear not, brothers. I am merely treating you to a little appetizer for now. Once we accomplish our objective, we shall head to the KTV, and I will arrange for the most beautiful women for you." Laughter erupted as they raised their glasses in a toast. At this moment, however, Gao Xiaohu was murmuring, "Shanggu, Lu Shun seems rather peculiar this time. I heard that after he was beaten, he emerged from the hospital quite subdued. He hasn't even joined our activities. Who do you think he got beaten by? Who knows? That kid is nothing but a coward. He used to curse and rant every day. But now he won't even dare to come over and confront anyone," Ma Xiaoshan replied, harboring some prejudice against Lu Shun. Little did he know that Lu Shun had just left the hospital, and every recollection of the beating sent chills down his spine. That fellow was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Yang Feng drove into the town. After parking his car, he decided to take a stroll around, hoping to purchase some groceries. Yet, what Yang Feng desired most was to find a place that sold antiques, as he intended to test his newly acquired ocular technique. He deliberately sought out some less frequented alleys as he inquired for directions, searching for potential antique shops. However, as Yang Feng wandered along, he found little success. It was not until he arrived at a small path by the riverside that he suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Yang Feng recognized him. The man's right hand was encased in plaster and bandages, and his face bore bruises, rendering him quite a comical sight. Wasn't he this Lu Shun, whom he had beaten just the other day? He hadn't expected him to be discharged from the hospital so soon. Yang Feng approached him purposefully. At that moment, Lu Shun was sitting by the river, contemplating life, when suddenly a familiar voice pierced the air. What a coincidence! The very sound sent shivers down Lu Shun's spine. causing his hair to stand on end. His exposed skin was instantly covered in goosebumps, and he stiffly turned his head to gaze at Yang Feng behind him. "It's you." Lucian trembled as he rose, hastily distancing himself from Yang Feng by several meters. Observing Lucian's fearful demeanor, Yang Feng sighed. "There's no need to be so frightened. I merely passed by and wanted to inquire if there are any antique shops nearby, or if someone possesses a collection of antiques that I might purchase at a premium." Lucian regarded Yang Feng's seemingly harmless appearance, yet memories of that day when Yang Feng had shattered his bones flooded back. Such strength was not characteristic of an ordinary human. At that moment, a group of 7 or 8 ruffians suddenly emerged from a nearby alley, with the leader being none other than the previously encountered Mad Horse. Some of them carried clubs, while others brandished steel pipes of unknown origin, effectively blocking Yang Feng's path forward and backward. "Ah, so you were aware I would come here and prepared these individuals for revenge against me?" Yang Feng jested, directing his commentary towards Lucian. Lucian, already consumed by fear, trembled even more at Yang Feng's words and hastily disavowed any connection, exclaiming, "No, not at all. I have no relationship with them. I don't know them." His protest momentarily bewildered the group of thugs, who, although not summoned by Lucian, were accustomed to associating with him. They were taken aback by his claim of unfamiliarity. The leader, Mad Horse, was astonished to see his former ally reduced to such a state after being beaten. "Lucian," I said, "you have merely endured a beating. Once your wounds have healed, you shall be a man once more. Why have you become so timid?" Mad Ma expressed his discontent. Lucian, known for having numerous underlings, wielded considerable influence in Dongha town, where his connections with the chief and the deputy mayor allowed him to operate with impunity. However, Mad Ma found it utterly unacceptable that a mere thrashing had reduced him to this state. Hearing this, Liuxian's fear intensified, and he hastily replied, "Do not speak nonsense. I am not familiar with you. I shall never engage in wrongdoing again." "Blast it, what a spineless wretch," spat Mad Ma. Even his 6 or 7 subordinates shook their heads in unison, remarking, "Brother Shen must have been hit too hard. It may take some time for him to recover. Let us not dwell on him. We should address the matter at hand." Mad Ma refrained from further commentary and turned his attention to Yang Feng. At that moment, surrounded by 7 or 8 individuals, Yang Feng smiled and said, "It was Ma Xiaoshan who sent you, wasn't it?" "Humph, we know Brother Shan, but we came of our own accord." Mad Ma, possessing at least some sense, recalled Ma Xiaoshan's prior instructions to avoid mentioning his name, lest they inadvertently implicate him in the ensuing chaos. Yang Feng seemed to grasp the situation, nodding as he remarked, "Allow me to remind you of something. Ding Ku has already been taken in. Should you engage in further altercations, there will be no one to shield you here." "Humph, you dare to invoke our director, Ding? He has been investigated numerous times before, and each time he returned unscathed." With an air of haughty arrogance, Madman Ma declared, "I'm disinclined to waste words with you today. State your intentions regarding the number of ribs and hands you're willing to sacrifice. That hinges on the size of your entourage. What do you imply? Each of you will forfeit a hand, a measure of retribution for those you've previously wronged." Yang Feng articulated calmly. His words, however, elicited a moment of stunned silence, followed by an eruption of raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha, this lad is genuinely deranged. Are you cognizant of the situation? I'm inquiring about the number of your own appendages you're prepared to relinquish. Do you presume we're here for self-immolation? Isn't that the case?" Yang Feng retorted. His gaze was gradually intensifying. Madman Ma, incensed, bellowed, "Damn it, daring to mock me. You too, give him a taste of reality." Upon his command, 2 henchmen surged forward in near unison. Brandishing wooden clubs and steel pipes, they advanced toward Yang Feng. "So, you fancy severing one of my hands, do you? I'll demonstrate who dictates terms in East River Town by breaking one of yours first." As the ruffian concluded his pronouncement, the steel pipe in his grasp descended toward Yang Feng's shoulder. The pipe whistled through the air, its alarming velocity poised to shatter Yang Feng's shoulder in the imminent moment. Yet, in that instant, a glint of steely resolve flickered in Yang Feng's eyes. One hand, Yang Feng's voice resonated. With a subtle sidestep, he evaded the pipe's assault and seized the henchman's arm. The henchman endeavored to break free, but in the face of Yang Feng's might, he found himself utterly immobile. In the ensuing instant, the sound of fracturing bones reverberated. A cacophony of agony erupted from the hooligan, its resonance carrying for dozens of meters. As another accomplice, seizing what he perceived as an opportune moment, attempted to assail Yang Feng, he too found his arm ensnared. With another sharp crack, the sound of bone gave way. The miscreant's hands were instantly rendered as if pulverized. Without pause, Yang Feng delivered a forceful kick, sending the two men hurtling towards the dilapidated pigsty's drainage ditch. Covered in grime and reeking with the stench of decay, they were caught between the throes of nausea and the searing pain. Madman Ma was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him, his hands trembling imperceptibly. Two arms had already been rendered useless. Yang Feng's countenance remained unchanged as he calmly surveyed Ma and his cohorts. The men were visibly shaken, their fear palpable as they exchanged apprehensive glances. "Damn it! Don't be afraid," Ma suddenly roared, attempting to rally his comrades. "Even if this kid is strong, he's just one person. All of us, together, can take him down. Cripple him, and show him not to intimidate us." Spurred by Ma's exhortation, the men gradually regained their composure and began to encircle Yang Feng. Ma, brandishing a steel pipe, bellowed, "Attack together." As the words left his lips, he charged forward, spearheading the assault. His underlings followed suit, but as they approached Yang Feng, they were met with an unexpected weight. They watched in disbelief as Yang Feng seized Ma's arm, broke it, and then hurled him away with brutal force. As several individuals began to regain their senses, each one found themselves akin to a punching bag, struck forcefully in the ribs. Yang Feng's blows were neither overly harsh nor particularly gentle. In mere moments, 7 or 8 individuals were sent sprawling, collapsing in a heap beside the pigsty. Lu Shun, observing this scene, trembled in fear, relieved that he had not joined these individuals in their confrontation. What madness possessed him to provoke such a formidable opponent? After dispatching a few of them, Yang Feng dusted off his hands and approached them with a smile, inquiring, "Now, where might Ma Xiaoshan be?" His seemingly calm words struck the group like the voice of a demon. In that instant, the realization dawned upon them. No wonder Lu Shun had appeared so cowardly earlier. This man understood the true meaning of the disparity in power. He is waiting for us at Dongha KTV. The madman dared not stand his ground now. He was merely a bully against the weak, never anticipating crossing paths with such a formidable figure. Yang Feng nodded and addressed the group. "Can you stand?" "Yes, yes." They replied, "Take me to Dongha KTV." Yang Feng spoke with an unsettling calmness. Despite the excruciating pain they endured, they dared not defy Yang Feng and hastily complied. As they trudged forward, a pungent odor of pig manure surrounded them, lingering in the air. Yet, as they passed Lu Shun, a flicker of admiration crossed their faces. Lu Shun had demonstrated wisdom in knowing his place. Why had they been so foolish as to provoke Yang Feng? As the group made their way to Dongha KTV, the atmosphere there was charged with anticipation. In the hall, Ma Xiaoshan is currently entangled with 2 beautiful women, who are none other than Zhao Zhuwei and Chen Jiyue, having just arrived by car. "Hey, ladies, how about spending the night here? I will treat you to karaoke, and the ladies sing for free." Ma Xiaoshan grins with delight. Zhao Zhuwei, protectively shielding Chen Jiyue with one hand, responds cautiously, "I just came in to ask for directions." Chapter 84. The Jewelry Expo Directions? Perfect. I'm a local expert. Just tell me where you want to go or whom you're looking for, and I can assist, Ma Xiaoshan boasts, patting his chest. Observing Ma Xiaoshan's rogue demeanor, Zhao Zhuwei chooses to ignore him and instead inquires of the girl at the front desk, "Excuse me, how do I get to Toyota Village?" "The way to Toyota Village is to follow the river. There's a bridge ahead that leads right in," the front desk girl replies, glancing at Ma Xiaoshan, and adds, "He is from Toyota Village." "Indeed, beautiful. If you wish to find someone in Toyota Village, why not let me accompany you?" Ma Xiaoshan immediately offers his assistance. Having never encountered such stunning women in his life, Zhao Zhuwei, however, is not inclined to accept his offer. Yet, since he hails from Toyota Village, her curiosity is piqued, prompting her to ask, "Do you know Yang Feng?" "Yang Feng? Huh, who doesn't know him? That guy is finished the next time you want to see him. You might have to visit him in the hospital." Ma Xiaoshan laughs heartily. Zhao Zhuwei, feeling a bit displeased, questions, "What do you mean by that?" 8 individuals confronting a solitary figure, a mere wretch. Do you truly believe he can emerge unscathed? The expression of triumph on Ma Xiaoshan's face was met with a sudden pallor on Zhao Zhuwei's. She had not anticipated the presence of such ruffians in Dongha town. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from outside. "I have arrived, and I brought along a few companions." The teasing tone compelled several individuals in the hall to turn their gaze towards the entrance. It was Yang Feng, ushering in a few ruffians, their bodies reeking of filth. Upon seeing the disheveled thugs beside Yang Feng, Ma Xiaoshan's countenance shifted dramatically. "Ma Fengxi, what on earth happened to you?" he exclaimed, hurriedly advancing towards the door. However, Ma Fengzi, upon spotting Ma Xiaoshan, pointed at him and declared, "Brother Feng, it was this man. He is the one who incited us." A collective gasp echoed in the room as the expressions of those present transformed. Notably, Ma Xiaoshan was taken aback. He had relied on these underlings, only to find them battered and now betraying him to Yang Feng. "Weren't you supposed to be out with your crew?" Ma Xiaoshan stammered, bewildered. Yang Feng gestured towards the 7 or 8 ruffians behind him, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I, too, returned with my own crew." "You." Ma Xiaoshan dared not fathom what had transpired, yet the disarray of these individuals hinted at a realization. He nervously retreated a step. Just then, Zhao Zhuwei approached with a radiant smile, inquiring, "Hey, Yang Feng, what brings you here? Isn't that a question I ought to pose to you?" Yang Feng, taken aback by her presence, shook his head in exasperation. "What brings you to this place?" "As we journeyed together, we arrived here this afternoon." Zhao Zhuwei pulled Chen Jiyue aside. Chen Jiyue glanced at Yang Feng and expressed gratitude, saying, "Thank you for rescuing us last time." In truth, Chen Jiyue had already conveyed her thanks before, yet upon seeing Yang Feng again, she reiterated her appreciation. Yang Feng, however, seemed indifferent and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "That is all in the past. But do you two plan to stay in this town today?" "Indeed, we initially intended to visit your home, but we unexpectedly encountered this rogue," Zhao Zhuwei remarked, casting a discontented glance at Ma Xiaoshan. At that moment, Ma Xiaoshan was utterly bewildered. Yang Feng regarded him with a hint of mockery and said, "I thought it would take more time to apprehend you too, but it seems that is no longer necessary." "You." Ma Xiaoshan pointed accusingly at Yang Feng. By then, the police and ambulance had arrived outside. Yang Feng paid him no further heed and watched as Ma Xiaoshan and his companions were taken away. Zhao Zhuwei stretched languidly and cheerfully stated, "By the way, we are quite hungry. Is there anything delicious in this town? I've heard that your town is famous for a particularly delightful beef soup." "How do you know that?" Yang Feng inquired. "I heard it from the locals. They call it the 3 treasures of Donghe: beef, tofu, and jujube." Zhao Zhuwei's words caused Yang Feng to plunge into deep contemplation. If he were to develop this place, it seemed essential to focus on the local brand's distinctive characteristics. He was well aware that the local tofu was indeed exceptional, as many artisans used the spring water from the mountains to craft it, resulting in tofu that was both delicate and sweet. The beef is entirely free-range, resulting in exceptionally exquisite meat. "You have alleviated a significant dilemma for me." Yang Feng suddenly broke into a broad smile and exclaimed, "Come, allow me to treat you both to beef soup." His unexpectedly cheerful demeanor left Zhao Zhuwei and Chen Jiyue somewhat bewildered. "Sister Wei, doesn't he seem utterly devoid of the demeanor of a wealthy individual or a sage? He appears rather foolish," Chen Jiyue whispered. "He saved us. You mustn't speak carelessly." "I know, but he is just so peculiar," Chen Jiyue replied. Having only encountered Yang Feng a handful of times, each leaving her with a sense of his oddity, were it not for his timely rescue, she might have mistaken him for a charlatan. Yang Feng, however, seemed unconcerned by their opinions and led the two to Aunt Liang's beef soup establishment. Inside, the business today was notably better than before. The recent incident involving Lucien had drawn many curious onlookers. Upon seeing Yang Feng accompanied by 2 remarkably beautiful girls, Aunt Liang greeted them with enthusiasm. "Oh, little Feng, which of these is your girlfriend?" Chen Jiyue nearly spat out the beef soup she had just sipped. Yang Feng quickly wiped his brow and replied, "Aunt Liang, please don't jest. They are merely friends passing through while traveling." "Oh, my apologies," Aunt Liang chuckled awkwardly. "Please enjoy your meal, and let me know if you'd like more meat or soup." "All right, please bring us 6 rice cakes as well," he requested. "Understood," Aunt Liang replied. Yang Feng turned his head, only to discover that Zhao Zhuwei and Chen Jiyue had already begun their meal beside him. He sighed and asked helplessly, "What are you two really here for?" "I was conscripted." Chen Jiyue immediately revealed her beloved Sister Wei. "Sister Wei told me we were going on a self-driving tour, so I just followed along." Zhao Zhuwei paused her eating, swallowed a mouthful of rice cake, and then explained, "I came to attend the jewelry expo in the neighboring Baishui City." "Baishui City has such an event?" Yang Feng admitted he had not heard of it. Zhao Zhuwei pulled out a flyer from beside her and handed it to Yang Feng, saying, "This is it. That's why I decided to go." Yang Feng took the flyer and noted that the venue was indeed in the heart of Baishui City, just a short drive away, a mere few dozen kilometers. The event was organized by several large companies in collaboration with the local government, one of which was the Jiangxing jewelry from the Lin family. The flyer indicated that the expo would not only feature a variety of exquisite jewels, but also showcase raw jadeite stones transported from Shanxing for selection. The quality of the gambling stones promised to be exceptionally high. Yang Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he raised his head and asked, "Can I join as well?" Chapter 85. Which of these two is my daughter-in-law? Zhao Zhuwei, munching on her food, chuckled. "I knew you would be tempted. But the expo doesn't start until the day after tomorrow." "That's fine. I will be free that day as well." "Tomorrow, I will likely accompany the county secretary for an inspection here," Yang Feng mentioned regarding the upcoming plans. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhuwei immediately became intrigued and said, "How about we all go together then? What do you think, Xiaoya?" "I prefer to abstain from such matters," Chen Jiyue replied with a look of resignation. It was then that Zhao Zhuwei remembered and said, "Oh right, you can't go. Well then, I won't go either. Tomorrow, let's just find a place to enjoy ourselves here." Chen Jiyue seemed to possess a rather unique identity, which piqued Yang Feng's curiosity. He recalled that during Chen Jiyue's kidnapping incident, the Supernatural Investigation Bureau had been deployed immediately, presumably due to the affair's connection to spiritual energy. Nonetheless, Yang Feng sensed that Chen Jiyue's identity was rather extraordinary, yet he hesitated to inquire directly. Instead, he offered, "If you two plan to explore the area, I can arrange for a guide." "Really? That would be wonderful. It seems there are many rugged mountains and strange rocks around here. It could be quite entertaining," Zhao Zhuwei exclaimed with enthusiasm. This marked her first self-driving excursion since returning to Jiangxing, and once this trip concluded, she would soon commence her work, likely leaving her with little time for such leisure. Yang Feng made a phone call to Yang Chaolan, requesting her presence. After the group finished their meal, Yang Feng initially intended to find accommodations for Zhao Zhuwei and Chen Jiyue. However, the two appeared somewhat apprehensive, especially after their recent close encounter with the ruffian Ma Shaoshan. Yang Feng also felt that the area was somewhat unsafe. "I do have a room at my home, the one my sister used to stay in. Shall we stay there then? It would be a perfect opportunity to experience rural life. I haven't had much exposure to it before." This time, Chen Jiyue became intrigued. She possesses a subtle distinction from Zhao Zhuwei. Although Zhao Zhuwei ventured into the city at an early age, her roots lie in the countryside, whereas Chen Jiyue is a true urban dweller. She has grown up in the city, rarely venturing into rural areas. Observing her keen interest, Yang Feng remarked, "Life in the countryside is not as idyllic as you might imagine, but if you wish to go, I can inform my family." Thus, it was settled among them. As the sky darkened, Yang Feng stepped outside and returned with two individuals. Yang Antian and his spouse were momentarily taken aback, but Yang Feng's clarification soon alleviated their concerns. The night had fully descended. After dinner, around 8 o'clock, it was Chen Jiyue's first visit to the countryside. The June weather was somewhat warm, yet the evening breeze brought a delightful comfort. At Yang Feng's home, there was a small courtyard paved with cement. However, Chen Jiyue discovered something intriguing in a corner, and she and Zhao Zhuwei were engrossed in examination. Just then, Yang Feng emerged from his bath and, noticing the two women huddled in the corner, approached with curiosity, asking, "What are you two up to?" "I caught a little insect," Chen Jiyue replied, producing a small bug and grinning. "This insect's skin appears to have a slight green hue." "Sister Wei, do you know what this is?" Zhao Zhuwei, having spent little time in the countryside herself, pondered the question. Upon hearing her best friend inquire, she feigned seriousness and replied, "This creature is known as a cricket or, in some regions, a night-singing insect due to its nocturnal calls." "Wow, is this truly a cricket?" "Sister Wei, you possess so much knowledge." "Indeed, I have spent time in the countryside," Zhao Zhuwei said with a hint of pride. Yang Feng, listening nearby, shook his head and remarked, "You are absolutely correct. Crickets are indeed as you described. However, the creature you are holding, if I am not mistaken, appears to be a rather ordinary stink bug. Perhaps you should smell your hand." Yang Feng sighed. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiyue skeptically brought her hand to her nose. Ugh! A pungent odor assaulted her senses. She promptly discarded the stink bug and rushed to the sink to cleanse her hands. Zhao Zhuwei's face flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "That was unexpected. It must have been a mere coincidence. All right, you two should not linger outside any longer. My mother has prepared your beds. So do take a look and see if anything is amiss." Yang Feng shook his head in resignation. Zhao Zhuwei, feeling defeated in her attempt to impress, trudged upstairs with Chen Jiyue. Just as Yang Feng was about to follow them upstairs, he was halted by Hu Fengying. Even Yang Antian was watching him closely. Observing the expressions on his parents' faces, Yang Feng felt a sense of helplessness and asked, "Mom, Dad, what is it that troubles you? Son, please tell me honestly. Which of these two is my daughter-in-law? What on earth?" Yang Feng stumbled as he grasped the staircase railing, exclaiming in exasperation, "What are you two imagining? I already told you they merely passed by here. They're heading to Baishui City the day after tomorrow." "Really? Of course it's true. You two should refrain from speaking recklessly." Yang Feng cautioned them. Yang Antian sighed, responding, "See, I told you there was nothing to it. We must wait for our daughter-in-law a bit longer. Alas, raising a son seems in vain." Hu Fengying echoed the sentiment with a sigh. One of them headed outside, while the other retreated to the kitchen, both exuding a palpable disdain. Yang Feng was equally perplexed, wondering how their attitudes had shifted so dramatically, as if they nearly disowned him as their son. However, he had no time to dwell on such matters. He needed to prepare the investment materials for the inspection by Secretary Chen the following day. The night passed swiftly. The next morning, Yang Feng awoke late. Upon rising, he discovered that Zhao Zhuwei and the others were already up and had enjoyed a meal. Today, Yang Xiaolan had taken a day off to show them around the vicinity. Not only was she well acquainted with the local area, but as a police officer, she would ensure they encountered no trouble. After arranging for their outing, Yang Feng felt a sense of relief. However, around 1 in the afternoon, his phone rang. It was a call from Hao Shanqing. "Mr. Yang, Secretary Chen has arrived and will be heading to your home shortly." The news startled Yang Feng. Hadn't they planned to inspect together? If he were to come to Yang Feng's home, it would inevitably stir up quite a commotion in the village. At this moment, guests were already arriving, and Yang Feng, feeling helpless, could only respond, "I understand. I'll prepare some tea." All right. Hao Shanqing concluded the call. Yang Feng stood up and turned to his father, Yang Antian, saying, "Dad, where is our tea? It's in the cabinet over there. Do you have guests coming? Secretary Chen from the county will arrive shortly." "Oh, then Yang Antian's expression suddenly changed, causing him to fumble with his cigarette, while Hu Fengying in the kitchen paused her work. Chapter 86. Initial investment of 40 million. The highest-ranking official they had ever encountered was merely the head of the local police station. Even Hao Shanqing from the town was only met a couple of days ago when he visited Yang Feng. Yet, they could never have imagined that one day a county secretary would come to their home. Yang Feng chuckled. "There's no need for you to be so anxious. He is likely just here to discuss some matters with me." "Son, have you gotten into some trouble? Why is the secretary really coming?" Hu Fengying looked worried. Yang Antian shot her a disapproving glance and said, "Don't speak nonsense. If it were a serious issue, the secretary wouldn't come personally. He must be here to discuss business with our son, right? Dad, he just wants to talk about attracting some investment to the county, so he has meeting with me. It's not a business deal," Yang Feng replied helplessly. Nevertheless, upon hearing that Secretary Chen was coming, they hurried to tidy the house, fearing that their home might appear too disorganized. In reality, their home had always been quite orderly. Before long, the sound of vehicles resonated outside the door. Subsequently, 2 black cars came to a halt at the entrance. From the first vehicle emerged a middle-aged man. Donned in a washed-out white short-sleeved shirt and wearing spectacles, he was Qin Shi, the county official. Accompanying him was but a single secretary, a young man in his 20s. The others disembarking from the cars were Hao Shanqing and members of the town council. At this moment, Yang Feng and his companions approached the doorway. Upon spotting Yang Feng, Qin Shi erupted into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "You must be Mr. Yang. Haha, I have heard your name so often these past few days. And today I finally have the pleasure of meeting you in person. I just happened to return for a brief visit and unexpectedly encountered a bit of trouble, but fortunately, Secretary Chen and Secretary Hao lent their assistance," Yang Feng replied modestly. At this juncture, Hu Fengying and his wife appeared quite anxious. Qin Shi seemed to notice their unease and reassured them with a smile. "There is no need for you to be nervous, dear elders. I merely came to pay a visit to Mr. Yang, and, incidentally, I am here to conduct some inquiries. So I thought I would stop by for a cup of tea first. Indeed, we have prepared tea for you long ago, Secretary. Please, come in and take a seat." Yang and Tian hastily responded. Qin Shi exuded a personable charm. In fact, he had garnered quite a good reputation locally. Although he had only been in the area for just over a year, he had genuinely endeavored to stimulate the economy. Previously, he had successfully attracted an investor who established a significant horticultural cultivation base in the region, alongside several smaller investments. which had contributed to an increase in local employment and wages. Yang Feng had also heard accounts regarding Chen Qi from those who had conducted prior assessments. The group settled around the tea table. At this moment, in the courtyard outside, having heard the news of Secretary Chen's visit to Yang Feng's home, many villagers gathered, eager to catch a glimpse. After a considerable while, Chen Qi inquired, "By the way, Xiao Feng, what are your main investment plans upon your return? If you encounter any difficulties or troubles, please do not hesitate to speak up." He had invested considerable thought into this investment, knowing that for a county, securing several tens of millions in funding constituted a significant sum. Furthermore, given Yang Feng's unique status, it would undoubtedly stimulate the regional economy. Yang Feng, being forthright, surveyed the multitude of villagers outside and smiled as he expressed, "I aim to promote several characteristics of Dongha Town as tourist attractions, and I intend to acquire some mountains and fields to transform them into a tourist area." He elaborated on many plans he had meticulously prepared. Ever since acquiring this keen insight, Yang Feng not only possessed a clear mind, but also had an exceptional memory and an innate ability to grasp the essence of things. Consequently, during these leisurely days, he frequently engaged with topics related to investment and development, which he now applied. Upon listening, Chen Qi nodded in agreement. Yang Feng added, "I hope that in the future, this place can thrive even more. What is your initial investment plan?" Chen Qi asked. "I have already instructed the actuarial firm and the assessors to prepare. The preliminary investment will be approximately 40 million. 40 million? Chen Qi was genuinely taken aback. This was indeed a substantial amount. Many people might lack a clear understanding of money, often believing that there are numerous internet tycoons. In reality, those who can casually withdraw tens of millions in cash are indeed few and far between, especially when it comes to investing in a town. Such a grand investment prompted Chen Qi to nod repeatedly, exclaiming, "Wonderful! If that is truly the case, I must express my gratitude on behalf of the citizens of Dongha Town." As he spoke, Chen Qi glanced at Yang Feng, appearing somewhat hesitant before finally inquiring with a hint of caution, "Xiao Feng, I have heard something else, though I am unsure of its veracity." "What is it? Are you acquainted with General Lin?" Chen Qi asked. The so-called General Lin referred to a member of the Lin family from Jiangxing. Yang Feng was uncertain of the specific individual Chen Qi had in mind, but he understood the underlying implication and replied straightforwardly, "I am not particularly close to them. It is unlikely I could secure their investment." "Oh, Xiao Feng, you are being too modest. Were those two inspectors not summoned by you at General Lin's behest? Moreover, during my time in Jiangcheng, I encountered members of the Lin family myself." Chen Qi had been transferred from another region, and prior to that, he had served in Jiangxing. It was precisely this experience that allowed him to grasp the Lin family's stature and financial prowess in the city. Yang Feng, feeling slightly helpless, responded, "I know the Lin family to some extent, but we are not particularly familiar. It is merely a matter of coincidence." "Really?" "Indeed," Yang Feng replied candidly. Seeing Yang Feng's sincerity, Chen Qi felt a flicker of doubt within him. Just then, two cheerful voices echoed from outside. "Yang Feng, we are back." It was Zhao Zhui's voice. Several individuals entered from outside. Observing the throngs of people outside, Yang Feng remained at home, savoring his tea. Zhao Zhui found this somewhat curious. Yet she suggested, "Since we have guests at home, let us take a stroll outside for a while." With that, she prepared to pull Chen Jiyue along for another outing. However, at that moment, Chen Qi expressed his bewilderment, saying, "Hey, these two appear remarkably familiar." "Familiar?" Zhao Zhui halted her steps. She cast a puzzled glance at Chen Qi, also feeling a sense of recognition, yet unable to pinpoint where she had seen them before. After deep contemplation, Chen Qi suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "You are Zhao Guofeng's daughter." "Indeed, that is I. You truly have met me before," Zhao Zhui replied, uncertain of the individual before her. Chen Qi quickly stood up, saying, "Of course, I remember. Just 2 years ago, I was working at the Development Zone Management Committee in Jiangxing, and you visited with your father to assess the investment environment." A realization dawned on Zhao Zhui, and she sheepishly responded, "Ah, you must be Secretary Chen. I apologize for not recognizing you earlier." "Not at all. It's quite the surprise to encounter you here," Chen Qi remarked with a hint of nostalgia, glancing at Yang Feng. "So, do you two know each other?" he inquired tentatively. Zhao Zhui flashed a smile, replying, "We are here for leisure, and we happen to be temporarily residing here." "I see," Chen Qi acknowledged. Turning his attention to Chen Jiyue, who had remained silent, seemingly reluctant to engage with him, she whispered, "Sister Wei, Perhaps we should not disturb them while they discuss important matters. Let's take a look at the mountain across the way. Very well, then, Secretary Chun. We shall take our leave. Please continue your conversation. With that, Zhao Zhuwei and her companion departed. As he watched them exit, Qin Shi felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, he was taken aback by the sudden influx of wealthy individuals to Donghe town. Qin Shi realized that this was undoubtedly due to Yang Feng. That fellow was quite cunning, claiming to have no connections in Jiangqing. Yet here he was, having brought the cherished daughter of Zhao Guofeng into his home. Unbeknownst to Yang Feng, as he continued speaking, Qin Shi silently harbored grievances against him. Secretary Chun, I will conclude my discussion regarding my investment here, though there are numerous details that will require further refinement. I understand, Qin Shi replied. Later, I shall go admire the verdant hills and clear waters of Donghe town. If you are free, would you care to join me? As he spoke, he added with a smile, as long as the areas you wish to develop fall within legal boundaries, I will extend my utmost support. His candid demeanor genuinely astonished the villagers listening outside. In ancient times, he would have been akin to a county magistrate, yet here he was, engaging in light-hearted banter with Yang Feng, seemingly eager to curry favor with him. They had never witnessed such grandeur in their village before. In an instant, their gazes towards Yang Feng transformed into one of reverence. After bidding farewell to the villagers, Qin Shi led Yang Feng away. At that moment, the villagers surged into their homes, leaving Yang and Tian and Hu Fenging utterly bewildered by the scene they had just witnessed. Your little Feng has truly made a name for himself. Even the county secretary has come to visit. Can you imagine our village not soaring to new heights? Did you not just hear? Feng mentioned that he intends to invest in the village. I never expected such an exceptional talent to emerge from your family. Old Yang, you have not been very forthcoming. You kept this under wraps quite well. The villagers chimed in eagerly. Yang and Tian, feeling helpless, hurriedly invited everyone to sit and enjoy tea. Then explained, I only learned about this recently, and it is entirely Feng's own achievement. How can I interfere? Ah, old Yang, are you being modest? You were a teacher. After all, surely you must possess some unique educational methods. Indeed, the Yang family boasts not only Feng, but also a daughter studying at one of the best universities in the country. Their educational approach must surely differ from ours. Exactly. Old Yang, do share your secrets. With the national policy on three-child families now in effect, I need to keep pace with the government's initiatives. Yes, I am also planning to have a second child. A woman in her 40s exclaimed eagerly. The atmosphere was lively and animated. Meanwhile, Feng was accompanying Qin Shi in a nearby inspection. Little did he realize that his unintentional actions had sparked a rise in the village's birth rate. As night fell, the inspection concluded. Feng alighted from the vehicle at the village entrance, while Qin Shi stepped out and caught hold of Feng, lamenting about the county's poverty. Before departing, Qin Shi suddenly recalled something and inquired, by the way, Xiao Feng, the girl who was just with your friend, is her name Qin Jiyu, correct? Yes. They often spend time together. They are quite good friends, Yang Feng replied casually. A flicker of something unusual crossed Qin Shi's eyes, yet he simply said, I understand now. Thank you for accompanying me this far today. If anything arises, feel free to contact me on my private number. All right, Secretary Chun, goodbye. Yang Feng responded as he watched the vehicle drive away before making his way home. It was already past 7 in the evening. At home, the villagers had all returned to their respective abodes for dinner. Zhao Zhuwei and Qin Jiyu had brought back something from the mountains and were currently by the water basin in the courtyard. Yang Feng leaned in for a closer look and teased, Oh wow, you've really caught a cricket. If we catch another one, shall we have a cricket fight? Qin Jiyu's face lit up with anticipation. Upon seeing her, Yang Feng was reminded of Qin Chi's expression as he left, clearly having deduced something. Moreover, he had previously inquired about Qin Jiyu's identity, but Zhao Zhuwei seemed deliberately tight-lipped about it. This indicated that Qin Jiyu's background was indeed significant and possibly sensitive. Fortunately, Yang Feng was not one to pry. By the way, let us set off early tomorrow morning. We can go to Baishui City for a meal. I've heard their meatballs are quite famous. Yang Feng suggested to the two of them. Zhao Zhuwei immediately nodded enthusiastically, saying, Will you take me to buy some gambling stones then? You are not short of money at home, so why engage in this? You don't understand. This is my first pot of gold, Zhao Zhuwei retorted, raising her head with a sense of determination. Yang Feng, with an expression of resignation, turned back towards the room. As the night passed, Yang Feng enjoyed a restful sleep. Upon awakening the following day, he discovered that his doorstep was already teeming with people. These individuals had heard of the prodigy from Toyota Village and flocked to catch a glimpse and forge connections. Yang Feng finally comprehended the adage that fame attracts controversy, and he could only discreetly depart with Zhao Zhuwei in their car. As they traversed the winding mountain roads, they arrived at Baishui City. Across from them lay Baishui Square, the very location advertised for the upcoming Jewelry Expo. Baishui Square stood as a landmark of the city, surrounded by modern architecture. At this moment, crowds were seen streaming towards the square, including vendors laden with goods, eager to secure a spot for their stalls. The trio entered the square, where tents had already been erected. Inside these tents, white lines delineated various vendor spaces. For those merely wishing to browse, they could select decorative items from the stalls, which would not only attract foot traffic but also bolster the vendors' revenues. Meanwhile, within the nearby building, several prominent jewelry groups had established storefronts, alongside numerous temporary shops displaying first-hand merchandise transported from the mountain city. These items were intended for affluent buyers engaging in the gamble of stone selection. Today, Yang Feng's aim was to ascertain whether any of these first-hand offerings contained what he sought. Chapter 88. Why are you so good at pretending? Within the confines of the tent, vendors have proliferated throughout the entire square. A glance reveals an endless sea of humanity, filled with lively chatter. The merchants offer a diverse array of goods. Some have imported sand gold from Southeast Asia, while others peddle imitation jade. Additionally, there are those showcasing a cutting machine, demonstrating low-cost stone bedding using leftover materials or scraps. These vendors primarily focus on affordability, each item exquisitely crafted. Chen Jiyue and Zhao Zhuwei are captivated by everything, wandering curiously. Eventually, they settle beside a stone bedding stall, which is currently the most bustling. After all, the allure of stone bedding inherently draws crowds. However, Yang Feng, after a cursory glance, realizes there is nothing of value here and intends to move deeper inside. Yet, seeing Zhao Zhuwei and Chen Jiyue so engrossed, he concedes. You can stay here for now. I'll be inside, so come find me later. Got it, Zhao Zhuwei cheerfully replies. With that, Yang Feng strides inward. Inside the marketplace, the atmosphere is equally vibrant, with various signs hanging overhead. Among them, the most striking is a grand sign above a row of stone bedding shops, proclaiming, "Even the gods cannot discern the value of a mere inch of jade." This is likely part of the promotion for authentic goods sourced from the mountainous regions. Yang Feng navigates through the crowd and finds the busiest shop. Squeezing his way in, he finally beholds the scene within. The shop boasts over 100 square meters of space, with shelves and the floor adorned with stones of varying weights. At the entrance, several exquisite large stones were displayed, captivating the attention of connoisseurs. Yang Feng, observing the scene before him, was preparing to take a closer look. Just then, a voice filled with astonishment exclaimed, "Wow, Fengzi!" This unexpected voice made Yang Feng turn his head, and to his surprise, it was his childhood friend, Su Feiling. Yang Feng felt a surge of joy upon seeing him and asked, "What brings you here?" "I work in Baishui City. I came here today just to join in the excitement, but I truly did not expect to run into you here." "Are you planning to work in Baishui City as well?" Su Feiling replied, joyfully wrapping his arm around Yang Feng's shoulder. Yang Feng shook his head, saying, "I merely returned to my hometown. I heard there was a gemstone exhibition happening here, so I came to take a look." "Ah, I see. It seems you have an interest in stone gambling as well." Su Feiling chuckled. Yang Feng nodded and inquired, "What about you?" "I'm planning to try my luck with the stones soon. I noticed the cheapest one is only around 20,000. Su Feiling squinted his eyes and continued, "Fortunately, I've managed to earn some money running a small restaurant in Baishui City over the years, but the pressure of the mortgage is quite heavy. Perhaps today could be the day I achieve financial freedom." "You dreamer. Stone gambling is notorious for its losses. The odds are heavily against you," Yang Feng cautioned. However, Su Feiling was brimming with excitement, shaking his head as he replied, "You are mistaken. A master will be present in the shop today who can assist us in analyzing the surface of the stones." "Master?" "Yes, look at the sign over there," Su Feiling remarked to Yang Feng. Upon glancing at the sign, Yang Feng discovered that it contained information regarding the master. Lu Jinbao, immersed in the jade gambling industry for 40 years, has unearthed jade stones worth over $1 billion. He is renowned in the industry as the Diamond Hand, known for his precise analysis and judgment of stones. The introduction of this individual seemed to surpass even that of a celestial being. However, Yang Feng felt an odd familiarity with the name and said, "I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before." It seems you do pay attention to jade gambling after all. This person is quite famous in the industry. Su Feiling commented. How do you know? Yang Feng inquired. It's written on the sign, came the reply. Yang Feng felt somewhat helpless. This guy truly took others' promotions at face value. Yet, considering their relationship, Yang Feng added, I might pick a stone later. Care to join me? Huh. You two intend to choose alongside the master? I never put stock in such masters, Su Feiling chuckled. Oh, come on. You just don't believe in anything. He shook his head and warned, if you end up losing money, don't say I didn't warn you. This is a golden opportunity. He appeared completely captivated by the master. Just as the two were conversing, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Look, the diamond hand has arrived. Yes, that's him. Let us listen to what he has to say before making a purchase. The crowd was filled with anticipation for Lu Jibao. As Lu Jibao, a man in his 50s, entered the shop and felt the warmth of the crowd, he picked up the nearby microphone and smiled at everyone, saying, Greetings, everyone. I was just outside overseeing the final batch of stone materials, which is why I arrived late. His opening statement captivated the audience's utmost attention. Lu Jibao continued, All the stones in this shop have been meticulously selected by me during my time in the mountain city before being brought here. They represent the CR Me de la CR Me. Next, I shall share with you some valuable tips on selecting gambling stones. He seemed to be conducting a small seminar, and the attendees grew increasingly attentive. Clearing his throat, Lu Jibao began. The weathering layer of jadeite refers to the outer skin formed during the geological transport of jadeite through weathering processes. Characteristics such as the color, thickness, density, and luster of the weathering layer can reflect the quality of the jadeite's internal color, transparency, clarity, and structure. Additionally, phenomena related to the internal jadeite, such as mottling, veins, blemishes, and fog, may appear on the weathering layer. These occurrences can assist in determining whether the jadeite contains color, as well as the intensity and distribution of that color. Lu Jibao then delved into the origins of stone gambling, prompting nods of agreement from the audience as they listened intently to the master's deeper insights. However, amidst their focused attention, Yang Feng suddenly recalled who Lu Jibao was. Wasn't he the diamond dealer that Zhu Yun had brought to the auction for the gambling stones? The last time they had wagered against each other, Lu Jibao had swindled Zhu Yun out of 1 million. To his surprise, this fellow had come over here. Yang Feng felt a twinge of helplessness, but did not intentionally greet him. For Yang Feng, he merely wished to observe the quality of the stones in the shop. However, Su Feiling, who was nearby, was engrossed in the lecture, and when he turned around, he realized that Yang Feng seemed completely disengaged. What's wrong with you, Yang Feng? The master is speaking quite well. Shouldn't you be listening intently to select a fine stone later? Su Feiling tugged at him. It was only then that Yang Feng snapped back to attention and glanced at Lu Jibao, saying, You all carry on. I'll simply make my purchase later. Wow. After so many years, how have you become so pretentious? Su Feiling responded, somewhat speechless. It had been a long time since they last met, and he was bewildered by Yang Feng's demeanor. Chapter 89. Who is the true master of stone gambling? Yang Feng shrugged and replied, Your words sound utterly absurd. Do we really need to put on airs between us? I simply have no desire to listen to his nonsense. All right, this lucrative opportunity will be left for me then. Don't blame me if I find a good deal. Su Feiling proclaimed confidently. He believed that by attending the Master's lecture, he might just discover an exceptional stone. Yang Feng chose not to elaborate further. As Lu Jibao concluded his speech, the crowd surged into the gambling stone shop, which quickly became overcrowded. Yang Feng positioned himself in a corner and spotted a stone that caught his eye. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his gaze as he approached a display and inquired of the attendant, What is the price of this stone? This stone is priced at 2,000 per kilogram. Indeed, I shall take this. Yang Feng's eyes remained unblinking. However, just as he was about to make his selection, Su Feiling beside him interjected, saying, Buddy, that stone doesn't seem quite right. The master mentioned that green follows black, and the one you've chosen isn't particularly dark. The one next to it is far better. Pay no heed to his ramblings. In the realm of stone gambling, one must rely on one's own judgment. If we were to trust him, why wouldn't he simply unveil the stones and amass wealth himself? Yang Feng sighed, for Su's voice, though not loud, was perfectly audible in the bustling crowd. Who dared to challenge the diamond master? At that moment, the shopkeeper's displeasure surfaced. He deliberately raised his tone, seemingly intent on subjecting Su to the piercing gazes of the onlookers. As expected, upon the shopkeeper's utterance, the crowd turned their attention towards the source of the sound. Yang Feng's expression conveyed a hint of helplessness. At this critical juncture, Su Feilin cleared his throat and clarified, "What my friend meant was not the Diamond Master Lu, but rather myself. Please do not misunderstand." This young man displayed loyalty in such a moment. Yet, the shopkeeper scoffed coldly and retorted, "In my establishment, we have surveillance with audio recording. Do you think denying it will suffice?" Su Feilin was momentarily taken aback. The shopkeeper's voice escalated. "Do not presume that because Master Lu has temporarily stepped out, you can malign him from behind. This master has come here specifically for this occasion and will, in due time, select a fortunate individual from among us to assist in choosing the stones." His earlier words were merely a prelude to this statement. As anticipated, upon hearing this statement, everyone was instantly filled with excitement. Having a master of such caliber as Lu Jinbao select stones for them would undoubtedly be infinitely superior to making their own choices. Yang Feng was taken aback to discover that the store manager had used him as a stepping stone to attract business for their establishment. Thus, he could hardly blame himself for the situation. "Boss, you seem remarkably confident in Master Lu, don't you?" Yang Feng inquired with a smile. The manager, noticing Yang Feng's audacity to retort, replied haughtily, "Of course, Master Lu is highly esteemed in the gambling stone industry. How dare you make baseless comments? Comment on him. He is not even worthy of my commentary." Yang Feng's seemingly amused expression caused the onlookers to collectively gasp in astonishment. Where did this fellow come from? How can he be so audacious? Even the manager was incensed at this moment, declaring, "Kid, are you even part of the gambling stone community?" "Well, somewhat," Yang Feng replied. "Then how dare you show such disrespect towards Master Lu? Our store does not welcome you," the manager stated defiantly. "Fine, I won't buy anything. There are plenty of gambling stone shops in this market. One less does not make a difference." Yang Feng shook his head. Beside him, Su Feilin was surprised to see Yang Feng being thrown out and angrily remarked, "What a ridiculous store manager. What's wrong with someone expressing their opinion? I wasn't even keen on purchasing here anyway. Aren't you planning to make a fortune here?" Yang Feng asked, somewhat taken aback. Su Feilin grinned and replied, "Let us find another shop. It's best not to mention that absurd master." It was evident that Su Feilin aimed to support Yang Feng, assuring him that there were still those who stood by him. Yang Feng felt a twinge of emotion within him. At that moment, Lu Jinbao entered from outside. "Who dares to question me from behind?" Lu Jinbao's voice ignited a fervent atmosphere. Upon seeing his return, everyone knew they were in for an entertaining spectacle. Lu Jinbao, being a master in the field, was undoubtedly a man of pride. Furthermore, both he and Yang Feng were seasoned gamblers in the stone betting game, and it was certain that Lu Jinbao would show this newcomer a thing or two. However, strangely, Yang Feng maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of wanting to flee. It was only when Lu Jinbao reached the interior of the shop that the manager spoke up. "Master Lu, this young man just dared to claim that you lack professionalism. He seems to be a gambler as well. Humph. In this industry, few would dare to speak so brazenly about me. Turn around." Lu Jinbao bellowed. Yang Feng slowly turned, a faint smile gracing his face. In that instant, Lu Jinbao's previously furious expression froze in place. He stared blankly at Yang Feng, a wave of fearful memories flooding back to him. This was the very person who had once wagered against him, resulting in his loss of 1 million to Zhu Yun. Lu Jinbao had distanced himself from Jia Cheng, hoping never to encounter this individual again. Yet, who could have anticipated such a twist of fate? "Master Lu, are you all right?" the manager asked, observing Lu Jinbao's dazed state, attempting to rouse him. But Lu Jinbao remained as if paralyzed, struggling to find words to express himself. "What's the matter? Nothing to say?" Yang Feng inquired with a smile. It was then that Lu Jinbao snapped back to reality, feeling even more awkward, as he lowered his head and said, "Yang, Mr. Yang, I apologize." With a resounding cheer, the scene erupted into a fervor. Everyone was incredulous, gazing at the unfolding spectacle. Just moments ago, the distinguished Lu Jinbao now found himself apologizing to Yang Feng as if he were a mere grandson. What an extraordinary turn of events. Even Su Feilin, standing nearby, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether he was truly witnessing his childhood friend. Yang Feng, with a subtle smile, remarked, "Your discernment is commendable. However, it appears that this proprietor lacks integrity, seemingly intending to deceive you." His words undoubtedly provided Lu Jinbao with an avenue for retreat. Lu Jinbao promptly bowed his head, exclaiming, "I was unaware that Mr. Yang was present. I only returned upon the proprietor's summons. Shall I find another establishment?" "Please, Mr. Yang, do carry on." Lu Jinbao hastily cleared a path for Yang Feng. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, Yang Feng exited, calling back to Su Feilin, "Stop dawdling. Did you not mention needing to repay a mortgage? Let's secure you a fully paid property in Baishui City." Right. Of course. Su Feilin, now fully alert, hurried after Yang Feng, finally grasping the reality that a true magnate was, in fact, by his side. Chapter 90. A unique stone. This remarkable maneuver sent ripples through the row of gambling stone shops within the mall. All eyes were fixed on Yang Feng and Su Feilin as they entered another establishment. The moment they stepped inside, the previous shop felt the chill of abandonment. The shopkeeper stood in stunned silence, having initially intended to use Yang Feng as a stepping stone to draw crowds to his own shop. In the blink of an eye, the store had been left devoid of customers. Not entirely, however, the assistant manager remained by his side. As for the staff and Lu Jinbao, they had already departed for another establishment, eager to witness which stones Yang Feng would select. At that moment, wherever Yang Feng ventured, he captured the attention of all. The owner of the store, taken aback by this unexpected stroke of fortune, hastily approached, saying, "Esteemed master, might I inquire which stone has caught your eye?" Yang Feng, modestly replying, stated, "I am but an ordinary person, not a master. My assessments may not be entirely accurate." He then pointed to a hefty stone weighing 30 kilograms and asked, "What is the price of this stone?" 3,000 per kilogram, but if it pleases you, I can offer a discount at 2,500 per kilogram, the owner skillfully responded. Yang Feng chuckled at his eagerness and replied, "Let us stick with 3,000. I believe this stone weighs about 30 kilograms. Indeed, it is 31 kilograms, the owner quickly affirmed. Without hesitation, Yang Feng settled the payment and acquired the stone. As he lifted it, the owner eagerly added, "I can provide complimentary cutting services, esteemed master. What do you think?" "No need. I shall cut it myself when I return." Yang Feng waved dismissively. His words left the onlookers feeling disillusioned, even beginning to doubt his abilities. Could this young man truly possess any real skill? Was he too afraid to unveil the stone in public, fearing embarrassment? Little did they know, Yang Feng was concerned that unveiling the stone would incite envy and resentment among them. However, noticing Su Feilin beside him, he inquired, "How much have you prepared to spend on stones this time?" At this moment, Su Feilin found himself in a state of hesitation. Although he had earned a modest sum from running a restaurant, he could hardly consider himself wealthy, especially with looming loan obligations and familial pressures weighing upon him. After a moment's deliberation, he proposed, "How about around 20,000 yuan?" This amount represented the utmost he could risk as an ordinary individual. It was also a testament to his trust in Yang Feng. Otherwise, he would have restricted himself to smaller wagers. Observing that Su Feilin retained a degree of rationality, Yang Feng replied, "Very well, allow me to select one for you." As he spoke, Yang Feng's gaze fell upon a slightly smaller stone nearby. "Let us go with this one. How much do you sell this stone for, my friend?" The price for this particular stone was considerably lower, at merely 1,500 yuan per kilogram, totaling 12 kilograms. The owner relayed this information to Yang Feng. "Please proceed with the payment," Yang Feng suggested to Su Feilin. In this moment, Su Feilin felt a twinge of doubt regarding the wisdom of gambling on stones. Yet, Yang Feng did not press him, stating, "If you prefer not to proceed, you may take your time to consider before making a decision." "It's fine. I'll take it," Su Feilin said through gritted teeth, promptly handing over nearly 20,000 yuan. The owner, delighted, swiftly assisted him in retrieving the stone. As Su Feilin held the stone, his heart raced with uncertainty. Not only was he apprehensive, but the onlookers shared in his tension, sensing that he was not a wealthy man. Would Yang Feng truly lead him astray? At that moment, the owner turned to him and inquired, "Would you like to cut it here on the spot?" "Well, I assume you do not possess the machinery for cutting this, otherwise we could have done it right here. Who knows, it might even be sold on the spot," Yang Feng remarked. "Indeed, if something valuable is revealed, I can take responsibility for the purchase," the owner quickly added. Upon hearing this, Su Feilin responded, "Well, I will defer to my friend's judgment." His hesitation stemmed from the fear that if nothing of worth was discovered, it would embarrass Yang Feng. However, Yang Feng was unfazed and instructed the owner, "Proceed." "Very well." The owner readily complied, gesturing to his assistant. The assistant promptly moved the stone towards the cutting machine. As the moment of cutting arrived, a palpable sense of anticipation enveloped the crowd. They were eager to witness what this individual, who was hesitant to cut his own stone, would select for his friend. At that moment, even Lu Jinbao, who stood nearby, felt a surge of nervousness. He harbored a flicker of hope that the stone chosen by Yang Feng would indeed fail to impress, allowing him to salvage some dignity. As the sound of the cutting machine resonated, everyone held their breath, their hearts racing. Particularly for Su Feilin, who clenched his fist in anxiety. This decisive cut would determine whether his hard-earned money would be squandered. It represented 2 months of his income. Su Feilin tightly shut his eyes, gripping his fists, unable to bear witnessing the cutting process. Suddenly, a cry of astonishment erupted from the owner. "It's green, green." His exhilaration allowed everyone to discern the quality of the stone. It was a vibrant green, indicative of a mid to high grade quality at first glance. As the final cut was made, the entire surface was revealed, and the onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. This was indeed ice-grade material. The value of this single slice was already worth over $1 million. No one had anticipated that such a decisive cut would yield such a tangible outcome, and at that, a value close to $1 million. At that moment, Lu Jinbao was utterly dumbfounded. He felt utterly defeated. The knowledge he had painstakingly acquired over the years seemed trivial in the presence of Yang Feng. Su Feilin's hands trembled at this juncture. He glanced at Yang Feng and hurriedly asked, "Should I make another cut?" "A cut on the backside would suffice, after which it could be sold." Absolutely. Su Feilin had completely lost his capacity for rational thought. Whatever Yang Feng suggested was to be followed without question. Thus, another incision commenced on the reverse side. This surface, too, was ice-grade, albeit not as vividly green as the previous side. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to elevate the stone's value to at least $2 million. Among the gathered crowd, those knowledgeable in the field began to estimate the price, and an uproar ensued. Even Su Feilin was taken aback. He had never encountered $2 million in cash throughout his life. "Let us sell it," Yang Feng stated, prompting Su Feilin to regain his composure. Overwhelmed with excitement, he embraced Yang Feng tightly, nearly leaping to the ceiling in jubilation. Observing Su Feilin's exuberance, Yang Feng felt a hint of exasperation. After extricating himself from the embrace, he instinctively glanced around. However, at that moment, his gaze was drawn to a corner where a remarkably small stone rested. Yang Feng regarded the stone, which weighed less than 3 kilograms, with a sense of curiosity. However, this time, it was not merely the quality of the stone that captivated him, but rather the fact that Yang Feng discerned something he had never encountered before within its depths. Chapter 91. The strange green spirit energy this is. Yang Feng felt a surge of excitement. Through the stone, he beheld a wisp of green spirit energy, coalescing into the shape of a small sapling. Within it, he perceived an exuberance of life. This was undoubtedly not an ordinary spirit energy. Yang Feng feigned calmness and inquired of the proprietor, "How much do you sell this stone for?" "This is merely waste material. I intended to use it as a support." "Master, why do you ask?" The owner was perplexed by Yang Feng's inquiry. Yang Feng chuckled and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly remembered that I ought to take a small stone back with me, so I wanted to ask. If the master desires it, there is no need for formality. I shall gift it to you." The owner was quite generous. Yang Feng did not hesitate, for aside from the green spirit energy within, the stone indeed appeared as mere refuse to the untrained eye. Having acquired 2 stones, he noticed Su Feilin beside him, who had just sold a stone he had recently opened for $1 million. To Yang Feng, this might not seem particularly significant, but for Su Feilin, even as the funds entered his account, he wore an expression of disbelief. He had never imagined that he would one day earn such a substantial sum. When he finally regained his composure, he realized that Yang Feng had already made his way toward the exit. He hurriedly caught up with him. The two arrived at a relatively spacious area in the shopping mall. Su Feilin then spoke. "Yang Feng, wait a moment. What is the matter with you?" Su Feilin's expression was somewhat conflicted, but he ultimately said, "Let us split this money evenly." He made this suggestion despite his limited education, having left school after middle school to work. Nevertheless, he understood the principle of fairness. This money was earned with Yang Feng's assistance, and he could not possibly keep it all for himself. Yang Feng looked at him, reminiscent of his former self. "No need for that. You keep the money. If you can pay off your mortgage and still have some left, take your wife and child out for a nice meal. I couldn't attend your wedding because I was working overtime, so consider this a compensation." Yang Feng smiled. Su Feilin scratched his head and replied, "That seems a bit excessive. And, all right, when did you become so fussy?" Yang Feng feigned displeasure. Seeing that Yang Feng was upset, Su Feilin quickly suggested, "How about I treat you to a meal then?" "That sounds good. Aren't you the one running a restaurant?" Let us just go to your place. Perfect. I'll show you my house and my daughter. I remember she was born last year, right? Indeed, she'll be nearly a year old this year, Su Feilin said, then noticed Yang Feng's solitary demeanor and inquired, Yang Feng, you aren't you married yet? What kind of question is that? If I were married, wouldn't I let you know? Yang Feng shot him a glance. Su Feilin scratched his head and chuckled, that's true. What about your significant other? She broke up with me, Yang Feng replied. What? Su Feilin was genuinely taken aback. He had heard that Yang Feng was in a relationship, but never anticipated it had already come to an end. Just as he was speaking, a girl's voice echoed from nearby. Yang Feng, we're back. Zhao Zhuwei and Chun Jiwa rushed in, each carrying a recently opened gambling stone. Su Feilin, upon seeing them, looked bewilderedly at Yang Feng and inquired, are these two your friends? Yes, they happened to be near Dongha town, so they came along, Yang Feng introduced them. After they became acquainted, Zhao Zhuwei proudly displayed the stone she held, exclaiming, look, look, this is the gambling stone I just picked, and I made over 3,000 yuan. Her exuberant demeanor awaited Yang Feng's praise. Having already discerned her intentions, Yang Feng asked, how many stones did you open before you found this jade? Zhao Zhuwei's expression stiffened, and then she pouted in frustration, at least you could compliment me. Sister Wei, he seems to look down on us, Chen Jiyue remarked. Seemingly catching Yang Feng's drift, Yang Feng shrugged, saying, this little trinket you both won? I really can't muster any praise. By the way, just now, Brother Feng helped me open a stone, Su Feilin interjected, scratching his head. Oh, how much did you earn? Zhao Zhuwei looked at him suspiciously. Over 2 million. What? In a moment of excitement, Zhao Zhuwei dropped the stone, causing it to shatter the floor tiles beneath. Oh no, I've just lost the 3,000 I earned. Yang Feng remarked playfully. Zhao Zhuwei was instantly distraught. With a furious glare directed at Yang Feng, she insisted, you must help me choose another one. It's all your fault for making me fumble. You should take responsibility. It was clearly your own misjudgment, he countered. I don't care. You have to assist me in selecting one, she retorted, her gaze calculating. Oh, and we need to consider Xia too. Reluctantly, Yang Feng acquiesced. In truth, there were numerous stone gambling shops in the vicinity. The finest stone from the previous shop had already been claimed by Yang Feng, as he led them to another establishment. He himself chose a sizable stone once more. Together, the two stones weighed nearly 100 kilograms. Little did anyone know that the combined worth of these stones exceeded several million. Yet, Yang Feng had no intention of keeping them for himself. Instead, he planned to take them back to Jiangcheng, blending them with other stones in his company to avoid drawing attention. What truly occupied Yang Feng's thoughts, however, was the small stone from earlier and the mysteries it contained. This was the first time he had encountered such peculiarities within a stone. He surmised that it might be linked to the eye technique he had learned, known as rejuvenation. Now, he could perceive certain extraordinary elements, such as the vibrant green aura within the gambling stone. The vitality radiating from this aura led Yang Feng to believe that any plant it touched could potentially flourish anew. He had already begun to fathom the stone's potential. However, at present, they were still in Baishui City, so he did not feel rushed. Yang Feng and his companions arrived at Su Feilin's home, where they enjoyed a meal together. As evening approached, the group prepared to depart. The Su family escorted Yang Feng to the entrance of the community. Yang Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, patted Su Feilin on the shoulder and inquired, so, do you plan to continue running a restaurant here? With a touch of resignation, Su Feilin smiled broadly, glancing at his wife and the child in his arms, and replied, well, I am quite content with your help this time. I really have no skills. If I were to go there, I would only be a burden to you. I've made up my mind to travel with my wife once we finish paying off the mortgage. All right, I wish you success. And when you finally decide to marry, do send me an invitation, Yang Feng responded. Su Feilin grinned, his gaze shifting towards Zhao Zhuwei, who was engaged in a hushed conversation with Chen Jiyue. Suddenly aware of being watched, she turned around, her expression one of confusion. Never mind, it's nothing. Farewell, Su Feilin waved. Yang Feng nodded and got into his car, heading back to Dongha town. With the evening still young, he intended to return home and open that small stone to discover what the green aura within truly was. Chapter 92. Cultivating the most delicious fruits at that moment, Zhao Zhuwei remained unaware of Yang Feng's intentions. With a cheerful expression, she asked, by the way, Yang Feng, when do you plan to return to Jiangcheng? I estimate it will take some time, at least 2 or 3 days. How about you? Just now, a call came from Xiao Yu's home, urging her to return early, so we shall depart tomorrow. Zhao Zhuwei feels a tinge of reluctance. Even Chun Jiue remarked, "This countryside is truly quite delightful. It is a pity that many areas remain underdeveloped. You should invest here swiftly, for when we next visit, we will undoubtedly witness splendid scenery." She appears to be more invested than Yang Feng. Yang Feng chuckled and said, "I understand. I will ask my mother to prepare some delicacies for you tonight as a farewell." The group chatted merrily as they made their way home. By the time they arrived, it was already past 7 in the evening. Yang Antian, upon seeing Yang Feng return, eagerly exclaimed, "Xiao Feng, do you know the village has encountered a grave incident? The Ma family has been taken away. They had always engaged in nefarious deeds, so their capture is rather expected. Does this matter concern you in any way?" "This is a matter pertaining to Secretary Hao. It is not my place to meddle." Yang Feng waved his hand dismissively and said, "Let us not dwell on that, father. I recall that we have a few plum trees. Are they still there?" "They are situated at the foot of the back mountain." "Why the sudden desire for plums?" "Those trees hardly bear fruit anymore," Yang Antian replied. Yang Feng picked up the stone he had brought back and said, "I wish to go see the plum trees." "What is there to see at the plum trees?" "You. Yang Antian attempted to say more to Yang Feng, but noticed he had hurriedly exited. At this moment, Yang Feng contemplated what might emerge from the stone. As he reached the foot of the mountain, it was already past 7 in the evening. Fortunately, the moon was exceptionally bright this night. Upon arriving at the base of the hill, he found himself beside a plot of land belonging to his family. Adjacent to this field, on the hillside, stood 5 plum trees. Yang Feng recalled that these trees had been planted in the year his younger sister turned 1. Now, Yang Shaoshi was already 18 years old. The typical lifespan of a plum tree is around 20 years, yet they often cease to bear fruit after 15. This particular tree was also on the path to withering. Yang Feng crouched beneath the plum tree and placed the stone down. A glint of determination appeared in his eyes as he swiftly brought his hand down like a blade. With a resounding crack, the stone split apart. The feat of shattering the boulder with his bare hands made Yang Feng feel as though he could sustain himself through sheer artistry. However, at that moment, the interior of the stone began to tremble gently. A jolt of surprise coursed through Yang Feng as he focused on the fissured surface of the stone. Indeed, there was something. Excitement flickered in his gaze as he observed a unique green aura emanating from within the stone. He attempted to absorb it, only to realize that this energy did not belong to him. Soon, he noticed that this energy began to attach itself to the surrounding plum trees. A creaking sound emerged from the trees. Yang Feng lifted his gaze towards the branches, and in that instant, disbelief washed over his features. The plum trees were visibly rejuvenating at an astonishing rate. Moments later, Yang Feng beheld the astonishing sight of withered leaves reversing their decay. Even more alarming was the appearance of several plump, large plums on the branches. This revelation took Yang Feng by surprise. He had anticipated that this phenomenon would merely possess a rejuvenating effect. However, he could never have imagined it to be this formidable. Gazing at the sizable plums, each nearly the size of a fist, one might mistake them for green jujubes. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Feng plucked one from the tree and took a bite. The sensation was unprecedented, a refreshing coolness, succulent flesh, and a perfectly balanced sweetness, akin to the exhilarating first sip of soda on the hottest summer day. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Observing the trees, he could still perceive a faint aura of spiritual energy. This must be the divine tree. To his astonishment, the spiritual energy on the branch he had taken did not dissipate. If this were the case, could it be transplanted? A bold notion ignited within him. What if these fruit trees were cultivated as an industry for the town? Soon, Dongga Town's fruits would surely gain worldwide renown. Excitement surged through him as he plucked another fruit, even sweeter than the last. This was undoubtedly the finest fruit in the world. At that moment, Zhao Zhuwei and Qin Jiue approached him from a distance. "Hey, Yang Feng, what brings you over here?" They chimed, skipping along the path to join him. Yang Feng broke into a smile and remarked, "I came to inspect this tree. It has borne fruit." "What a magnificent jujube tree!" Zhao Zhuwei exclaimed with astonishment. However, at that moment, Qin Jiue discerned the truth and said, "Sister Wei, this appears to be a plum tree." "A plum tree? How could that be? Where would you find plums of such size?" Zhao Zhuwei expressed her skepticism. She plucked one, wiped it clean, and took a bite. The delightful sensation of exquisite flavor surged through her, reaching the very essence of her being. Indeed, it's a plum, and it's astonishingly delicious. Zhao Zhuwei could hardly believe it. Although she had tasted plums before, this was clearly beyond her previous experience. Chen Jiyue also took a bite and remarked, "This truly differs from ordinary plums. What variety is this?" "It's just a regular plum, but our local climate is favorable, which makes them distinct from yours." "Wow, the difference is staggering." After finishing, Zhao Zhuwei found it hard to accept that what she had just eaten was a plum. Yang Feng chuckled and said, "I have already made plans to lease a plot of land in the village and transform it into a plum orchard dedicated solely to cultivating these. It is bound to be a success." Zhao Zhuwei thought without hesitation, as the taste and sweetness of the fruit perfectly matched her fantasies about fruit. Yang Feng's spirits were also lifted. He had finally identified the most suitable industry for the village. Not only could it stimulate tourism, but it would also enhance the reputation of Dongha Town. When the group returned home, Zhao Zhuwei had collected a generous handful of plums. When the fruits were distributed to Yang Antian and Hu Fengying, both were taken aback with astonishment. They had never realized that the plums from their own tree could be so delectable. Just as Yang Feng was about to offer an explanation to brush it off, the phone rang at that moment. Upon seeing the caller, a hint of joy spread across his face as he stepped into the courtyard to answer, saying, "What prompted you to call me?" Chapter 93. Zhao Zhuwei became jealous. "I just finished my work and remembered you, so I thought I'd give you a call." Lin Shui replied, her tone as frosty as ever. She continued, "How have your investment discussions been since you returned to your hometown?" "Everything is proceeding smoothly, and just now, I discovered a principal method of industry." "What is it?" "Planting plum trees." "Ah?" Lin Shui's voice was filled with astonishment. Yang Feng knew this would require some explanation. So he chuckled, "You'll understand once I return to Jiangsheng and bring you some plums." "Oh, do you still remember that factory I mentioned before?" "Of course. How could I forget? That's why I'm eagerly waiting for you to confirm." Yang Feng felt a surge of happiness at this. He recalled Lin Shui had mentioned that her company was looking for a site to establish a new factory, needing lower labor costs. If this project came to fruition, it could provide hundreds, if not thousands, of jobs in the area, which was immensely promising. Meanwhile, at home, Zhao Zhuwei, having just finished her meal, noticed Yang Feng chatting merrily outside and curiously approached the door. She listened to Yang Feng speak, his tone softer than ever before, radiating a joy akin to that of a meeting with the Secretary-General of the United Nations. Zhao Zhuwei attentively listened, detecting a woman's voice on the line, a voice that was quite melodious, yet she could not discern their conversation. Gradually, her expression shifted to one of displeasure. After a few minutes, Yang Feng ended the call. As he turned around, he caught sight of Zhao Zhuwei standing behind him, her gaze filled with suspicion, revealing her discontent and calculation. "What's wrong? Have you eaten too many plums?" Yang Feng inquired, puzzled. Zhao Zhuwei, her cheeks puffed in discontent, retorted, "Who were you speaking to just now?" "A friend of mine." He replied, "A woman, I presume?" "Ah, is there a problem with that?" Yang Feng responded, bewildered by her implication. Zhao Zhuwei shot him a glare, then suddenly pointed outside, exclaiming, "Look, a UFO." "What?" Yang Feng turned to look. In that instant, Zhao Zhuwei unexpectedly stepped on his foot. "Ouch!" He gasped in surprise. Once he regained his senses, he noticed that Zhao Zhuwei had already huffed and turned to head back home. "What is going on? Is she irked from eating too many plums?" Yang Feng scratched his head, unable to comprehend the girl's thought process. However, knowing Zhao Zhuwei's tendency to act on impulse, he dismissed it and continued with his routine. After taking a shower, he sat at his computer, discussing the situation in town with Lin Shui, elaborating on the potential for investment and job creation in the area. Indeed, Lin Shui was aware that investing in a factory in a town would undoubtedly present challenges. However, her trust in Yang Feng was unwavering. She believed that if Yang Feng could genuinely invigorate the local economy, she would reap substantial profits from the factory. Their conversation extended deep into the night, leaving Yang Feng so exhilarated that he found it difficult to sleep, as though he could already envision the prosperity of Dongha Town that he was about to create. As dawn broke, Zhao Zhuwei appeared to still harbor some irritation, her gaze towards Yang Feng imbued with discontent. Yang Feng was perplexed, uncertain of what had displeased her. In an effort to appease her, he personally harvested over 10 kilograms of plums from a tree, carefully packed them in a foam box with ice, and placed them in Zhao Zhuwei's vehicle. He then accompanied her to the town's entrance, where the car finally came to a halt by the roadside. Zhao Zhuwei glared at Yang Feng and asked, "When will you return to Jiangxing?" "I should be back the day after tomorrow." "Today?" I plan to visit a few more places and discuss the leasing of farmland with the villagers, he replied candidly. However, he then added with curiosity, if you genuinely wish to stay a few more days, why not? You could return with me when the time comes. Not a chance. Humph, Zhao Zhuwei retorted coldly. Seeing her vexed demeanor, Yang Feng could only respond, very well, I will reach out to you once I return to Jiangqing. With that, Zhao Zhuwei rolled up her car window and drove towards Jiangqing. Watching the vehicle fade into the distance, Yang Feng felt a sense of resignation as he turned back towards the village. Meanwhile, in the passenger seat, Chun Jiyue, intrigued, inquired, Sister Wei, did you have a quarrel with him? As I observed you yesterday while you slumbered, you appeared rather irate. Did I? You presently seem quite upset. Did you notice? He was joyfully conversing with a young lady yesterday. Who knows how far that might have progressed? That indecisive scoundrel, vacillating between hot pot and a basin. Zhao Zhuwei remarked, gripping the steering wheel with increasing intensity. Chun Jiyue, bewildered, finally muttered, could it be that you are feeling jealous? Jealous? Who claimed I am jealous? Speak again. I shall refrain from further comment. Chun Jiyue, feeling quite aggrieved, murmured, in truth, I find Yang Feng to be rather peculiar. There might be some extraordinary identity lurking behind him. Sister Wei, you ought to exercise caution. Do not utter that name in my presence. Oh, Chun Jiyue softly acquiesced. Meanwhile, on the other side, Achu, Yang Feng sneezed, muttering to himself whether someone was maligning him from behind. Never mind, let me attend to my affairs. Yang Feng conversed with himself. His preliminary plan was to return to Baishui City to seek out any similar stones. Subsequently, he aimed to undertake extensive leasing of the village's farmland, transforming a significant portion into orchards. In a couple of years, once the fruits matured, not only could it be opened for visitors to pick, but it would also yield substantial revenue. The remaining land would be converted into fields of rapeseed and other picturesque landscapes. As for the scenic facilities on the mountain, they would require considerable investment. Fortunately, there was enough capital at hand. Yang Feng believed that if the initial endeavor of cultivating plums succeeded, it would undoubtedly generate excellent publicity. Moreover, it appears that Yang Feng's fortunes have indeed taken a favorable turn. Upon his return to Baishui City to continue participating in the exposition, he unexpectedly discovered another stone imbued with that enchanting green aura. Upon arriving home, Yang Feng purchased over a dozen robust plum trees, nurturing them with the verdant energy. Subsequently, he employed these nearly 20 plum trees as progenitors and enlisted assistants to cultivate the entire orchard. By the time he completed these tasks in the countryside, 3 days had elapsed. Yang Feng returned to the city today. Although there were still matters left unfinished, he had enlisted the help of Yang Chaolon and others, alleviating the need for his constant supervision. Yesterday, he received a call from Yu Jiantao, inquiring whether he would be in Jiangqing, as a class reunion was scheduled for the evening. Thus, Yang Feng drove back to the city in the morning. By the time he arrived in Jiangqing, it was already past 6 in the evening. Since the event was merely a reunion, Yang Feng did not make a concerted effort to dress up. He had been working in the fields that morning, and his clothes bore traces of yellow mud. However, he had no time to change before heading to the event. After parking his car, as he stepped out, he fortuitously encountered an old classmate, Zhou Changming. Oh, is that not Yang Feng? Zhou Changming exclaimed with surprise. Chapter 94. The atmosphere at the class reunion having been called out, Yang Feng turned around to see Zhou Changming and greeted him. Old Zhou, you're here too. Of course, I attend every year. However, you've been quite low-key these past few years. I thought you had vanished into thin air, Zhou Changming teased. Yang Feng, with a hint of resignation, replied, I've just been too busy these years, working the daily grind. When would I have time to participate in such gatherings? Moreover, I was unaware during the previous 2 instances, and this time it was Yu Jiantao who brought me along. Haha, splendid. Let us proceed to the private room on the 2nd floor together. Zhou Changming led Yang Feng inside. His gaze fell upon Yang Feng's cuff, and he inquired with curiosity, where have you been just now? Your short sleeves are covered in yellow mud. I just returned from my hometown. I was working in the fields, Yang Feng replied. Working in the fields? You still engage in farming? Yes, this time I plan to cultivate some crops. Understood, understood. Let us hurry inside. Zhou Changming's expression subtly shifted. Upon hearing that Yang Feng was engaged in farming, his earlier enthusiasm dissipated. Yang Feng felt a tinge of helplessness but chose not to elaborate further. The two entered the private room together. Inside, there were already 7 or 8 individuals present. It was an exceedingly opulent large room, measuring over 100 square meters, complete with sofas and a private restroom. As they entered, the people inside waved eagerly, exclaiming, "Huh? Two more have arrived. Oh, this is Yang Feng. It has been several years since we last met." Someone recognized Yang Feng. He casually found a seat beside them and said, "Indeed, I was just occupied with some matters and arrived a bit late. My apologies, everyone. I see you still have mud on your cuffs. You haven't really become a farmer, have you?" Chen Yong queried curiously. Yang Feng chuckled and replied, "I suppose so. I was working in the fields before rushing over." "Goodness, you really are a farmer. Yang Feng, you could at least have changed into a different outfit before coming." The female classmate seated beside him exhibited a hint of disdain. Upon noticing her, a fellow student remarked, "Guoshan, I've heard you've married a wealthy husband. Surely, your outfit is composed of designer brands?" Guoshan responded with a dismissive air, "What are these brands compared to mine? My true designer pieces are custom-made and reserved for special occasions. Our class reunion is more casual." A proud smile graced Guoshan's face. Yang Feng, aware of the dynamics at the reunion, chose to remain silent. However, Guoshan called out to him, suggesting, "Yang Feng, why don't you take a seat over there? More people will be arriving shortly." She gestured towards a position directly across from him, conveniently located near the restroom. The others seemed to comprehend the implication but remained silent, instead speculating, "I wonder if the newcomers will include Yu Jiantao?" Indeed, aside from Yu Jiantao, there is also Li Hanqiu, who hasn't he attended in ages, something you may not know. Yu Jiantao has already made a name for himself in America and has just returned this year, Chen Yong added. Pang Yunfei, seated nearby, recalled, "I remember now. Li Hanqiu is currently the CEO of a publicly listed company, primarily focusing on technology." "Indeed, those two are." Guoshan began, but upon noticing Yang Feng still seated, urged, "Hey, Yang Feng, you really shouldn't linger here. Change your seat so that both of them can sit here later. Why not come over here? It's perfectly fine for you to sit beside me." A classmate, who shares a somewhat amicable relationship with Yang Feng, spoke up. He was once Yang Feng's deskmate during their childhood, named Yan Zian. Aware of the thoughts circulating among the group, he graciously offered Yang Feng an opportunity to save face. Yang Feng, indifferent to the seating arrangement, rose with a smile and took a seat beside Yan Zian. Observing his tact, the others nodded in satisfaction and resumed their conversations. Among the attendees, the most successful was Shou Changming, who had entered alongside Yang Feng. He currently held a senior executive position in the finance department of an antique trading company. As they exchanged compliments, Yang Feng remained largely unfazed. Noticing his solitude, Yan Zian proactively remarked, "You haven't attended a class reunion in the past 2 years. So I imagine you're not quite accustomed to this, are you?" "It's all right. We are all old classmates, and it's nice to catch up," Yang Feng replied lightly. "That's the essence of a reunion, especially considering." Before Yan Zian could finish his thought, Zhou Changming commanded Yang Feng, "Hey, Yang Feng, don't just sit there. Go outside and ask the waiter if they have any Maotai. Bring in a couple of bottles so that when Yu Jiantao and Li Hanqiu arrive, we can dive right in." Assigned this task, Yang Feng stood and made his way towards the door. Shortly after, he returned with 2 bottles of Maotai and resumed his seat next to Yan Zian. Yan Zian, with a hint of helplessness, remarked, "Are you farming back home?" "Indeed. I was working in the fields this morning and returned this afternoon," Yang Feng replied with a relaxed demeanor and a smile. "Honestly, it's not so bad. Yes, if given the chance, I would love to return and cultivate some land myself," he added. Yan Zian, with a hint of helplessness, shook his head and remarked, "Though the metropolis is bustling, there are times when one longs for the bucolic charm of the countryside. You, having emerged from such pastoral origins, should be well aware of the rural plight, sparse populations and poverty abound." Yang Feng shook his head in response. Yan Zian chuckled and continued, "I am indeed aware of these realities. However, it is essential for someone to return and invigorate the area, especially since I hail from there." He appeared to possess a certain nostalgia for his roots. At that moment, Yang Feng recalled something and laughed. "I remember you mentioned as a child that you aspired to be an engineer, to build roads, didn't you? Haha, and now you've become a civil servant. A rather thankless endeavor." Yan Zian, with resignation, replied, "Currently, I am contemplating returning to my hometown to explore opportunities in ecological farming or similar projects." "Ah, didn't you mention that you also engage in agriculture? We could collaborate. I shall elaborate on this matter once our class reunion concludes." "Ah?" Yan Zian looked at Yang Feng with curiosity, puzzled by his statement. Just then, the door swung open once more, and two individuals entered, instantly enlivening the atmosphere of the room. Haha, these two big shots have finally arrived. Guoshan and others promptly stood, offering their seats. At that moment, Yu Jiantao and Li Hanxiu entered, greeting everyone, only for Yu Jiantao to notice that Yang Feng was seated next to the restroom. This caused a subtle shift in his expression, but he soon said, "Forget it. I shall sit beside Yang Feng. Let us squeeze together." Since this was the case, I might as well join them. After all, it has been a long time since we last met, and a little closeness could strengthen our bond. Li Hanxiu followed Yu Jiantao, though his demeanor suggested a hint of melancholy. The two made their way toward Yang Feng, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment, particularly Guoshan and her companions, who had initially planned to sit beside these two prominent figures to cultivate a closer relationship, were bewildered by their sudden shift to the opposite side. Chapter 95. The Terrifying Identity of Yang Feng. Upon noticing the two approaching, Yang Feng remarked, "There are plenty of seats available over there. Why must you insist on squeezing in next to me, you rascal?" Yu Jiantao laughed heartily. Doesn't this just highlight the camaraderie between us? The surrounding individuals could only shift their chairs, begrudgingly making space for them. As the three settled down, the others exchanged puzzled glances. Just then, Zhou Changming spoke up. "Jiantao, what on earth were you two up to? We thought you weren't coming. We encountered a bit of trouble on the way, which delayed us," Yu Jiantao replied with a smile, giving Li Hanxiu a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Li Hanxiu added cheerfully, "You all needn't wait for us. Feel free to start eating." "That won't do. We need someone to take the lead today, right? Hey, Yang Feng, don't just stand there. Go and ask the waiter to bring the dishes," Zhou Changming instructed, gesturing toward the outside. Listening to his commanding tone, it seemed as though Yang Feng had been relegated to the role of a mere servant. Just as Yu Jiantao and Li Hanxiu were about to speak, Yang Feng grasped their arms and shook his head, signaling them to refrain from expressing their anger. In truth, Yang Feng held a tinge of nostalgia for the camaraderie shared among classmates, rendering their attitudes inconsequential. Yu Jiantao could only take a deep breath at that moment and declared, "Since it is thus, I shall take the lead and raise a toast to everyone. After all, I did serve as class monitor for half a year, did I not? Haha, indeed. Back in our third year, everyone elected you as the class monitor. Who would have imagined that within 6 months, you would be whisked away by the genius class, leaving our class without a leader?" Chen Yang also burst into laughter at that moment. Amidst the flattery from so many classmates, Yu Jiantao remained unperturbed, merely patting Li Hanxiu on the shoulder and chuckling, "Let us not dwell on me. Today we are primarily here to reminisce about our past friendships." "Exactly. I remember you once said you wanted to become a scientist, Jiantao. And Hanxiu, you mentioned your aspiration to become a boss, and look at you now, you truly are a boss," Guoshan remarked, her tone laced with praise and flattery. "Your company is publicly listed now, right?" "Well, it's merely a stroke of good fortune," Li Hanxiu replied, his expression slightly awkward. Yang Feng seemed to discern that Li Hanxiu found himself in a somewhat uncomfortable situation. Suddenly, he recalled that Yu Jiantao had reached out to him regarding the reunion for a specific reason, which now appeared to be connected to Li Hanxiu. As a few individuals engaged in conversation while enjoying their meal, Yang Feng took the initiative to speak up. "Hanxiu, allow me to propose a toast to you. It has been quite a while since we last met." Yang Feng, you're being rather inconsiderate. Everyone wants to toast Hanxiu as well. Why are you so eager to jump in?" Guoshan expressed her discontent. However, at that moment, Li Hanxiu hastily rose to his feet, saying, "Yang, no. Brother Feng, I toast to you." He faced Yang Feng with an air of humble surprise, resembling a subordinate caught off guard. This left everyone momentarily bewildered. Looking at Yang Feng, a reluctant smile crept across his face as he responded, "Hanxiu, we grew up together, sharing homework during our school days. There's no need for such formality between us." Li Hanxiu appeared somewhat anxious, clearly out of his element in social gatherings. As if he were reluctantly compelled to attend, Yang Feng recognized this and, in a relaxed manner, suggested, "How about we find a place to chat further after the drinks?" "Yes, that is precisely what I had in mind," Li Hanxiu immediately replied. The others, witnessing this exchange, suddenly grasped the situation. Even if they were not particularly astute, they could connect the dots regarding the earlier events. It dawned on them that Li Hanxiu had not attended a reunion in years, and his unexpected presence here was likely for the sake of Yang Feng. Yet, hadn't Yang Feng just come from the fields? At that moment, the door swung open abruptly, and their old classmate Jia Wenba rushed in. He was well known in school as a second-generation rich kid. Previously, he had scoffed at attending gatherings. But everyone was aware of his status and had consistently extended invitations. No one had anticipated that Zhao Wenbo would actually show up this time. Wenbo, what a surprise to see you here. The crowd quickly made way for him. Upon spotting Yang Feng seated in a group, Zhao Wenbo beamed and exclaimed, "Brother Feng, you have come as well." His use of Brother Feng left everyone momentarily dumbfounded, for during their school days, he and Yang Feng had not seen eye to eye. What could have prompted such courtesy now? Yang Feng glanced at him, a smile gracing his lips. "We did meet not long ago, did we?" "Indeed, Brother Feng. I am here specifically to extend my apologies. The last time you left in a hurry. After all, we are classmates, are we not?" Zhao Wenbo clung to Yang Feng's side like a persistent adhesive, his obsequious demeanor leaving their peers astonished. Fortunately, Yang Feng seemed unperturbed, merely responding, "I didn't take it to heart. By the way, did you purchase that car we discussed?" "Yes, indeed. It's parked outside. If you fancy it, I can give it to you," Zhao Wenbo offered eagerly. "Let us not go that far. I cannot accept a vehicle worth 800,000, Yang Feng replied calmly. The mention of that staggering figure rendered the room silent, as the attendees felt a chill run down their spines. Here was Yang Feng, who seemed to regard such a sum with indifference. Reflecting on the moment he entered, they realized they had allowed Yang Feng to sit in front of the restroom, causing an involuntary shiver among them. At that moment, Yang Feng rose, smiling as he addressed the crowd. "It is a pleasure to see everyone again today. I plan to join Han Xiu and the others for a stroll shortly, so I will take my leave now. I will pour myself one last drink." Saying this, he took a final sip of his beverage before departing. As he exited, Li Hanxiu and Yu Jiantao followed suit. As Zhao Wenbo was about to step outside, Chen Yong quickly pulled him back and inquired, "Wenbo, what on earth is going on?" "Yang, no, what business is Feng actually engaged in? The Lin family from Jiangxing is doing business with him. What do you suppose he's involved in?" Zhao Wenbo replied with irritation. Guoshan, seemingly having heard something, exclaimed in disbelief. "Could it be the Lin family of Lin Jinghua?" "Guoshan, what is that?" Zhao Wenbo questioned. "In Jiangxing, they are a prominent family. Their investments are said to be worth several hundred billion, wielding immense influence with just a flick of their wrist." Guoshan spoke, still struggling to comprehend. "Yang Feng is actually collaborating with them? So this is the level you all have settled for in life. If I am not mistaken, that position earlier was arranged by you, right?" Although Zhao Wenbo was rather arrogant, he was no fool. A heavy silence fell over the group. Disinterested, Zhao Wenbo decided not to engage further and hurriedly pursued the others outside. At that moment, Yang Feng and his companions had reached a bustling food stall beside the hotel. It seemed an appropriate setting for Yang Feng. As a few dishes were served, he filled his beer glass and turned to Li Hanxiu, asking, "Hanxiu, have you encountered some difficulties?" Chapter 96. Taking Action, Investing 100 million. Li Hanxiu's expression grew increasingly hesitant, as if he found it hard to articulate his thoughts. Fortunately, at that moment, Yu Jianhao spoke up for him. "Do you know what kind of business Hanxiu's company is involved in?" "To be honest, I am not quite certain." Yang Feng did not often communicate with Li Hanxiu, yet he was well aware of Li Hanxiu's commendable character. Upon graduation, Yang Feng recalled that Li Hanxiu had offered him an opportunity to collaborate, but at that time, Yang Feng chose not to impose. Little did he anticipate that Li Hanxiu, who had thrived among their peers, would now face adversity. Yu Jiantao sighed and remarked, "His company specializes in biotechnology and previously." "Allow me to elaborate." Li Hanxiu interjected, summoning his courage. "My company focuses on the development of antibiotics, and at one point, its market valuation exceeded 20 billion. He began to recount his journey to Yang Feng. This enterprise was born from Li Hanxiu's foresight into the burgeoning field of biotechnology, bolstered by his connections that enabled him to assemble a substantial team of researchers. For several years, the company flourished, even managing to have a drug included in the National Health Insurance Program. However, while developing a new treatment for kidney disease, the company faced a drastic decline in stock prices due to market fluctuations. Although the research had progressed to phase 2 with promising data indicating a significant reduction in the urine protein-creatinine ratio, the company now found itself devoid of funds to sustain further investment. Should this project fail, it would jeopardize the financial stability of the company, potentially leading to bankruptcy. This dire situation compelled Li Hanxiu to confide in Yu Jiantao, who, upon recalling Yang Feng, insisted on bringing him to this reunion. In truth, he merely wished to inquire whether Yang Feng possessed any solutions. Observing Yang Feng's persistent silence, Yu Jiantao remarked, "It is entirely normal if you lack a feasible approach. The gap is indeed quite substantial. The purpose of bringing you here was merely to discuss matters." Sighing, Li Hanqiu continued, regrettably, "I must admit that this predicament is partially my fault. I failed to anticipate the risks involved, and this research and development has indeed taken an overly ambitious leap." At that moment, he took a swig of his drink and added, "Let us forget this matter for today. Let us simply enjoy a hearty meal together. How significant is your current funding shortfall?" Yang Feng suddenly interjected with his inquiry. Li Hanqiu appeared taken aback by his question, but soon chuckled and replied, "Yang Feng, it's best not to dwell on it. You need not concern yourself with my situation, even in the event of bankruptcy. I possess sufficient funds to sustain my life for the remainder of my days. However, how much more do you require?" Yang Feng interrupted him once more, pressing for answers. Sensing Yang Feng's earnest gaze, Li Hanqiu finally divulged, "To complete the third phase of testing, along with research and operational costs, we are likely facing a shortfall of over 100 million. Come see me the day after tomorrow, and I shall provide you with a sum of money. Consider it an investment in your company," Yang Feng stated calmly, leaving Li Hanqiu momentarily stunned. Even Yu Jiantao, who stood nearby, was taken aback by Yang Feng's decisiveness and cautioned, "Yang Feng, you must think this through. This is not a trivial sum. Over 100 million in cash is no small amount to be invested." However, Yang Feng broke into a smile and remarked, "Since a decision has been made, there is no reason to retract it. Given the substantial amount involved, transferring the funds would indeed be cumbersome. Otherwise, he could have arranged for it to be delivered that very evening." Li Hanqiu was utterly taken aback. Could Yang Feng truly be this extravagant? Reflecting on his previous conversation with Yu Jiantao about Yang Feng, he had been somewhat skeptical. Yet, to his astonishment, "If you can genuinely assist me this time, and the drug development succeeds in hitting the market, there will undoubtedly be rewards," Li Hanqiu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Yang Feng chuckled and replied, "Just based on your words, I have faith in you." His hearty laughter finally coaxed a smile from Li Hanqiu. At that moment, the three of them began to reminisce about their school days, rekindling a sense of camaraderie. Eventually, Jiao Wenba also arrived. Although Yang Feng and his companions were not particularly fond of him, they welcomed him to join them for a couple of drinks. It was not until well past 11 at night that they each returned home. Yang Feng had accomplished something significant that day. Upon arriving home, he took a refreshing shower, feeling somewhat rejuvenated. He then called Gao Ronghai to arrange the details regarding the 100 million. Gao Ronghai was taken aback to hear that Yang Feng intended to mobilize such funds. Nevertheless, Yang Feng instructed him to procure another batch of stones, which would be opened alongside the ones he had just acquired. Once these stones were opened, they could yield several million in revenue. After conveying these instructions, Yang Feng finally settled into bed. This marked his inaugural venture into investment. In truth, today had been pivotal, especially when he first heard Li Hanqiu mention the matter. His heart brimmed with joy, for the fundamental purpose of his gaze was to discern fortune from misfortune. In the realm of metaphysics, this is akin to observing one's facial features. After scrutinizing Li Hanqiu's visage, Yang Feng discerned that he was undoubtedly a person of great destiny, destined for success in the future. At such a juncture, if he did not invest in him, he would miss out on a promising opportunity. While others might invest based on mere luck, Yang Feng's approach mirrored his strategy in stone gambling. He first envisioned the outcome before making his investment. As night passed into day, the following morning saw Yang Feng rise well past 10 o'clock. He intended to visit the antique market to procure some antiquities. Ever since acquiring the rejuvenation eye technique, he had yet to apply it, as his hometown offered no such opportunities. However, returning to Jiangsheng had made matters considerably easier. Yang Feng was eager to discover how much value he could augment in a million yuan antiquity after employing rejuvenation. After changing into a fresh outfit, he stepped outside his home. Just as he reached the ground floor, he unexpectedly encountered Zhao Zhuwei returning home. Upon spotting Yang Feng, she appeared somewhat irked, puffing her cheeks and deliberately turning away to avoid his gaze. Yang Feng scratched his head and called out to her, "Do you have a moment? What do you want?" Zhao Zhuwei replied brusquely. Yang Feng, still scratching his head, inquired, "I'm heading to the antique market. Would you like to join me?" "Humph. Why don't you ask the woman you were on the phone with?" Zhao Zhuwei retorted with a huff. Yang Feng seemed to grasp her implication, responding, "Are you referring to Lin Shui? How dare you utter her name in my presence?" Zhao Zhuwei was instantly filled with fury. Chapter 97. The antique dealer deceives the innocent. Yang Feng, observing her irate demeanor, seemed to suddenly grasp something and exclaimed in astonishment, "You can't possibly be angry with her, can you?" "You." "Silence," Zhao Zhuwei retorted, exasperated. Nearly ready to strike Yang Feng. Yang Feng scratched his head, feeling perplexed, and said, "I merely spoke with her the other day about some investment matters concerning my hometown. Do you harbor a grudge against her?" "Bah, I hold a grudge against you." Zhao Zhuwei shot him a glare. Yang Feng, feeling even more troubled, finally mumbled, "Would you care to accompany me to the antique market?" "Aye, only if you beg me to go." "Then I shan't beg. You are doing this on purpose." All right. I beseech you, join me for a visit to the antique market." Yang Feng adopted an earnest expression. Zhao Zhuwei finally broke into a grin, teasingly replying, "Now that is more like it." With that, she cheerfully turned and walked alongside Yang Feng toward the exit. Yang Feng was utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend Zhao Zhuwei's sudden shift in mood. However, he had no time to ponder such matters, as his immediate priority was to procure valuable antiques. He intended to launch his antique business next month. As a modest vehicle came to a halt outside the antique market, Yang Feng and Zhao Zhuwei made their way into a shop. The establishment, prominently named Qinshi, primarily sold ceramics and other antiques, with a lesser emphasis on calligraphy and paintings. The proprietor, a lean man, hurriedly approached the guests upon their arrival, greeting them with, "Good day, gentlemen. What may I assist you in acquiring today?" The antique shop was adorned with items of considerable value, with the least expensive priced above 100,000. It could be confidently stated that this establishment catered exclusively to affluent clientele. Zhao Zhuwei, lacking expertise in such matters, gazed around until she remarked, "The items here pale in comparison to my father's collection." "Spare me the chatter. Your father's collection could easily finance several publicly traded companies," Yang Feng retorted, rolling his eyes. Intrigued, Zhao Zhuwei inquired, "Aren't you typically fond of uncovering hidden treasures? Why venture into such a high-end shop?" "I intend to purchase something today to serve as a showcase for my antique company," Yang Feng replied casually, his gaze already fixated on a porcelain bowl displayed on the shelf. "Excuse me, could you please take down that porcelain bowl for me to examine?" Yang Feng asked the owner. Upon hearing this, the proprietor eagerly responded, "Ah, this piece hails from the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty, used within the imperial palace. You truly possess an exquisite eye, sir." He promptly summoned an assistant to retrieve it. Yang Feng moved to a nearby square table, placing the bowl upon it to prevent any accidental slips that might lead to its shattering, a necessary caution when handling antiques. "Sir, do observe the markings beneath. It is from an official kiln and was acquired at a premium price. As someone knowledgeable in the field, I trust you appreciate its worth." The owner whispered enthusiastically in Yang Feng's ear. Yang Feng nodded with a smile, saying, "I understand. Kindly allow me to examine it further." "Certainly. Xiao Fei, please bring a cup of tea for this gentleman," the proprietor instructed. The proprietor greeted his assistant when, at that moment, a visibly anxious man entered through the door. The man appeared to be in his 30s, bearing the marks of hardship upon his face. Upon stepping into the establishment and noticing the array of items displayed, he seemed to recognize that it was a grand shop and cautiously ventured further inside. The proprietor, upon seeing the newcomer, approached him with a warm smile and inquired, "Good sir, may I ask what you wish to purchase?" The man replied softly, I am here to sell something." The proprietor's previously cheerful demeanor evaporated instantly as he scrutinized the man before him, skepticism etched on his features. "You? What do you have to offer me?" "This is a blue and white porcelain vase that has been passed down through my family. I would like you to assess its worth," the man said, producing the vase from his tattered bag. Yang Feng, intrigued by the man's words, turned to examine the porcelain vase. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the vase gleamed with a brilliance that suggested it was worth several million. Yet, the man appeared increasingly anxious, carefully placing the vase on the table while watching the proprietor with trepidation. It was evident he lacked familiarity with the trade. The proprietor, noting that the man was not a buyer, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, he picked up the blue and white vase the man had brought. After a mere glance, a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. "This is a remarkable piece," he exclaimed, gently lifting the vase and beginning a meticulous examination from its base. In the realm of antique porcelain, the bottom is of utmost importance, hence the adage regarding old bottoms and new vases. Meanwhile, the man remained visibly tense, apprehensive about the proprietor's assessment. He was uncertain about the value of his item, yet he found himself in urgent need of funds. After examining it for a moment, the boss raised his head, revealing his dissatisfaction. This piece is rather unremarkable, merely a common porcelain. As soon as he spoke, Yang Feng's brow furrowed. Zhao Zhui noticed his expression and inquired, Yang Feng, what is the matter? I am reminded of some unpleasant memories, Yang Feng replied, his tone turning somewhat somber. At that moment, the man across the table, upon hearing the boss's words, instinctively lowered his head. A look of helplessness crossed his simple face as he gritted his teeth and asked, how much can this be sold for? You seem to be in urgent need of money as well. The boss, contemplating, suggested, since this piece has indeed been passed down through generations, I could summon a master to appraise its value. He then gestured towards a nearby assistant, saying, go call Master Wuda down. Yes, the assistant acknowledged, heading upstairs. Before long, a man in his 50s descended from the upper floor. Approaching the boss, he picked up the blue and white porcelain and exchanged a knowing glance with him. They seemed to share an unspoken understanding. This isn't particularly valuable. Although it is blue and white porcelain, its quality is subpar, and its rarity is average. I would estimate it at a maximum of 100,000, Wuda stated. Upon hearing this, the man quickly lifted his head, asking in disbelief, 100,000? Yes, that is the price, Wuda replied, feigning disdain as he curled his lip. The boss listened, sighed, and feigned kindness, saying, Master, although this item appears to be of inferior quality, it seems you are in urgent need of funds. The man, seemingly on the verge of tears, replied, I truly need some money. My mother is still in the hospital, and I must gather funds for her medical expenses. Observing the man's distressed demeanor, the boss finally resolved, in that case, I shall increase the offer by an additional 100,000. I will pay you double for your item. His expression betrayed a sense of violating ancestral traditions, igniting excitement within the man, who repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. He continued to offer thanks, yet the boss was consumed by elation. Just as he prepared to finalize the transaction for the exquisite blue and white porcelain, a voice suddenly interrupted him. Wait, I am purchasing this blue and white porcelain for 3 million. The voice of Yang Feng resonated nearby, drawing the attention of everyone in the shop. Chapter 98. Using status to pressure Yang Feng? Inside the shop, there were already a dozen individuals present, including several customers aside from the staff. Upon hearing Yang Feng's words, they turned to observe this relatively young man, wondering why he was arguing with the boss and Wuda. The man selling the item trembled at the mention of 3 million and quickly inquired, You are? I am merely a customer here, and I am quite fond of your vase, Yang Feng replied with a gentle smile. However, his words elicited a fierce glare from the boss, and even Wuda coldly admonished, Young man, do you understand the rules of the trade? This is certainly not a case where the highest bidder prevails. Oh, is it stipulated in the rules that one can deceive others into believing that an antique worth millions can be acquired for a mere fraction of its value? Yang Feng's words caused everyone present to gasp in astonishment. In truth, they had not closely examined the blue and white porcelain. Coupled with the deceptive banter between the proprietor and Wuda, they genuinely believed these two were acting out of benevolence. However, Yang Feng's remarks abruptly made them realize the truth. At that moment, Wuda's expression darkened, and he glared at Yang Feng, exclaiming, Where did you spring from, brat? I merely passed by. One could regard me as a concerned citizen, or perhaps a well-meaning bystander, he replied with a calm smile, seemingly oblivious to Wuda's identity. Wuda recognized that this was likely a naive young man and coldly warned, I advise you to think carefully. This item's value is merely 100,000, and you have only glanced at it from the sidelines. Can you truly comprehend its worth as clearly as I do? A few fleeting glances suffice. Are you aware of my status? Wuda inquired directly. He frequented this establishment, and the regular patrons were indeed familiar with his identity. At this moment, the proprietor spoke with an air of arrogance, stating, Let me enlighten you. The individual before you is a member of the Jiangxing Antique Association and is on the verge of becoming a committee member. Given your involvement in the antique circle, you should be aware of his status, correct? I had heard of this association and initially thought it quite esteemed, but I did not expect it to include someone as mediocre as you. Yang Feng jested. What did you say? Wuda instantly became enraged. Yang Feng shook his head and remarked, Or perhaps you are fully aware of the value of this item, yet you deliberately offered it at a meager price. Colluding in malfeasance? Wuda's face flushed crimson in response. He had not anticipated that after revealing his identity, this young man would still dare to speak so audaciously. At that moment, the man selling the goods appeared somewhat apprehensive, hastily tugging at Yang Feng's sleeve and whispering, "Sir, I only require 200,000 in medical expenses. Please, do not. Fear not. I shall certainly purchase this item," Yang Feng replied directly, casting a deliberate glance at Wu De and inquiring, "Is there a problem? Very well. You dare to challenge me. Boy, you possess some audacity. Leave your name." Wu De's temper flared. The onlookers could sense the intensity of his fury, yet they refrained from further speculation, for Wu De had scrutinized the item thoroughly, while Yang Feng had merely caught a fleeting glimpse. Given Wu De's stature, how could he possibly err? Their hearts began to mourn for the Na'vi young man. Yet Yang Feng remained unfazed, confidently stating his name. "Ah, Yang Feng is it? Just you wait. I shall investigate how you fare within this circle." Wu De, incensed, took out his phone. The seller, witnessing this, smirked and said, "Young man, you still do not comprehend Master Wu's prominence in the Antique Association. Once he makes an inquiry, your standing in this circle will be irrevocably tarnished." "Is that so? I find myself rather intrigued," Yang Feng replied with a smile. Wu De dialed a number, and a deep, muffled voice answered on the other end. "Wu De, what is the matter?" "Old Han, I have a rather insolent fellow here who dares to question my appraisal results. Could you please investigate whether he has been active in this circle recently?" Wu De's tone softened considerably on the other end. However, Yang Feng discerned that the voice belonged to none other than Han Yunfu. At this moment, Han Yunfu, too, was perplexed and inquired, "Pray tell, what is his name?" "He claims to be called Yang Feng, a man exceedingly arrogant, his demeanor nothing short of presumptuous, and moreover—" "What?" Han Yunfu's tone suddenly elevated, astonished as he exclaimed, "Are you referring to Mr. Yang?" "Yang? Mr. Yang?" Wu De was momentarily taken aback by this designation. Yang Feng let out a cold chuckle and said, "Please, do continue." "This." Wu De was left dumbfounded. Upon hearing that Yang Feng had returned to Jiangqing, Han Yunfu immediately sought to ascertain his whereabouts. "I am nearby. I will come over at once." Having said that, Han Yunfu ended the call and hurried towards the location. Yet, the atmosphere on-site grew somewhat tense in that instant, as everyone stared at Yang Feng in bewilderment. "This fellow is referred to as Mr." Before long, Han Yunfu rushed in from outside. Upon seeing that Yang Feng had not departed, he let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "Mr. Yang, you have finally returned to Jiangqing. I arrived last night." "I see. Then you are here." Han Yunfu suddenly recalled that Wu De on the phone seemed to have left something unsaid. Meanwhile, Wu De stood by, utterly stunned. The presence of Han Yunfu invigorated the onlookers. In Jiangqing, he is a figure of unparalleled stature, akin to a guiding star, and holds the esteemed position of the first vice president of the Antique Association. Yet, the tone with which he converses with Yang Feng exudes profound respect, a demeanor that is far from what one would expect from a master towards a younger individual. Yang Feng cast a glance at Wu De and the proprietor across from him, gesturing towards the exquisite blue and white porcelain before him, and said, "Old Han, take a look at this blue and white porcelain. Could it be that you have taken a liking to it?" Han Yunfu promptly approached, examining the porcelain for less than half a minute before exclaiming, "What a splendid piece. This is from the official kiln of the Yuan dynasty, and its quality is exceptional. The craftsmanship is exquisite. Its value is at least 3 million. At this proclamation, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Only the proprietor, Wu De, wore an exceedingly grim countenance. Wu De, in particular, was taken aback, unable to fathom that this young man indeed had a connection with Han Yunfu. He had intended to leverage his status to intimidate, but now, Yang Feng cast a derisive glance in his direction and remarked, "Just a moment ago, someone was keen to purchase it for a mere 100,000. Oh." Han Yunfu, upon hearing this, seemed to grasp the implication. His piercing gaze turned towards Wu De, and he coldly reprimanded, "Surely, you are not the one in question?" "Well, I must have misjudged." "Oh, a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain so glaringly obvious, and you claim to have misjudged it?" Han Yunfu's expression shifted, now laced with indignation. "Before Mr. Yang and me, you dare to weave such lies? Old Han, enough. Effective immediately, you are expelled from the Antique Association of Jiangqing, and I shall issue a notice to inform them of the reasons." As soon as Han Yunfu uttered these words, Wu De's legs turned to jelly, causing him to collapse onto the ground. A collective sigh resonated through the shop, indicating that Wu De's reputation was irrevocably tarnished by this name. Han Yunfu then turned to Yang Feng, inquiring, "Mr. Yang, do you have anything further to add?" Let's leave it at that for now. But I noticed that Elder Han seemed to have something important to discuss with me earlier, Yang Feng remarked, observing Han's urgent demeanor with curiosity. Chapter 99. Utilizing AI Techniques. A valuation surge of 60 million. Upon mentioning this, Han Yunfu eagerly asked, Mr. Yang, you must have received an invitation to the Treasure Appraisal Conference, correct? Indeed. I did receive an invitation. Yang Feng nodded in affirmation. Han Yunfu immediately responded, the Treasure Appraisal Conference commences tomorrow, and there will be a competition. After thorough deliberation, we hope that you will consider serving as a judge. At this proclamation, before Yang Feng could utter a word, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Even Wu De, who lay incapacitated on the ground, raised his head in disbelief. Who was Han Yunfu? He was a luminary in the antique world of Jiangqing. Yet here he was, displaying such humility towards a young man and extending an invitation to participate as a judge at a conference of national significance. The attendees were left astounded by this unprecedented occurrence. However, upon hearing this, Yang Feng politely declined, saying, Elder Han, I fear I am not suited for this role. Mr. Yang, what do you mean by that? I do not relish the limelight, and thus cannot accept the position of judge. Should Elder Han require my assistance in authentication, I would be more than willing. However, this responsibility is beyond my capabilities, Yang Feng expressed, his face etched with regret. Han Yunfu listened and understood. In light of this, he decided not to insist further, but he emphasized that Mr. Yang must attend tomorrow's Treasure Appraisal Conference. A provincial television station would also be present to film the event, marking it as one of the most significant occasions in Jiangqing. Han Yunfu regarded this appraisal conference with utmost importance. Not only he, but the entire antique community in Jiangqing took great pride in it. This was also the reason why the antique circle in Jiangqing held such a prestigious position nationwide. As the two conversed, Yang Feng urged Han Yunfu to leave first. Once he departed, Yang Feng regained his focus, turning his attention to the man who had been standing beside him, watching intently. The man understood that Yang Feng was the one who could save his mother. It was his timely intervention that had prevented him from being deceived. Yang Feng glanced at the blue and white porcelain and remarked, this item must have been passed down in your family. I shouldn't buy it, but if you are in need of money to save your mother, I can offer you a sum. Oh really? The man was somewhat incredulous, never expecting to encounter such a benevolent soul. After a moment, he hurriedly attempted to kneel down. Yang Feng, quick to react, grasped his arm and said, if you kneel, I won't give you a single penny. Yes, I won't kneel. The man quickly stood up. Yang Feng chuckled, instructing him to retrieve an old bank card. He then transferred 300,000 into it before making his way out with Zhao Zhuwei. However, just as he stepped out the door, the man hurriedly caught up to him and said, Mr. Yang, my name is Chi Haichang. I reside in Lian Village, and my household number is 15. I assure you, I will earn the money to repay you. Yang Feng smiled, waved his hand, and replied, I understand. I will come to find you later. Now, hurry back to the hospital. Chi Haichang stood there, dazed, watching Yang Feng depart, before he finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly gathered his belongings to return to the hospital. After Yang Feng and Zhao Zhuwei left, they ventured into the antique market and acquired 2 pieces of antiquities. One of them was also a piece of blue and white porcelain, albeit of lesser quality, which they purchased for 600,000. The other item held significant provenance. The shopkeeper claimed it was a painting by Tang Bohu from the Ming dynasty, acquired from an auction. Unfortunately, its condition was not ideal, with some areas already fading. Nevertheless, its value remained exceptionally high. Yang Feng ultimately acquired the painting for 3 million. After receiving these 2 treasures, Yang Feng and Zhao Zhuwei made their way home. Upon exiting, they noticed that the shop they had just visited was now closed, likely due to an investigation by market regulators. Yang Feng felt a surge of resentment in his heart. However, Zhao Zhuwei, perceptive as ever, remarked with a chuckle, it suddenly occurs to me, didn't you also fall victim to a scam when selling jade? Wasn't that the day of the auction? That was merely a momentary lapse in judgment, Yang Feng replied, his face flushing with embarrassment. Yet, Zhao Zhuwei seemed to revel in this revelation, playfully asserting, is this a secret that only I know? Can we go home now? Zhao Zhuwei suddenly seemed to be in high spirits. Yang Feng found it difficult to decipher her train of thought. However, in a few days, when his sister returned to Jiangqing, they would likely find common ground. Upon returning home, Zhao Zhuwei had an interview in the afternoon, so she refrained from bothering Yang Feng. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Feng secured the doors and windows tightly. The hall was enveloped in an unparalleled silence. He retrieved the blue and white porcelain he had previously purchased for 600,000, placing it on the floor before joining it in a seated meditation. This piece of porcelain was from the official kiln of the Yuan dynasty, its quality not particularly remarkable. He began to concentrate his spiritual energy in his eyes, as instructed by the eye technique rejuvenation. Soon, a stream of spiritual energy flowed from his eyes, entwining around the porcelain. At that moment, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill for Yang Feng. His gaze was solely fixated on the weathered blue and white porcelain. What Yang Feng did not anticipate was that the porcelain, under the influence of the swirling spiritual energy, began to undergo a gradual transformation. Initially, it bore only the simplest of patterns, but as time progressed, it appeared as though nature itself was intricately carving a scene upon its surface. The previously damaged areas began to mend, not restoring the vase to a brand new state, but rather returning it to its most exquisite form from that era. This demonstrated that while the eye technique could not grant immortality when applied to healing, it could certainly enhance one's health. However, for Yang Feng, it was just sufficiently adequate. After all, if he were to transform the antique into something entirely new, it would be the end of him. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the outside world had succumbed to complete darkness. At that moment, Yang Feng's ocular technique ceased its operation, and the blue and white porcelain before him underwent a remarkable transformation. The previously damaged glaze in the base of the vase had now returned to a flawless state. The colors adorning the vase had entirely changed. What once was merely a simplistic palette had evolved into a complete masterpiece. Within this artwork, alongside flowers imbued with distinct historical characteristics, there were also exquisitely detailed cloud and dragon motifs. The intricate layout and craftsmanship of these complex designs, coupled with their impeccable preservation, rendered them invaluable. Yang Feng's heart surged with ecstasy as he once again assessed its worth with his keen eyes. It was then that he noticed the radiant glow emanating from the porcelain. At the very least, it was worth 60 million. Yang Feng himself was astounded. An item purchased for 600,000 had skyrocketed in value 100-fold.